Under the gaze of the Zhang family members, Feng Manru gracefully stepped forward, politely greeting the elders. Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and uncle. Zhang Zixing nodded. She's a decent girl. What kind of supernatural ability did you awaken? Feng Manru said. Grandpa, I awakened an ability to gather intelligence. Zhang Zixing looked surprised. The other Zhang family members had different expressions. Before he could ask again, Feng Manru explained her ability clearly. I can uncover secrets behind hidden information. Zhang Zixing narrowed his eyes. Oh? Feng Manru calmly continued. For example, just now, the second uncle had some incorrect information. The Su family from Guang province doesn't have an A-level supernatural person, but they do have 5 B-level ones. She added. I also know that in the bodies of zombies, mutated plants, and animals, there is a substance called supernatural crystal core. Absorbing its energy can enhance one's own supernatural ability. This intelligence that Feng Manru mentioned made Zhang Zixing stand up suddenly. Is that true? The eyes of the Zhang family members looking at her changed significantly. Feng Manru's special ability is truly very important. If used well, it could bring a fundamental change to the Zhang family, even turning their luck around. Feng Manru's importance instantly increased. Especially since this intelligence, once Feng's family controls it and produces reserve crystal cores of abilities, the Zhang family's strength could multiply several times. A smile appeared on Zhang Zixing's face as he looked at Zhang Haohui. Good, good, good. You brought back a good girl for the Zhang family, a good daughter-in-law. When Feng Manru mentioned that intelligence, Zhang Haohui's face changed. She hadn't told him about this. Now it was revealed in front of the Zhang family members. He knew exactly what her plan was. But facing Grandpa's gaze, he remained very calm and natural, as if he had known this all along. Yes, Grandpa, Manru is indeed very good. I plan to marry her, and she has agreed to my proposal. Next, I will immediately form an ability user team to hunt zombies and reserve crystal cores of abilities. Zhang Zixing nodded. Our Zhang family has a talented grandson like you and a clever granddaughter-in-law to help. Why worry about our family not thriving? From today, Zhang Haohui will be the official head of the Zhang family, taking over all my rights. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dongmu, Zhang Qiulin, Zhang Chunsen, and others looked greatly surprised, their faces changing color. Their children looked even more unhappy. Zhang Qiulin suddenly spoke with a smile. The daughter-in-law's ability is really impressive. She even pointed out the mistakes in my detailed intelligence. So, what are your thoughts on the loss of 30 million tons of grain from our Zhang family? Everyone clearly wanted to see a good show. Feng Manru frowned, looked at Zhang Haohui, but he seemed to ignore her plea for help. Zhang Zixing calmly scolded Zhang Qiulin. Qiulin, you're not acting like an uncle. Don't make things difficult for this kid. Then he turned the topic. Good kid, just boldly share your opinion. If you're wrong, Grandpa won't punish you. Feng Manru's heart tightened. She knew very well that the Zhang family was a dangerous place, full of wolves and tigers. Zhang Qiulin was upset that she used him as a stepping stone. Zhang Haohui was angry that she hadn't told him about the crystal core matter earlier, and Zhang Zixing was quietly suppressing her, warning her. But unfortunately, she couldn't answer Zhang Qiulin's question, because she also tried to investigate the disappearance of food, but whenever she touched on that matter, her sense of intelligence would become confused, leading her to all sorts of strange answers, almost driving her to madness. She could only clench her fists and honestly say, Uncle's question. I don't have the ability to know. Zhang Qiulin raised an eyebrow and said again, That's understandable. You're still young. Now I have a second question. This time, the wave of corpses was broken apart by plant warriors and the black dragon Black Thunder. What exactly are these plant warriors and the black dragon Black Thunder? Feng Manru's eyelids suddenly twitched sharply. She had naturally tried to find out about this too, but once she started to probe, all kinds of complicated and tangled information would almost her mind. She simply couldn't get any useful intelligence. Now, just from a subconscious thought, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from her lips and lowering her head, she said, "I don't know." In the Fong family meeting hall, everyone had different expressions, and whispers spread among them. "I thought she was so capable, but it turns out she's just SOSO. Level A intelligence detection. Haha, maybe she's just flattering herself?" This woman seems quite cunning, but daring to play tricks in front of Grandpa, she's still too inexperienced. That's hilarious. When it comes to the crucial matters, she's completely useless, can't even produce a single piece of intelligence. Fong Manru's face changed repeatedly, secretly feeling annoyed. "You ignorant fools, you don't understand what those two things mean." Zhang Haohui didn't want these other branches to suppress Fong Manru too harshly, as it would affect his prestige. This time, he believed that this woman would realize deeply the consequences of playing tricks with him. So he said, "Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, third uncle, elders, Fong Manru previously suggested I investigate someone. This person is highly suspicious. She might have foreseen the coming apocalypse and bought many supplies in advance. Also, when I was buying weapons on the high seas of Korea, I heard the name Qin Ziyuan from President Bauer. Coincidentally, this person who bought a lot of supplies is Qin Ziyuan's wife." After saying this, especially mentioning Qin Ziyuan, the three generations of the Zhang family looked displeased. Except for Grandpa, all the second and third generation Zhang family members had dealings with Qin Ziyuan in business, and without exception, they all lost badly. Even Zhang Zixing's expression changed. That old of the Qin family, he really has a good grandson. Too bad he's blind and deaf, and drove Qin Zhuangming's branch out. Zhang Haohui's face changed again. Many people compared him to Qin Ziyuan. As young members of the same generation, they are often compared. However, Qin Ziyuan is like a rising dragon, with unmatched success in business. Fortunately, he is not interested in power and has no plans to get involved in official matters. He can only comfort himself. What's the use of money if he doesn't have power? But now, his grandfather's careless words hit him hard in the heart. He quickly said, "Grandpa, I have already sent our family's latest reconnaissance drone to Haishur to investigate this couple." This is the transmitted footage. He projected the image onto the big screen. The footage shows Fong Shixiang, He Lizhu, and Xiaohu being driven out of the villa by Gao Gongqiang. Both video and sound are recorded clearly. Some people had already looked into Fong Manru's background. When they saw Fong Shixiang, they pointed out, "Hey, isn't that our level A psychic's father? Strange, why are only her father and relatives living with her? Where's her mother?" Fong Manru's face changed drastically when she saw the people on the screen. She wanted to rush forward and cover them up, but their voices could be heard clearly. "You can't drive us out. That's inhumane. Ligia is pregnant with my child. What will happen to my son if you force us out?" Fong Shixiang was pleading with Gao Gongqiang. "I'm pregnant. I'm a pregnant woman. You can't treat pregnant women like this. We also have a young child." He Ligia shouted loudly. Suddenly, everything fell silent. Fong Manru was even more ashamed and furious. Talking about these messy family scandals, every family has some. But it's like underwear, no matter how bad it is, you don't show it to others. Now, the situation with Fong Shixiang and He Ligia has exposed Fong Manru's secrets and thrown them in her face. How could she not feel ashamed and angry? She didn't care about her foolish father's actions or his betrayal of her mother and other women. She had known about these things long ago, but she wouldn't be hysterical like her mother. Instead, she used these events as bargaining chips. The more trouble he caused, the stronger her position. Even the affairs of Fong Shixiang and He Ligia she had already sensed before leaving that household. But she didn't stop it. In fact, she let it happen to gain more leverage. She knew very well that her father could never have children. When she was young, she gave him medicine so that he would only have her as his daughter for his whole life. She didn't expect that, at this moment, his scandal would be exposed in such a way, which was simply terrible. But this was not the worst part. Then, Gao Gongqiang angrily shouted, "Just you?
Heartless people.
Cut the meat from your wife's thigh. You bunch of animals, eating your aunt's meat. If we don't beat you to death, it would be good enough, and why keep you alive? When he said this, Zhang Zixing and Zhang Haohui's faces changed. The younger generation was shocked, eyes wide open, hands covering their mouths to prevent themselves from vomiting. Such things, in any era, are extremely evil. Absolutely unacceptable. This is a huge challenge to human nature. The Zhang family could never have a daughter-in-law like this. Zhang Zixing said in a deep voice, Fang Manhwa, your marriage with Haohui needs careful consideration. It must be approved by the entire Zhang family first. Haohui, you need to be more discerning in the future. Be clearer about people. I think you're still young and impulsive. The decision just now should be postponed. Haohui's usually calm face finally changed, and he glared fiercely at Fang Manhwa. She hung her head heavily, not daring to lift it. All her pride as an A-level psychic shattered into pieces at this moment. She hated that foolish father, shameless sister-in-law, and also despised her useless mother. The video kept playing, and it was unclear why the unmanned reconnaissance drone didn't film the main person but instead kept filming these people aggressively until they hid in an empty house. He Lijun, hungry, forced Fang Shixiang to find food. Shixiang searched for a long time but found only a fresh corpse. Just as he was about to cut flesh, the corpse suddenly turned into a zombie. Shixiang was bitten and also turned into a zombie, wandering aimlessly. He Lijun, seeing he hadn't come back for a long time, took Xiaohu out to look for him. They happened to see the wandering zombie Shixiang, and she went over to act cute. The three of them all turned into zombies neatly. Seeing this result, everyone's eyes kept scanning Fang Manhwa. When these three people died, Fang Manhwa's mood slightly improved. At least, in the future, there would be no evidence against her. The drone finished filming these three, then slowly flew toward the designated place. But before it got close, it was smashed into pieces by a vine whip. The Zhang family members froze in place. What is this? Plant warrior? Are there plant warriors here? Plant warriors is the general name for the plants that overwhelm the zombie hordes. These countless, uniquely powerful plants, unseen by machines but witnessed by survivors and soldiers, have spread many stories and legends, causing great shock to people. Some even believe in divine legends and plant worship because of them. But afterward, no matter what methods are used, no information about these plants can be found. It seems as if these plants have disappeared. Now, this honeysuckle vine naturally makes people think of plant warriors. Zhang Zixing sternly asks Fang Manhwa, Fang Manhwa, is that vine a plant warrior? Fang Manhwa feels a headache coming on. She can't be sure. But at this moment, she has to confirm herself. She can't appear useless. Otherwise, she might not become the future lady of the family, and she might not even protect herself.
Yes.
It is. The Zhang family members are shocked again. If plant warriors appear in that neighborhood, what does it mean? What is the relationship between plant warriors and the people there? Haohui, try to recruit Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu, showing our family's greatest sincerity. If they refuse, Zhang Zixing's expression becomes very serious. Then use special methods. Haohui receives the order. Yes.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received farm puzzle pieces 9 and 10, 2 tons of powerful pet food, 99 tons of high-efficiency plant fertilizer. Because your husband twice changed the rules for you, you gained 66 luck points. Zhou Chuchu listens to the system's sign-in sound, counting the energy crystals collected from the last zombie tide outbreak, and feels very happy. Husband, this time we collected 450,000 energy crystals. After absorbing them all, our abilities might reach maximum level.
She shows off to Qin Ziyuan.
Qin Ziyuan admires his wife's bright face because of her pride. Maybe I can improve Chuchu's. I almost could. Zhou Chuchu. I suspect you're showing off. Qin Ziyuan smiles faintly. You're doubting my strength. Zhou Chuchu. Although she doesn't know why, she suddenly feels like flipping the table. Ever since she found out he is her true love, he's been increasingly fond of teasing her. It makes her want to switch sides and turn her true love into her dark love. I really can't understand it. As a young boy, he was so cold and serious. How did he become like this? Choo-choo wife, am I strong? Zhou choo-choo. Choo-choo wife, am I impressive? Zhou choo-choo. Help. He's really such a chatterbox. His cool and bossy image is completely falling apart at her eyes. Just when Zhou choo-choo was about to give her talkative husband a little retort, suddenly the plant sent her a warning signal, showing her a series of images. Seeing the images from the plants, her face changed instantly. In the gathering area of Haishur City, each zone has a dedicated patrol team. The patrol teams work in 2 shifts, day and night, responsible for checking every street and room in their area each day, recording any unusual signs. This careful approach is to prevent zombies. Although the military has set up watch posts, the zones are very large, with nearly 10 million survivors inside. They can't put all the pressure on soldiers to survive, and soldiers need to go out hunting and wandering zombies to keep everyone safe. One patrol team of 5 was walking when suddenly they saw 3 people emerge from a sewer, rushing toward them very quickly.
Zombies.
Zombies. Right away, they sensed something was wrong. These zombies had red bodies, like burning charcoal, giving off heat that almost ignited the air. They ran fast, and there was a burning, rotten smell in the air.
Attack. Attack immediately.
The patrol team reacted quickly. Although they weren't soldiers, they were carefully selected from civilians, with good physical fitness and skills. The officials even equipped them with sharp steel knives and pointed copper pipes, and the team leader had a gun. Seeing the zombies approaching, the team leader fired.
Bang!
A gunshot, hitting the zombie's head directly. But before they could celebrate, the zombie that was shot suddenly inflated like a balloon about to burst.
Boom!
It exploded completely, spewing toxic flames and heat waves that knocked everyone back. Everyone was stunned. This kind of zombie would explode after being attacked. The team leader reacted quickly and called out to the others. Everyone, be careful. Don't get close. It will explode. Hurry, there are 2 more. Run away and take them down. But it was already too late. A fully red zombie suddenly lunged at one of the team members. Boom. With a loud bang, the team member was shattered into pieces amid screams. Because he was very close, the scorching poison fire splashed onto others, instantly burning their flesh and bones apart. The pain from the poison fire was beyond human endurance. Several people collapsed, crying out in pain, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. But once the poison fire touched flesh, it couldn't be extinguished. Soon, they were burned into pools of toxic blood. The team leader also got a drop of poison blood on him. He endured the pain, took out his radio, and reported. New type of explosive zombie appeared on 345th Street in Area 9. They explode when attacked and explode when touched. Very dangerous. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Just after he finished reporting, a fiery zombie lunged at him.
Boom.
After a loud explosion, the poison fire splashed everywhere. From the sewer with its lid lifted, more and more exploding zombies rushed out. Through the plants, Zhou Choo-choo learned about these exploding zombies, and her eyes suddenly widened. New type of explosive zombie. Even in her past life, she had never seen such a thing. In just a few days, these terrifying zombies had evolved, but the alert from the plants indicated that these exploding zombies were only a small part. Underground, unseen by anyone, zombie rats glowing red were rapidly gathering, rushing in groups to a gathering zone below. When 30,000 zombie rats finished assembling, they exploded quickly.
Boom.
A huge explosion sounded like 3 tons of TNT detonating. The ground was instantly torn apart, forming a massive crater with a radius of 300 meters. The terrifying shockwave blew 2 buildings full of people into pieces, killing everyone inside instantly. The aftershock even affected nearby houses, causing loud booms that hurt many people's eardrums. This is an underground explosion caused by zombie rats gathering together. Even more terrifying was the bigger crisis about to happen in the villa area. Under the plant's surveillance, over 10,000 fiery exploding zombies surged toward the villa area like glowing red-hot iron. Below ground, more than 60 million zombie rats converged from all directions, forming a deadly flow of poison fire rushing toward the villa zone. It seemed they wanted to the entire villa area sky-high. This was not just an attack on the villa area, but a revenge against her, against Qin Ziyuan. The tide of corpses, silent for a while, erupted in this form. Zhou Chuchu stood up, her expression cold and serious, with a slightly fierce look on her face. Clearly, if the tens of thousands of explosive zombies and the 60 million zombie rats gathered together and exploded at the same time, the power would be like a nuclear bomb going off. Although the safe house could prevent the blast, the vibrations, shockwaves, and noise would likely cause irreversible harm to her family. She didn't dare to take that risk. She must stop these explosive zombies and rats from exploding, stop this disaster from happening. At the same moment she stood up, Qin Ziyuan also moved. He had somehow learned everything about the current situation. The husband and wife exchanged a meaningful look, understanding each other perfectly without words. Their daughter came out wearing a cute little dress. "Mom, are there scary bad zombies outside?" Her small face was full of worry for her mother. Zhou Chuchu gently touched her soft little face, leaned down, and kissed her with a relaxed smile. "It's okay, sweetheart. Mom will go and chase away the bad zombies." But the little girl was still worried. "But Xiaohong told me those bad zombies are very scary." She tugged at Zhou Chuchu's clothes. "Mom, don't worry. I'll ask Xiaohong, Xiao Green, and Little Wing to help. They and their friends will protect you, and the baby can protect Mom too." Along with Kiki, there was also Limlin. The little one's expression already resembled Qin Ziyuan's about 60 to 70%, especially now, with a serious face and a faint black energy swirling around his body. He didn't speak, but his expression said everything. He wanted to protect Mom, just like Dad, to protect this family and become a brave little man. "Manor, I can't hold back the two kids. They're worried about you." Grandmother Lu Jilin looked a bit apologetic. Her special ability was more supportive and practical, but she also felt the burning tension in the air. Her daughter-in-law asked her to keep the two little ones inside to do homework, but these children were very clever. Zhou Chuchu comforted her with a smile. "Mom, the children are very good. They're really good." How could she blame her mother-in-law for not holding back the little ones? She drew strength from these two children. "Manor, you and that brat go ahead. I'll protect the kids for you," Grandpa Qin Zhuangming said. His ability was that of a super farmer, able to control the power of the earth, and he also sensed something unusual from the ground. He knew what he had to do: protect the children and reassure his son and daughter-in-law. "Mom and Dad, I leave everything here to you." Zhou Chuchu enters the yard, and a thought occurs to her. The branches of the peach wood, honeysuckle vines, and willow trees in the green belt extend toward her. She brushes her hand over their branches and immediately commands them to evolve to their highest potential. "Peachwood, stay here. I command your defense and internal space to be maximized. If I fail to stop the underground zombie mice from gathering, you must leave with the safe house immediately." Old Peachwood solemnly responds, "Understood, my master." Honeysuckle, I command your flexibility and resilience to be maximized. Your two colored flowers have long-range attack effects.
You will fight with me.
Honeysuckle is eager and very excited. "Yes, my beautiful master." Willowwood, I command your branches to turn into chains, becoming sharp soldiers. The willow branches are incredibly tough and will cover a certain area.
You will fight with me.
Willowwood answers in a deep voice, "Yes, my lord." After Zhou Chuchu commands the plants to evolve, all of them undergo dramatic changes. The old peachwood's trunk turns black, with bark resembling dragon scales shining with a metallic luster. Its defense is astonishing, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. Its internal space instantly increases 10,000 times. The entire peach tree glows brightly, like a shining jade-green tree. Honeysuckle branches keep extending, quickly reaching thousands of meters. Its petals become palm-sized, two-colored in gold and silver, swirling and dancing, dazzlingly beautiful. The willow tree becomes like a golden tree, with countless shining branches. The willow branches turn into chains, rolling continuously. The tips are extremely sharp. Once detached from the tree, they become countless golden warriors. All plant warriors, to battle. Zhou Chuchu commands in a serious tone. The plant warriors disguised as ordinary plants in the field respond immediately. They march forward in a mighty procession. Cabbage punchers, scallion throwers, radish snipers, bean shooter, mint trap expert, flaming pumpkin, corn engineer, demon chili, potato wall, angel mushroom. The enchanting rose with blue and yellow stripes, green bougainvillea, blue water lily, electromagnetic sunflower emitting arcs, hurricane calla lily releasing gusts, hypnotic orchid. Headshot flying knife locust tree, serrated swallowship soap pod tree, flying sword blood tree, giant hammer battle rosewood, parasitic acacia, blood red bomb crabapple tree, yellow grenade orange tree, cross-rotating osmanthus, flower fairy purple magnolia, giant crushing persimmon tree, infinite bullet pomegranate tree. As Zhou Chuchu moves, honeysuckle transforms into a staircase of gold and silver, lifting her onto a golden willow tree. The roots of the willow tree were pulled out, causing the tree to suddenly rise 100 meters. The golden roots moved swiftly and lightly, disappearing outside the villa area in just a few seconds. Outside the villa area, Old Feng and Gao Gongqiang were patrolling when suddenly a wave of intense heat swept over them. While the trees had shielded the villa, the temperature in the area had noticeably dropped, allowing patrols even during the day. But this heat wave made everyone feel the high temperature again. Old Feng immediately raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. Through the distorted heat waves, he saw one zombie after another rushing toward them, glowing with strange red light, resembling human-shaped red-hot iron pieces. Old Feng's face changed drastically. Alert! Alert! Zombies spotted. Raise the alarm immediately. Gao Gongqiang took the binoculars, gasped in shock. His temples throbbed rapidly, and his instincts told him that these zombies were not ordinary. Even with his special abilities, if 10 of these zombies attacked him, he would surely die. Unless he abandoned this place and ran away. But he couldn't run. Not only because of his wife, children, and elderly father here, but also because of the family of his benefactor. He was willing to die here rather than leave. These zombies moved extremely fast, emitting red light, gathering in thousands. Even from a distance, they were clearly visible. Other patrol members also saw them. They froze in fear, unable to move. What kind of zombies are those? How can there be such zombies? They looked at each other in disbelief. They had watched zombie movies before and were familiar with zombies. But weren't zombies supposed to just open their mouths and bite, making loud growling sounds with clumsy, twisted movements? Why did these look different? Old Feng's face was unusually serious. He took out a pistol and wiped it carefully. This gun had been with him for many years. Before now, he had never needed to use it, no matter what happened. Until the end of the world and all these events, he finally drew it out and carried it with him. He then carefully loaded a magazine, inserting bullets one by one. When he looked up again, his gaze was calm and steady, as if facing death without fear. Gao Gongqiang clenched his baton tightly, looking ahead with no intention of retreat. Old Feng and Gao Gongqiang's actions deeply shocked the other patrol members. They looked behind them. There were their parents, wives, and children. They could not retreat. After a brief moment of panic, they steadied their weapons. Though their bodies trembled, they refused to step back even half a step. As the terrifying zombies drew closer and closer, it felt as if death itself was about to arrive. The scorching heat had already burned their eyebrows and hair. But suddenly, snowflakes began to fall, melting into water when they touched their faces, cooling the intense heat. The sky and earth were covered with endless snow and frost. Snow and ice? A patrol member, already prepared for death, stretched out his hands, watching the snowflakes melt into icy water in his palms. It was cool and very comfortable. Is it snowing? He looked puzzled and happy. Suddenly, a shadow covered their heads. Two roots suddenly buried themselves over them and quickly moved forward. It was a tree that looked like a golden willow. Then, more shadows crossed over. Large trees. Rustling sounds filled the air. They heard strange noises. On the ground beside them, small vegetable warriors and flower warriors quickly rushed past. They were stunned at first, then burst into joy. Isn't this the army of plants that usually destroys zombies? They actually came to save us. The mighty plant gods. Take down those zombies. From despair to hope, it all happened in an instant. The moment the plant army appeared. They had long heard of these plants' names from various groups, calls and messages from friends and family, and from the main official radio station still working. They knew these plants were here to save them, to control and crush the zombies. They had no doubt that these plants came to rescue them. Only Lao Feng and Gao Gongqiang, who lived closest to Zhou Chuchu, could recognize familiar traces on the golden and silver jasmine, bougainvillea, and multicolored roses. And that yellow willow tree really looked like the 100-year-old willow in the green belt. One answer almost became clear. They looked ahead. Around the willow tree, the snow and ice surged like two ice phoenixes flying into the zombie horde. Their line of sight immediately formed an icy line, freezing the rushing zombies. These exploding zombies seemed to have a small volcano inside them, and frost couldn't hold them for long. Soon, signs of melting appeared on the ice sculptures. Zhou Chuchu didn't hesitate and released the pile of stones hidden in her space. Although she had many plant warriors, she wouldn't let them risk touching the zombies. Instead, these stones were used without hesitation. If they broke, so be it. Chunks of stones rained down. The zombies that hadn't yet melted the snow and ice were struck by the stones, causing violent explosions.
Boom, boom, boom.
The power of the explosion was extremely huge, and the more densely packed the exploding zombies were, the greater and more terrifying the explosion's force became. Thinking of the 60 million exploding zombie rats gathering underground, Zhou Chuchu felt a shiver run down her spine. Willow tree, honeysuckle, you two act immediately to destroy the rats underground. Willow tree gently set her down, and other trees quickly moved to protect her. Willow tree rooted itself underground, with thousands of willow branches like drills piercing into the ground, while honeysuckle's branches sank down along with it. Willow branches shimmered like gold, spreading rapidly underground. When they tracked the exploding zombie rats, they immediately transformed into chains, locking onto them instantly. Honeysuckle's flowers, in silver and gold, froze in silver and withered in gold. Dark, shadowy energy seeped silently into the ground, quietly vanishing these exploding zombie rats. Banyan trees swiftly leapt in the opposite direction of the villa, releasing waves that attracted the zombies. But this time, these exploding zombies were not very attracted to it. Only a few broke away from their original targets and were then shot and killed by the plants from afar. Where Zhou Chuchu's gaze fell, dirt and stones were moved into her space and then thrown toward the zombie horde. Under her command, the plants also tried to attack from a distance as much as possible. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over, joining the fight by dropping dirt and stones from the sky or unleashing gusts of wind blades.
Boom, boom.
A series of loud explosions erupted, deafening to hear. When the explosions were too loud, shockwaves spread out, and plants threw up protective shields to cover Zhou Chuchu. The exploding zombies on the ground were easier to handle since their targets were clear. A wave of attacks could take them down. Though it created big craters and sent dirt and stones flying, causing shockwaves that shattered the ground and buildings several miles away, there was little actual damage. The nearby residents were either dead or had moved to gathering areas. But the underground exploding zombie rats were much harder to deal with. Willow tree and honeysuckle, having pushed their potential to the limit, had indeed become much stronger, but faced with 60 million exploding zombie rats, they still felt powerless and lacked effective control methods. The dark, shadowy energy, after destroying hundreds of thousands of zombie rats, also temporarily disappeared due to exhaustion. Killing the rats was easy. The hard part is how to wear down their explosive power. It's like trying to dissipate or counteract 60 million tons of TNT explosions. Much more difficult than just killing the rats. Big sister-in-law. At this moment, Song Hui quickly rushed over, arm clutching someone, moving as fast as lightning. The sound came from the person he was holding, Ji Feining. Ji Feining waved a black box in her hand and loudly said, "Big sister-in-law, the eldest brother asked me to deliver this box. Quickly, let your plants mimic this box, then have them send it underground. This way, the explosive energy can be transferred away." Zhou Chuchu knew her army of plants had an incredible ability to mimic roots, even capable of copying modern weapons. But could this mysterious black box be mimicked? Her doubt only lasted a second in her mind before she found the answer. Yes. Definitely yes. Since her husband asked Ji Feining to deliver the black box, it meant her plants could do it. He never did anything without confidence, especially when it concerned the safety of their family. Just trust him. She took the box in her hands and instantly connected with her plants. Countless roots reached out to the black box. In the next second, the plants began to mimic plant boxes. These plant boxes detached from their roots, wrapped in roots, and were driven deep underground, placed all around the villa area. Ji Feining watched this scene with admiration, fully convinced of her favorite couple pairing. This is what a married couple is like. Such complete trust. When the eldest brother handed her the box, he said nothing, no unnecessary words or explanations, and then disappeared. The eldest sister-in-law immediately took action upon receiving the box, moving decisively and efficiently, without even asking a question. This way, just before the zombie rat swarm gathered beneath the villa, all the boxes were properly placed. Zhou Chuchu viewed the underground scene through her plant perspective. After 60 million of them gathered one by one, they exploded, forming a terrifying flood of explosions 18 meters wide and 345 meters long. The power of the blasts kept stacking, even vaporizing the soil layers underground at this moment. Just as their power reached its peak, suddenly, the plant boxes opened. The open boxes seemed to connect to unknown places, generating enormous attraction. In an instant, the explosive force was divided into countless parts, stored inside the boxes. Once the boxes closed, this power was transmitted to an unknown location. This explosion, capable of destroying a city and completely blowing away the villa community, was quietly and silently resolved. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds came from the sky. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and faint black lightning was released. Zhou Chuchu sensed something and suddenly looked up at the sky.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The clouds roared as if bombs were exploding inside them. But since they didn't explode all at once, it just sounded like thunder. The damage was greatly reduced. Drip, drip, drip. Splash, splash. What should have been a scorching hot day with no rain for a year suddenly turned into a heavy downpour. This rain came at the perfect time, very timely. At this moment, many people saw the heavy rain and happily rushed out of their houses, cheering and celebrating in the rain. Their joy was so strong that they couldn't hold it back, even though the rain was a bit hot. They didn't care. In the villa area, everyone ran out, getting soaked and shouting happily, running around in the rain. They didn't know they had just faced a dangerous situation, but they felt the uneasy, burning heat in the air. So they stayed inside. Now that the rain was pouring down heavily, they couldn't help but come out and get soaked.
Rain.
It's raining. Wow, finally it's raining. This rain is so good, so perfect. We are saved. People's cheers mixed with the thunder from the sky. Soon, after getting tired from jumping and shouting in the rain, they went back inside to watch the rain continue. The rain kept falling, and the thunder kept flashing in the sky. The continuous roar was unending. But at this moment, almost everyone thought that these sounds were the most beautiful sounds in the world. The heavy rain lasted for 8 hours, and the thunder roared for the same amount of time. Thanks to this rain, the intense heat was greatly reduced. When the rain stopped and the sky cleared, everyone even went outside to walk around and enjoy the rare coolness. Zhou Chuchu returned home to wait. The plants had already taken advantage of the heavy rain, which blurred everyone's view, and happily returned to their original spots. After the thunderstorm disappeared, Qin Ziyuan appeared at home. He looked a bit out of breath, his hair messy as if blown by the strong wind. Zhou Chuchu immediately ran to him and hugged him tightly. Husband. The pressure he endured was comparable to a powerful explosion, like 60 million tons of TNT or a 270,000-ton nuclear bomb. How much stress and risk did he bear? No one knew. Chuchu. It's okay. Qin Ziyuan gently stroked her back, his face slightly pale, with a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment when Zhou Chuchu wasn't paying attention, he wiped it away. Zhou Chuchu shivered slightly and suddenly looked up. Her worry and concern were obvious, and her care was very direct. Husband, are you hurt? I have healing medicine and some special energy cores. She quickly took out the healing medicine and a bunch of energy cores. Her hands trembled, and she was very scared. The scene of him being hurt in her past life was vivid in her mind. The more she understood him, the more she knew how much pain he was enduring. If it were him, she dared not think further. She couldn't think at all. Qin Ziyuan held her hand, his voice deep and strong, soothing her panicked heart. Chuchu, I am not that weak. It's just a small injury, a little rest will do. If you're really worried about me, then stay with me more. Under Qin Ziyuan's comfort, Zhou Chuchu's heart calmed down. But she still insisted that he take the healing medicine and absorb the energy cores.
Dad. Mom.
Two little ones rushed out and threw themselves into their parents' arms. Looking down, two pairs of bright eyes looked at them with full admiration and trust. Dad, Mom, we also fought just now. Unfortunately, there were too many bad zombies, and the kids ran out of energy. The two little ones looked a bit disappointed. Not being able to help their parents made them very sad. Zhou Chuchu's heart softened instantly, as soft as mud. She gently touched their small faces and hands and said seriously, sweethearts, you did a great job. Chi-Chi's little bird friends helped Mom a lot. Lilin's psychic power is also super amazing. Zhou Chuchu looked at Linlin. His energy was still in an unawakened state, but he could control such psychic power to help her, which was truly incredible. This crisis of the explosion seemed to be temporarily over. But for some reason, she felt an inexplicable unease. It seemed there was a bigger crisis brewing and gathering strength. That night, after falling asleep, an unfamiliar plant consciousness suddenly entered her mind and showed her a few images. It was these images that made her, who was usually a deep sleeper, wake up instantly. In the images, countless exploding zombie rats and exploding zombies from all over the country gathered in Haishur, their numbers, more than trillions. The series of explosive floods stretched for dozens to hundreds of miles, with widths spanning several miles. Each one was at least as large as the one they had dealt with before. They moved underground, causing the magma in the mantle to gather toward Haishur. Haishur seemed to float on a sea of countless explosive floods, very dangerous. Once these floods converged successfully, the combined power of the explosions and magma eruptions could surely send the entire city into the sky. At that moment, no one would be able to escape this disaster. How can this happen? This was a disaster her previous life had never experienced. It seemed that the course of history had completely gone off track since her rebirth. But she had no time to figure out the reasons behind this. She had to act immediately. Now, she had two plans. The first plan was the simplest. Use Peachwood to build a protective house, gather the plants on the farm, and then just run away quickly. It was the easiest and simplest option. Anyway, her space was stocked with plenty of supplies, and with Peachwood and a secure shelter. Unless a giant meteor hit the Earth, her family would definitely survive. The second plan was much more complicated and troublesome. Wife Chuchu, what's wrong? Qin Ziyuan had opened his deep, starry eyes the moment she woke up. eyes that shimmered with a faint red glow now and then. He wiped the sweat from Zhou Chuchu's forehead, waiting for her to answer. Zhou Chuchu immediately told her husband everything about the strange plants and the images she had seen. Hearing this, Qin Ziyuan's expression slightly darkened, and the red glow in his eyes became more obvious. In her previous life, Zhou Chuchu would have been terrified of his red eyes, but now she only felt reassured. Half a minute later, Qin Ziyuan retracted the red glow from his eyes. Within 2 days at most, Haishur will be completely destroyed by the underground explosion. Chuchu, do you have any ideas? If you want to save Haishur, then Zhou Chuchu covered his mouth firmly, shaking her head. No matter how powerful you are, there are limits. Such an underground explosion cannot be stopped by human strength.
I don't want you to take that risk.
Does she want him to risk his life to protect Haishur?
No.
Absolutely not. She wouldn't gamble with his life. Moreover, during the explosion under the villa, he transferred the energy into the sky, releasing it into the clouds to minimize the damage. But this time, the flood was too large, too massive, many times bigger than under the villa. No matter how capable Qin Ziyuan was, how could he possibly exhaust himself? Would he not pay a price? Qin Ziyuan held her hand and gently kissed it. How do you want to handle this? Zhou Chuchu spoke clearly and confidently. Notify General Qian Qingyu about the flood gathering. She couldn't do more than that. Informing him was her best effort. Whether General Qian believes it or plans to move people, she couldn't control that. Qin Ziyuan's eyes held a smile. All right, I will take care of this.
Yes.
Zhou Chuchu felt assured. She immediately went to wake her parents and started preparing for the move. Mom and Dad. She told her parents, who were very shocked at first but quickly reacted. They started packing up, bringing in various preserved vegetables, dried fish, and cured meats from outside. Zhou Chuchu also acted quickly, communicating with the evolved plants in Haishur via her mind, gathering them all to her. During this time, Zhou Chuchu worked to improve the farm by planting various Haishur plants, using her plant control abilities to stimulate their evolution, watering them with her supernatural water. Most of these plants had already evolved, and those that hadn't stayed in the farm as food and materials. With a call, all the plants gathered around her. Thinking about how Haishur would completely disappear in the upcoming explosion flood, Zhou Chuchu went outside and collected large stones, collapsed buildings, and abandoned cars, things useful for smashing zombies. Maybe they could even be used to hit people. During the move, she knew they might encounter unforeseen dangers, so being prepared was always wise. For example, these stones could be very useful this time. She really wanted to store the neighborhood, rivers, parks, and iconic buildings of Haishur in her infinite storage space, but she had tried and failed. She could only regretfully give up. Back at the neighborhood, she gathered Lao Feng, Gao Gongqiang, Zhao Baoxing, and Kong Banshuo, and straightforwardly said, "The underground zombie rat explosion in Haishur has formed a massive flood. Once it gathers, the resulting explosion will up the entire city. We're planning to leave Haishur. Are you coming with us, or do you have other plans?" At first, the four didn't believe her. What kind of explosion could up a super city like Haishur? It was hard to believe, beyond imagination. Their minds were buzzing, but Kong Banshuo reacted the fastest. Is it the same explosion from today? Clearly, as an A-level planner, she had excellent judgment and quickly linked today's explosion to Zhou Chuchu's warning. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Yes, but the exploding zombies gathering underground are 1,000,000,000 times more dangerous than during the day. The four of them gasped in shock, and Old Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Girl, how many times?" I didn't hear clearly. How many times? Old Feng's hands trembled, and Zhao Baoxing, Gao Gongqiang, and Kong Banshu's faces turned ghostly pale. 1,000,000,000 times? Did I hear wrong? It should be just one time, right? But if it really is just one time, she could have handled it herself. Why would she need to leave Haishur? They found it hard to believe that answer, but it also seemed the most likely one. Uncle Feng, it's 1,000,000,000 times, with 8 zeros after it. The four of them trembled. Uncle Feng lowered his head, Kong Banshu hugged her sleeping child tightly, Gao Gongqiang clenched his teeth with a loud grinding sound, and Zhao Baoxing looked worried, like a caring doctor. They all kept silent, clearly unable to accept this fact right now. "I'll give you one night to think about whether to come with me," Zhou Chuchu said, then turned to leave. "Miss Zhou," Kong Banshu called her back, "I'll go with you." "No need for a whole night. I've already decided. I will go with you." Zhou Chuchu was a bit surprised by Kong Banshu's decisiveness. "Think carefully. If you come with me, I can't guarantee I can protect you. If we face an impossible crisis, I might be the first to abandon you," she said. But Kong Banshu looked tightly at her sleeping child, and when she met her gaze, she let out a bitter smile. "In this end of the world, isn't everyone like that? There's nothing to say. If you could tell me in advance, it would be you, Tualu." Zhu Chuchu took a step and left. When she got home, she posted the news about the exploding zombie horde in the residents' group chat, then lay down to continue resting. She gave 4 people, Old Feng, Gao Gongqiang, Kong Banshuo, and Zhao Baoxing, a chance, out of a small sense of kindness. How they would choose was not something she could control, nor would she try to influence them. As for the others in the group, she simply notified them once, doing her best, but she would not take them along. After she shared this news, the residents' group chat immediately became lively, with different reactions. At Zhu Chuchu, "Come out and explain yourself. What do you mean? Are you asking us to leave our homes and abandon Haishur? What's your real plan? What's this about exploding zombies? That's just alarmist talk. I will never leave here. This neighborhood is a good place, with trees blocking the wind. It's not so hot anymore, and I've even planted a garden with vegetables. I will never leave." At Zhu Chuchu, "Are you trying to trick us into leaving so you can bring your friends and family here? Nice plan you have. This neighborhood is protected by plant warriors and is the safest place. I won't go anywhere no matter what. Whoever wants to leave can leave." At Zhu Chuchu, "You said there's such a terrible explosion. Do you have proof? Show us the evidence." "Everyone, I think Zhu Chuchu isn't lying. We saw the defenses at her house. She has a good home. Why would she want ours? Did everyone hear the explosion outside the neighborhood today? Did you see the plant warriors in action? I believe what she said is true." Most people didn't want to believe Zhu Chuchu's words. They instinctively thought she was trying to trick them into giving up their lucky spot. Some even demanded she show proof. But a few clear-headed individuals believed her and started preparing. Early the next morning, Haishur suddenly experienced a citywide power and water outage. Everyone's phones were turned to maximum signal, even those who owed money and had their service cut off. On all screens, TVs and phones, scrolling news appeared with a red exclamation mark. "Attention, everyone! Attention! A trillion zombie explosion is gathering beneath Haishur. In at most 2 days, the gathering will be complete. Once it's done, a super explosion will occur, equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 10,000 nuclear bombs. Immediately gather essential survival supplies, leave your homes, and evacuate outside Haishur." Upon waking, Zhou Chuchu saw the news and immediately knew that Qin Ziyuan had informed General Qian Qingyu. The other side quickly took action, constantly scrolling messages with images and warnings aimed to reach everyone. The largest population escape in Haishur had begun. She went outside to the villa area. Those who had previously refused to leave now came out one by one, starting to run for their lives. "Hurry, catch up with the main military forces. They have vehicles that can take us away." "Oh my, this is so scary." Zhou Chuchu's words turned out to be true. "I'm so scared. I left without packing anything. Luckily, I listened to her and packed some things, but even so, I can't take much. It's a shame to leave such a good place. My family's assets in Haishur. But now, family assets are not important. Saving our lives is the most important thing." Outside the villas, Kong Banshui packed a bag and carried it on his back, with his child secured in a front carrier. Gao Gongqiang, his wife, their child, and elderly father carried essential supplies and waited hand in hand. Zhao Baoxing's wife and children also carried supplies. Zhao Baoxing held a special ginseng essence pearl and important data he had researched recently. Old Feng and Xiao Dai carried supplies too, both armed. Gao Gongqiang was the first to speak. Our family will follow you. Where you go, we go. Like Kong Banshui, if we encounter unavoidable disaster, you can abandon us. Our lives are given by you, and we are willing to return them anytime. Zhao Baoxing said, Miss Zhou, I want to join the official forces. I still need to continue my research. Only the official organization can provide better conditions. But my words still count. I will give you all my research results in the future. Zhao Baoxing's choice didn't surprise Zhou Chuchu. As he said, the official organization would definitely value him and give him the best research environment. Because his special ability is an S-rank medical breakthrough, only with a bigger platform can he maximize his talents. If one day, Miss Zhou, you establish a base, I promise I will travel a long way to join you, Zhao Baoxing said. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Old Feng said, Daughter, Xiao Dai and I plan to follow Dr. Zhao to the official organization. First, to protect his family, and second, Old Feng's eyes sparkled with eager hope. He is a retired soldier. Now, with humanity facing great danger, his long-suppressed ambitions and heroic spirit have awakened. Uncle Feng, no need to say more. Zhou Chuchu handed him the prepared gun and ammunition, then gave him a bottle of health potion. This gun is for self-defense. As for this potion, trust me, you should drink it. Old Feng took the potion without hesitation and drank it. He then took the gun from Zhou Chuchu's hand, his eyes slightly moist. Zhou Chuchu said to Kong Banshu and Gao Gongqiang, Come inside. Kong Banshu and Gao Gongqiang's family entered the yard, and the fence slowly closed. Old Feng and Zhao Baoxing immediately followed the crowd, heading toward Qian Qingyu's group. Soon, the villa community was completely empty.
Mom.
Two little children ran out of the house, with little Tiger right behind them. Are we leaving now? The children sensed the tense atmosphere and understood they had to leave. Yes, we're leaving. Zhou Chuchu nodded. She looked at Qin Ziyuan, who had come out. My people are already arranged. Don't worry, Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan understood her thoughts and the meaning behind her glance. Seeing that Zhou Chuchu hadn't moved yet, Kong Banshu became a bit anxious. Miss Zhou, let's leave now. It's getting late, and we won't make it in time. She thought Zhou Chuchu was worried about her safe house. Indeed, the safe house was sturdy, but unfortunately, they couldn't take everything with them. That would have made their safety much better. But there was no other way. What a pity. Inside, there was a generator and a house. However, the Qin family, from the elderly to the children, had no plans to gather supplies and escape. Did they have a car? Were the supplies all in the car? Gao Gongqiang's family was also confused. Normally, Zhou Chuchu wouldn't be so reckless. Were they planning to drag everyone along? They couldn't figure it out, just couldn't understand. What puzzled them even more was that Zhou Chuchu didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went inside and dragged out two large tents, camping tents, quite spacious, about 5 square meters, enough for sleeping. If set up, they could even put a table inside.
Kong Banshu?
Gao Gongqiang. They were stunned. Not only was she not leaving, but she was giving them 2 tents? What did this mean? The tents were good, but not essential supplies. Carrying them was also troublesome.
There's still some time.
You can set up the tents now, and later, you can rest inside them, Zhou Chuchu instructed. Kong Banshe and Gao Gongqiang still do not understand what Zhou Chuchu is up to. Despite their many doubts and feeling very anxious, they follow Zhou Chuchu's instructions and start setting up the tents. Fortunately, these tents are very easy to assemble. Gao Gongqiang and his father quickly set up 2 tents. All right, you can go inside now, Zhou Chuchu said, leading her child and husband into the villa. Kong Banshe and Gao Gongqiang are completely confused. What does this mean? Why are they not leaving but instead going into the tents? Is this to have a safe place after they pass away? Though confused, Kong Banshe still grits her teeth and enters the tent. Gao Gongqiang's family look at each other in surprise. Seeing her go inside, They also enter the tent. Just as they are filled with questions, they suddenly feel as if their bodies are lifting off. The sensation is very brief, almost instant. When they realize what is happening, they find themselves in an open space surrounded by wooden walls on all sides. The villa belonging to Zhou Chuchu also appears here, along with the entire yard and a large green area outside the yard. Then, the wooden walls begin to change, revealing several windows and 2 doors. Through the windows, they can see outside. It's an empty area that used to belong to Zhou Chuchu's villa and the green space. It seems they are still in the same place, but what exactly is this place? They are completely confused. Where is this? How can there be such a place? Where are we? They are very surprised. They should be somewhere high up, but they look around and cannot figure out where they are. Suddenly, there is a slight shake, but it quickly stabilizes, like sitting on a train moving smoothly. Kong Banxue and Gao Gongqiang are just wondering about this when the door to Zhou Chuchu's house opens. 2 children run out quickly, followed by Little Tiger and a group of small birds. They run to the window of the wooden wall to look outside.
Wow, our house is flying.
We are in the air. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, come see. Our house is flying. Qin Zhuangming, Lu Zhilin, Zhou Chuchu, and Qin Ziyuan all come out. At this moment, the wooden wall changes again and the wooden door opens, revealing a viewing platform. The family walks onto the viewing platform. The viewing platform is about 3 meters above the ground. The peach tree has been uprooted, with its roots shaped like 6 wheels, rolling at a small car's speed as it drives out of the community. I've lived here half my life, and now I have to leave. Lu Zhilin sighed with deep sadness, unable to hide her feelings. Leaving is fine. As long as our family is together, anywhere can be home, Qin Zhuangming comforted his wife. You're good at cooking, I can farm. We can support our family wherever we go, he added. Zhou Chuchu looked deeply at the villa community. Together, she had spent 12 years here. Claiming she had no feelings would be a lie. But even with feelings, she knew she had to let go. Goodbye, Haisher. Goodbye forever. Qin Ziyuan held his wife's hand. This cold, aloof man, who rarely spoke sweet words, gave her a serious promise. Chuchu, I will give you a beautiful home, he said. Zhou Chuchu suddenly looked at Qin Ziyuan and stared at him for a long time. After a moment, she nodded firmly, okay. She knew, she had always known, that Qin Ziyuan rarely made promises, but once he did, he would keep them. Wow, brother. I can catch the wind. Look, look. Chi-Chi giggled happily, reaching out her small hand as if trying to catch the wind. This is so fun. Our peach tree can drive. Linlin looked amazed. The children's laughter eased the sadness of parting. Kong Banshu and Gao Gongqiang also arrived at the viewing platform. Their faces still showed surprise, but a huge joy was evident. Even the slowest person could tell this was Zhou Chuchu's doing. This is amazing. Truly amazing. We're actually inside the trunk of a peach tree. From the outside, it looked like a large peach tree, just big enough for 2 or 3 people to hug. But inside, the space was enormous, large enough to farm dozens of acres. It was incredible. Kong Banshu was completely convinced, looking at Zhou Chuchu as if she were a deity. She had never felt more certain that she had made the right decision. Gao Gongqiang's family was also stunned. Looking at Zhou Chuchu's family, they felt a reverence like that for a divine being. It was too powerful, too unbelievable. The branches and leaves of the peach tree covered the viewing platform, keeping it cool even in the scorching heat outside. But after a while, everyone grew tired of looking at the outside world. The once prosperous Haisher now looked like a ruined city. Everywhere are broken eaves and crumbling walls, abandoned vehicles scattered around, and roads damaged by sporadic explosions caused by zombies. There are also broken bodies turned into dry bones by the intense heat. Occasionally, wandering zombies appear again. Haisher is experiencing a full-scale mass escape. The refugees are divided into 2 groups. One follows the government, led by General Qian Qingyu, organized to escape quickly. They travel light, abandoning tanks, and use armored vehicles for protection. High-mobility tactical trucks carry the elderly, the sick, and the disabled. The younger, stronger individuals walk with other soldiers. The second group consists of civilians fleeing on their own. They drive fast jeeps, high-clearance SUVs, or even buses. Most are walking. Soon, both groups gather and move forward together. But the journey is difficult due to traffic jams, severe road damage, and sudden attacks by exploding zombies. When traffic is too heavy, people have to abandon their vehicles and walk. They can only carry the most important belongings, leaving the rest behind. A young couple, recently married, with hopeful faces, are among them. Despite the heat and zombies, their faces still show hope. But the terrifying explosions threatening to destroy Haishur turn their hope into despair, filling them with fear and confusion about the future. The woman opens jewelry boxes, reluctant to part with gold and jade bracelets and a thick wedding photo album. This is the gold bracelet my parents gave me when we got married. It weighs 66 grams, symbolizing smooth sailing ahead, she says. This is a gold lock my sister gave me, hoping I lock in happiness, she continues. And this, she adds, holding a jade bracelet from her best friend, was a gift from my best friend. Suddenly, she puts down the jewelry and grabs the wedding photo album. But a pair of hands reach over and take the album away, placing it in the car. They put a bag of instant noodles in her arms. Let's go. Now is the most important. These gold and silver things. When we settle down, when the disaster is over, when the world gets better, I will earn more for you, buy you more, the man says, offering her comfort. She dares not speak her doubts, holding his hand tightly as they walk forward. Not far away, a middle-aged couple is also packing what they can from the trunk of their car. Both are filled with frustration and fear, and they occasionally argue loudly. The woman mutters, "These homework assignments must be taken everywhere. The child's studies can't be interrupted." The man angrily replies, "What time is it now? And you're still thinking about doing homework? Are you crazy?" The woman retorts fiercely and brings up old issues. "You're the one who's crazy. What have you done all these years? Have you ever cared about the child's studies? The child's grades are terrible." The man gets even angrier. "I work all day at the company, earning money. Isn't that enough? And you, staying at home doing chores and helping the kid, you're not even good at that." Hurt by his words, the woman breathes quickly and glares angrily at him. "So, you're secretly seeing that woman from your company? You dislike me, don't you? Who said they'd support me for life? You ungrateful person, you traitor." The man looks a little worried but quickly calms down because he knows she can't do anything even if she finds out. Instead, he uses this to blame her. "It's because you're lazy, not feminine enough. After having the baby, you've gained weight. It's disgusting to look at you." The woman angrily rushes at him, and they start fighting, knocking the homework all over the floor. The child sitting in the car screams in fear, but neither parent hears. The child opens the door and runs away alone, and the couple doesn't notice. Farther away, beside an abandoned car, an elderly person with a weak body asks his son to carry him on his back. The son agrees and carries his mother. The son feels his back get wet. It's tears from his mother. "Mom, don't cry. Don't worry. Even if I carry you, I will take you away." The old woman wipes her tears but smiles. "All right, put me down. I want to rest for a bit. I just remembered when you were little, how I carried you through the night. I sang you a song back then. Do you remember?" The son nods. "Yes, I remember. I will sing it for you." With a big red flower on my head, wearing a red coat, we went back to my parents' house. Left hand holding a chicken, right hand holding a duck, and a chubby baby on my back, so chubby. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Mom," in his singing, the old woman suddenly hits a rock with her head. She smiles as she passes away. Once again, an elderly man pleads with his son and daughter-in-law, "Please, don't leave me behind. I'm so old. I don't have many years left. I just want to die peacefully beside you." The son and daughter-in-law quickly pack food into the car. Only the grandson occasionally looks at him. Finally, the grandson can't hold back. "Mom, Dad, take Grandpa with you. The daughter-in-law angrily slaps the grandson's face. Take him? Take him? You want us to raise him? We can't do anything, and he still needs food and water. These are vital supplies, and you want to give them to him? The son doesn't say anything, but his silence says everything. The old man feels sad for his grandson. Hey, don't hit the child. Don't hit him. All right, you should go now, go. The hope in the old man's eyes disappears. The daughter-in-law pulls the grandson's hand, her face pale with anger, and says to him, Dad, don't blame us for being cruel. We want to take you with us, but as you can see, our food isn't enough to support the whole family. The future. Who knows if there will be one? After saying this, she yanks the grandson's hand hard and leaves. The son also follows. The old man stays alone, waiting in place. Soon, the son returns. His eyes rekindle with hope, but he only hands the old man a pack of instant noodles. Dad, this is all I can give you. The old man silently takes the noodles, remaining quiet. Similar things happen everywhere. The peach tree avoids the main crowd and moves quickly. When on flat roads, it uses six-wheel drive. On rough terrain, its roots spread out to walk. It crosses water, climbs mountains. Except for temporarily being unable to fly, there's nowhere it can't go. The peach tree is still communicating with Zhou Chuchu. My great master. My intelligence has evolved to manage other evolved plants, helping them develop tactics for more efficient battles. If you could feed me some knowledge of military strategy, I could do even better. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu immediately throws her stored books, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Sun Bin's Strategies, Wu Qi's Military Treatise, the Tai by Yin Jing, and many others, towards it. Unaware at the time, her casual act would unleash a future terrifying creature of military strategy that would strike fear into enemies. After receiving these strategy books, the peach tree eagerly begins to learn, often sighing with admiration. Human wisdom truly amazes me, old tree, after 100 years. That's amazing. This plan is really great. Let me see. This strategy is truly impressive and eye-opening. Wow. Incredible. I truly admire human wisdom in fighting. It's the best among all races. Old Peach Tree, caught up in a state of intense learning, slowed down a bit and soon encountered someone fleeing. Look, there's a running peach tree. There's a door and windows on the peach tree. Could there be someone inside? This is so amazing. People who saw this were very surprised. That's normal, since many paths out of the city are crowded with people. Seeing a running peach tree naturally sparks curiosity. However, many escapees had seen plant warriors fighting zombies before. Although they were surprised by this rushing peach tree, it wasn't as shocking as in the end-of-world times. Most people are focused on escaping, so even though they found the peach tree startling, they didn't react strongly. Some tried to hug the tree to use it as a shelter, but the air shield created by the old peach tree pushed them away, leaving everyone confused. By noon, more and more people gathered on the same road. Even if they didn't choose main roads, the number of travelers increased in certain areas. At noon, the outside temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, so everyone rested where they were. The peach tree was tired too, with its roots buried in the soil to recover. Smart people sat under the tree's canopy to stay in the shade. Thanks to yesterday's heavy rain, the temperature dropped a bit, or we couldn't have kept going. What is this world coming to? It's like life isn't meant for us. Just thinking about the 10,000 nuclear bombs about to explode makes my heart freeze. That's not just 10,000 bombs, it's countless zombie explosions.
Sigh, it's almost the same.
Anyway, normal people can't survive this. Only by evolving into supernatural beings can we survive. Those superhumans are so powerful. Humans are not quite human anymore, and plants are not quite plants. Look at that peach tree behind us. It can actually pull out its roots and run on the ground. If this had happened before, I would have fainted from shock. That's a plant warrior, right? Have you noticed? Along this road, everything is bare. No trees except some weeds, and even the taller trees are gone. Maybe they sensed the danger and ran away too. As they talked, everyone took out water and food to recharge. They didn't dare eat much, just staying half full. Some ran quickly or had their food and water stolen, so they had to endure hunger. Zhou Chu brought back the plants, but couldn't use them to monitor the underground situation. However, she had water powers and could sense the movement of moisture in the air. The temperature outside is dropping, but the evaporation of moisture is speeding up. Could it be that the underground exploding zombies are absorbing heat? Everyone thought the recent heavy rain lowered the temperature, which was partly true, but not completely accurate. The rain only lowered the temperature by a degree or two. Such a big drop in temperature might be because those exploding zombies are absorbing heat and gathering it, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Qin Ziyuan looked at his wife with admiration. Chu, you're right. Once the sea city explodes, it will become a real fire city, and the temperature in other areas will drop quickly. Hearing this from Qin Ziyuan, Zhou Chu was very surprised. If that happens, wouldn't the cold arrive early? If the heat is so terrifying, what about the cold? Manhwa, come over and eat something. Her mother-in-law's call pulled her out of her thoughts. Forget it. No matter what the future holds, live well in the present. Lu Jilin was in a bad mood. She made steamed fungus with vermicelli, homemade tofu, and preserved egg and pork congee. She ate little during the meal and kept glancing outside with a look of sympathy. But she didn't say anything after all. Zhou Chu understood her well. Unless her heart was made of iron, it was hard not to be affected emotionally. But her mother-in-law was very considerate and would never criticize their stored supplies or small vegetable plots. The two little kids couldn't hide their thoughts and looked gloomy, unable to finish their meals. Mom and Dad, those people are so pitiful. Mom and Dad, can we help them? Zhou Chu and Qin Ziyuan exchanged a glance. A heartfelt reminder sounded, and Qin Ziyuan nodded at her. Zhou Chu sighed. She tried her best to prevent the children from realizing how cruel the end of the world was, but since they were born into it, they couldn't be too innocent. This day would come eventually. They would have to face it someday. Zhou Chu bent down and held the hands of the two children. Of course, we can help them, but our help should go to those who truly need it. If we can't tell who deserves help, we should first ensure our own safety before doing anything. The children seemed to understand, but also didn't fully grasp it. Still, they remembered her words deeply. Then let's go help them now. Zhou Chu waved her hand, and a large bag of food appeared on the ground, filled with instant noodles, chips, and other quick snacks. Let's go, darling. We're going out. Zhou Chu held the child's hand and walked out. Her parents-in-law understood her intention. Although they felt sad, they did not stop her. Zhou Chu, holding the child in one hand and carrying a big bag of food in the other, had just come out when Kong Banshuo and Gao Gongqiang's family immediately came over to greet her. Miss Zhou, Madam Qin. Zhou Chu nodded to them. Seeing that Kong Banshuo wasn't holding the child, she asked casually, "Is the child asleep?" Kong Banshuo quickly nodded, smiling. Yes, sleeping soundly. Inside the peach orchard, the temperature was just right, and a faint sweet peach aroma filled the air. The child was sleeping peacefully. She felt very lucky that, with Zhou Chu, she didn't have to endure the heat and the panic of fleeing like other children outside. That would surely leave shadows and pain in their growth. Gao Gongqiang's child wasn't sleeping. He was wide awake, looking around curiously with big eyes. His lively spirit showed that the space inside the peach tree was very nourishing for children. Madam Qin, thank you. Thank you for giving our family such a good living environment. Gao Gongqiang's wife was a round-faced woman, looking kind and gentle. Although she was older than Zhou Chu, her face was full of respect and admiration for her. Zhou Chu said, "No need to thank me. If I need your help, I will ask." Gao Gongqiang's wife nodded vigorously. "Yes, Madam Qin. If you need anything, just ask." Gao Gongqiang's father, who was not very talkative, greeted them briefly, then started cleaning the yard, trimming the withered branches of the plants. Surprisingly, the plants seemed willing to be manipulated by him. Gao Gongqiang was quite perceptive. When he saw the large bag Zhou Chu was carrying, he immediately reached out to take it. Zhou Chu didn't say anything, and led the two children outside. She pushed open the peach tree door, which kindly formed steps for her to descend. As she opened the door, the people resting under the peach tree looked over at her and the children. They never expected that from this peach tree, a beautiful woman and such a lovely child would emerge. Zhou Chu and the children seemed to radiate light, clean, tidy, and delicate, completely out of place in the post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. There are many different kinds of gazes: shock, amazement, admiration, curiosity, envy, jealousy, and resentment. Whispers also start to spread. There's actually someone living inside this peach tree. I knew it was strange. There are doors and windows on the tree. I didn't expect anyone to live there. But how is that possible? This peach tree is only about 2 or 3 people wide. How can 4 people live inside? Even in the end times, with zombies appearing and plant warriors emerging, our city might be destroyed. Nothing seems impossible anymore. They seem to be living quite comfortably inside the peach tree. I wonder if we can go in too? Stop showing off, you shameless person. What's so special about you? Living so well yourself, yet you don't feel sorry for us. Let us in. You're so selfish. The children, faced with so many complicated adult looks for the first time, felt very nervous. But the 2 kids behaved confidently, straightening their little chests and speaking loudly. Uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, my name is Lin. This is my sister Chi. We have some food and want to share it with everyone. Before they finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on the large bag in Gao Gongqiang's hand. Their expressions suddenly became eager, and they started to crowd around. Good kid, I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving, please give me some food. Give me a few packs of food. I lost everything I had, and I'm starving. Give me some, just a little. They rushed forward, startling the 2 children. Gao Gongqiang raised his eyebrows, quickly stepped forward, and with his tall, strong body, blocked the crowd. Everyone be quiet. Let the young master and young lady finish speaking. Everyone was silenced by Gao Gongqiang. It was incredible that one person could stop so many people. What strength that must take. But their voices still came through. Hurry up, kid.
Say what you want to say.
Go ahead, say what you want. We're listening. Just want some food, and you 2 kids are whining. It's enough already. If you're going to ask, then do it. If not, get lost. The 2 little kids were frightened. They didn't understand why, even though they wanted to help others, they were being met with such hostility. Zhou Chu gently held their hands tighter, offering a comforting smile. Then she turned her cold gaze on the impatient, scolding crowd and fiercely retorted, "If you love it, take it. If not, get out. Don't pretend to be a big shot here, showing off your pride. No service for you. And anyone who dares to curse my children again will get nothing, no food, no nothing. Lean, Chi, you can give your things to whoever you want. Don't listen to their nonsense." Zhou Chu confidently scolded loudly, surprising everyone. Who would have thought that a woman who looks gentle, delicate, and stunningly beautiful would be so sharp-tongued? The few people who had been loudly criticizing earlier avoided eye contact with Zhou Chu and nervously looked away. The 2 little ones watched their brave and confident mother, feeling reassured. Chi loudly added, "I'm Chi. I want to share some food with my brother, but only children like us and grandparents without food can share. Uncles and aunts who are not hungry can't take it. Grandparents without food can't take it either. Now, everyone line up properly and give us some space." After Chi finished speaking, she politely said to Gao Gongqiang, "Uncle Gao, open the bag." Gao Gongqiang opened the bag, as asked. The 2 children took out food and started giving it to children and elderly people who had no food. Some weak or elderly people without food, or mothers whose food had been taken away, sincerely thanked the children. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, little saints. Thank you, little brother and sister. Thank you, 2 little treasures." From their gratitude, the children felt the joy of helping others. But some people thought the children were too young to be tricked easily, so they commanded their own children to go and ask for more food even after already receiving some. However, the two little kids, despite being small, were clever and quickly saw through the trick. I won't give you more. I already gave you some. The older child, influenced by an adult, arrogantly said, No, you're lying. You didn't give me anything to eat. You said all children have food, but you're lying. Some onlookers chose to stay out of it, while those who had received food hid away, and those who hadn't urged the children to distribute more. No, I already gave you some. The two little ones refused. You didn't give me anything. Give it to me now. Otherwise, your words don't count. Mom, Dad, come quickly. They're not telling the truth. The older child loudly called for his parents, who came prepared, glaring at the children. I told you to give food. Why aren't you giving it? People watching the scene, some who had food and hadn't received any, sarcastically agreed with the family. Yes, they said they'd give food to the kids, so why aren't they giving it? Trying to act generous, but lacking strength. Some people who wanted to take advantage and get a little more food started shouting, We also want food. Our children didn't get any. And my family, we didn't get any either. The two little kids were completely confused. They couldn't understand why these people were acting like this. The little ones were too young to handle the malice from the adult world. Just as they were at a loss, Zhou Chuchu sneered and placed her hands on the shoulders of the two children. Playing tricks, huh?
Fine.
If you guys are going to pretend you didn't get anything, don't expect to receive more supplies. You're causing trouble here, trying to stir up chaos. Don't expect us to give out more supplies. Gao Gongqiang immediately raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. His tall build and strong presence made the dishonest couple freeze. He firmly pressed down on their food and loudly shouted, Stealing food. He's stealing food. The man tried to attack Gao Gongqiang, but Gao easily pushed him down with a wave of his hand. Seeing this, others who wanted to fight back hesitated, judging the strength of both sides, and dared not step forward. Gao took the supplies from the bag, pulled out a pack of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, and a ham. He handed these supplies back to Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu held up the supplies and pointed to the black marks drawn with a marker on them. Everyone see clearly. I marked these supplies. You can't erase the marks, no matter how hard you try. Now take this, this, and this. Take back all the food you gave them. Since they say they didn't get any, then no more food will be given. These supplies are not for them, even if it's for dogs. Zhou Chuchu precisely pointed out the people who had just tried to cheat and trick the two kids into giving up their food. Her memory was very good now. Not only could she remember a few people, but she could remember dozens or even hundreds of them perfectly. Gao Gongqiang followed her orders and went to retrieve the food, but those people refused to cooperate. They either turned around and ran or refused to give back the food. Those trying to escape were stopped within a few steps by vines that suddenly sprouted from the ground and tied them up. All the escapees were stunned. The onlookers around also gasped in surprise. She is a supernatural ability user. Supernatural ability user. So she's a supernatural ability user. No wonder she dared to distribute food. Turns out she is backing. When they refused to give food, Gao Gongqiang did not tolerate it. He slapped them, and they became honest. He took back the packages of food from those people. All the food was marked with symbols. Those people had nothing to say, their faces full of regret. Originally, their children's food could last a few meals, but now it was gone, completely gone. Their greed and bad intentions caused them to lose their food. Now, their attitude was very different from before. If the other side was just two children and an ordinary woman, even with a strong bodyguard nearby, they wouldn't be afraid. But with special abilities, it was different. Powers meant real strength. For a moment, the way these people looked at Zhou Chuchu was full of respect. Even if there was some jealousy or malice, they hid it very well. The two little babies looked thoughtful. Chi-Chi asked, Mom, if you didn't have your abilities, would they come to take our food? Zhou Chuchu nodded, yes. Some people with such thoughts didn't dare to meet Chi-Chi's eyes. Their feelings were spoken out so plainly by a 4-year-old girl that anyone feeling a little ashamed would feel guilty. Linlin said, Mom, I understand. Good people can't just help anyone. At least we can be as strong as Dad and Mom. Linlin looked around and said, "Not everyone is worth helping. If we give food to everyone, those who really need help might not get it." The little boy had already learned a bit about the harshness of the adult world. Zhou Chuchu felt a pang in her heart, but she also felt very proud. She asked, "Will you still give out food?" The children looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Yes, we will. Because there are still people who need help. But this will be the last time, Mom. We won't do it again after this." Although they were small, they understood that directly giving out food might not be a good idea. This time, when they distributed the supplies again, no one dared to act out or be unreasonable. After giving the food to those who truly needed it, the two children loudly said, "Brothers, sisters, grandparents, and grandmas who received food, please eat it quickly. You don't have Uncle Gao's strength or my mom's abilities. If you don't eat this food, it might be taken away." Their words were simple, but touched everyone's hearts deeply. A tattooed man with a cigarette crushes it into ashes. He glances at the child eating cookies and drinking milk. He didn't expect his child to get supplies, nor did he think they would consider stealing from others. But now, he has dismissed that idea. "I've made it clear, if anyone dares to steal from the weak, I will beat them to the ground." A worker sees his elderly mother eating bread and steps forward. "Anyone who tries to take from the elderly or children, I will fight them." A police officer steps up. "I am here to keep order and stop theft of food." A repairman steps forward. "Anyone who dares to steal food, try me with my wrench." A student steps up. More and more people begin to stand up. "Chi-Chi, Linlin, do you think these people deserve help?" Zhou Chuchu gently asks. The two children think seriously. Yes, they do. "Mom, even though some grown-ups are bad, there are also many good people. Mom, before, when the weather was good and we had plenty of food, we didn't fight over things. I think the bad environment makes good people silent and makes bad people worse." Zhou Chuchu is very surprised. Her children are much stronger and smarter than she thought. "Do you have any ideas?" She looks directly at her two precious children. "I want, Mom, to change this world. Just helping them with some food isn't enough. Only by changing the world so it's not so bad can everyone be better. My brother and I think the same, Mom. Dad says if you want to change a problem, you have to change its root. If my brother and I can change what makes this world bad, then we can change the world." The two children have very serious expressions. When they look at their mother, they seem a little nervous, afraid she might reject or criticize them. They say things that leave Zhou Chuchu stunned. She hugs her children tightly. She realizes she's been narrow-minded, thinking they are just clueless little kids. Actually, they are growing and thinking about the world. In their small hearts, they have big dreams. Dreams she, having gone through the hardships of the end times, never imagined. She holds her children close and says, "I am so proud of you." "No, you are the ones I am proud of, Mom." Zhou Chuchu led her two children back to the peach tree, which then pulled up its roots and started to move again. Everyone watched their figures disappear, watching the peach tree leave. This time, no one fought over the supplies, and everyone's uneasy hearts became calmer. Not far away, a sharp gaze looked in this direction, carrying a hint of surprise, curiosity, and deep meaning. "Wow, I didn't expect to see that slap goddess here. Her way of raising children is quite unique." The person with this gaze had a very strong impression of Zhou Chuchu. After all, it's rare to see a woman who slaps someone fiercely whenever she disagrees, making a man's face swell like a pig's head. This man wore a well-cut white shirt and casual trousers, looking noble and relaxed. He was playing with two shiny gemstones, which were very high quality and sparkling brightly, definitely worth millions. Around him, many women's eyes were quietly fixed on him, full of affection and admiration. Not only because he was very handsome and kept himself clean and fresh in this post-apocalyptic world, but also because the two large gemstones in his hands drew much attention. Plus, the group of armed guards around him made people feel very safe. "Young master, should we follow him? That young lady is also a psychic." Liang Donglai stood up and smiled. "Yes, let's do it. I've actually met this young lady before."
Nighttime.
Suddenly, a thick white fog rolled in, and within 2 meters, no one could be seen. The peach tree reached this point and suddenly encountered an obstacle. There was a barrier. Zhou Chuchu held her phone. That's strange. There shouldn't be a barrier here. This is the service area. She pointed to a map on her phone, thinking that since the peach tree had been traveling all day and now encountered a barrier, it was best to rest. She fed the peach tree a large dose of her psychic energy, and the tree happily rooted itself and continued studying military books. Her mother-in-law was planning new dishes, her father-in-law was busy on the farm, and her 2 children, tired from the day's events, were diligently practicing and studying. Qin Ziyuan glanced at his wife's phone and said, "The barrier was set by humans." Zhou Chuchu's expression darkened immediately, and she quickly thought about what was going on. Before the long, hot days of her previous life in Haishur ended, a huge dust storm suddenly arose. Dust swept through the sky, covering the land and the steel jungle below. To survive, most people in Haishur began to flee. Zhou Chuchu also started to escape with the army. On the way, they encountered a group of people setting up roadblocks. Since she had already begun to awaken her special abilities, she joined a small team to clear the roadblocks and exchange them for food. During this process, she inevitably clashed with the troublemakers who had set the obstacles. When she stormed into the service station and saw what these people were doing, her worldview was completely shaken. She felt fear and disgust for a long time. In this life, her escape was early, but she still met the roadblockers. Unexpectedly, even if history has changed, some things still happen again. Her eyes flickered with cold light. In her previous life, she had some regrets about that confrontation, and she still couldn't forget it. Now, facing it again, she believed she couldn't just stand by and watch. Her eyes shone with cold determination. "Husband, I need to go out for a while." Zhou Chuchu changed into a red sports outfit and held a baseball bat. "I'll go with you," Qin Ziyuan said seriously. He was dressed in black sportswear and carried nothing else. In those future scenes, he saw Zhou Chuchu, who had just awakened her sea-level abilities, join a new team to get food and sneak into a well-defended service station. He didn't know what she encountered inside. When she returned, she was sweating coldly, pale as paper, trembling all over. At that moment, he hated himself, hated that he was disabled and couldn't stand by her side to protect her. That was his deep pain and regret. Now, he wanted to stay with her, go through fire and water, even walk through the depths if needed. He would protect her.
Sigh?
Zhou Chuchu touched her nose, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In her previous life, she was used to fighting alone. Now that she had someone by her side, she felt, it felt really good. "Okay, my dear husband." She happily agreed. The two left the house. Gao Gongqiang was eating with his family. When he saw them come out, he immediately put down his bowl and followed. Dinner could wait. But Miss Zhou and Mr. Qin's matters were definitely the most important. They left the peach tree and immediately smelled a strong, bloody scent. It was unclear how many people had died to produce such a strong smell of blood. Not far away, there was something covered in thick fog that looked like a corpse. Probably afraid of turning into a zombie, it was tightly bound with iron chains. Gao Gongqiang, who had never seen such a scene, suddenly changed his expression. A warning voice rang out. "All 3 of you, stop right there, or I'll kill you." A few bright lights shot over. "Captain, it's 2 men and 1 woman, all coming down from that walking peach tree. Wow, that woman is really beautiful. Tonight's luck is great. Boss, look over there." As they spoke, someone listening in had a flash of blood red in their eyes. Their fate was already sealed. Swish, swish, swish. A group of people emerged from behind a barricade over 10 meters high, holding guns and flashlights. The flashlights shone on Zhou Chuchu, Qin Ziyuan, and Gao Gongqiang.
Guns were pointed at them.
Maybe because they had guns, they were very confident. Or maybe because they had done this many times before, they felt fearless. A middle-aged man with a scarred face, small eyes shining with cruelty, and arms thicker than others, with fine scales on his skin, looked at Zhou Chuchu and showed a greedy, stunning expression. She's so beautiful. The actress we caught tonight isn't as pretty as her. Wow. We hit the jackpot. Boss will definitely reward me big this time. Zhou Chuchu also looked at him coldly. Sea-level supernatural ability. Double-scaled arms, power level. Effect. Arms are 5 times stronger than normal, covered with scales to prevent cuts. The person with the double-scaled arms noticed Zhou Chuchu's gaze, but didn't care, sneering slightly. Quite spicy, this look. Looks like you've got some spirit. Much better than those crying women. Others chuckled mischievously. At this moment, some people checking the old peach tree shouted, "Boss, there are windows and doors on this peach tree, but we can't open them." The person with the double-scaled arms walked over, looked at the old peach tree, and gasped. Wow, it's really big, way too big for a tree. You came out from this tree? Can people live inside it? His eyes lit up, as if he had found something valuable. Seeing Zhou Chuchu not answer, he forcefully tore at the peach tree with his hands, sparks flying. His arm went numb, but the tree was unharmed. He shot a few more rounds, but the bullets made no mark on the tree's surface.
Wow.
This tree is so tough. This peach tree is a real treasure. All of you, watch it carefully. Don't let it escape. I'm going to check the goods with these people first. He laughed arrogantly, waved his hand, and a group of people carried large amounts of supplies inside. They used guns to threaten some men and women who were, forcing them to go inside. Our harvest today is really good, even more than what we usually get in half a month. Stored grain and women, haha, now this is really enjoyable. The men here are quite sensible, they don't dare to resist. Otherwise, I might waste a bullet on them. Resist? Resisting now just makes them dead bodies. But if they don't resist, well, hee. They looked at the men and women with strange, animal-like gazes, lingering on them. These people were terrified. Such looks were too creepy and frightening. One woman couldn't help but cry and beg, "Please, let me go. I can give you anything. We can't stay here any longer. The underground zombie explosion and gathering will happen soon and we'll all be killed." The holding her shot her with a gun, and with a click, she twisted her arm and broke her bone. She screamed in pain. But the group of people laughed loudly. Another explosion, huh? You guys are so easy to fool, so easy to trick. Just a few broken photos to say that High City will be blown away? That's so funny. Let me tell you, our boss is a B-level psychic. He said we're safe, understand? The authorities are lying to you. People believe that? They're so stupid. A man mustered courage and said, "It's true. It's all true. The authorities are starting to move. They might arrive soon." Hearing that the authorities were coming, the tied-up people showed hope. The man with the scaled arms looked serious. He glanced at him sharply, ready to shoot. Just as he was about to fire at the man, Zhou Chuchu suddenly spoke. "So, hearing that the authorities are coming, are you all scared now? You're just a bunch of useless things. You're probably already scared and wetting your pants. Maybe you should just shoot yourselves now, so your evil deeds won't be discovered and you'll be torn apart by everyone." As Zhou Chuchu finished speaking, both the man with the scaled arms and the thugs all looked at her in unison. The tied-up people were also shocked. Even the woman crying out in pain forgot to scream. Wow, this is basically a provocation. How dare she? Is she not afraid to die? Gao Gang was stunned and looked at Zhou Chuchu with surprise. Although he guessed that Zhou Chuchu might have powerful abilities and great strength, he didn't expect her personality to be so strong. Meanwhile, Qin Ziyuan smiled, thinking his wife was truly dazzling. Her confident attitude made him unable to look away. "Brother, these 3 people seem suspicious. Should we?" I suddenly picked up a rusty iron chain with barbs, stained with blood and rotten flesh. The man with double scales narrowed his eyes maliciously. He naturally saw that Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu had extraordinary qualities, but so what? Among those they captured were millionaires, famous actors, and internet celebrities. At first, they were all so arrogant. thinking they were the main characters and had the right to make demands. But once they entered their hideout, they all became terrified, losing all their pride. He chuckled softly. No need, such a beautiful lady. It wouldn't be good to hurt her. You two are a couple, right? We previously captured a family of 3. The man and woman looked wealthy. He wore a watch worth millions, and she was well-maintained, looking younger than her actual age in her 30s. Oh, and they have a very adorable son.
But, hee.
They're very much in love, and we like watching their affection. He smiled mysteriously. The other thugs also smirked strangely. Zhou Chuchu's heart immediately filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, she remembered a legend about a child who danced with zombies. He was wild and crazy, full of hatred for humans. He awakened a very powerful and strange ability that allowed him to control zombies to some extent, capturing humans to feed his zombie army. He fed the zombies and created an army of the undead. He led the zombie army to attack human bases, killing countless people. Humans, the strong and brave, united to hunt him down, paying a heavy price, and finally killed him at a service station. But before he died, he gave a final command to the last 2 zombies. Eat me. He ordered the zombies to eat him. However, the zombies, which normally ate humans, did not bite him. For the first time, they disobeyed his command, and the 2 zombies embraced him, unable to be separated. Could it be? Zhou Chuchu's mind raced quickly. Seeing that she was silent, the man with the double scales thought she was scared. He ordered the others to take these people away. As for Zhou Chuchu and the others, because of their cooperation, they were only threatened with guns and made no other moves. It was probably certain that no one could escape the threat of guns. When they arrived at the service station, 2 groups were guarding the entrance. From the 4-story building, loud malicious laughter could be heard. Seeing the man with 2 arms carrying supplies and leading people over, everyone looked pleased. Today's harvest is really good. There are some valuable items here, and we can have fun again. The man with 2 arms heard the teasing laughter from inside, and clearly knew what they were doing. You're playing with that kid again. He grinned and said, it's not us playing with him, it's just that his situation is really funny. His parents are already dead and turned into zombies, but that zombie still protects him. When it sees us trying to hurt him, it tries to rush over. It doesn't even bite, it's so amusing. The guarding the door looked at Zhou Chuchu, and his eyes lit up. This woman is really beautiful, even more beautiful than that big star. Go ahead and go in. The boss will definitely reward you. When he heard about a reward, the man with 2 arms became dizzy with excitement and licked his lips. Suddenly, more malicious laughter echoed, along with a loud, angry cry that sounded like it belonged to a child who wasn't human. The fog outside the door grew thicker. Zhou Chuchu frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. She sensed a strange power within the fog, an extremely strong supernatural aura. Could it be? Is it really that coincidence? Did I really meet that kid? This kind of future enemy of humanity, the villain boss, I actually encountered him? She glanced at Qin Ziyuan, who looked calm and composed. She felt relieved. Good. With the greatest enemy of humanity, the apocalyptic level boss, nearby, she wasn't afraid at all. Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. He felt that for a moment his silly wife was teasing him. Strange. Why is the fog getting thicker? In recent days, this area had inexplicably been covered in fog. It started small but has grown thicker now. It's just fog. The bigger it gets, the better for hunting. The man with 2 arms was unbothered and eager for the reward. I'll go in first. The service station door opened, and a foul smell mixed with various odors hit them. The smell of blood, decay, sweat, stomach fluids. A few women being held captive immediately vomited. Zhou Chuchu used her water ability to create a barrier that blocked out the smell, covering her team and keeping the foul, disgusting odor outside her body. In the hall, there was a mountain of blood-stained food. Its origin was easy to imagine. Malicious laughter echoed from above, followed by bursts of laughter, mixed with zombie roars and children's crying. Upstairs, there was a cleared area with an iron cage. Inside the cage, there were not animals but 2 zombies. However, these zombies were not as fierce-looking as others. They had pale blue skin, cloudy white eyes, and sharp nails. From their appearance, it was clear they had once been very handsome people. But upon closer inspection, their bodies were covered with deep scars. Even as zombies, they still retained some human features. Opposite them was a boy about 11 or 12 years old, covered in dirt and blood. He looked blank and a bit slow, with empty eyes. Only when he looked at the zombies did he seem to have a little life. Whenever the zombies calmed down, some people would come and stab him with a needle or whip him, forcing him to cry out in pain. Seeing the boy suffer and the zombies roar, tear at the cage, or hit themselves, these people would laugh loudly. Sitting at the head of the group was a man nearly 40 years old, with swollen, pale skin and a ghostly white face. He wore a gold necklace with a large gemstone, a watch worth millions on his wrist, and rings with gemstones on all 10 fingers. He was dressed in LV clothes that looked stolen from someone. Next to him sat a famous actress often seen in movies. She was terrified of this man, but had to flatter him. There were also several psychic users, surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying themselves. This kind of laughter continued until the man with double-scaled arms, Zhou Chu-Chu, and others entered. Then, everyone stopped tormenting the boy and turned to look at them. Their blatant cruelty made a group of women tremble all over. The man with double-scaled arms first approached the pale man and nervously and submissively said, "Boss, today we collected 340 gene of food, 6 gene of gold, 23 pieces of jewelry, and 55 luxury items. We caught 15 women, including 1 top-quality one, 8 meat bags, and killed 29 chickens." The man called the boss looked at the loot under the light. There is a backup generator in the service station, currently running and providing electricity. From the outside, the lit area symbolizes brightness, attracting people to approach. But who would think that this place has already become a complete den of evil? Now, inside this evil place, a man is looking at the loot, and when he sees Zhou Chu-Chu, his eyes instantly brighten. He pushes aside the female celebrity nearby, saying, "You get out of here." Then he beckons to Zhou Chu-Chu, saying, "Come up here." The female star is pushed away and looks more relaxed, giving Zhou Chu-Chu a sympathetic look. But she is too busy to care about others now. Zhou Chu-Chu squeezes her husband's hand, signaling him not to get too excited and to avoid destroying everything. She walks over with a baseball bat. The thugs see her but do not stop her. Instead, they laugh. "Oh, a hot girl. What is she using that baseball bat for? To add to the fun? She's pretty brave not to scream." Zhou Chu-Chu's reaction surprises the man with a pale face. He whistles and asks curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Chu-Chu looks at him, activating her S-level passive ability perception. B-level ability, blood coagulation power, initial awakening, ability strength. Effect, extracts nutrients from human blood and coagulates them into blood pills. Taking these slightly increases muscle strength and power. Long-term use can cause severe side effects like bloodthirstiness, turning the user into a monster that feeds on others' blood. She then looks at the little boy, her eyelids twitching. S-level ability, mutant zombie controller, initial awakening, ability strength. Effect, controls zombies to obey commands, can zombify herself to gain zombie strength while maintaining human intelligence. The more zombies she controls, the stronger she becomes.
Wow.
It's really that kid. Zhou Chu-Chu stops in her tracks and walks toward the boy. The thugs, not knowing what she intends, do not stop her. Because she is extremely beautiful, they are curious. Even the leader of the white-skinned is intrigued. The boy has been tortured to the point of losing his soul, standing there blankly, seemingly unaware of Zhou Chu-Chu. Until she hands him a knife. "Hey, want revenge? Here, hold this knife and take them all out." The gang of thugs has not yet realized how serious the situation is. She actually gave that kid a knife? Could it be that she really thinks that knife can kill us? This kid actually took it. He took it. I want to see how he will use this knife to hurt me. The group of thugs laughed loudly, finding Zhou Chuchu's actions very funny. The boy quietly took the knife, his eyes brightened for a moment. Kill them? But his gaze quickly darkened. I can't do it. He's about 12 years old, but looks even younger. Not eating enough and the mental and physical hardships these days made him look very thin. Zhou Chuchu looked down, leaned close to the boy, and pointed at the two zombies in the cage, asking, "Who are they to you?" The boy's eyes flashed with strong hatred, like ink spreading, turning his eyes black and swirling wildly. But his face remained expressionless, without any emotion. "They're my mom and dad." A chuckled loudly. "That's right. They're his parents. His mom smells pretty good, ha." This caused a chain reaction. This is the funniest family we've ever met. The whole family is very funny. His parents were fun when they were alive, even more fun now that they're gone. I wonder if this kid will be fun after he dies too. While they said this, the boy twitched in pain, but still showed no emotion on his face. Probably, he had been tortured so much that he had lost the ability to show expressions. Zhou Chuchu's voice sounded like a devil's temptation. "Your mom and dad have been protecting you, right? Now try to let them keep protecting you." The boy lowered his head, clutching the knife tightly. They can't protect me. They're locked up." Zhou Chuchu said, "Your mom and dad are your superheroes, right? What kind of superheroes do you want them to be?" The boy's eyes lit up suddenly. He remembered a movie he watched with his parents. He said, "Dad, Spider-Man is so cool." His dad put him on his shoulders, riding him around, waving his little hands and running fast. "Dad is also Spider-Man. Roy, remember, if you meet a bad guy, Dad will turn into Spider-Man to save you." He was so happy he turned back and asked his mom, "Mom, what kind of superhero are you?" His mom followed behind with a gentle face, smiling and replying, "I am Storm. I can summon storms to protect you." The little boy knew deep down that Storm and Spider-Man were not characters from the same movie, but it didn't matter. His parents said so it must be true. "Dad is Spider-Man, Mom is Storm, and you will protect me. Dad is Spider-Man, Mom is Storm." The boy repeated over and over. The two zombies no longer roared but held their heads high, as if shouting, breathing out white mist. The thugs watched this amusing scene and laughed loudly. "Oh wow, he says his dad is Spider-Man, huh? If his dad is Spider-Man, then I am Iron Man. TSK, I never thought I'd taste Storm's power."
Haha.
"Hey, beautiful, it's not nice to trick a kid like that. This girl is really good at tricks. She's way meaner than us." Zhou Chuchu also smiled. "I'm not exactly a good person. When this Spider-Man dad and Storm mom come to defeat you trash, I'll be helping them." Her smile was cold, with no warmth in her eyes. Yes, she was very bad. This time, she was helping the future villain boy to unleash his special powers. In his past life, he hadn't been guided and endured long suffering, losing his humanity before mastering this S-level power. Even if he wanted revenge, the bullies who tormented him had already been defeated. He transferred his hatred to all of humanity. But why should he suffer because of these monster sins? Whether out of sympathy, disgust for the trash, or to make up for past regrets, she chose to help this boy. Perhaps because in his past life, Qin Ziyuan was the zombie king, so she wasn't so opposed to zombies. In any case, Zhou Chuchu decided to help the boy. He ignored the mockery around him and focused on one thought. Dad is Spider-Man. Mom is Storm. His voice grew louder and more confident with each repetition until he was almost shouting. As his voice grew, his powers began to awaken rapidly. The thick fog outside the house suddenly twisted into strands like ropes, flowing in through the open window and being absorbed by the two zombies. Their bodies started to mutate. Zhou Chuchu smiled, watching the birth of a villain boss, feeling it was not a bad thing. Qin Ziyuan observed Zhou Chuchu's actions and was slightly stunned when he saw her choosing to help the boy. In his visions of the future, there is information about this young boy. However, by then, he had become a monster filled with hatred for humans, completely consumed by anger. He knelt on the ground, begging for the destruction of all humanity. After being rejected, He left with two zombie-like creatures, and soon after, he was killed by a powerful human. He felt nothing about this. Whether zombies or humans at that moment, he only wanted to do one thing. Qin Ziyuan doesn't care if this young boy will grow up again to look like in those images. He only cares about his wife's attitude toward zombies. Her current attitude is completely different from how she was in the future vision. After confirming this, for some reason, his heart feels happy, excited, and joyful. The surrounding thugs are still mocking loudly. Some are already reaching for the woman they just captured. But as the only B-level ability user among them, the white-skinned man feels something is wrong. A very dangerous feeling rises in his heart. Stop laughing. Shoot and up these two zombies. Scarface, go tear apart this little brat. The thugs don't understand what's happening, but because the white-skinned man has a high reputation among them, they don't hesitate to shoot.
Bang, bang, bang.
The zombies, which could normally be easily shot through, now have skin like steel and cannot be pierced. The male zombie's back bursts open, growing 8 long bone spikes. As it absorbs more white mist, these spikes turn a metallic color, looking like 8 spider legs. Click, click. These 8 spider legs wildly wave behind it. With a gentle swing, it cuts through the iron cage. The female zombie's hair instantly turns completely white, and a fierce, white wind gathers around her. The wind, like a blade, shatters the iron cage into pieces in an instant. The bullets are torn apart by the fierce wind into fragments. Mom and Dad.
Kill them.
The young boy's eyes turn one black and one red, and he looks half human, half zombie. A deep hatred fills his heart. Under his command, the 2 mutated zombies instantly begin their slaughter. The male zombie, with 8 legs swinging, easily cuts the armed thugs into 2 pieces. Wherever the female zombie passes, the thugs scream as they are strangled into pieces. This bloody scene makes the murderous thugs tremble with fear, and the captured men and women scream uncontrollably. At this moment, the man with the double-scaled arms, known as Scar, suddenly charged at the young boy. He raised his arms to block a fierce attack from a zombie with steel spider legs and then reached out with both hands to tear at the boy. The 2 zombies were indeed powerful, but they had only recently mutated and lacked intelligence. As for the boy, he harbored hatred in his heart, but was fundamentally an innocent child who didn't know how to fight. How could he possibly dodge the fierce attack of the brave man with double-scaled arms? However, the man with double-scaled arms clearly forgot that Zhou Chuchu was standing beside the boy. Even if he hadn't forgotten, he wouldn't have taken such a delicate weak woman seriously. Unaware, this weak woman had already strengthened her body functions 200 times by sharing a deep bond with her husband and had gained feedback from thousands of evolved plants and various medicines. She was now a strong person. With a casual strike, Zhou Chuchu's attack was even more powerful than a full strength from a top-tier B-level fighter like Gao Gongqiang. She swung her baseball bat and struck the man with double-scaled arms on his limb. The armored scales that could block a zombie's attack shattered and flew apart under Zhou Chuchu's heavy. The man, proud of his armored arms that had torn through countless people, had his arms shattered by Zhou Chuchu's strike. The man with double-scaled arms let out a heart-wrenching scream, but before he could shout twice, a spider bone spike from behind the zombie father pierced through his chest. He was thrown aside and rolled into the storm created by the wind girl mother, turning into minced meat. The rioters finally realized they should be afraid. They howled and rushed outside, but suddenly vines grew from the ground and walls, binding them tightly. In terror, they were caught and killed by the zombie father and zombie mother. Most of the gang was wiped out in an instant. The remaining few, led by the white-skinned mutant, were cornered by Zhou Chuchu, the boy who was half-zombie, and 2 mutated zombies. These were the real killers of the boy's parents. These arrogant monsters, who regarded human lives as worthless and saw people as food, were now begging for mercy. "You can't kill us. We're mutants, and we're useful." The white-skinned man trembled as he begged. Yes, I am a B-level mutant. My ability is very useful. I can condense blood pills that strengthen strength and body," he said, trembling. He then offered several blood-red, blood-scented, beef ball-sized blood pills, as if offering treasures. He believed no one could refuse such power. Zhou Chuchu, standing before him, was no exception. Zhou Chuchu glared at the blood pills with disgust, while the little boy, upon seeing them, shed tears of blood in his eyes. His parents had been drained of blood, and their blood had turned into this strange substance. He felt sad and pained, like an angry little zombie, almost losing his humanity. But he did not order his parents to kill these people. He was waiting for Zhou Chuchu's decision. He believed Zhou Chuchu was his savior, so even in his deepest grief and hatred, he waited for her choice. Because he saw how obsessed these people were with the blood pills, he wasn't sure if Zhou Chuchu also needed them. Seeing him stand still, Zhou Chuchu said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? The enemies are right there. Why don't you kill them?" Why was he just staring at her? Did she have flowers on her face? The little boy's eyes widened, completely surprised that Zhou Chuchu responded like this. He wore a wild, fierce smile and no longer hesitated. Suddenly, a spider-like bone spike shot out from behind the zombie father.
Clang.
White-skinned person pushed away a nearby ability user, who was then pierced by the bone spike. He moved faster than his bulky body should have allowed, lunging toward the window. But a vine wrapped him tightly and threw him in front of the little boy. White-skinned person watched as the zombie father and mother killed all their subordinates. His fat body trembled as he cried and begged the little boy for forgiveness. The little boy paused in front of white-skinned person, not because he didn't want to kill him. He felt that simply killing him wouldn't release the deep, unspoken anger inside him. Zhou Chuchu pointed her knife at white-skinned person. There's a punishment called 1,000 cuts, used for the most wicked people. It's the best way to vent anger. I think it's perfect for him. White-skinned person's eyes widened in fear as he stared at Zhou Chuchu, finally screaming, "You're a devil! You're a devil!" But in the next second, the zombie father covered his mouth. The little boy, with a terrifying, fierce smile, raised his knife and approached him. At this moment, Zhou Chuchu turned around, entered each room, and released some women who had been imprisoned and driven to madness. She went back to the kitchen.
Seeing the scene inside, she sighed.
The place was covered in ice and snow, then shattered completely, frozen into ice. When she returned, she saw the women, disfigured from torture, watching the little boy cut white-skinned person with excitement, clapping and singing. Zhou Chuchu untied the men and women who were bound. They immediately fell to the ground, vomiting in fear. They looked at Zhou Chuchu and the little boy with terror in their eyes, then scattered and ran away in fear. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the white-skinned person, who was trembling from the pain, and looked at her with pleading eyes, begging for a quick death. Zhou Chuchu chose to ignore him and led Qin Ziyuan downstairs. As for Gao Gongqiang, he forcibly endured his nausea several times. After going downstairs, he felt a bit better. Zhou Chuchu looked at him and asked casually, "Do you think I am cruel? Am I a monster?" She observed Gao Gongqiang's expression. No matter how he answered, as long as he showed such thoughts, he could no longer stay with her. Normal people would think she was cruel, which was understandable. But she could not tolerate such people around her. If someone wanted to stay with her and be under her protection, they had to be completely loyal. If they couldn't do that, they should leave early. At this moment, Gao Gongqiang didn't realize that his answer not only determined whether he could stay or leave, but also his life or death. Zhou Chuchu just wanted to drive him away, but Qin Ziyuan would definitely kill him. Fortunately, Gao Gongqiang's answer was very firm. "Madam Qin, you did the right thing. These people deserve to die. They should be torn apart." He thought that Zhou Chuchu's methods, though intense, were very satisfying. As a parent himself, if his child were treated like this, he would turn into a zombie and bite all these people. His revenge would be even more brutal and fierce. Zhou Chuchu nodded and said nothing more. An hour later, the little boy came out of the service station. Several women also ran out happily, laughing and running away. Surprisingly, the big star was still there. She had been following the little boy, trying to get close to him. But although the boy might not hate humans too much, he certainly wouldn't have good feelings toward them. He only brightened up when he saw Zhou Chuchu and quickly ran over. He opened his mouth to speak, struggling to form words. I am Luo.
Yi.
My name is. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Luo Yi, a good name. Seeing how thin and starved he looked, with his chest pressed against his back, she took out a bowl of hot beef noodles from her space. Luo Yi, I see you're very hungry. Have some food. Luo Yi looked at her deeply. During this hellish time, he had witnessed the worst of human nature, which plunged his soul into endless darkness. Zhou Chuchu's appearance was undoubtedly a ray of light, regardless of her purpose, even if it means killing and setting fires. He took the bowl handed to him by Zhou Chuchu and ate the noodles eagerly, feeling that this was the best food he had ever tasted in his life. Zhou Chuchu then took 2 boxes of beef noodles and 1 box of ham sausages, tied them securely with strong ropes, and hung them on the spider-bone spikes of Zombie Dad. Roy, with your parents' abilities, helping you hunt is no problem at all. Just head west and leave Haishur City. It's about to explode here, and you won't survive if you stay. Zhou Chuchu paused for a moment and then said, your ability is to control zombies, just like your parents. When danger comes, they will protect you. She couldn't take Roy with her. The boy had already become dark-hearted. She couldn't carry a ticking time bomb around. But she also felt sympathy for him. She told him how to improve his powers. Even if he might become a villain boss in the future, so what? It's none of her business anyway. After saying these words, Zhou Chuchu turned and left, returning to the treehouse with Qin Ziyuan. Roy kept watching her silently, neither moving away nor following. His parents, like 2 statues, remained motionless. The female celebrity hadn't left yet. Seeing Zhou Chuchu leave, she approached Roy, with a gentle smile on her face. Her smile was very similar to Roy's mother's. Roy, I also escaped from that monster den. From now on, stay with me. I will protect you like your mom did. Roy looked at her smile, hesitated, then curled his lips into a slight smile. The female celebrity thought Roy had accepted her and was about to come closer, but Roy sneered. Get lost. Trying to pretend to be my mom to trick me? That's disgusting. Since you once begged for my mom's sake, I'll let you go this time. Come any closer again, and I'll kill you. The young boy Roy grinned bloodthirstily. The female celebrity shivered with cold and dared not step forward, watching helplessly as Roy led 2 zombies away. On the spider-bone spikes of the male zombie, 3 large boxes of supplies still hung. The roots of the old peach tree tore away the obstacle blocking the way and rolled again in the night. However, due to the worsening road damage, it could no longer move at the speed of a small car. It could only use its roots to mimic hooves, moving at a speed comparable to a person running. Along the way, it encountered groups of people rushing through the night. They were fleeing with their families outside Haishur City. Because the road conditions were so bad, everyone had to abandon their vehicles. Passing through the suburbs, there were families with farms and ranches, and their situation was better. They escaped on donkeys or horses, and some pulled carts with trained dogs that ran very fast, attracting many admiring looks. At this time, having a useful animal was indeed very helpful. No one could do what Zhou Chuchu did, living in a hole inside an old peach tree, with a house pulled along by the tree. She received countless surprised and envious glances as she traveled, and some even tried to think of ways to get her attention, to climb onto her branches and have her carry them. But she was very fast. A gentle touch on her roots or branches was enough to shake people off. Near dawn, the moving group stopped again. Everyone crowded on the road, unable to move forward, confused and annoyed. What's going on ahead? Why are we stopping? We've traveled all night just to leave Haishur before the explosion. Why are they causing trouble here? Hurry up! Hurry up! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. People pressed together on the road. Although the old peach tree was very powerful, it couldn't spread its roots now. Everywhere were people, and if the roots weren't careful, they could accidentally crush someone. Some people were very surprised when they saw the old peach tree. This peach tree can actually run. Quick, hold on to it. Ride on its trunk, and we won't have to work so hard to travel. It has doors and windows. Could someone live inside? Such a big tree, comfortably housing 1 or 2 people.
Quick.
Climb up. Look at those big peaches on its branches. They looked greedy. If this big, moving peach tree could be ridden on its branches, how great would that be? Lying inside its hollow would be so comfortable. And those big, red peaches, like basins, looked delicious, filling and thirst-quenching. People kept climbing onto the old peach tree, one batch after another. After a while, the tree, tired of being picked, stood up and built a smooth wooden wall outside to block the people, making the situation a bit better. After a pause, a flock of brightly feathered birds flew out from the leaves of the old peach tree. On their backs sat hanging plants, water lilies, and devil peppers, and they flew swiftly ahead. Sharp-eyed people saw this and froze in shock. Wow, did I see that right? It looks like a hanging plant is riding on that bird. I also saw a water lily with huge flowers, and it even looked at me.
The one I saw was a red chili pepper.
And it was wearing a cloak? A small bird flew ahead, and Zhou Chuchu saw the reason why people had stopped moving through the plants. A group of zombies blocked the road. There were at least 1,000 zombies, half of which were explosive zombies. In just one day, the explosive zombies had evolved again. They normally explode when they touch their target, but before exploding, they can spit out several small bombs. The other half of the zombies were made up of different types. One type was very large, about 3 or 4 meters tall, with strong arms, covered in grayish-blue flesh, with visible blue veins like worms. Seeing this kind of zombie, Zhou Chuchu couldn't hide her surprise. Second stage evolved zombie, road roller. This zombie is a rare type that appears only 4 years after the apocalypse in the previous life. It is very strong, with incredible power, easily tearing through steel with its arms, and cannot be killed by bombs. If such a zombie breaks through the base gate, the base will probably be lost. Another type was slim, with bones that looked like they had shrunk in half, but its neck and limbs became stronger and longer. When it runs, it can move twice as fast as a person running at full speed. It has gradually lost its human shape, with tough bones that sprout long bone spurs and a long tailbone. Second stage evolved zombie, speed dog. This zombie is very fast, with sharp, sturdy bones, like a deadly assassin among zombies. If you're not careful, it will get close and bite you. There was also a zombie with a purple-blue body, covered in grape-sized purple grapes, with poisonous gas swirling inside. It would sometimes pick a poisonous grape and throw it into the crowd. The toxin would spread quickly, causing people to turn blue-purple and turn into zombies in minutes. Second stage evolved zombie, toxin tumor. Zhou Chuchu's heart sank. These zombies clearly want to keep these people alive. What are they really trying to do? Generally, zombies are thought to have no thinking, and their evolution is random, with no purpose behind their actions. But since the zombies appeared in this life, their behavior completely overturned her idea. Whether it was the previous wave of corpses, or these evolved explosive zombies, or the terrifying explosion flood, all of it pointed to one thing: an invisible hand was behind the scenes, controlling the zombies' actions. Even as people fled from the city, the zombies did not let them go. If her suspicion was only before, now she was almost certain. These zombies did not attack immediately, but instead faced off with humans in a standoff. However, this had no effect on them. For humans, the longer they waited, the worse it was. Finally, people couldn't hold back anymore. They organized themselves and prepared to break through the zombies' blockade. All ability users, gather now. Strong and armed people, come together. The zombies are blocking the way ahead. We must unite, defeat the zombies, and leave here. Through the voices of many, these words spread from the front to the back layer by layer. When they heard the zombies blocking the path, everyone looked scared. They looked at each other, afraid to step forward. Most thought the same. With so many people here, it's not my turn. Some wanted to go forward, but were held back by parents, wives, or children. If the pillar of the family falls, life will become even harder. Not everyone can rush forward and fight desperately. Even among ability users, some said, "Don't look at me. I'm only an F-level ability. I can start a fire to cook, but I can't kill zombies. My ability is E-level, just faster running. Look at me. I'm so skinny. I can't do much. My ability is to grow hair on my hands. Can I fight zombies with that?" Ahead, Huanggo watched over the hundreds of people gathered, his eyes twitching. Is that all? Has everyone been told how serious the situation is? The person organizing the crowd nodded heavily. Director Huang, I've asked around. Only this many are willing to step forward. Huangga said again, have the scouts returned? Is there a second route? The ability user who explored said, Director Huang, I ran back and forth quickly. It's no good. The zombies are guarding the main roads ahead. If we want to go around them, we'll have to take a detour of over 100 miles. Huang Ji's expression darkened as he looked at the dark crowd behind him. Someone behind him angrily said, What are these people thinking? Don't they want to find a way through? Are they just waiting to die? I can't believe it. Do they all have brains made of mud? They think if they hide and don't come out, they won't die? At this point, they're still scheming. It's so annoying. There are at least 100,000 people here, but not even 1,000 can be organized. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Why aren't they fighting desperately? Huanggo waved his hand. Enough, no need to say more. The most important thing now is to break through the zombie blockade. Everyone knows about my special ability, B-level webbing power. I can trap 10 zombies at once. But I need 2 B-level attack type abilities to work with me. Maybe we can tear open a gap. Or even 5 C-level attack abilities could work. B-level and C-level abilities, step forward if you're ready. Out of 100 people, a few stepped up. Among them was a miner and an elderly man. Uncle, I am a B-level ability user. My power is controlling cloth dolls, said a young girl. I am a C-level ability user. My power is wind control, said the old man. Others also responded. I'm a C-level ability user with heavy feet, said one. I'm a C-level ability user with a rubber hammer, said another. Huang Ji's heart sank. There was only one B-level ability user, and he was a miner. The C-level abilities weren't enough. Charging forward like this would be no different from risking death. Just as he was about to sacrifice himself to open a way for survival, a motivating voice suddenly interrupted. It's me, an S-level ability user. My power is shining gemstones, said Liang Donglai, walking over with a group of bodyguards. He wore a trench coat, smiling kindly. In his hands, 10 shimmering, differently colored gemstone-like orbs floated. His appearance made Huangge feel a surge of hope. Others looked at him too. Even the young girls stared at him with admiration. He had a noble aura, cultivated by a good life and proper upbringing. His face was very likable, appealing to women, elders, and children. And those sparkling gemstones were simply eye-catching. Liang Donglai first gently spoke to the girl. Little sister, fighting is for adults. You're still too young. Go back to your parents. Then politely addressed the elderly man. Uncle, you should go back to your family too. Leave this to me. After reassuring the girl and the old man, he turned to Huangge. I have 2 more B-level ability users in my team. Opening a passage shouldn't be a problem. Huangge was overjoyed. Who wouldn't be willing with an S-level ability user involved? Remember, A-level ability users, when recognized officially, can gain high status and excellent benefits. And S-level? They are like pillars of support, top-tier power. This gave him great confidence.
Good.
With your S-level ability, we will definitely break through the zombie blockade. Others were also deeply shocked. They had already prepared to sacrifice, but with an S-level ability user joining, the success rate greatly increased. Who wouldn't want to stay alive? At this moment, Zhou Chuchu observed this scene through plants and nodded, saying appreciatively, I have to say, Liang Donglai is truly a very charming person. Old people, children, and women all like him. Look at those women. Their eyes almost glued to him. He's handsome, wealthy, and has an S-level ability. Definitely the top choice in the end-of-world scenario. No wonder in his previous life, he was ranked among the top 3 men women most wanted to marry. His S-level ability gems sparkled, powerful and dazzling. Zhou Chuchu sincerely sighed. Of course, she was just objectively expressing her thoughts, being realistic. But a certain man immediately pricked up his ears, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Chuchu, my ability is 3S level. Zhou Chuchu casually said, I know. She was quite surprised when she first found out about this, but she probably guessed it, so she just felt a little surprised and moved on. That man's heart immediately turned sour. Chuchu, I have 10 abilities at 3S level. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand. Got it, got it. Yes, she was pretty shocked when she first heard this news, but for some reason, Qin Ziyuan carried a special aura. It's the kind of aura that makes her feel whatever he does, it seems normal. Chuchu. The man came over, grabbing her hand with a very sour tone. Look at me. I'm more handsome than him. Zhou Chuchu looked over. He had thick eyebrows, deep eyes like the sea, faintly shining with countless stars, a high nose, and a well-defined, kissable mouth, a strong neck, Adam's apple, and beneath a gray shirt, a powerful, imposing physique.
Ah, well.
He's quite handsome, just a bit intimidating in presence, somewhat scary. Except for her own child, no kids would like him. Those who might cry from fear. Besides him, not many women dare to get close. Those who might freeze from the cold. Maybe her parents-in-law also dislike him, and other elders definitely wouldn't like him. No, that's not about comparing. He's fine, so what's there to compare with Liang Donglai? You two are different, Zhou Chuchu casually said. She tied her ponytail, grabbed a baseball bat, then walked out the door. She's also an Enlija ability user, so at this moment, she naturally had to act. It's different. I am stronger than him. Qin Ziyuan followed her closely as they left the door. Over here, Huang Ji's team had already launched their attack. It's you guys. He quickly rushed forward, waving his hand to activate his special power. A blue net appeared and caught 3 exploding zombies and a giant roller. His plan was good. The 3 exploding zombies would up on the spot, at least killing 1 roller and the nearby zombies, creating a gap. Liang Donglai and others followed, ready to take advantage of the gap. But unexpectedly, this time, the exploding zombies did not up immediately. One of them opened its mouth and in a fireball from its stomach, then suddenly spat it out.
Boom.
The fireball exploded beside him, shooting out poisonous flames. It looked like the flames might splash onto him. Meanwhile, the roller suddenly fought back, tearing at the blue net. His net could trap 10 ordinary zombies, but it could only hold the roller for a few minutes. It struggled, and the blue net was about to tear apart. Huanga felt immense pressure. He couldn't escape now, and was about to be burned by the poisonous flames. Suddenly, a yellow gemstone flew to his side, shining with a yellow light like a shield, blocking the deadly flames. Then it shot out, piercing through the roller's head.
Boom.
The struggling roller collapsed to the ground. Next, a red gemstone flew over, glowing with red light. Flames burst out, causing the exploding zombies to up instantly and knocking several quick dogs into the air. Liang Donglai controlled the gemstones, which danced around him in a dazzling display. The zombies also moved quickly. They made growling sounds and, using their speed, split into groups, rushing toward him with cold, sharp bone spikes on their backs. The exploding zombies followed, spitting out bombs from their throats. Liang Donglai pointed with his hand, and a yellow gemstone shot rapidly, piercing through the brains of the exploding zombies, causing them to explode on the spot. He shot another yellow gemstone, hitting the quick dogs and knocking them down. Huang Ge and others stared in shock. Truly worthy of being an S-rank special ability user. The bodyguards behind Liang Donglai also fought hard, pulling out guns to suppress the quick dogs, shooting their limbs and stomachs. Huang Ge quickly reacted, using the blue net to trap the zombies. Some young strong men, guided by their workers, used iron sticks, steel pipes, and stones to hit and kill a speedy dog, achieving good results. However, just as they thought these zombies were easy to handle, the zombies suddenly changed their tactics. A bulldozer led the front, with the speedy dog hiding behind it and explosive zombies at the back.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bullets fired from flamethrower-like guns hit the bulldozer's bulky body, but had little effect. It was like a wall of flesh blocking the attack. The speedy dog rushed out from the sides of the bulldozer, its tail spikes raised, easily stabbing a person. Then it rolled into the crowd, causing disaster. Even more terrifying were the explosive zombies. Once they found an opportunity, they charged into the crowd and exploded. Within a 10-meter radius, no living creatures remained. Yellow Grid, who was confident before, now felt despair. He realized that perhaps Liang Donglai, an S-class psychic, could break through the zombies' defenses, but they could not. The ordinary people behind them were even less capable. The bulldozer and the speedy dog charged into the crowd, causing slaughter. Retreat. Retreat. Don't get close to these zombies. Don't get close to these zombies. He shouted loudly, trying to think of other ways. Other psychic fighters and ordinary people who had finally gathered courage to join the fight were all trembling. Clearly, the strength of the zombies was too difficult to fight and far beyond their expectations. They couldn't help but feel hopeless. They had come out to open a gap so their loved ones could escape, but these zombies guarded the area, making them doubt whether they could really defeat them. Why are these zombies so powerful? They seem to understand some strategies. We're doomed. We're going to die. But just then, a graceful woman leapt over them. She swung her baseball bat fiercely, knocking a 5-meter-tall bulldozer flying. She kicked out her foot, knocking away a speedy dog. Then she shot 2 fiery, chili-shaped flames from her hand, setting the bulldozer and the speedy dog on fire. That wasn't all. Where she stood, vines suddenly shot out, tightly binding the bulldozer, the speedy dog, and the explosive zombies. At the same time, flapping wings. A group of brightly feathered birds flew in the sky, spreading their wings and creating gusts of wind blades. They chirped loudly, shooting feathers like arrows. The wind blade sliced quickly through the dog, and the sound of its cry exploded like a road roller. Feathers shot onto the exploding zombie, instantly igniting it. Huang Ge and the others were stunned, completely unsure of who this suddenly appearing person was. But just when they thought it was over, even more incredible things happened. Those flying birds had plants growing on them. The spider plant opened its leaves, curling into a trumpet shape, emitting a special hypnotic wave toward the zombies below. One by one, the zombies were hypnotized and stood still on the ground. The calla lilies bent their flowers, shooting sharp cross-shaped ice spikes. When these hit the hypnotized zombies, they swept them away. And then there was the pepper, wearing a cloak. Huang Ge rubbed his eyes, confirming that the pepper was indeed wearing a cloak. This was unbelievable. This bizarre pepper shot out flames of chili, which fell to the ground but did not go out. Whether it was the speedy dog, the road roller, or the exploding zombie, all were ignited without exception. Apart from the 2 initial moves, the woman then created an absolute battlefield, becoming the undisputed leader. Huang Ge felt a wave of fear. Who is this woman? She seems even stronger than Liang Donglai, who has an S-level ability. Just as he was wondering, Liang Donglai, the S-level ability user, called out her name directly. Miss Zhou Chuchu. Liang Donglai's handsome face was full of surprise. He looked at Zhou Chuchu with admiration and amazement. I never expected you to be even stronger than I thought. He originally wanted to find a chance to get close to Zhou Chuchu, but this zombie obstacle made him see her as strong and perfect. How could he not be happy? Zhou Chuchu already had a good impression of Liang Donglai, so she responded, "You're not weak either. Your ability is excellent." Liang Donglai was about to take a step further when suddenly Qin Ziyuan appeared beside Zhou Chuchu. He looked at Liang Donglai with cold eyes and a strong sense of authority, declaring his position, "I am her husband." After saying that, he reached out and pinched her hand. Ahead, zombies on the same line, whether it was the road roller, the speedy dog, or the exploding zombie, all stopped at the same time. Next, they were crushed into dust. Liang Donglai paused, squinting his eyes. His 10 gems instantly released a dazzling array of colorful light. A group of zombies froze into gems and then exploded. Beautiful lady, there's no shortage of suitors. Even if she's married, it doesn't diminish her charm. Liang Donglai said bravely, not afraid of death. Oh, you're quite daring. On Qin Ziyuan's body, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Over 1,000 zombies blocking the way, still unaware of the situation, were completely turned to ash under the strike of black lightning. Liang Donglai was still trying to use his special power, while his bodyguard pointed ahead and said, "Young master, those zombies are all gone." Liang Donglai paused. He saw Qin Ziyuan smile in a superior, victorious way, looking down at him like a defeated dog. Liang Donglai's eyes flickered. He put on a gentle smile again and spoke cleverly. They say Qin from Haishur is the most talented young business genius. Tunglong is on top, unstoppable. I really admire how he's also extraordinary in strength. Qin Ziyuan looked down on him, fully confident. Mr. Liang from Lingyun Jewelry, 3 months ago, your father sent me a letter of intent for cooperation. He was very sincere, saying he sent his son to learn from me, hoping I wouldn't mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu looked at her man strangely. What's going on? Does he have a grudge against Liang Donglai? Usually, even when dealing with business rivals, he either acquires their assets or uses business tactics to eliminate them, never wasting words. Why does this sound so targeted? Liang Donglai's gaze sharpened again, becoming more fierce. His smile grew gentler. Mr. Qin, you are indeed my senior in business. I have much to learn from you. He emphasized the word senior heavily, then extended his hand. A bodyguard immediately handed over a box. He opened it. Wow, full of shining jewelry, packed with high-quality gems. Even Zhou Chuchu, who isn't really into jewelry, couldn't help but glance twice. With just those 2 glances, Qin Ziyuan's eyes narrowed. Chuchu, do you like jewelry? Zhou Chuchu casually replied. Isn't it true that no woman dislikes jewelry?
No exception.
Qin Ziyuan's gaze suddenly tightened sharply. Liang Donglai looked proud and took out a large, colorful gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg. Miss Zhou Chuchu, from the first time I saw you, I thought you shined like this colorful gemstone. It suits you perfectly. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. How bold was this man? Daring to give her jewelry right in front of her man? She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and secretly thought, 666. However, I must say, this colorful gemstone is truly beautiful, like it contains a rainbow sealed inside, stunning and magnificent. But now, the problem is, a handsome and gentle man is giving her jewelry in front of her husband. Should she accept it or not?
Chuchu, take it.
I'm not the kind of person who is stingy, Qin Ziyuan said. Since her husband has spoken, Zhou Chuchu happily accepts it. When she looks closer, she sees it is indeed bright and colorful, making her unable to resist liking it. She thinks about making a gemstone hairpin for Chi-Chi. This idea is perfect and sure to be very beautiful. Seeing her happy expression, Qin Ziyuan's heart beat like it was being hammered repeatedly. It turns out Chuchu actually likes jewelry. He suddenly regrets not buying more jewelry companies earlier, so he could give her all those jewelry pieces to play with. Liang Donglai seizes the moment to make a remark. When it comes to a woman's beauty, jewelry is the best reflection. When it comes to a woman's secrets, perhaps only jewelry knows them well. Women become noble and charming because of jewelry. President Qin, you are busy with many things, so you probably don't realize this. Qin Ziyuan. Liang Donglai. President Qin, you have 15 listed companies and billions in assets, but I doubt you've bought a few suitable pieces of jewelry for your wife. Qin Ziyuan. Liang Donglai. I'm not talented in business compared to President Qin, and I earn only a tiny fraction of what you do. But I am a master jewelry designer. Making jewelry that makes women shine even brighter is my lifelong goal. Such a beautiful lady as the wife, without a few suitable pieces of jewelry on her neck, would be my sin. Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan is completely defeated. Zhou Chuchu squeezes her man's hand and defends him. Jewelry is beautiful, but in the end times, safety is the most important. My man is a straightforward guy, not very into jewelry, but he's strong and capable. His strength comes first. Qin Ziyuan immediately raises his eyebrows. Liang Donglai is utterly defeated. Huang Ge and others stare blankly at the three powerful abilities users behind them, then look ahead. The zombies blocking the way are all gone, none remain. While the three of them chat and laugh, the zombies vanish into thin air. Originally, they thought that only by risking their lives could they break through the zombie defenses, but now it was all resolved effortlessly. Huang Ge is deeply shocked, but he quickly reacts and hurriedly says, "Thank you, three abilities users, for saving us. If it weren't for you, I might have been trapped here." Qin Ziyuan nods slightly and walks away. Zhou Chuchu has no intention of chatting idly. After the fight, she just wants to go back and be with her children. Liang Donglai said, "You don't need to thank us. Just organize your people to leave quickly." Then he followed Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan, the boss, looked uncomfortable. "Why are you still here?" Liang Donglai smiled and said, "We are all abilities users. Let's leave together, so we can watch out for each other." Qin Ziyuan coldly refused, "No need." Liang Donglai then cheerfully introduced himself to Zhou Chuchu. "Miss Zhou Chuchu, I don't have high education, just a degree from MIT. My abilities are not strong, but I understand music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I've won some international awards for my performances, and my artwork has been collected by art galleries. I think I can teach your two children, which should be enough." Zhou Chuchu was speechless. She couldn't refuse. "All right, let's go together," she agreed. Qin Ziyuan looked at his wife sadly. This time, she couldn't just follow his lead. "Will you teach the children systematically about different ways of thinking and essential knowledge?" he asked. After thinking, Qin Ziyuan had to admit he didn't know how. "Will you teach the children music and painting?" he asked honestly. He wanted to argue that these things weren't necessary in the end times, but under Zhou Chuchu's stern gaze, he gave up. From a domineering CEO to a meek, obedient person, he had changed. Zhou Chuchu politely smiled at Liang Donglai, like a caring mother handing her children over to a teacher. "Teacher Liang, I'll leave the children in your care for now." Liang Donglai said, "No need to be so polite." They then started talking enthusiastically about how to educate the children, exchanging ideas back and forth. Qin Ziyuan, ignored on the side, tried to speak several times, but was interrupted. He looked at his wife with a resentful gaze. "Love, then, must fade away, right?" He glanced at Liang Donglai, feeling a sudden surge of hostility. He suddenly remembered that Ji Fuxing had introduced him to a creature called green tea, which secretly destroys couples' intimacy and causes trouble. Now it seemed Liang Donglai was exactly that kind of creature. He needed to keep a close eye on his wife. Liang Donglai also moved into the peach tree, but he stayed in another hollow of the tree. That place had no flowers or wood, but as a space, it was quite large, about 50,000 square meters. Liang Donglai and his bodyguard stayed in this empty space. The vast emptiness strangely made them feel a little cold. "Young master, are we really inside the peach tree's hollow?" They were extremely shocked, full of disbelief. Even after being inside for a while, they still found it hard to accept this reality. It's like seeing a wardrobe standing there, and when you open the door, there's actually a whole world inside. It's quite amazing, like something out of a fairy tale. But this is the end of the world. The end of the world. Liang Donglai, upon entering the tree hollow, was also very surprised. He specifically went outside to look at the viewing platform. All he could say was, "Wow, this is incredible, really incredible." Inside and outside the hollow, it's like two different worlds. But since he is an S-level abilities user himself, his ability to accept surprises is naturally stronger than that of the bodyguards. It seems Ms. Zhou Chuchu wants to create a peaceful paradise, he thought. Then Zhou Chuchu invited him to give the children extra lessons. From the tree hollow above, a wooden ladder was lowered. He climbed up the ladder and truly saw a peaceful paradise. beautiful flowers and lush trees everywhere. Amidst the flowers and plants, a large villa of about 1,000 square meters stood tall. In the garden and beyond, dozens of acres of farmland had been cultivated. The soil was covered, and Qin Zhuangming and Gao Gongqiang's fathers, who couldn't sit still, had dug it out. Inside, lush vegetables and crops grew abundantly. In the center of the farmland, there was a clear pond with lotus flowers and reeds. Occasionally, fat fish leaped out of the water. Birds flew back and forth across the fields, creating a beautiful rural scene. Even Liang Donglai, who was used to city life, was stunned when he saw this. It really is a peaceful paradise. Thinking about the outside world, where many people are starving and struggling to get enough food, this place has not only achieved food independence but also grown vegetables, and there are even river fish. He was truly impressed and deeply envious. Entering the yard, he saw the plant warriors who had just been showing off outside, performing spectacular tricks. They were happily playing with mud, but as soon as they saw him, they quickly buried their roots in the soil and pretended to be ordinary vegetables. He was speechless. Why weren't they pretending when they were happily fighting zombies? Now, they suddenly started pretending? Then he saw that in the yard's tent, Kong Bangshu and Gao Gongqiang's family were living. He was even more envious. He really wanted to live here. Below, in the hollow, it was truly bare and empty, nothing there. Why not give them some soil, so they can farm too? Zhou Chuchu was already waiting with the two kids in the yard. When she saw him coming, she greeted him, Teacher Liang. Chi-Chi and Linlin looked at this new teacher with big eyes, blinking happily, and politely called out, "Hello, Teacher Liang." "Hello, Teacher Liang." Liang Dong looked at the two adorable little ones and felt his heart melt instantly. He quickly stepped closer, squatted down, and asked little ones, "What would you like to learn?" Chi-Chi, being a gentle girl, tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "Teacher Liang, I want to learn how to draw." Lilin, maintaining a cool and confident look, asked Liang Dong, "Do you know martial arts?" "I want to learn to protect my family." Liang Dong smiled softly. "I can draw, and I also know Tai Chi and Bagua Palm. Would you like me to teach you?" The two children's eyes lit up, and they pulled his hands. "Let's start learning right now." When they entered Zhou Chuchu's house, he was again stunned. The house was very secure, with walls so strong they seemed even tougher than diamonds. Of course, he couldn't see that Zhou Chuchu's safe house had been strengthened 1,000 times by the system. But the faint glow flowing from the walls was more dazzling than gemstones, yet subtle and not flashy, existing in a quiet, modest way. If not for his special abilities, he might not have noticed this detail. But that wasn't all. When he saw the water lilies gently swaying and releasing fresh air, sunlight shining through the leaves with colorful glimmers, orchids gracefully blowing a breeze rich in oxygen ions, and lotus flowers holding their seed pods to humidify the room. Liang Dong. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Zhou Chuchu smiled humbly. "Teacher Liang, my humble home is simple. Please forgive any shortcomings." Liang Dong looked at her with a complicated expression. He really wanted to ask, "You call this a humble home?" If this is a humble home, then what is the place he lives in? A doghouse? "Miss Zhou Chuchu, you're too modest." Liang Dong wanted to say more, but Qin Ziyuan appeared with a cold aura, giving him a stern look. Just as Zhou Chuchu was about to speak, Qin Ziyuan's icy gaze softened, and he took his wife's small hand. "Chuchu, I'm cold." Liang Dong. He looked up at the sky. "No way, big brother, in this hot weather. You say you're cold? Who would believe that?" Zhou Chuchu immediately became nervous, reaching out her soft hand to check Qin Ziyuan's forehead. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he seemed a little cooler than usual. "No, this doesn't seem like normal body temperature." "Sorry, Teacher Liang. Today you can just relax. I'll take my husband inside to check on him." Zhou Chuchu helped Qin Ziyuan into the room. Liang Dong. "There's a phrase I want to say but hesitate. Should I say it or not?" "Teacher Liang, let's go draw." The two children pulled Liang Dong away. In the room, Zhou Chuchu repeatedly tested Qin Ziyuan's forehead, nervously asking, "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" The man lay on the bed, his collar slightly open, revealing a strong chest and flawless skin. Although it was very pale, it was quite charming. He was not as assertive as usual, like a fierce dragon. His hair was messy, giving him a broken, beautiful look. "Choo-choo, I'm cold." Zhou Choo-choo couldn't stand it and immediately hugged him. "Would this make you warmer?" Until then, she had no other thoughts. Since her rebirth, she always felt that Qin Ziyuan's body temperature was a few degrees lower than normal, quite different from the high fevers he often had in his previous life. She paid extra attention to these abnormalities, worried that his health might be in trouble. Before, he could walk and jump and was very healthy just with a slightly lower body temperature. She was worried but not overly concerned because he seemed fine. But today he said he was cold. This was a big deal. Qin Ziyuan felt the softness and warmth surrounding him, and he felt a bit guilty for deceiving his dear wife. Actually, he wasn't uncomfortable anywhere. Just now, he asked Ji Fuxing how to deal with green tea, and Ji Fuxing replied with the phrase, "Defeat green tea with green tea." In simple terms, it meant being greener than the other person, comparing tea skills. He normally wouldn't care about such things, but just now, when that green tea girl tried to flatter his wife excessively, he couldn't hold back and responded naturally with a little tea of his own. The effect was excellent. In short, his mood was quite complicated now. Feeling guilty inside, but also wanting his wife to love him a little more. "Are you feeling better?" Zhou Choo-choo looked over, and Qin Ziyuan shyly looked away. "Choo-choo, I'm still cold." "Oh, then I'll cover you more." Zhou Choo-choo leaned back down again. As she lay there, Qin Ziyuan felt too comfortable, and soon he was drowsy, eyelids fluttering, falling asleep. Liang Donglai had some real skills. In just one morning, he managed to impress the two children. By mealtime, the children were already following him closely, calling him Teacher Liang happily. Even Xiao, who, usually alert and cautious, now looked at him with much more relaxed eyes. The two elders at home also had a very good impression of him. The mother-in-law prepared a big table of dishes. "Xiao Liang, come, you've worked hard teaching the kids. Come and eat." Zhou Choo-choo walked over to look, and her eyes widened in surprise. Spicy boiled fish, assorted lobsters, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed potato noodles, fish-flavored shredded pork, shrimp with cucumber, stir-fried pea shoots, and oyster sauce cabbage. 5 dishes with greens, such high standards. As everyone knows, in the Qin family, meat dishes are not the most valuable. The real treasure is the vegetables. Liang Donglai had already smelled the aroma of the food. When he saw these dishes, his eyes lit up. Poor guy, he hadn't seen such colorful, fragrant, and tasty food in a long time. He had been eating instant noodles and canned food for over 2 weeks, and his taste buds had become numb. Seeing this table of food felt like seeing heaven. "Auntie, your cooking is amazing. Even 5-star hotel chefs couldn't make dishes this good." Liang Donglai praised enthusiastically, and Lu Julin smiled happily. "Oh, it's nothing special. I just made it casually, hee. Qin Zhuangming took out a bottle of wine. "Xiao Liang, shall we have a drink?" Liang Donglai immediately sat down. "Can't ask for more, uncle. I haven't had a drink in over 2 weeks. Today's thanks to you." Qin Zhuangming chuckled. "That's great. My son is like a robot, doesn't smoke or drink, so he's quite boring. Only big sister doesn't mind him. Come on, let's have a few drinks. No getting drunk, no leaving." Lu Julin scoffed. "This old man just knows to drink." "Xiao Liang, don't mind him. Eat more vegetables. Teaching kids is hard work." She scooped several big bites of food onto Liang Donglai's plate. Liang Donglai hurriedly said, "Auntie, you're too kind. Chi-Chi and Lin-Lin are super smart. Whatever I teach, they learn quickly. My little foundation will be gone before long." His words made grandparents Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Which grandparent doesn't love to hear praise for their grandchildren? Especially when it's about such a talented young person. Lu Julin added a few more bites to his plate, and Liang Donglai's bowl was overflowing. He ate happily, showing a face full of happiness. Who wouldn't like that? And he even praised, Andy, your cooking is really delicious. I've never had such tasty food before. Brother Chin is so lucky to have you as his mom. I wish I could be your son and eat this kind of food every day. I swear, even immortals couldn't make food this good. Lu Jilin was overjoyed. She shot a quick look at Qin Ziyuan. My son only knows how to eat. He can't praise people at all. I've cooked for him for so long, and I've never heard him say a word of thanks. Qin Ziyuan, who was disliked by his own mother. It's okay if his biological parents dislike him, as long as Chu Chu doesn't dislike him. That's enough.
He thought this to himself.
Until Liang Donglai, with his mouth, said that vegetables are delicious. His parents, who were eager to show off their daughter-in-law, immediately praised her enthusiastically. These vegetables are tasty, right? My daughter-in-law grew them. Liang Donglai, Brother Qin is really lucky. Unlike me, I don't even have someone I like. My daughter-in-law is wonderful, beautiful, and capable. Liang Donglai, I really envy Brother Qin. Marrying such a kind, gentle, and talented wife. I'm just not as lucky. My daughter-in-law is caring for the family and the children, and she's very filial to us old folks. Liang Donglai, Brother Qin is really lucky. To be honest with the elders, although my family has many members, there's quite a bit of tension among us. When I was young, my parents didn't get along, and I was very hurt. I promised myself I would marry a caring wife who loved me and the children, but I never found her. Liang Donglai's story made the elders feel sympathetic. But Qin Ziyuan found it very annoying. He was just bragging about his wife and dragging him into it. Pretending to be good at tea art? Huh? Qin Ziyuan looked at his wife with deep affection and asked, Wife, I'm just a simple, honest man, not as eloquent as Liang's younger brother. Do you really like me? Zhou Chu-Chu. Buffed. She spat out her tea. This was way too much. What was that strong tea flavor about? Zhou Chu-Chu covered her husband's forehead with her hand. He wasn't sick. Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming also looked shocked. Son, you're speaking so seriously about this tea-flavored nonsense. It's really terrifying. Liang Donglai was also stunned. Bro, are you trying to defeat magic with magic? Carrot, Miss Zhou Chu-Chu is so elegant. She definitely won't fall for your tricks. Qin Ziyuan pulled Zhou Chu-Chu's small hand from his forehead. Wife, do you dislike me, a man who doesn't understand romance and wouldn't give you jewelry to make you happy? Zhou Chu-Chu rarely saw this side of Qin Ziyuan and didn't dislike it at all. She liked it very much.
Who said that?
I like my husband the most. I love my husband the most.
How could this be? Liang Donglai was completely defeated.
The two little ones also quickly abandoned teacher Liang and ran to their dad. Dad is the best. We love Dad so much. Dad is the best dad ever, 1,000 times better than teacher Liang. Liang Donglai was so shocked he fell to the ground, losing his appetite. In the afternoon, the crowd stopped moving forward again. Zhou Chu-Chu came down to check the situation, and Liang Donglai followed. Qin Ziyuan naturally didn't want to leave his silly wife alone, so he followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped out, a pretty woman let out a soft cry like a songbird, slipping out of the crowd. She wobbled a few steps and then accurately fell toward Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan remained calm. He couldn't move either. From a meter away, he raised a black shield. With a loud bang, the woman hit the shield hard. Oh, it hurts so much. The woman softly fell to the ground, looking shy and timid at Qin Ziyuan with her beautiful eyes. Big brother, I'm in so much pain. Suddenly, a group of onlookers looked at him with envy and admiration. What's going on? It's of luck to meet such a handsome person. Liang Donglai looked like he was enjoying the show, thinking that no man could resist such good fortune. Zhou Chu-Chu also looked like she was watching a good show. This woman clearly came for her man, but he did have the confidence to handle it. Encouraged by the crowd's attention, the woman got up shyly and looked at Qin Ziyuan. Seeing his handsome face, her heart pounded. She spoke again. Big brother, Please help me, She hadn't finished when Qin Ziyuan finally realized that she was calling him Big Brother. It turned out she was referring to him. Earlier, he had been performing tea art for his wife, still with a serious expression, which was why the woman dared to approach him. His face darkened, and his aura suddenly became intimidating. Get lost. The woman froze. Tears fell from her eyes. She was scared now. Although he had been cold earlier, his handsome face was like a divine being, making people want to get close. But now, he looked like a fierce demon, full of killing aura, terrifying and deep as an abyss. If she accidentally angered him, she might never find a way out alive. She wanted to run away immediately. Why did she have to target him? At this moment, she saw Liang Donglai. Big Brother. Liang Donglai raised his hands and took a big step back. His smile was gentle, but his tone was serious. Miss, I'm not your big brother. Don't just call anyone that. The woman was stunned again. She was speechless. What was wrong with these men? The woman still wanted to say more, but Huang Ge had already hurried over. He looked around, saw the woman lying on the ground, unwilling to give up, and frowned sharply, scolding her. Xu Yao, what are you doing? Get up quickly. In a short time, Huang Ge had gained some influence, so the woman dared not disobey him. Unwilling, she crawled up from the ground and moved behind Huang Ge. Behind Huang Ge was his nephew, Huang Fong, who was smiling flatteringly at a stunning woman nearby. This woman was Zhou Chuchu, whom they all knew well. She was the famous star Lin Xr, the one rescued from the service station last night. Compared to her disheveled state last night, she looked completely different now. She had been cleaned up and was wearing fresh clothes, standing out sharply among the dusty, grimy crowd. Xu Yao approached, whispering softly to Lin Xiner and Zhou Chuchu, occasionally glancing at Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu looked at the two, gently rubbing her fingers, and used a water-based telepathic technique to communicate secretly. The explosion zombies had gathered underground, making the air in Haishur very dry, but even in dryness, there was still some moisture. This water-based telepathy was an advanced use of her supernatural water ability, the Sea of Water. It worked quite well. Xu Yao, Miss Lin Xiner, your plan won't work. That man is too scary. I'm afraid of him. Lin Xiner, if you don't try, how will you know? That peach tree, don't you want to live inside it? You're so beautiful and charming, even among our circle. You stand out. Such beauty of yours is the greatest attraction for men. Xu Yao frowned, looking longingly at the peach tree, then at Zhou Chuchu, and for the first time doubted her own beauty and charm. She thought Zhou Chuchu was more beautiful than her, but as a woman, she was reluctant to admit it. She dared not look at Qin Ziyuan, instead her gaze fixed on Liang Donglai. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, Liang Donglai felt more gentle and approachable, much more so. She's a supernatural, and I'm just an ordinary person. No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to a supernatural. Even if a supernatural is ugly, they'll still be pursued. Xu Yao felt inferior and unwilling at the same time. Lin Xiner said, the tree is dead, but people are alive. Now, in this end of the world, even if she's a supernatural, she still depends on men to survive. As long as a man accepts you, what reason does he have to stop you? Just find a way to win over the man. Otherwise, do you want to live a life of constant danger, always at risk of being killed? Lin Xiner's words successfully moved Xu Yao, and her furrowed brows relaxed. She nodded and said, you're right. I'll try again. That man is very scary, but no matter how frightening he is, he's not more terrifying than zombies, right? Zhou Chuchu raised an eyebrow. Feeling angry? People who have experienced the end of the world don't feel much anger about such things. She had already guessed someone would target the peach trees. But Lin Xiner, after escaping from the dangerous service station because of her, now has her eyes on the peach trees and her man. Although she's not angry, she's definitely not happy about it. She also realized she overlooked a very obvious fact. In her previous life, her husband was disabled and had no special abilities. Even if he was handsome like a god, women didn't hit on him.
But now,
Just look at those fiery gazes. If this man weren't naturally cold and kept people at a distance, many would rush forward now. He's a troublemaker. She feels a little worried, but she doesn't know that someone else is currently overwhelmed with emotions. Her wife is too dazzling. Since she appeared, countless eyes are on her. If he weren't using a powerful aura to suppress everyone, who knows how many would rush to her. Protecting his wife is a long journey. Huang Ge is unaware of the turbulent waves among everyone. He looks tense and serious, with a hint of panic. 3 strong fighters, please step aside. I have something important to discuss. Zhou Chuchu was about to ask Huang Ge about the obstacle, seeing this as a good opportunity. Everyone made way for Huang Ge, creating a suitable place for conversation. Huang Ji's nephew, Huang Fong, also brought Lin Xiner and Xu Yao over. Huang Ji's eyes flickered, secretly blaming his nephew for not knowing the bigger picture, and signaled Huang Fong to take the 2 women away. But Huang Fong didn't leave. Instead, he introduced Lin Xiner. This big star. I think you don't need me to introduce her. Uncle, she's a big star. She has more connections than us, and a wider social circle. Maybe she can help with some problems. Huang Ji's expression turned serious and straightforward. There's no need for a big star here. Take them away, and you leave too. Huang Ge then pointed at Zhou Chuchu and asked, why can she stay here, but Miss Lin Xiner can't? Zhou Chuchu glanced at Huang Ge. He's also a B-level ability user, but he wasn't present during the zombie attack in the morning when Huang Ge organized a breakout. Liang Donglai smiled and said, Director Huang, your nephew is quite foolish. Qin Ziyuan glared even more coldly at Huang Fong, and a black whip snapped through the air. Huang Fong pointed at Zhou Chuchu's hand, which was whipped open, exposing the bone. Next time you'll be dead. Qin Ziyuan said coldly. Zhou Chuchu felt very safe being protected by Qin Ziyuan. She silently gave her husband a thumbs up. Yes, this feels good. Although her husband was being watched by others, being protected by him made her feel so good that those worries didn't matter anymore. Huang Fong covered his injured hand and let out a painful scream, while the blood splattered from the whip-stained Lin Xiner and Xu Yao's faces. They both shivered fiercely, not expecting Qin Ziyuan to be so harsh. He acted immediately without hesitation. There was no need for Huang Ge to say anything. They ran away on their own. Huang Ji's heart trembled a little, but he quickly ordered, take this shameful thing away now. Someone immediately came forward and dragged the screaming Huang Fong away. Huang Ge then said, everyone, sorry, my nephew doesn't know better. Let's not talk about him now. I have something important to tell you all. Huang Ge took a deep breath and slowly said, we have encountered General Qian Qingyu's main forces. But the bridge leading to Engshi has been destroyed. General Qian and all of us are blocked by Lingjiang and cannot advance. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit strange. With General Qian's abilities, even if the bridge collapsed, he shouldn't be helpless, right? There are many special abilities in the army. If they gather, there should be a way to solve this. Huang Ji's expression suddenly turned very fearful. He trembled as he said, but what's blocking General Qian's army isn't water. But. He forced himself to speak in a trembling voice, word by word. It's a horde of zombies. A horde of zombies? Zhou Chuchu's worries turned into reality. Indeed, it seemed some terrifying force was controlling these zombies, preventing the people of Haishur from escaping. But Zhou Chuchu wouldn't believe Huang Ji's words easily. She clapped her hands, and a flock of birds flew out from the leaves of a peach tree, shooting towards the distance with the plants. Using the plant's eyes, she saw what was ahead. On the wide Lingjiang River, waves roared and roared. But those waves weren't water, they were zombies in groups, countless zombies. Ling River has dried up, and the zombies inside are all that remain. They are very concentrated and do not scatter to attack people. They stay in the river, and if anyone dares to step into Ling River, they will be attacked by the horde. Roar, roar. Hoo hoo hoo. A series of terrifying growls come from these zombies. Their loud roars create a huge shockwave. People with weak willpower, just hearing this shockwave, will lose confidence and dare not move forward. At the dam, General Qian Qingyu leads 1,000,000 soldiers, helplessly stopping at the riverbank. Behind them are 8.6 million civilians evacuated from Haishur City. Yes, a once huge international city with nearly 30 million people now has only 8.6 million survivors. This is a great tragedy. But now, if they cannot cross this zombie-infested river, these 8.6 million people will not survive. All residents of Haishur will be buried in an explosion in 10 hours. Time is running out. General Qian Qingyu and the other officers are quickly discussing. They must make a decision immediately. We can't hesitate anymore. In 10 hours, the underground zombie explosion will gather completely. When it explodes, everyone will die. General Qian, give the order. Maybe sacrificing some soldiers can save more people. Is there really no other way? Sending 500,000 soldiers to block the zombies is like feeding them to the monsters. We are the guilty ones. How can we face their parents and loved ones? But if we don't do this, everyone will die. Haishur City will truly cease to exist. Can we detonate the bombs? Use the explosion as a path to these zombies away.
No.
If the flames ignite the underground zombie explosion, we will be doomed early. What about the army in Angshi? Can they break through the zombie blockade with us? They don't have time to support us now. Besides, there are too many zombies. We can't break their defenses. Major General Lin Dong has organized several attacks, but it's no use. The zombies are replenishing too quickly. Listening to the officers' voices, Qian Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply and his temples throbbed. Is it really impossible? Must they sacrifice 500,000 soldiers to fill the zombies' mouths to survive? It seems this is the only way forward. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the countless plant warriors and the black dragon with black electricity that had crushed the zombie tide before. Wouldn't it be great if those two were here? He forced a bitter smile, thinking how unlikely that was. Those two divine dragons were always elusive, never seen clearly. He didn't even know their true identities. Are they humans? Or gods? That blurry figure could also be just a visual illusion caused by the camera. Shaking off this thought, General Qian Qingyu gave a heavy order. Bring Lin Dong in. Let him lead these 500,000 soldiers. The other generals felt a heavy weight in their hearts and were deeply saddened. Lin Dong was the most outstanding psychic in the army, known for his fire-type abilities, and was the most likely to succeed General Qian in the future. To sacrifice someone like him? General Qian, no. Let me go. I'm old now, I've lived enough. No, General Qian, Major Lin Dong isn't just the best talent in our army, he's your nephew. Let me go. I can fight those zombies too. Everyone eagerly volunteered, not wanting to see such a young man sacrifice himself pointlessly. General Qian Qingyu made a firm decision. Everyone shut up. No one is more suitable than him. His abilities are strong, and he can boost the soldiers' confidence. Besides, if the soldiers are willing to sacrifice, why can't he? Stop persuading me. My decision is made. Just as General Qian Qingyu finished speaking and was about to give another order, someone came to report. General Qian, 3 S-class psychics want to see you. S-class psychics? And 3 of them? The other general's eyes lit up, and General Qian's expression also changed suddenly. Quick, bring them in. Soon, Zhou Chuchu, Qin Ziyuan, and Liang Donglai arrived. Within minutes, a soldier respectfully led them into the makeshift meeting tent. Coincidentally, Lin Dong was also called over. Seeing the 3, General Qian Qingyu couldn't hide his excitement. Just as he was about to say some polite words, Qin Ziyuan straightforwardly said, "The plan to use 500,000 people to fill the zombie mouths is wrong. There are third-stage evolved zombies hidden in Lingjiang. No matter how many fall into them, they will only be buried in zombie mouths. There are no exceptions." Qin Ziyuan's words stunned everyone. What does this mean? Does it mean there's no hope at all? One of the generals couldn't help but retort, "On what basis do you make that judgment? What evidence do you have? And what exactly are these third-stage evolved zombies you mentioned?" Qin Ziyuan looked at him calmly, and just that glance silenced him completely. Based on the detailed data about the underground explosion and zombie gathering in Haishur, I am sending it to you. Qin Ziyuan said calmly. Whether he shared that data or took action this time, he didn't really care about human life and death. But Chu Chu wanted to take advantage of the system, so he cooperated. That's all. It's you. So, it was you. General Qian Qingyu was very excited. You are a great benefactor to the people of Haishur. The other generals no longer doubted the truth of his words. The general who had just argued earlier even kept apologizing. Zhou Chuchu said, General Qian, no need to thank us now. Wait until we deal with this flood of zombies.
What?
Everyone's ears buzzed, and they wondered if they had heard correctly. General Qian was surprised and said, Good. With you three helping us, that's wonderful. Zhou Chuchu continued, General Qian, you're mistaken. It's not us helping you, but you helping us. I need you to organize a team of 50 people to work with us three, to go into the river and eliminate all the zombies.
What?
General Qian couldn't help but scratch his ears. 50 people to work with you? Just 50? To clear all the zombies? General Qian looked stunned. The other generals also looked stunned, their heads buzzing, all frozen in place. The generals looked at each other, reading shock, madness, and disbelief in each other's eyes. Even Liang Donglai, who had been following, was stunned when he heard the words of the couple. No, you didn't discuss this with me. Are you two really too crazy? Lin Dong also suddenly looked at Zhou Chuchu and then deeply glanced at Qin Ziyuan. The feeling he got from the couple was completely different. One full of vitality, the other full of fierce energy. His fire element supernatural power couldn't help but bow to the two of them. This was something he had never experienced before. Since he mastered his fire ability, this wild power, once unleashed, would crush everything. But when facing this couple, it bowed and dared not be arrogant. As for the other person, his supernatural power also fluctuated, but compared to these two, it was almost negligible. So, before everyone could react, he took the initiative to say, Let me lead some people to assist you. What do you want me to do? Swish. 3 beams of gemstone light flashed, slicing 3 mosquitoes in half. When it's hot, there are usually many mosquitoes, and no one pays much attention to these tiny insects. But soon everyone notices something strange. These mosquitoes are cut in half by the gemstone light, yet they are not fully dead and are still crawling on the ground. Zombie mosquitoes. Upon closer inspection, they realize these mosquitoes are different from normal ones. They are zombie mosquitoes. Because they are so small and unremarkable, it's hard to tell whether they are alive or dead without careful observation. Zhou Chuchu steps forward and crushes a zombie mosquito into mush, then says, My plan can't be explained here in detail. Among the 3rd stage zombies in Lingjiang, there are special zombie creatures with unique powers. If I reveal the plan, they might immediately change their strategy to target us. But don't worry, when the time comes, my plants will tell you what to do. All the generals, including General Qian Qingyu, feel a chill. From Zhou Chuchu's words, they sense more information. Such a large number of zombies, if they act with purpose and awareness, and even know how to send zombie mosquitoes to spy on their plans, that is truly terrifying. Can a team of fewer than 60 people really wipe out all the zombies in the river? They don't believe it. But they have no better options either. There's no time to hesitate. Let's act now. Zhou Chuchu doesn't want to waste time, and speaks plainly. Lin Dong immediately organizes 49 elite soldiers, plus himself, making 50 people. 50 people put on the best armor and follow Zhou Chuchu and the others to the riverbank. Roar. Countless zombies roar, their eyes clouded with white, fixed on them with bloodthirsty and greedy gazes. Being stared at by so many such eyes, even the strongest would tremble. At this moment, Lin Dong is unsure what Zhou Chuchu's plan really is. Just as he is about to ask, a huge peach tree silently walks over from behind and takes root by the riverbank. The windows and doors of the peach tree open, and groups of plants pour out. He feels a tickling on his shoulder. Turning his head, he sees a trumpet flower climbing onto his shoulder. Each of his comrades has a trumpet flower on their shoulder. These flowers are very cute, large and bright. They sway their blossoms as they ride on the soldiers' shoulders, and Zhou Chuchu's voice echoes in their minds. Follow my plants and act according to their guidance. Lin Dong and the soldiers are surprised, but they quickly regain their composure, nodding in agreement. The peach tree's branches sway, and the plant warriors move out together. Commands came one after another from the peach tree. Of course, Dong Lin couldn't hear the peach tree's voice, but Chu Chu heard it clearly. All clans, listen to my orders. Quickly organize. First team, wait for instructions. Second team, wait for instructions. Third team, wait for instructions. First team equipped with combat members, devil peppers, cabbage fighters, durian bombs, angel mushrooms, banyan trees. Second team equipped with combat members, devil peppers, potato walls, electromagnetic flowers, electric reeds. The old peach tree and its clan communicated not with words, or it would take hours just to give orders. Instead, they used plant nerves to send complex commands instantly. The plants moved in order, guided by the trumpet flowers in soldiers' minds. Enter the river, lure the zombies. The soldiers were stunned. Wasn't this risking their lives? Although they had prepared mentally for this, it still felt too extreme. You're humans, with strong zombie-attracting abilities. Enter the river and lure the enemies. The soldiers instinctively looked at Dong Lin. Suddenly, Dong Lin understood why they needed help. Turns out, they were the bait. He decisively said, from now on, don't listen to me. Follow the plants. Do whatever they say. Everyone was shocked and responded together, yes. Dong Lin was the first to step into the river. The Long Spirit River, once a mother river nourishing countless people, now dried up and filled with zombies, turning into a deadly river. As Dong Lin entered, the zombies roared and lunged wildly. Dong Lin couldn't help but activate his supernatural powers. Flames burst around him. Hundreds of zombies caught fire and burned quickly, but then more zombies rushed in groups. There were so many that he felt hopeless. But at that moment, the plants surrounding him suddenly launched their attack.
Bang, bang, bang.
The exploding pea pods opened, sending round explosive peas flying out for widespread bombing. After clearing some zombies, the mint trap experts had already set a circle of mint leaf traps, completely invisible. Once zombies stepped into them, they couldn't escape. Devil peppers, each wearing a cloak, spat fireballs of chilly flames at the trapped zombies. The flames burned long and deep, not only roasting the trapped zombies, but also igniting passing zombies. There was one last survivor, and suddenly a precise durian bomb was delivered. It exploded in a chain reaction, 1, 3, 9, all linked together, amazing and powerful. If a few plants survived the initial attacks, then prepare for the cabbage puncher's heavy blows. Even the strongest zombies would be completely defeated at this point. Immediately, a group of lettuce-wielding small blades went to attack the zombies' brains and destroy their core. Meanwhile, the roots of the big trees pulled the zombies underground. The angel mushroom quickly boosted everyone's strength, making the plants that had just been launched feel energized again. Lin Dong watched in shock, unsure of what was happening. The other fighters were teleported to different parts of Lingjiang, facing similar situations. The Long Lingjiang suddenly became a battlefield for plants and zombies. The purpose of 50 fighters was only one: to lure zombies. Once the zombies were attracted, the plants fought fiercely to kill them. After defeating them, they would lure more zombies, then kill again. Peach tree, well done. Zhou Chuchu praised generously. The old peach tree brushed its branches, like a person stroking a beard, and said humbly, not at all, it's thanks to your guidance, master. I just opened my mind a little. Don't be modest. You did very well, beyond my expectations. By the way, what is this move called? Zhou Chuchu was very pleased. The old peach tree said it learned from military books and devised a plan to break the zombies. After hearing this, Zhou Chuchu let it try out the move, and surprisingly, it was extremely effective. Encouraged, The old peach tree was very excited, its branches and leaves almost bald from all the brushing. My great master. This move is called the beauty trap, lure the enemy deep. Zhou Chuchu nodded and gave it a big compliment. This tactic was excellent. The zombies behind were controlled by a big hand, right? Her plants had also evolved strategic wisdom. Huh. Who's afraid of whom? Seeing the zombies in Lingjiang being wiped out, the third-tier zombies inside couldn't sit still. Roar. A loud roar, and zombies like the Road Roller, Speed Dog, Exploding Zombie, and Toxin Tumor launched their attacks. Faced with these second-tier zombies, the rookie soldiers retreated, replaced by Flower and Big Tree soldiers. The rookie soldiers shifted from main fighters to support roles. The Flower soldiers were clearly stronger than the rookie soldiers. Led by the specially evolved gold and silver flowers, the Flower soldiers fought more brilliantly, and their plant skills became even more powerful. The gold and silver flowers suddenly stretched out over thousands of meters, vines dancing, with two-colored flowers swirling. Their branches, as tough as steel, snapped, causing many road rollers to explode. Originally, Lin Dong was about to burn the roller with flames. He paused.
Wow.
The word almost escaped his mouth, so close to saying. He managed to hold back.
Whoosh.
A flash of gold shimmered on him. It turned out a large, faceplate-sized golden flower was swirling above his head, shining with gold light. It seemed the gold and silver flower was afraid he might be attacked, so it gave him a layer of protection.
Swish.
Swish. More dazzling lights appeared, yellow roses from a different colored rose, green plum from a bougainvillea, and a butterfly orchid from an orchid. Lin Dong, a tough man, suddenly looked like a handsome boy under a flower effect from a manga for girls. But flower effects are just effects, they're fake. This was real. He felt a strong sense of care from the plants, and surprisingly, he felt a strange feeling of being loved. It was complicated, subtle, a bit unbelievable, but also very touching. What was going on? Just as Lin Dong was moved, the flower warriors and second-stage zombies had already fought and decided the outcome. The triangular bougainvillea fired wildly, like an endless machine gun, shooting hot, burning petals. When these petals hit the exploding zombies, they had to explode. Once they did, they also blew up speed dogs, rollers, and some ordinary zombies. If zombies tried to rush through the obstacles, the blue charm of the different colored roses would immediately dazzle them, confusing and dizzying them. Then, the multicolored roses would quickly freeze, entangle, shatter, and scatter into dust. If any zombies still managed to resist, the electromagnetic sunflower would unleash a wave of electromagnetic energy, making the zombies dance wildly. By the time it reached the electromagnetic flowers, the zombies would be lying flat. A few scattered zombies would be swept away by the waves of water lilies or covered by the flower warriors again. As for Zhou Chuchu's plant warriors, before they became warriors, each one was a rare, valuable exotic plant, precious and delicate, raised by wealthy families, often dying suddenly. But here, each plant could survive, grow, branch out wildly, and form patches of greenery. So, every soldier had a full team of flower warriors beside them. In short, no matter how strong the second-stage zombies were, they couldn't compare to the plant warriors carefully matched with peach trees. After this wave, the second-stage zombies were defeated. The lettuce soldiers, holding their leaf blades, went to attack the crystal cores. The crystal cores were piling up so much they couldn't fit anymore. A special team of pearl pothos, dedicated to transporting the cores, kept sending them to the peach trees.
Roar.
The third-level zombies roared again and moved out. Compared to second-level zombies, third-level zombies are more varied, with greater killing and destructive power. Even more frightening, they have developed special abilities. A group of zombies with pale blue-gray skin and scattered fish scales have water powers. They shrink into the water, creating huge waves that wash over 50 soldiers. Lin Dong's eyes narrow sharply. He finally understands why Qin Ziyuan said that no matter how many people enter Lingjiang, they all have to be sent away. Third-level zombies are truly mind-blowing. If these zombies pull someone into the water, is there any way to survive? Fortunately, he still has the boost from the plant's buffs, which keeps him relatively calm. Zombies with water powers are very strong and deadly to humans, but to plants are overjoyed. Groups of plants extend their roots into the water and absorbing. A wave of third-level water-type zombies silently collapses, their core crystals exploding everywhere. Lin Dong. The soldiers. Wow, just when I started to feel uneasy, you all just disappeared. Is that really okay? Roar, roar, roar. The other third-level zombies become furious and attack. Their bodies turn earth-colored, covered with thick soil shells, looking like they just crawled out of a grave. Earth attribute zombies. They flip the ground fiercely, and sharp, fierce soil spikes burst out in waves. Another group of zombies has bodies with a metallic sheen, looking extremely tough. They curl their bodies, and at the joints, steel blades grow out. They roll very quickly, causing mountains and stones to split wherever they go. Watching this scene, Lin Dong even had a thought. Finally, some decent attacks. This time, the plants probably can't hold up, right? Then he saw the next scene. Those soil spikes were broken by giant wooden warriors transformed from purple sandalwood trees. Giant persimmons bounced on top of them, and metal-rolling zombies were fiercely struck by flying sword leaves from the dragon blood trees. They were hit by branch whips from the silk tree, flying away, only to roll back again, struck once more, then fly away again. They were having so much fun. Lin Dong went into self-isolation. Zhou Chuchu looked at the remaining zombies across the river. Only a few left, and smiled as she called out to Liang Donglai, who was already stunned. Teacher Liang, next, shall we directly attack the zombies' lair? Liang Donglai. Silently, he took a step back, deciding that from now on, no matter who he offended, he would never offend Zhou Chuchu. Without a word, he summoned a large army of plants.
Who could stand against that?
Seeing him retreat, Qin Ziyuan's cold gaze swept over. Liang Donglai. Okay, tell me how to fight, and I'll do it. He tears up eye, thinking about that unfulfilled secret crush. Underground, 10 gemstones like diamonds rapidly drill through the rock. Zhou Chuchu admires. I have to say, using gemstones to drill is really fast. Liang Donglai tears up again. His sparkling gemstones are being used to drill, which feels so unfair. Are we there yet? Should I go faster? We're almost there. No need to go faster. This speed is enough. Zhou Chuchu's perception of the strange energy wave underground becomes clearer and more distinct. But the closer she gets to that energy, the more shocked she feels. This wave is obscure, dark, toxic, and vast. In short, it makes her very uncomfortable. She doesn't know what kind of thing could release such a strange energy wave. Feeling her unease, Qin Ziyuan gently holds her shoulder, and all the negative feelings disappear. A sense of safety and stability returns to her. Husband, this energy. I think our opponent is very tricky. Qin Ziyuan nods, looking ahead. A black dragon appears and circles around Zhou Chuchu, protecting her. Liang Donglai. What about me? Shouldn't I get some protection too? Suddenly, the gemstone touches something solid and stops. Liang Donglai is stunned, surprised. His gemstone is invincible, easily penetrating steel, but now it can't break through something. He shifts position but still can't break it. The gemstone bounces back. What is down there? Zhou Chuchu expands her perception of the energy wave. A clear image gradually appears in her mind. A huge, underground palace made of black iron, decorated with a large, fierce-looking but indistinct monster. This terrifying monster causes disasters wherever it goes, bringing chaos and destruction. People fear this monster, build palaces for it, worship it, and offer sacrifices. Through offerings and sacrifices, they gain terrifying powers. As they use these powers, they mutate and become more like the monster. One leader, after sacrificing countless lives, gains the monster's favor and is given the ability to control other small monsters and draw undead strength from them. With this ability, he survived by constantly moving to new places, changing bodies, causing disasters, and sacrificing huge monsters. Soon, he gained control of a kingdom and stood at the top of power. Using his supreme authority, he unleashed widespread killing. People feared him and built him an iron palace. He hunted young men and women, killed them, and hung their blood in the palace. His cruelty finally made everyone hate him. 7 brave warriors, blessed by the gods, sacrificed their lives to severely wound him, imprisoning him in the Iron Palace. They banished the palace forever. Zhou Chuchu watched this very dark story unfold like a movie in her mind. When she tried to observe the huge, terrifying monster whose shape she couldn't quite see, she felt a terrible headache, as if her brain was full of bugs crawling around. Luckily, Qin Ziyuan reached out and used a black energy to break apart the image.
Don't think about him.
That thing isn't good. His slightly cold voice made her feel warm inside.
What is that?
Qin Ziyuan hesitated, seeming to consider whether to tell her. But seeing her eager look for answers, he couldn't help but lie. An evil god.
What?
Zhou Chuchu doubted if she heard him right.
What?
An evil god? Is he joking? That word doesn't match the current story at all. Qin Ziyuan sneered coldly. He calls himself a god. Let's just call him that. Zhou Chuchu felt her body go numb. She thought. The images she saw might not be the same as what Qin Ziyuan saw.
So,
in that iron palace, just a fool trying to steal the evil god's power, Qin Ziyuan said dismissively.
He truly looked down on that.
Zhou Chuchu swallowed hard. No, brother, you're so casual about it, but the thing is, we're facing him now. Just look at what he's doing, he's not a good guy. In short, her mind was overwhelmed by the sudden jumps in the story. Liang Donglai listened to the couple's conversation and felt completely numb.
He saw nothing.
They weren't here to dig up the zombie's lair, so why were they talking about an evil god? It was totally out of line. Feeling Zhou Chuchu's fear, Qin Ziyuan held her small hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Liang Donglai. Hey, have you forgotten there's someone else here? In the next second, his eyes blurred, and he found himself transported from the soil lair into the Black Palace. Inside the Black Palace, it is not dark but very bright, illuminated by clusters of green flames. Under the eerie green light, the surroundings seem bright but also covered with a strange, deathly hue, making people feel uncomfortable. Cold winds from unknown places, as if even the positive energy is being taken away, causing Liang Donglai to shiver intensely. He is usually fearless, but here he is truly scared, his voice trembling. What kind of strange place is this? No one answers him. Zhou Chuchu also doesn't know where they are. Husband, where is this? Qin Ziyuan quickly replies, this is the main hall of the underground palace. The evil god servant behind the scenes is the one sitting on the throne in front of us. He speaks calmly. He doesn't see the evil god servant as a threat. Zhou Chuchu looks ahead and sees a golden path, decorated with various carvings. But the carvings are very dark and sinister, enough to cause a mental shock just by looking at them. Fortunately, her mental strength is strong enough to quickly filter and transform these negative images without leaving any trace. On both sides of the path, thousands of people kneel. They wear clothes similar to ancient times, their bodies stiff, faces grim and fierce, clearly long dead. The black iron pillars around them are carved with sinister and evil totems, not symbols of good luck. Overall, this place makes her want to leave immediately, every second. If it weren't to uncover the truth behind this corpse tide, she would have run away long ago. Finally, at the end of the Golden Road, she sees a monster sitting at the top, an evil creature. The monster is about 3 meters tall, dressed in a luxurious robe embedded with jewels, wearing a crown, holding a scepter, looking like a powerful king. But appearances can be deceiving. The monster remains a monster, no matter how fancy its clothes are. Zhou Chuchu looks at it and activates her supernatural abilities. S-level supernatural power. Corpse puppet explosion mid-stage. Power level. Effect. control zombies, and make them obey commands. A-level supernatural power. Bloodline explosion early stage. Power level. Effect. Absorb zombie's strength to enhance herself, but with great side effects. Level A abilities. Corruption explosion initial stage. Ability strength. Effect. Accelerates zombie evolution, but the zombie's potential will be exhausted in the process. Surprisingly, there are 3 abilities, all at the explosion stage. Clearly, the explosion stage and awakening stage are worlds apart. Upon closer inspection, this monster has 6 arms. 2 arms are short and chubby, like those of a baby. 2 arms resemble a woman's, white and delicate. The remaining 2 are like human male arms. 4 of the 6 arms are nailed to a throne with blood-red bones, leaving only 2 free. When it senses someone approaching the palace, a layer of flesh membrane covers its face. The membrane opens, revealing a male face with no human expression. It tilts its head, and on its chest, there is a charming female face. That face seems to grow directly on its body, with eyes that move and show longing when they see Zhou Chuchu. "I want that face, face," it shouts, but is silenced by the male face. "Shut up." The male face is cold, dead eyes roll downward, looking at Zhou Chuchu, Qin Ziyuan, and Liang Donglai. A strange, sinister light flashes in its eyes, and cold, seductive voices invade the minds of the 3. Humans. Humans are tiny, fragile, and easily defeated. Life is as fleeting as dust. Join me, sacrifice yourselves, and I will grant you everything you desire. After speaking, its expression darkens instantly. "If you dare oppose me, I will make your life a living." Just as it was passionately speaking, with a sweet tone, Zhou Chuchu suddenly asked it a question. "What about your children?" The monster pauses, seemingly unable to understand Zhou Chuchu's line of thought. People who see it may fear, submit, or worship it. But no one has ever asked it that question. Children?
Does it have children?
Oh, it once had children. But they were long sacrificed to gain greater power. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Submit to me, sacrifice your loved ones, family, children, and you will get everything you want. Power.
Wealth.
Life, your children? Zhou Chuchu asks again. The monster is interrupted twice and becomes angry. It already has a bad temper, and it's endured so much just to speak so many words because it sees high potential in the 3 people and detects very strong abilities. It would be a waste to swallow them whole. Slowly, it used its powers to try to get them, which was its goal. But this woman kept interrupting it, again and again. How could it not be angry? It had to punish her a little to show her who was boss. It activated its special ability, and in the Black Iron Palace, a blood-red line like a blood vessel suddenly shot toward Zhou Chuchu. "In this dark palace, I am invincible. No one can oppose me." Snap. The next second, it was struck in the face by a black lightning bolt. The red line was shattered by the black electric strike, and a deep scar appeared on its face. It stared at Qin Ziyuan in disbelief, not expecting that someone inside its palace could hurt it. Even 1,000 years ago, the 7 humans blessed by the gods who tried to hurt it paid with their lives. "How dare you hit me, snap!" Another black lightning bolt struck its face, perfectly symmetrical. Qin Ziyuan coldly ordered, "Answer her question, or you will die." A terrifying aura burst from Qin Ziyuan, fully suppressing the monster. It trembled with fear and chose to surrender in its heart. "My child, sacrificed, my child sacrificed. It's here, here." The monster pulled open its clothes, revealing the face of a sleeping child on its chest, with eyes closed. Zhou Chuchu's eyes narrowed. "You sacrificed your wife and child to gain power?" The monster hesitated slightly, then a black lightning bolt struck down from above. It quickly said yes, yes. But that was a necessary step in the ritual. Without it, I couldn't complete the transformation. Zhou Chuchu keenly caught the key words in its words. What transformation? The monster's eyes turned, trying to tempt the 3 again, from human to god. "I've lived for 1,500 years. Look, I've lived that long. Can humans live that long? You are strong. If you transform, boom. Another black lightning bolt struck down. The monster was struck and rolled its eyes in pain. Zhou Chuchu asked again, "Did you cause the explosion zombies gathering below the city? What are you really trying to do?" Hearing Zhou Chuchu's question, the monster showed a strange smile. I can't do such things. You call them explosion zombies?
Ha ha ha.
It laughed loudly. Zhou Chuchu frowned. Why are you laughing? The monster laughed even more. I'm laughing because you don't know anything. You have no idea what your situation really is. Go to. It suddenly turned hostile, shooting countless blood threads from its body. Under its control, tens of thousands of corpses inside the Black Iron Palace instantly transformed into zombies. These old corpses, having been dead for years, became very strong once reanimated, at least level 3 zombies, with many reaching level 4. Terrifying roars echoed through the hall as Zhou Chuchu and the others were completely surrounded. The monster proudly shouted, "Come, my servants. Use your strength to kill them." The terrifying zombies lunged forward suddenly. Liang Donglai immediately used a protective gem, struggling to pierce through the zombies while shouting to Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu, "Quick, get out of here. I can't hold on much longer." Qin Ziyuan usually ignored this distraction, only asking Zhou Chuchu, "Do you have any other questions for it?" Zhou Chuchu looked at the approaching zombies. Despite the danger, she felt no fear at all. "I think it's just a small minion. We probably can't get much information from it." Qin Ziyuan said nothing more. With a flick of his hand, a black sun slowly appeared in his palm. In a flash of black light, the entire hall of zombies was instantly destroyed. The monster stared in shock at the zombies it carefully selected and transformed using a special secret method. Before it could even show its power, Qin Ziyuan had already defeated them all. Its face trembled with shock, and its whole body shivered uncontrollably. Suddenly, it felt its own death approaching. Having lived so long, it was most afraid of dying. It knew well what awaited it after death, more terrifying than death itself, a nightmare worse than anything. It couldn't die, it had to find a way, any way. It was so excited that its crown fell to the ground. But at that moment, the woman's face on its chest looked again at Zhou Chuchu and sharply shouted, "I want her face, her face." Qin Ziyuan's eyes sharpened with killing intent.
Bang!
The monster swung its hand and struck the woman's face hard. The woman's face winced in pain, her eyes rolled upward, filled with deep resentment. The monster's head split open, revealing a blood-red crystal core inside. As soon as the blood-red core appeared, it emitted a strong, crimson glow. Within the glow, ancient and mysterious characters seemed to ripple and shift. Zhou Chuchu stared directly at the crystal core, feeling her eyes sting. Her supernatural senses were suddenly suppressed, unable to perceive any information from the crystal core. The monster offered the crystal core and begged loudly, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I can give you this crystal core." Its eyes gleamed with greed and reluctance, trembling lips. This is a divine essence. I give it to you, please spare me." Qin Ziyuan looked expressionless and said, "It's just a fragment of a divine being." The monster's heart trembled. It was surprised that Qin Ziyuan could recognize the true nature of the crystal core. It looked at him with suspicion. Who exactly was he? Even for it, obtaining this crystal core had cost a lot, using the power of an evil god to learn it was a fragment of a divine being. If the evil god it worshipped couldn't absorb the energy from this crystal core, it wouldn't have fallen into its hands. But this human, just by glancing, knew what it was? That made it shiver with fear.
Wait.
Human? It looked again at Qin Ziyuan, but faintly saw that this man radiated a powerful aura, as if countless black dragons circled around him. His terrifying pressure seemed so strong that even the evil god appeared weaker in comparison. But this feeling was only momentary, like a mirror reflecting two sides. On this side, the man was still an ordinary human. The monster instantly broke out in cold sweat, feeling like it had just walked past the gates of death. Yes, despite how it looked now, neither human nor ghost. It was still alive, not a zombie.
Please.
Don't kill me. I can tell you a huge secret. Seeing its cowardly appearance, Zhou felt something was off. It seemed very afraid of her husband. Yes, her husband's supernatural power was indeed a bit frightening. One move and he had defeated those zombies instantly. If the timing were right, she also wanted to ask him what that thing was. And how did her husband know the details of that crystal core? What was this divine essence fragment? As for Liang Donglai, after finishing the whole digging work, he had been stuck in the ultimate questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Qin Ziyuan coldly stared at the monster on the throne and said, "Speak." The monster felt it was a bit unstable. If its 4 hands hadn't been nailed down with bone spikes, it would have jumped up immediately and handed the throne to Qin Ziyuan. The gathering of the flame stream is not just to up a city, but to use the land's veins and all the people as sacrifices to create.
A god.
It struggled to finish the sentence, as if touching a forbidden taboo. Suddenly, its 2 arms exploded, and it let out a series of screams. However, Qin Ziyuan still kept his eyes fixed on it, making it dare not move or hesitate. He continued, "At the center where the fiery flows gather, there is an energy crystal core." Before he finished speaking, Qin Ziyuan suddenly disappeared inside the Iron Palace. The monster was stunned. Realizing that Qin Ziyuan's terrifying aura had truly vanished, it was shocked but then felt immense joy. What's going on? The person actually left. Ha ha ha. It became proud, its eyes showing deep resentment. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. He will pay a heavy price for his actions. Who are you two to him? It pointed at Liang Donglai. You are his servant. Liang Donglai pointed at himself. Me? A servant? Just because I came down here, I became a servant? Just as it was about to argue, it pointed at Zhou Chuchu again. You're his woman. Just now, it clearly saw that terrifying man defending this woman. It couldn't hurt that man, so it couldn't torment his woman either. Zhou Chuchu smiled and said, I'm his wife. The monster was a bit surprised that Zhou Chuchu remained so calm, not afraid at all. But it didn't matter. Really didn't matter. It would make them experience what it means to wish they were dead. Face, I want her face. The woman's face on its chest cried out again, but this time, it didn't stop it. The woman's face was ripped off from its chest, revealing a mass of blood red, vein-like threads behind it. The woman's face showed a fierce smile, with sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Zhou Chuchu felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight. She wasn't really afraid because she was confident that Qin Ziyuan wouldn't leave her here without reason, so she felt no unease. Moreover, even if he truly had to leave, she still had some strength to fight. She was about to release the golden willow tree. But Qin Ziyuan returned. He was holding a super huge colorful gemstone. That gemstone was really big, like a whole house-sized gem, to describe it accurately. It was roughly the size of a 3-story house with 150 square meters and 5 meters high. Vivid, colorful light shone from the gemstone, sparkling brightly. Along with the gemstone, there was also a powerful energy contained within. The woman's face suddenly crashed into the gemstone, initially surprised, then delighted, desperately absorbing its energy, but after just a few sips, because the energy was too abundant, it exploded. The monster was so shocked that it couldn't even feel pain. It stared blankly at the large gemstone, completely stunned. Energy crystal core. What is this man? He actually managed to take back this energy crystal core that could bring forth gods? He took it back? How did he do it? That's so bold. Way too bold. Qin Ziyuan held out the big gemstone and offered it to Zhou Chuchu. The usually dominant boss suddenly turned into a gentle puppy. Chuchu, look at this gemstone. Do you like it? It's bigger than the one others gave, and it shines more. Others, Liang Donglai said. Really?
Come on.
Are you that petty, brother? Do you really have to do this? This is so frustrating. He was going crazy, completely losing his mind. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. After all, Anyone would be shocked in her situation, right? The key was, with such a big block of gemstone, she had to tilt her head back to look at it. It was so tiring. Seeing her husband's expectant look, Zhou Chuchu couldn't say anything else. I love it. I love it so much, greater than over equal to nabble less than over equal to. This is the brightest gift I've ever received. Sankuyu, husbando, zue-san ue, zakai hata. Her husband's brow relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Chuchu continued, and it's big, shiny, and bright, way better than what others gave, by 10,000 times. Qin Ziyuan was pleased, feeling a little pride. Chuchu likes it. I'll give more in the future, to complete a set. Zhou Chuchu proved how much she liked it with her actions. She leaned in close.
Quiche.
Others, Liang Donglai said, "You're so proud and aloof. Is hurting this single guy really worth your pride?" The third wheel on the throne. This esteemed young lady, please forget what just happened. It was all a misunderstanding. Qin Ziyuan reached out. A dark hole appeared, and before the monster could finish speaking, it turned into a puff of flying ash. Zhou Chuchu quickly stored the large gemstone into her farm. It shined brightly there, and the energy it released made the plants very happy. The farm, which hadn't upgraded in half a month, showed signs of about to level up again. Just as the three were about to leave the Black Iron Palace, a large hand suddenly reached out from the void. This giant hand, covering the sky and blocking the sun, had countless eyes opening and closing on it. Each eye was confusedly turning left, right, up, or down. The space where the three of them were was completely sealed off. Even without directly facing this giant hand, they still felt a suffocating, terrifying presence that was impossible to look at directly. The monster, which had already died, was bleeding wildly, its bloodlines twisting into a red, monstrous shape. It howled in pain toward the sky, and its sonic waves caused great mental harm. Humph. Qin Ziyuan snorted coldly. The red monster suddenly exploded again. Outside, the terrifying giant hand hesitated for a second, then decisively reached toward the Black Iron Palace. The surrounding air was heavily polluted, and the supernatural energy was contaminated. If Qin Ziyuan hadn't released a layer of black energy around himself to defend against it, an ordinary person here would have been instantly turned into a monster. Just a hand of an evil god, and it dares to block me?
He said softly.
He lightly flicked his finger. Outside the palace, a black suddenly formed across the sky and earth. In the center of a blazing white light cut through the terrifying giant hand, which was somewhere in an unknown space. The hand was wounded and let out a mournful cry, then shrank back. After the hand retreated, a soft white glow appeared on the original throne. It was a tiny baby. The baby looked around confusedly, saw Zhou Chuchu, and then smiled before turning into stardust and disappearing. Zhou Chuchu looked deeply at Qin Ziyuan. Before he could look back at her, she quickly turned her head away. Her heart was pounding loudly. Was it because she cared about this matter that Qin Ziyuan freed the child's soul? On the ground, after the monster in the Black Iron Palace died, the zombies it controlled immediately fell into chaos. They scattered and were shot by plants and soldiers guarding the riverbank. After finishing these tasks, the plant soldiers returned in groups to the big peach tree, leaving 50 soldiers staring blankly at the river filled with zombie corpses. The trumpet flower on Lin Dong's shoulder swayed, and a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Please, General Qian, immediately organize people to cross the river and leave this place. Also, please keep my supernatural ability secret. After speaking, the trumpet flower quickly left. Lieutenant Lin Dong, what should we do next?
Someone asked.
Lin Dong looked deeply at the large peach tree rooted by the riverbank, then said seriously, "You all follow me back immediately. Everyone involved in this battle must swear an oath. The details of this fight will not be disclosed to anyone." Everyone nodded solemnly. Yes. By the Ling River, the army is stationed. To protect civilians, they were asked to retreat 10 miles away. Now that the crisis is over, The army quickly cleared a passage through the river for safe passage. The soldiers escorted the civilians away, and after crossing the Ling River, they entered in city, which is considered safe. General Qian Qingyu no longer needs to guess. He knows that Zhou Chuchu and the 3 others are closely connected to the Plan Army. However, he has no intention of investigating further. Many people in Haishur have had to leave their homes, and he has too many matters to solve, weigh, coordinate, and arrange. At this moment, he cannot risk offending a powerful ally who is clearly a friendly super ability user. He immediately issued a strict order to keep the secret, following Zhou Chuchu's instructions to prevent the matter from being exposed. In fact, even though soldiers and a few others saw the plant army fighting zombies, this couldn't be kept completely hidden. Who was controlling the plant army, however, was well concealed. Only he, over a dozen generals and 50 soldiers involved in the battle knew that Zhou Chuchu was connected to it. When Zhou Chuchu and the others returned from underground, the army had already crossed the Ling River. Near the old peach tree, Lin Dong was waiting. Seeing Zhou Chuchu and the others return, he saluted deeply and left a message. "Everyone, if you need my help in the future, please feel free to ask Lin Dong." A soldier's promise is as heavy as Mount Tai. His words represent the military stance. After saying this, he quickly left. The 3 of them returned to the peach tree. Liang Donglai had just let out a big sigh of relief when he was thrown into a nearby tree hollow. Qin Ziyuan stood on the observation platform, looking out over Haishur. The air was hot and restless. On the ground, flammable materials were already catching fire and billowing flames, and the temperature was rising sharply. "It's starting." Zhou Chuchu also felt the sudden increase in temperature. "It's earlier than we expected." Her supernatural perception detected a very violent and frantic emotion, as if something important was missing, causing a certain underground entity to go out of control. She knew exactly what that was. It was the large, floating gemstone in her farm. Qin Ziyuan's move to cut off the root was ruthless, destroying the foundation of a certain god. But she thought it was perfect, done well, done brilliantly, and done with a bang. "Husband, Zhou Chuchu was stunned. Qin Ziyuan's aura suddenly became very strange, as if close in front of her and yet distant at the same time. It seemed as if 2 layers of mirror images overlapped on him. One was her familiar husband, and the other was... Zhou Chuchu suddenly felt a strange sense of panic. She pushed the thought out of her mind. She remembered something. Her memory ended at the time Qin Ziyuan destroyed the world in her previous life. But she had been stuck in a wrong way of thinking. She assumed that after he destroyed the world, he also died with it. In reality, there was another possibility. That is, when the world was destroyed, he might still be alive. But that doesn't make sense. If he wasn't dead, how could he be reborn? Yet, his understanding of the so-called evil god and divine power, and his indifference and disdain during battles with evil gods, came from deep inside, from instinct, as if he had killed countless gods before, to become so cold and detached. This thought just flashed in her mind, and she shook her head quickly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be crazy. Otherwise, how could I think this way?
Haha.
If he was so powerful, with how I treated him in my past life, he would have killed me long ago. She comforted herself. Good, that reason is strong, she believed it. Even if Qin Ziyuan was acting strangely, so what? In her past life, even if he became the king of zombies, he still protected her, and in this life, she would do the same. In this life, no matter what, the family must be happy, no one can be missing, no one can be lacking. Thinking this way, her anxious heart was once again at ease. Her gaze became firm and unwavering. In the mantle, magma wrapped around countless exploding zombies, completely fused together, indistinguishable. This blood-red, explosive flood gathered inside the mantle, combining in a special way. During the process, a blood-red humanoid figure occasionally appeared, but quickly merged back into the flood, becoming a blood vessel or a muscle. The converging flood resembled a blood-red egg, inside which lay a giant monster 10,000 meters long, but at this moment, it lacked life's breath. It needed an opportunity to complete its final transformation. Suddenly, it opened its eyes fiercely, and the terrifying flood trembled, surged, and raged in anger. It disappeared. The crucial energy source for its transformation was gone. It vanished completely, leaving nothing behind. It had paid such a high price, sacrificing millions of lives, and its most important step toward becoming a god was destroyed. Even if it could become a god, its potential would surely diminish. Rage, rage, rage. Who did this? A giant flood of energy and a huge egg suddenly exploded under its intense, angry, and violent waves. In an instant, the temperature at the center reached hundreds of thousands of degrees, then quickly rose to millions. A white-hot shockwave spread out in all directions, vaporizing everything in its path instantly. A bright white beam shot into the sky, breaking through thick clouds and the atmosphere. The beam spread across the ground, turning streets and buildings into vapor in the bright light. Tall buildings carrying civilization shattered and vaporized in the beam. Abandoned cars, shops still showing signs of past prosperity, and neatly arranged neighborhoods were all swept away and vaporized by the beam. The city of Haishur completely disappeared in the light. The beam gradually shrank. After a blinding flash, a deep, bottomless crater dozens of miles wide appeared. From the crater, fierce red flames burst out, burning fiercely and lasting forever. Within these flames, it seemed as if a terrifying monster was being born, waiting to awaken and bring destruction to the world. This scene was sent via remote surveillance to all forces across the country. Everyone watched in silence, feeling very heavy and deeply sad. Beep, beep. The monitoring team was calculating data after the explosion. The machine alarmed, showing shocking numbers that stirred nerves. Haishur no longer exists. It is now called the First Forbidden Zone. The temperature at the edge of the zone is up to 20,000 degrees, and at the center, it reaches 150,000 degrees. The fire pit is unpredictable. The First Forbidden Zone is unsafe. Unknown radiation exists. Approaching it causes irreversible changes to the body. Cities bordering Haishur, Onqing, Zhouqing, Kuanqing, Tongqing, Shaoqing, have all been evacuated at least 100 miles away. The only good news is that radiation and temperature control are short-lived, confined within the original Haishur area, and are not spreading outward. All records of this explosion have been sealed and included in the Apocalypse Chronicle. About 10 hours after the Haishur explosion, a much larger explosion occurred in New York, on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean. According to incomplete statistics, the death toll exceeded 32.41 million. At the same time, terrifying explosions also happened in London, England, and New Delhi, India, causing 17.3 million and 223.2 million deaths respectively. These three areas are designated as the second, third, and fourth danger zones, with the fourth being the most terrifying. Among the four danger zones, only Haishur still has a population of 9.7 million people. No one else in the other three zones has survived. This shows how terrifying the end-of-the-world situation truly is, becoming a nightmare for humanity.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You received 50 farm fragments. You have collected all the farm fragments and can now combine a farm. You have survived the end of the world for 1 month. You receive a super survival gift pack. You have changed the fate of 9.7 million people. You have earned a basic base. Note: the basic base can be merged with a safe house. The check-in notifications kept popping up, but Zhou Chuchu felt very sad and wasn't very happy. Although she expected this, she still felt uncomfortable seeing Haishur disappear in such a tragic way.
Mom.
Two children rushed over and hugged her tightly, kissing her face when they saw her mood was low. Seeing these two adorable children, Zhou Chuchu felt a strong emotional wave. All right, Zhou Chuchu, stop crying and dwelling on things you can't change. You have more important things to do now. Pushing aside her sadness, she focused on the present. Now, the development of the end-of-the-world situation has completely deviated from her previous life, and its horror level has skyrocketed. She didn't have time to be sad. She felt a strong urgency to turn her home into a truly indestructible, unbreakable fortress. At least it could withstand similar explosions and safe house attacks. Choo-choo. Qin Ziyuan hugged her. He didn't say anything but seemed to say everything. No matter what, he wanted to protect his family and her. Liang Donglai saw the family hugging and felt a deep ache in his heart. He couldn't stand it anymore. He really couldn't. This family really doesn't treat single people well. He left. He stepped out of the peach tree hole, and suddenly a cold wind blew past. He shivered. What's going on? Why is it getting cold? It was warm just a moment ago, but now it's suddenly cold. Is the temperature dropping? Hoo. A cold wind blew again, and he shivered once more. The outside temperature is probably only about 20 degrees Celsius now. It dropped more than 20 degrees in an instant, going from feeling like he could peel off his skin to needing to wear a thin shirt. The place where the peach tree is stationed now is in a residential area of Angxi. Half of the residents in this neighborhood died due to the surge of corpses, while the other half were gathered by the military to a designated area. The neighborhood was left empty. After the residents of Haishur moved here, tens of thousands of people moved into the neighborhood. Now that the temperature has dropped, everyone quickly noticed. They ran out of their houses and cheered loudly.
Great.
It's cooling down. Finally cooling down. We don't have to endure the heat anymore. I was about to die from the heat. Such a cool breeze, so comfortable. This is the best thing that has happened recently. The temperature is dropping. Is this the end of this cursed apocalypse? These surprises happened everywhere people gathered. They rushed out to enjoy the rare coolness. Only Zhou Chuchu felt that the temperature drop was too sudden, too strange, and too unusual.
Could it be?
A cold wave is coming? This feeling can't be wrong. Zhou Chuchu stood outside for a while and was sure that a cold wave was approaching. After intense heat, coldness followed. This was the same as in her previous life. But in her past life, it took at least a year for such a change. Now, just a month later, the cold wave has arrived. Clearly, underground explosions in many places have used up heat, causing the cold wave to come early. Miss Zhou, the temperature has dropped. Kong Bangshu appeared outside holding her child, happily speaking. Peach trees can't sustain both plants and houses inside their hollows for long. This ability still needs continuous improvement. In the past 2 days, they've been able to accommodate this much, which is the limit. Staying inside the peach tree hollow longer would be a better choice. Zhou Chuchu decided to place the villa in an open space and then put the peach tree into her portable farm for nurturing. There are energy gems there that can speed up the peach tree's evolution. She originally planned to release the trees, but now she decided to observe for a while first. So, the garden is now bare, but that's no big deal. She can plant some cold-resistant plants later. Kong Bangshu and Gao Gongqiang's family chose nearby houses to live in with one rule: never be too far from the villa. Liang Donglai and his bodyguards also chose a place to stay and haven't left for now. However, after the underground incident, Liang Donglai seemed more withdrawn. He spoke less and even ate in big bites without much care. Gao Gongqiang's family also came out. His wife was holding their child's hand, teaching him to walk. His father was nearby, smiling happily. Lin and Chi, 2 little treasures, also came out. The new environment made them very curious, and they happily ran around. Children's happiness always comes easily, without the worries that adults have. Little Tiger followed closely behind, alert and never leaving their side. A small bird circled overhead, protecting the 2 little ones. The temperature has dropped unusually and a cold front might be coming. You should find some warm clothes and prepare them. If you really don't have any, come and ask me. Zhou Chuchu reminded them. Kong Bangshu and Gao Gongqiang, though they didn't think a cold front was coming, trusted Zhou Chuchu because of their past experiences. They all agreed. Zhou Chuchu didn't say much and just walked around with the children, enjoying this brief, so-called comfortable cool-down period, while also observing the neighborhood. About an hour later, She headed back with the children but saw Lin Xiner and Xu Yao, along with a group of people, at the door. How can there be such a big villa here? I remember passing by this place before. It was just an empty lot. Did I remember wrong? Xu Yao said curiously, her eyes brightening at the sight of the luxurious, beautiful villa. Unaware, Lin Xiner was even more shocked. As a famous star, she had visited many mansions, and she quickly estimated the villa's value, at least 1 billion. It was not as large as some estates, but its fence and structure were made from materials she had never seen, shimmering like gemstones, with walls seemingly embedded with countless diamonds. This extraordinary appearance told her the value was far beyond just money. This villa definitely did not belong in this neighborhood. Although the neighborhood was quite upscale, such a villa was impossible and incompatible with the style here. It looked completely out of place. Though she thought this, she said aloud, "Maybe you remembered wrong." Xu Yao was not convinced but spoke softly, half teasing, half denying, "I would never forget seeing such a big villa. How could I be wrong?" At this moment, a sneaky-looking man beside Xu Yao flattered her. "Yao Yao, if you like this villa, we can go ask the owners to see if they're willing to rent or sell it." Xu Yao was pleased. Who wouldn't like to live in such a villa? But she replied, "How could they agree?" The sneaky man loudly said, "Why not? I am a level D psychic. If they don't want to suffer, they better obediently give this villa to you." Xu Yao smiled happily. "Yao Yao, if you move in, can I be your boyfriend?" Xu Yao smiled charmingly, neither saying yes nor no. Immediately, another man said, "Forget it, Yu Zheng. Yao Yao is such a beautiful woman. She wouldn't want you. As for psychic abilities, I am also level D, and I'm not worse than you." The two men started arguing, and Xu Yao looked proud. But when she saw the man next to Lin Xiner, her face fell. The men fighting over her were level D psychics, but the man around Lin Xiner was a level B psychic, at least a level C. Different levels of psychics have big differences, whether in strength or influence. "Xiner, do you like this house? If you do, I'll ask Yu Jing to get it for us. How great would it be to live inside?" She called out affectionately. Lin Xiner's disdain was hidden, but her smile was genuine and hard to fake. This villa looked very sturdy, similar to those custom-made safe houses for the wealthy. Maybe even zombies couldn't break in. It was ridiculous to force the owners to give up the house just because a few level D psychics demanded it. Making others give up their house so easily is too rude and savage. We should talk to them properly.
If they're willing, then fine.
Right, Li Zong? She looked at a young, handsome man beside her, sweet and charming. The man immediately straightened his back. "Xiner, you're right." Li Zong felt proud inside. He was originally a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, barely known. Not to mention a big star looking at him so sweetly, even speaking to him was rare. But now, this star not only treated him gently and asked for his opinion but also looked at him with admiration. How could he not feel proud? "Let me do it. Since I'm the leader of the gathering zone, if they give you this house, I'll make them a squad leader." As soon as Li Zong finished, the people around flattered him. Just giving up a house to become a squad leader, what luck. That's their fortune. They should be grateful. Xiner, as a big star, should live in a good house and use nice things. A crowd started arguing excitedly. Just as Zhou Chuchu returned with her two children and heard about the idea of taking over her house, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She immediately led the children closer to the iron fence. The normally closed iron gate of the courtyard suddenly opened. Zhou Chuchu held her two kids' hands and walked inside. Xu Yao and Lin Xiner saw her and froze in surprise. "Is that you again? Is this your house?" Xu Yao was both shocked and jealous. Lin Xiner looked serious, lost in thought. Xu Yao quickly took a few steps forward, following Zhou Chuchu. Two D-level mutants also hurried after them. Xu Yao was afraid of Qin Ziyuan. That man could easily hurt someone if upset, which was too scary. But she wasn't afraid of Zhou Chuchu. She hadn't seen her use her powers and thought she was just a pretty woman depending on a man. Any pretty woman might have a chance, right? Where did that peach tree go? Where did this villa come from? Is it really your home? Seeing her follow in, Zhou Chuchu's eyes turned cold. I'll count to 3, get out. Xu Yao's face changed, and she started to act stubborn. You want me to leave? Do you know who this is? Captain Li manages this community. Whatever he says, goes. The 2D level mutants noticed Zhou Chuchu was even more beautiful than Xu Yao and Lin Xiner, the big star. They exchanged glances. They felt a bit disappointed, such a beautiful woman, and she had children. That was a letdown. But as long as they could take over her home, she had no one to rely on, and they could do as they pleased. They began to threaten Zhou Chuchu. Right now, this community is protected by us mutants. If you want to stay here, giving us your house is only fair. Exactly. I suggest you voluntarily give up your house. That way, we can take better care of you and prevent zombies from coming in to eat you. Zhou Chuchu coldly replied. 2. Lin Xiner looked at Li Zong, who stepped forward confidently and said, We're not asking for your house for free. Any member of your family can be appointed as a squad leader. Though it's a small squad leader, they will manage 10 houses and receive 2 jean of rice and half a jean of bread every day. He finished confidently, waiting for Zhou Chuchu's response. This squad leader position was highly sought after, and it was hard to get. Eating 2 jean of rice and half a jean of bread every day is such a good benefit. They are in the end times, and now they have left their hometowns. A stable food supply is what many people desire. 3. After Zhou Chuchu finished speaking, a vine whip swept Xiao Yao and 2 D-level mutants out of the yard, causing them to fall heavily to the ground. The steel gate immediately closed, nearly hitting Li Zong's nose. Losing face in front of the goddess, Li Zong's expression darkened. But he also saw that Zhou Chuchu was a mutant, so he didn't lose his temper on the spot. Other mutants looked at each other, not expecting Zhou Chuchu to have a special power and easily suppress the 2 D-level mutants, so they dared not act rashly. At this moment, Lin Xiner suddenly said, You don't care about the supplies of the squad leader, because you have a space ability, right? You have many supplies in your space, don't you? Now that everyone is in trouble, shouldn't you share your supplies with everyone? Hearing the word space ability, everyone's eyes fixed on Zhou Chuchu. Even Xiao Yao and the 2 D-level mutants, who were grimacing in pain from their injuries, widened their eyes. Space ability? Supplies? Everyone stared intently at Zhou Chuchu, whether it was the space power or the supplies. Both were enough to stir people's nerves. Zhou Chuchu's gaze was sharp as a sword, suddenly stabbing toward Lin Xiner. Lin Xiner trembled with fear, recalling what Zhou Chuchu had done at the service station, her face instantly losing color. At the service station, although she didn't directly kill those thugs, the scene where Zhou Chuchu encouraged Roy to torture them made her seem like a demon or ghost, terrifying. Why did you choose to oppose me? I thought you were at least a smart person. Zhou Chuchu smiled faintly. This smile made Lin Xiner take a step back in fear. What reason? What reason? Lin Xiner tried hard to stay calm, but her heart was still like turbulent waves. What reason? She, Lin Xiner, was born to be in the spotlight, watched by everyone, shining brightly. If it weren't for this cursed end of the world, she would even think she was the heroine with the script in her hands, a true winner in life. But after the end times came, all the gazes on her disappeared. The tide of corpses, her makeup artist and agent turned into zombies trying to eat her. The official news announced that Haishir was about to explode. She fled like a stray dog, only to fall into the hands of some cruel people at the service station, suffering great humiliation. At that moment, her life seemed to collapse. She realized she was not destined to be the heroine, just an ordinary person. But that night, she saw Zhou Chuchu with a very dazzling man beside her. He was unlike anyone she had seen in the entertainment industry, powerful and commanding, like an ancient emperor. Jealousy filled her heart. She felt that this position should be hers, the role of the main female lead. Yes, she knew she had strong special abilities, but she was not a kind person. Why was she still fighting against her? Because she had taken her place as the heroine. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Chuchu chuckled lightly and said dismissively, forget it. How you think doesn't matter. Now that you've chosen to be my enemy, you have to accept the consequences. After saying that, Zhou Chuchu held the hands of her 2 children and went home. She didn't want to hurt anyone in front of the kids to avoid leaving psychological scars. But next time, Lin Xiner wouldn't be so lucky. Zhou Chuchu's obvious disdain made Lin Xiner very angry and unwilling. She looked around a few times and lowered her head slightly. Xiner, does she really have space? And a lot of supplies? Li Zong couldn't help asking. This news was explosive. Lin Xiner whispered, Li Zong, it was dark that day. I didn't see clearly. But I did see 2 boxes of supplies. She gave those supplies to a child. I think she's kind-hearted, but I didn't expect her to do something like this. I'm telling you this for everyone's good, do you understand? Li Zong hurriedly said, I understand. I get it. Let's not tell anyone for now. We'll find a chance to talk to her later. Everyone is having a hard time. If she's willing to share some supplies, I can find a way to make her deputy team leader. Lin Xiner lowered her head. Yes, I'll listen to you. Seeing how obedient she was, Li Zong felt proud and confident.
Who?
At that moment, a cold wind swept through.
Ugh.
The weather changes so suddenly. One moment it's warm, and now it's so cold. An ability user crossed his arms and rubbed himself. Li Zong casually put his arm around Lin Xiner. Xiner, it's cold. I'll take you back first, okay? Lin Xiner felt a wave of dislike, but her face showed a shy expression. Li Zong, thank you. You're very thoughtful. Xu Yao looked behind her, annoyed, as the sneaky Yuzheng tried to flirt with her. He went over to help her. Yao Yao, let me take you home. Xu Yao felt uncomfortable and quickly pulled away. Humph. I don't need you to see me off. Not long after Zhou Chuchu entered the house, her phone beeped, showing she was added to a group. Gathering area, Zone 8, Subgroup 5, 500/500 members. As soon as she joined, people started chatting. What's going on? Why was I added to this group? What is it? Isn't the ground-based station almost destroyed? No signal on phones? Can anyone explain what's happening? At everyone, I am Zhou Tong, the leader of Zone 8. This group is now full. I'll answer your questions. The official satellite, once owned by Haishi's richest person, is now being used for signals. People in the gathering area are forced into this group for management. There are 30,000 people here divided into 50 groups. We follow official rules, but also have some independence. That makes sense. We should all cooperate more in the future. What? Does the official mean they won't manage us anymore? Half autonomous means we have to look after ourselves and protect ourselves from now on, right? At everyone, when we left Haisher, the official gave us some food, but not much. They're facing many problems now. We need to act on our own. The weather is getting colder, so we should start planting crops to be self-sufficient. The officials provided some seeds. I want to select a few people to grow these seeds together. If anyone has water or earth element abilities related to planting, please sign up with me immediately. Harvests will be shared based on contributions. Seeing this, Zhou Chuchu thought Zhou Tong was quite practical. His method was good. In her previous life, when she was at the Tomorrow base, because of her water element ability, she joined a planting team and earned a lot of food. But later, to find a way to heal Qin Ziyuan's leg injury, she joined the hunting team to hunt zombies for crystal cores. That's another story. However, Zhou Tong was pragmatic, but planting wouldn't work in this weather. The temperature was dropping to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and with heavy snow sealing the city, planting outdoors was impossible. Unless they built a greenhouse to grow plants inside. She didn't speak, as everyone was very emotional now, and her reminder wouldn't make much difference. She also didn't want to waste words. In just a short time, many people in the chat group had signed up to join Zhou Tong. At Zhou Tong, I am an F-level ability user with a pickaxe power. I can dig 30 fields in a minute. At Zhou Tong, I am an E-level earth ability user. I can make the land collapse into pits. At Zhou Tong, is my sea-level fire ability useful? At Zhou Tong, I am an E-level quick-handed ability user. I am very fast, perfect for planting. Zhou Chuchu was a bit surprised. Out of 500 people, 15 had already signed up. The number of ability users was quite high. Even during the general awakening period of humans, this awakening level was not low. And that didn't include those with abilities unrelated to planting. That's good news. Zombies and evolving plants and animals are speeding up, and human evolution is also accelerating. It seems that this cold wave will allow many people to survive. Once ability users awaken their powers, even if their abilities are weak, their physical strength and resilience are different from ordinary people. They have stronger vitality and higher life energy. Although she was cold-hearted and indifferent, she was still human and didn't want humanity to perish under natural disasters, zombies, and mutated creatures. She glanced at the group again and turned off her phone. After the incident in Haishur, learning that behind the zombies there was a divine being, she could no longer think that these natural disasters and zombies were just effects of a black hole explosion. Perhaps the black hole was only one of the many illusions created by some secret existence, or maybe the black hole explosion was manipulated by certain beings, the so-called gods. She couldn't find peace of mind, only becoming stronger, and even stronger. Let the children learn and train, and Zhou Chuchu entered the farm. As soon as she called, the peach trees immediately came over and placed large piles of ability crystals in front of her. These crystals, along with the ones she obtained last time, totaled 870,000. Unfortunately, they were mostly first and second level crystals, so their effect was limited. The rainbow-colored energy gem in the sky looked like a colorful sun and brought many changes to the farm. It was likely that the farm would soon upgrade to a level 3 farm. Actually, letting the plants absorb these crystals would also bring benefits, improving the farm or increasing her ability level. But she felt that using them all at once might be a bit of a waste. While she was feeling confused, Qin Ziyuan appeared at the farm and handed her what was called a divine fragment. Zhou Chuchu. She looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. What was this thing for? She didn't know how to use it. Her confused look and eager need for an answer successfully prompted Qin Ziyuan to speak. He said eagerly, "This is just a level 1 divine being's fragment. It contains some things that might be useful to you. Don't worry about how to use it, I will handle that." Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan with a complicated expression. There were some things she really wanted to ignore and not think about, but since he had already brought it up, pretending not to know was impossible. "Ziyuan, are you? She was about to ask about her rebirth, but Qin Ziyuan looked at her with displeasure. "I just awakened divine powers. And you won't even call me husband anymore?" Zhou Chuchu. "Huh? Aren't you a reborn person?" Qin Ziyuan's gaze was sharp and very commanding. "Chuchu, did you do something wrong to me?" Feeling guilty, Zhou Chuchu avoided his gaze. She really wanted to be brave and say, "Yes, I did." But somehow, she became timid and ended up saying, "No, I didn't, haha." Seeing her obvious guilt, Qin Ziyuan didn't expose her, but just secretly found it amusing. "If you dare to do something wrong to me, like cheating on me," his eyes showed a clear hint of danger. Zhou Chuchu quickly waved her hands. "No way, haha, absolutely not. Husband, you really lack confidence in your charm." She awkwardly changed the subject. So, how do I use this fragment, husband? Please teach me." Qin Ziyuan saw his lovely wife calling him husband again and smiled happily. He felt more energized. It's very simple. This level 1 divine fragment only contains a few basic rules. Like this. Qin Ziyuan reached out and directly touched the divine fragment. The seemingly indestructible, very solid piece immediately turned into tiny fragments. In Qin Ziyuan's hand, 2 glowing halos hovered. Zhou Chuchu's special sensing ability immediately kicked into high gear. Although her S-level perception could detect that these 2 glowing orbs contained some extremely terrifying energy capable of affecting the world, she couldn't tell exactly what was inside. Qin Zhe casually glanced at the glowing spheres. Basic defense, increased by 1,500 times. Basic life force, increased by 1,500 times. He directly handed these 2 energy spheres into Zhu Chuchu's body. Suddenly, she felt incredibly powerful. This feeling was very direct and clear. It was obvious that now, without using her special ability, her physical strength alone was enough to withstand a mortar attack without damage. As for her vitality, it could regenerate lost limbs, and as long as she wasn't constantly injured in vital areas like the heart or brain, she could recover from injuries very quickly. Seeing this, she was stunned. "Husband, have I become a god?" Qin Zeyuan smiled and said, "No, this is just the basic rules of a beginner divine fragment. It's nothing special. Moreover, it's only a fragment. Unless you can hold a complete divine fragment, you can't be called a half-god. If this isn't true god-level power, how strong could a real god be?" Zhu Chuchu was amazed. "Husband, your divine control ability is so powerful, you can even refine rules. It seems I need to cling to your leg, so you can give me more divine fragments. Maybe one day, I'll become a god too." She joked around. Qin Zeyuan replied seriously, "All right. As long as Chuchu wants it, I will give it to you." Zhu Chuchu. "I'm just joking." "I know, but I'm serious." Zhu Chuchu. She covered her heart with one hand, feeling her heart pounding fast. When did he become so clever? How did he figure this out so quickly? At that moment, Qin Zeyuan pointed at the energy gemstone in the sky and said, "It might not have much effect, but if you bury these first and second-tier crystal cores underground and let them be influenced over time, their quality can also improve." Zhu Chuchu was worried about what to do with these crystal cores, but Qin Zeyuan's solution was perfect. Bury the cores underground to upgrade their rank. Is there anything more cost-effective? Remember, higher-tier energy crystals are more valuable, contain stronger energy, and have better effects when used. If first and second-tier crystal cores can be upgraded, she would make a big profit. How many levels can they be upgraded? Seeing her shiny, greedy-looking eyes, Qin Zeyuan couldn't help but laugh. Just this one energy gem can raise their level to about 5. Zhou Chuchu was very excited. Such a big increase? This thing has so much energy. If I get a few more, I'll be making a fortune. Qin Zeyuan thought that energy gems were very useful, essential for creating gods, and used mainly for charging energy. Using them for this was a small waste. But since Zhou Chuchu liked it, he thought it was fine to use it this way. "Yeah, I'll try to get a few more next time." There happened to be 3 other places with gems. Zhou Chuchu, lost in her excitement, took a while to remember today's check-in reward. "After so many days of checking in, I finally got a complete portable farm. Husband, come see my reward." Her husband was shocked for 300 years, and she felt it was only fair to give a little shake of her head. "Portable farm? That's really a good reward." Qin Zeyuan watched her excited, shining face carefully, and he was truly shocked. Letting her hold his hand, they stepped into the farm. Inside the farm, there was a blue sky with white clouds, fresh green grass, and endless mountains in the distance. Similarly, the lush green fields stretched without end, with sheep pens, cow sheds, chicken coops, duck houses, and pigsties on top. But now, these animal pens were all empty. "It looks like I need to catch some chickens and ducks to raise inside. I wonder how fast the farm can breed livestock." The portable farm was different from the portable ranch. Previously, she had bought a large number of seeds, and after the farm rewarded her, she planted them on the land, so the results were obvious. She did a clever trick by adding evolved plants, and the farm level increased to 2 that very day. But her storage space didn't have any live animals or poultry now, so she could only sigh and wait. Oh right, the system also rewarded survival supplies. Let's see what's inside. Catching chickens, ducks, and livestock couldn't be done all at once, so she took her time. Thinking about the survival supplies rewarded by the system, she was curious about what was inside. Opening the survival supplies, she saw, "Congratulations! You received 30 pairs of male and female chickens and ducks. Congratulations! You received a universal fishing net. Congratulations! You received a universal hunting net." Feeling sleepy, She was given a pillow. Zhou Chuchu really loved the system. It was incredibly powerful. 15 pairs of male and female chicks and 15 pairs of male and female ducks were directly released into the chicken coops and duck houses. These birds immediately started living happily inside. The chicken and duck houses are fully automated, with automatic water and food supply and waste management. There is no need to spend time or effort on maintenance. The only thing to do is to release the animals into the enclosures. After the chickens and ducks are full, the farm also releases them into the mountains, forests, and rivers for exercise. Overall, the farm emphasizes a natural and pure environment. Zhou Chuchu was satisfied. Soon, she would be able to enjoy high-quality eggs and meat from chickens and ducks. But the surprises didn't end there. Discover portable farms and ranches. Farms and ranches can be combined. Would you like to merge them? After merging, the level of both farms will increase, their area will expand 10,000 times, and their quality will improve tenfold. Is there such a good thing? Merge. It must be merged. After Zhou Chuchu said this, her portable farm and ranch began to merge and integrate. The merger of the farms and ranches was completed instantly. But the changes were so significant that they were very obvious. The land became larger and more fertile, with soil like black gold. The big river, which was already misty, grew even larger, flowing from the mountain ranges and splitting into many tributaries. These tributaries passed through grasslands, forests, hills, and vast plains. At the end of the plains, where countless rivers converged, there seemed to be a vast ocean. Crops planted there increased in quality by 10 times. The evolved plants benefited greatly, and even those that hadn't evolved saw big improvements in usefulness, function, and taste. Oh my goodness, I want to plant some herbs there. Maybe I can grow magical plants and herbs? Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but marvel, planning to go to the mountain outdoors to gather some medicinal herbs to plant. The 30 pairs of chickens and ducks she just released also changed greatly. They increased from 30 pairs to 30,000 pairs. Now, each group was kept in a cage, with each cage representing a different breed. Some breeds she had never heard of or seen before. Looking at this endless, rich, and magnificent farm and ranch, she suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if this farm could upgrade further and perhaps become a world of its own. She chuckled and shook her head, dismissing the idea. A world of its own? That's not so simple or easy. Now is the time to plant crops, grow plants, raise poultry and livestock. Living well in this end-of-the-world situation is the most important thing. After admiring the farm and ranch, she left. Next is the final reward, the beginner base. The beginner base looks like a small model, and you can hold it in your hand to look at it, as if viewing a tiny version of a base. It has steel walls, residential areas, military zones, planting areas, storage, and industrial zones. All the facilities are there, arranged very logically. When she took it out, Zhou Chuchu felt a special sense. Her understanding and control of it became as clear as reading a pattern on her palm. Currently, this beginner base can support 50,000 people living inside and can resist extreme heat, cold, earthquakes, and underground explosions. It also offers good protection against zombie hordes. Hearing this, she was secretly amazed. What does the system want to give her with this reward? Does it want her to build a base? Honestly, she didn't really want to worry about that. Right now, she's doing her best to keep her family alive in the end times. Building a base? She really had no such plans.
But
Found beginner base. Would you like to place the beginner base? Once successfully placed, everyone living in the base will gain increased combat power, supernatural abilities, and additional skills. Originally not planning to build a base, Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up immediately after seeing this message. If that's the case, building a base becomes very important and very feasible. Hubby, what do you think about us building a base? Zhou Chuchu asked excitedly. She told him everything about the beginner base, and after hearing her, Qin Ziyuan replied, "Building a base is very necessary." Seeing his wife's worried face, he naturally understood what she was concerned about, and he smiled. Choo-choo, don't worry. Just go ahead and do it. I'll have the Songlong members help you manage the details and chores. What Zhou Choo-choo wanted was her husband's support. She immediately smiled happily, very excited. That's great. I will definitely make this base big and strong, turning it into the biggest base in the end times. Her goal was to either not do it at all or do it big and strong. Since she decided to build the base and had the help of the Songlong members, if she couldn't do well, wouldn't she be embarrassing her husband? Seeing Zhou Choo-choo so full of energy, Qin Ziyuan also felt genuinely happy. Found beginner base. Would you like to place the beginner base? The system saw that she hadn't responded for a long time and asked again. Not placed. There are no suitable conditions for placement at the moment, so she doesn't plan to place anything. Once a suitable location is found, or when Old Peach Tree evolves and the space becomes larger and can guarantee a permanent living area inside the hole, either condition being met is enough. Until then, choosing the base members is also an important task. Thinking about this, Zhou Choo-choo felt there were just too many things to do. Discovering the primary base and merging it with the safe house. Do you want to merge? After merging, the base will become part of the safe house and can exist in a foldable form. Its defense and attack power will be based on the higher one, and the weapon and enemy defense systems will also be based on the higher one. Do you want to merge? No need to ask, of course. The merge. The system is always very efficient. With just a thought, the base and the safe house merged directly. The attack and defense power of the base, as well as the weapon and enemy defense systems, increased immediately. After completing these tasks, it was already evening. The weather outside had completely changed. It shifted from cool to cold, with temperatures only around 6 or 7 degrees. Strong winds howled non-stop, sounding like mournful wails and shrieks. A cold wave was coming. Zhou Choo-choo watched the trees outside sway wildly, and the dark clouds above looked heavy like lead. She quickly activated the heating and insulation system inside the safe house. Soon, the villa's temperature warmed up like spring, and the cold outside couldn't affect the interior at all. She knew this was just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, the temperature would drop at a rate of 20 degrees per day. In 3 days, the outdoor temperature would reach -70 degrees. These 3 days would be the last chance for people to gather warm supplies and prepare food. After that, the city would be sealed in ice and snow. Unless they had special skiing or warming equipment, or evolved into powerful beings immune to snow and wind, going outside would be impossible. Just after the heat wave, the cold wave comes. How can people live like this? Grandma and Grandpa looked anxiously out the window. The temperature dropped, and they had just started to feel they could enjoy a couple of peaceful days, but the cold wave arrived so suddenly. It felt like heaven was pushing people to the brink. Our situation is still quite good overall. The truly unfortunate are those who are completely unprepared. Yeah, thanks to Xiao Man, the elderly sighed deeply. Zhou Choo-choo took out her prepared collection of warm clothing from her endless storage space, including thick down jackets, winter coats, and waterproof shells, easy-to-buy warm clothes. She also retrieved rarer items like the N3B military coat, military snow boots, Antarctic expedition down jackets, with military gear included, and other gear for future outings. In the garage, she also placed a snowmobile and snow shovels. Whooshing sounds. The wind grew stronger and colder. All the leaves had fallen from the trees, and frost was forming on the branches. In just a short time, the temperature dropped below freezing. Outside, there were crackling sounds from the freezing cold, leaves hitting the doors and walls, and the howling wind stirring everything up. Snowflakes began to fall, softly and steadily. Soon, the ground was covered with about an inch of snow. Inside Zhou Choo-choo's home, no matter how cold it was outside, it remained warm like spring. Heating devices were turned on, circulating warmth throughout the house. The house was well insulated and ventilated. Thanks to the security system that increased comfort by 500 times, the house was very cozy. Even without turning on the heating, it wouldn't feel too cold. Plus, there was an electromagnetic flower inside, constantly releasing a fragrant, warm aura that calmed the mind and steadied emotions. The house was incredibly comfortable. Zhou Chuchu took a stack of paper and a pen and began to write down her plans. 1. Capture livestock like cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese to replenish the farm. Consider capturing other evolved animals to add. 2. Collect medicinal herbs for planting. Consider creating special formulas for evolved herbs. Note: my water element ability seems to stimulate the vitality of dry herbs, so I should gather herbs from the pharmacy. 3. Find a suitable location for the base and evaluate potential team members. 4. Strengthen my ability training. Manner: your dad and I will go to the farm first to harvest some vegetables and make dried goods, Lu Julin and Qin Zhuangming said, thinking ahead. Now that heavy snow was falling outside, they were very nervous and wanted to do something. Zhou Chuchu thought about how to deal with the cold snap and nodded in agreement. Okay. She set up a hidden door for her parents and children to enter the farm. Previously, they could just open the big door twice to get in. But now, with the cold weather, opening the door would let in cold air, so she set it so they could enter by opening the kitchen door twice. Grandpa, Grandma, we want to go in too. The 2 little ones, bored, wanted to play in the farm. It was so fun inside. With the farm, even the amusement park seemed less interesting. Xiaohu followed closely without leaving for a moment. After the 2 children and their parents entered the farm, Zhou Chuchu looked up from her thoughts. I think I forgot to tell them something. But she couldn't remember what it was, so she sank back into her previous thoughts. She didn't know how much time passed before Lu Julin and Qin Zhuangming came out of the farm. Qin Zhuangming carried a big bag of green beans, lotus roots, and water chestnuts on his back, while Lu Julin held a large basket filled with round, plump eggs, chicken and duck eggs. The 2 children each held a big fish, one in each hand, and Xiao had a large wild rabbit in his mouth. The 2 adults, 2 kids, and a dog were all very excited. Xiao man, the farm has changed so much. The vegetables are really big and great. This was the grandfather. Manor, I found out there are chicken coops and duck pens on the farm. There are so many eggs, we can't eat them all. This was the grandmother. Mom, look, the big fish I caught with my sister. Brother's fish is a bass and mine is a bluefish. The 2 little ones looked very proud. They could catch fish too. Xiaohu spat out the rabbit from his mouth. He couldn't speak, but his expression was very proud. He wasn't just eating for fun, he had a purpose. Zhou Chuchu suddenly remembered what she had forgotten, the merging of the farm and the ranch. She hadn't told her parents about it. Mom and Dad, sorry, I forgot to tell you, I got a personal ranch today. It's merged with the farm, so now it can grow vegetables and raise animals. All the animals will be managed automatically once they're put inside. Her parents were stunned, wide-eyed, but they quickly recovered because they had experience. You're such a good kid. This is such a great thing. Why say sorry? It's a wonderful thing, a very good thing. Lu Julin sighed happily. With a farm like this, even if it's frozen outside and we can't grow anything, we won't go hungry. Qin Zhuangming has some additional thoughts. I see your farm and ranch are quite impressive. In that big river, many fish grow, some we don't even recognize. Chi and those big fish in the river get along very well. She often rides the fish and plays in the water. I faintly saw that the fish looked golden and had horns on its head, almost like a legendary dragon. In the forest, things are also very unusual. It seems something is calling Chi. If we hadn't called her back, she might have gone deeper inside. But I think whatever is in there wouldn't harm the child. After I called her back, it retreated. The rabbit that little tiger caught was actually released from the forest. It seems like it was sent to us to eat. Little man, if you have time, you can explore the farm and ranch. After hearing this, Zhou Chuchu was quite surprised. She knew there were fish in the big river of the farm and ranch, like a large golden carp. Now it seemed to have grown dragon horns. Could it be turning into a dragon? Are there other creatures in the forest calling Chi? Are these creatures born after she gained the farm and ranch, or did they exist before? Although she was full of questions, she wasn't worried. Now she was the absolute owner of the farm and ranch. As her level increased, she could set the rules inside. She didn't feel threatened by the creatures inside. In other words, as long as she wanted, no matter how strong the creatures were, she could control them. She looked at the 2 fish and the fat rabbit that had already been eaten, and indeed saw signs of evolution. They weren't very strong, similar to how small vegetables evolve to taste better and be more nutritious, but they wouldn't mutate into plant warriors. These fish and rabbits were just right, having evolved to a stage suitable for eating. Dad, Mom, don't worry about the farm and ranch. It's very safe there. Let's cook these fish and rabbit for dinner tonight. Hearing this, the elderly couple immediately relaxed and happily took the vegetables they collected to the kitchen to prepare. Little man called Donglai over for dinner later. Lu Jilin peeked out from the kitchen. Liang Donglai was very good at pleasing the elders. Both Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming liked him very much. When the 2 children heard he was coming, they were very happy. Zhou Chuchu nodded and called Liang Donglai. Teacher Liang, have you eaten? Come over for dinner later. Liang Donglai was so happy he agreed eagerly. Yes, I'll be right there. Qin Ziyuan just came out of the house and heard Zhou Chuchu calling Liang Donglai to come for dinner. He felt a surge of jealousy. But no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't show it to his family. So, there was no way to tell he was upset. He just felt jealous, but didn't dare to tell his wife, silently enduring. What else could he do? His mother called him, and his wife was the one who made the call. What could he do? The call lasted less than 5 minutes before Liang Donglai came to knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Liang Donglai, shivering from the cold in his thin clothes, quickly rushed inside. After calming down inside, he looked at Qin Ziyuan with envy and said, "It's so warm here, way too warm, like heaven." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Ziyuan's unfriendly look, and instantly, he felt like he had fallen into the coldest winter, with icy air blowing through his soul. "You're not leaving yet?" Qin Ziyuan asked coldly. Liang Donglai felt wronged. He was a comrade who had shared life and death with him. How could Qin be so cold? Liang Donglai turned and pouted at Lu Jilin. "Aunt Lu, Brother Qin is angry with me. He's trying to chase me away." Lu Jilin grabbed the spatula and came out. "You naughty boy. You don't want to stay here, huh? Our family finally has someone more lively, so you want to chase me out? Xiao Liang, come help Auntie serve the dishes." Liang Donglai quickly ran into the kitchen. Seeing the dishes Lu Jilin made, he immediately praised enthusiastically, "Aunt Lu's cooking is really good, beautiful, fragrant, delicious. Aunt Lu, your skin looks great now, and your condition seems excellent. With your skills, if you took your dishes to a Michelin chef, they'd be begging you to teach them a trick or 2. Ever since I tasted your cooking, I can't enjoy others' dishes anymore." Lu Jilin was so flattered she smiled happily and kept laughing. Qin Ziyuan's face darkened like ink. Qin Zhuangming always stood on his wife's side, criticizing his son alongside her. "Little Yang, what did you do to upset him? Always frowning. If this keeps up, he won't have any friends. I think Xiao Liang is pretty good, kind, capable, and good at teaching kids. He's great." Zhou Chuchu held a cup of tea, smiling gently as she watched. It was rare to see her husband so flustered. Sometimes it was quite fun. "Humph." Qin Ziyuan snorted softly and said to his father, "You should worry about your wife. The charming young man, the auntie's favorite." Zhou Chuchu spat out her tea. Silently, she gave Qin Ziyuan a thumbs up. That was a clever move, cutting off the source of trouble. Qin Zhuangming's face immediately changed. Hearing the laughter from the kitchen, he felt very uneasy, like an ant on a hot pan. He quickly found an excuse to go in and send Liang Donglai out. "Hey, Xiao Liang, you're no longer needed here. You can go out now. Stay away from Aunt Lu in the future. She's quite traditional." In the kitchen, Lu Jilin blushed and pretended to be angry. "Old man, what are you talking about? I wouldn't." Qin Zhuangming didn't care and focused on his wife, who was the most beautiful and charming. "Of course, my wife, you're fine, but I can't guarantee others won't have ideas." Liang Donglai, who was inexplicably kicked out, thought, "Why is it always me getting hurt? Zhou Chu almost burst out laughing. She finally understood where her husband's jealousy came from. Definitely a family trait. While they were joking around, the meal was ready. The dishes included spicy braised rabbit, steamed bass fish, lotus root with pork ribs, spicy stir-fried pork, crispy green beans, stuffed eggs with tofu, and sweet water chestnuts. All the ingredients came from the farm and ranch, so the quality was naturally excellent. The braised rabbit was spicy and fragrant, making the body warm and cozy after eating. Even in cold wind, it could keep one warm for hours. The steamed bass fish melted in the mouth, boosting blood and energy, making the body stronger. The lotus root was soft and sticky, and eating it greatly increased mental clarity and sharpness. The chili was spicy and fragrant, leaving the whole body feeling smooth and energized, perfect for cold weather. The green beans were crunchy and bright green, refreshing and crisp, strengthening muscles and endurance after eating. The eggs were fragrant and smooth, giving a slight boost to special abilities. The water chestnuts were sweet, crunchy, juicy, and refreshing, helping to relieve fatigue and boost energy. These dishes were already of high quality, and with Lu Julin's heartfelt effort and the blessing of S-level culinary supernatural power, they were especially delicious and effective. Liang Donglai's skills were truly unmatched. His cooking was second to none. The injured Liang Donglai ate 3 large bowls of rice in anger. After the meal, the heavy snow outside had already fallen 30 centimeters. At this moment, everyone didn't yet realize what this snowfall meant, but seeing such a big snow, they were all very happy. They put on cotton-padded clothes, pants, and down jackets, rushing into the snow. The group chat was lively too. Snowing. Snowing. I'm from the south. I've never seen such heavy snow. This snow is so fun, so white and cool. A lucky snow signals a good harvest. The disaster will pass soon. Look, everyone, I built a snowman. Images compared to the heat, I prefer snow. Snow is so good. Just wear more clothes, and it's fine. Quick, collect the snow. It can be filtered into drinking water. With such heavy snow, it's probably impossible to grow crops. Sudden snowfall, from extreme heat to extreme cold, probably isn't a good sign. I think we should prepare for the cold immediately. Take advantage of the time when we can go out to gather warm items, thick clothes. The group chat is filled with excitement and happiness, with only a few worried members pushed to the corner by the joyful chatter. Few notice this. After all, most homes have some warm clothes, especially during unbearable heat when people want to peel off layers. These clothes are left at home as useless items and not taken out. Everyone can find some warm clothing to wear. Some even find mink coats, which they wear proudly. But happiness is always short-lived. Those who went outside to play in the snow, have snowball fights, or build snowmen, soon get cold as the temperature drops further. They can't bear it anymore and rush back inside. Still feeling very cold, they take out blankets, covering themselves one after another, trembling inside their beds. The chat messages change. Wow, what's happening? Why is it getting colder? Do you feel it too? I'm already under the blankets, and I'm freezing like a popsicle. Cold, cold, cold. My whole body is shivering. I think I caught a cold. I feel hot but also freezing. I'm lying alone in bed, not warm enough. Is anyone willing to share the bed and cuddle? Sleeping together might keep us warmer. I can't stand this weather. It's so strange, either insanely hot or painfully cold. So cold, so cold. My fingers are almost frozen. I already miss the scorching heat. It would be perfect if I had a bowl of hot noodles right now. Zhou Chu glanced at the group chat, but didn't respond. Just as she was about to wash up, her phone rang. It was Kong Banshuo calling her. Kong Banshuo asked for help. Miss Zhou, I don't have any cotton clothes for children in my house. Can you help me? Kong Banshuo tightly hugged her child. She had followed Zhou Chu's advice earlier, finding some warm clothing and gathering firewood for warmth. But these clothes were all for adults, and she didn't have any cotton clothes suitable for children. Now, the child is holding a towel, and the adults' clothes are being warmed by the firewood, so they are temporarily safe. But she knows this is not a long-term solution. She must find warm clothes for the child. Hoo. Outside, the cold wind howls, sweeping snow inside despite the closed doors and windows. Even with the doors shut, they can't stop the cold. And it's not a cold region. The lowest temperatures before were only a few degrees below zero. Walls are generally thin and not very warm, and even if there are warm clothes inside, they are not thick enough. Now, she wraps the child in clothes and blankets, but it's still not enough. It's getting colder and colder. Even wearing several warm clothes, they still can't fight the cold. She shivers from the cold. The child quickly feels uncomfortable. His little face turns red from the cold, and his hands and feet are icy. Wearing stiff adult clothes makes him feel very uncomfortable. His small hands and feet kick and try to break free. Kong Banshu repeatedly wraps him up, but he gets impatient and uncomfortable.
Wow.
He starts crying loudly.
Kong Banshu filière broken.
She holds the child close to her chest, hugging him tightly, wrapping him in clothes. The child feels warm and stops crying. He rests his head on her chest and falls asleep peacefully. Doing this isn't a good solution. I must find some clothes for the child, she thinks. She first posts a request for help in a group, but given the current situation, no one is willing to help a complete stranger she doesn't know. Even when she offers to exchange some food for the child's clothes, no one responds. As the weather gets colder, she feels her body grow cold too. The child feels cold and kicks again. As a single mother, surviving in the end of world is very hard. The only way now is to ask Miss Zhou Chuchu for help, she thinks. Miss Zhou Chuchu has helped us so much. I haven't been able to repay her. If I ask her again, will she refuse?
Kong Banshu worry.
Zhou Chuchu's kindness to her is greater than anything. If it weren't for her bringing them with a peach tree, she wouldn't be able to leave in. She wants to repay her, but her special power is not useful right now. Zhou Chuchu has been helping her, but she hasn't been able to help Zhou Chuchu in return. She feels guilty and wants to give back. But when she finally gathers the courage to ask again, she fears rejection. She even prepares herself for being refused. If she is rejected, she doesn't know what to do. She makes a phone call, speaking cautiously. Miss Zhou, I don't have any warm clothes for children in my house. Can you help me? After saying this, she held her breath, like someone waiting for their fate to be decided. She opened her mouth to promise, but she didn't know what to promise. Zhou Chuchu had already saved her and the child several times. What did she have to ask for now? This is the end of the world. Why should she keep asking others to help her again and again? As her thoughts raced, she heard a charming female voice on the phone say, "Okay, I will come now." Just a simple sentence, but it made her cry. She choked up and couldn't say anything. A few minutes after hanging up, there was a knock on Kong Banshuo's door. Dressed in a military coat, Zhou Chuchu braved the wind and snow, carrying a large bag of baby supplies, food, and a glowing, warm electromagnetic flower, standing at the door. She came right after receiving Kong Banshuo's call. Her current strength actually didn't require her to wear a military coat. She could move freely in -70 degrees Celsius, wearing just a simple shirt. But that would be too eye-catching. She didn't mind trouble, but she also didn't want to cause unnecessary problems. In her arms, she packed 10 sets of thick baby clothes, 3 packs of diapers, and 5 cans of nutritious milk powder. She didn't lack baby clothes. She had cleared out dozens of baby stores and flagship shops earlier. Thinking that Kong Banshuo was a woman with a child, facing many inconveniences, and that encountering zombies could be dangerous, she also brought a pot of electromagnetic flowers. The electromagnetic flower is a future-evolved plant warrior, developed from sunflowers. Different colors of electromagnetic flowers have different abilities, but they all share a common feature. They can continuously produce heat and light. Whether used as a heater or for illumination, they are very useful. If zombies come in, it can release 3 electromagnetic waves from a distance to attack, which is very powerful. It can definitely protect Kong Banshuo and her daughter. She helped Kong Banchuo because her special ability is extremely useful for managing people and resources. Now, there aren't many people, and her ability's advantages aren't obvious, but in the future, when building a base, such talent will be indispensable. Moreover, since Kong Banchuo chose her, she couldn't just ignore her and let her suffer and despair in the cold wave. Zhou Chuchu entered Kong Banchuo's cold house with warmth. She opened the package and explained, "There are enough baby clothes here, made of soft, thick, and comfortable cotton, along with diapers and formula. Use them as needed. This package also has some food, meat, rice, and noodles. You can prepare meals with them." Then she handed over the electromagnetic flower. Place it inside the house. It can keep the temperature around 17 or 18 degrees. Usually, you communicate with it using your special powers to water it and occasionally give it some water. Now her abilities had improved, granting her new powers. Her range of influence extended to 100 miles. Within this range, she could use her powers to water and feed the plants. After her power upgrade, she realized that others could also use their abilities to water these plant warriors. Different powers could help them evolve in various ways. This led to her giving the electromagnetic flower as a gift. She wanted to see what kind of plants would grow when watered by others' abilities. Anyway, no matter who she temporarily gave them to, she would always be the sole owner of these plants. Kong Banksha looked at the full supplies and felt the warmth from the electromagnetic flower. Her heart was overwhelmed, but she tried to stay calm on her face. She didn't want Zhou Chuchu to see her lose composure. "Thank you, Miss Zhou. Thank you." She choked up, gazing at Zhou Chuchu with almost a reverent look. "All right, no need to say more. Quickly change the child's clothes." After saying that, Zhou Chuchu left Kong Banks's house. Kong Banksu touched the soft clothes of the child, feeling the warmth from the electromagnetic flower, and finally tears burst out. But this time, her tears were tears of happiness. She changed the clothes on the child, and the child immediately felt comfortable. Small hands and feet opened, babbling happily, and when they saw the swinging electromagnetic flower, they reached out to touch it. Kong Banksu held the child close and kissed his little face. "Good boy, your life, my life, our life. Miss Zhou gave them to us. Grow up quickly, and someday repay her." Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, she received a message on her phone. "Lin Zinner. Sister Kong, I saw your message. I've collected some baby clothes here. It was really hard to get them. If you want, I can send them over. Actually, I really admire you. You're a wonderful mother. I heard you're an A-level ability user. Someone as powerful as you shouldn't be oppressed." Kong Banksu narrowed her eyes, a dangerous light flashing, and she sneered.
What?
How dare he come and show off these tricks in front of her? Let her handle this mess for Miss Zhou Chuchu. Beep, beep, beep. More news has arrived. Zhou Tong, Kong Banchuo, are you interested in helping me plan? If you agree, I will send you the baby clothes you need and also provide you with daily firewood for warmth. Zhou Tong straightforwardly states his conditions, offering material support. If he had offered these conditions earlier, Kong Banchuo would have eagerly agreed. The survival of the child is her top priority, even if she has to set aside everything else. But now that he has offered these conditions, she would agree, because she is protecting Miss Zhou Chuchu. She is cultivating and selecting capable people. She wants to be a skilled and strong tool. Okay, I can help with your plans, but I need some decision-making power. I must be able to make decisions without you vetoing them. I also need to personally choose a nanny to care for my child, so I can focus fully on the work ahead. On the phone, Zhou Tong hesitated briefly but agreed. After all, she is an A-level abilities user, and her power is supportive, completely harmless. If he doesn't bring her over, someone else will. His advantage is that he knew this first. After Zhou Chuchu left Kong Banchuo, she called Gao Gongqiang to come and take a pot of electromagnetic flowers. Gao Gongqiang was overjoyed. Now that he had this electromagnetic flower, his family could brave the cold wave and get through winter safely. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something. "Madam, Zhou Tong's conditions are just a way to win me over. I've already refused. Oh. Zhou Chuchu didn't expect that Zhou Tong was such an ambitious person. But that's normal. After the apocalypse, the old social order collapsed, and ambitious heroes rose up, each creating their own exciting stories. At that moment, Kong Banshuo sent a message. Miss Zhou Chuchu, I have agreed to Zhou Tong's invitation, and will help him plan. Zhou Chuchu smiled and told Gao Gongqiang, Zhou Tong will keep inviting you. Next time he does, just agree. Since you and Banshuo are working for him, listen more to her advice. Gao Gongqiang didn't quite understand why Zhou Chuchu made these arrangements, but she told him to do as she said. Yes, madam. After Gao Gongqiang left, Zhou Chuchu returned to her room and wrote down her 7th plan on a piece of paper. Plant the abilities given to other mutants for training, observe and record the evolution process. Just after finishing this line, Qin Ziyuan hugged her from behind. Chuchu, it's late at night. Go to sleep. Outside the window, the snow was falling even harder, softly and continuously. The next day, the snow was half a meter deep and still falling nonstop. The outdoor temperature unexpectedly dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. Everywhere was covered in white, roofs, streets, buildings, all blanketed in snow. The view outside the window was dazzling white. Qin Ziyuan was no longer in bed and was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Chuchu was not in a hurry, feeling very confident inside. Men always have things to do. He was always restless, especially after the apocalypse. Luckily, she had her own tasks to handle. While eating the hot breakfast prepared by her mother-in-law, she casually glanced at her phone. Gathering area, Group 8, Subgroup 5 for 87/500 at everyone. I regret to inform you of some bad news. 13 people from our group died last night. A total of 2,313 people have died in the gathering area. The temperature continues to drop, so please prepare for the cold. Also, I have 2 good news updates. Level A mutant Kong Bansu has taken charge of our group's affairs, handling personnel and distribution. Level A mutant Gao Gongqiang has become our deputy leader, working with me to lead the team. Due to the upcoming severe cold, I have made the following arrangements. Organize teams to collect clothes, food, and combustible materials for warmth. Everyone is welcome to sign up. I promise that all supplies obtained will be distributed proportionally among participants. Interested at Kong Bansu, please register. At Kong Bansu, I'm signing up.
Count me in.
2 Level A mutants, so impressive. Our group is about to take off. Level A mutants joining the military can directly gain high positions. That's not so simple. After the big explosion in Haishur, mutants also erupted in numbers. Now, there are quite a few Level A mutants. The more Level A mutants, the better. Out of 50,000, having 1 is good. We have 2 in our group. What more do you want? At Kong Bansu, it's a loss if the Level A mutant leads the team, but doesn't participate. I'm joining too. Count me in.
What are you arguing about?
They're mutants, and I'm just an ordinary person. It's too cold outside. I won't go. I won't go either. It's too cold outside. 2,000 people died overnight. If I go, I'd be a pig. At Kong Bansu, I'm signing up. If you don't go, I won't either. Who will collect supplies if everyone stays home? Are we just waiting to die? Taking advantage of the current opportunity to go out, collecting supplies is the best choice. At Kong Banshu, I'm going. The neighboring group has already organized a team to set out. If we're going, let's do it quickly. The group was noisy and noisy. Zhou Chuchu glanced around and lost interest. After dinner, she reminded the children to do their homework, then put on a convenient military coat that blocks the wind and snow, a thick windproof hat, thermal pants, and snow boots. She drove the snow vehicle out of the garage. She also wanted to collect supplies, but not clothes or food. Instead, she aimed to gather herbs from the herbal shop and search for poultry and livestock like chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and cattle. Of course, if she found useful supplies, she would naturally take them. The snow vehicle hummed loudly, gliding smoothly across the snow and quickly disappearing into the distance. A team collecting supplies struggled through the snow when suddenly they saw the snow vehicle rushing away, leaving them behind in an instant. They were all stunned. Who was driving that snow vehicle just now? Did you see clearly? No. She was dressed very warmly, but judging by her build, she should be a woman. This thing is top gear for snow travel. How did she get it? Everyone was envious and drooling. Li Zong looked ahead, his expression serious. Everyone be quiet. Immediately search large supermarkets and malls for snow vehicles and sleds. Focus on finding warm clothing and fuel first. The person driving the snow vehicle came from our gathering area. Keep an eye out and see whose it is. Later, we'll seize it. Everyone quickly understood. Getting hold of the snow vehicle would give them a head start in collecting supplies. One step ahead. In such times, being quick means everything. A military coat and a bag of charcoal could save lives and win people's hearts. After giving instructions, Li Zong softly asked Lin Xiner beside him. Xiner, are you cold? Do you want me to carry you? Lin Xiner thought to herself, if you really wanted to carry me, you'd just bend down and do it. Asking this way is clearly just being polite. Realizing this, she didn't expose him but played along with his romantic act, saying, I'm not cold. I can hold on. But you've been busy late into the night for everyone's sake, and you haven't rested well. She reached out to touch Li Zong's dark circles under his eyes. Li Zong was very pleased with Lin Xiner's awareness and tact. Seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes, he couldn't help feeling secretly proud. His dark circles were not just from yesterday's intense night with his goddess. Goddess truly is a goddess. He felt completely satisfied. It was only because Xiner stayed with me yesterday that I could work so hard. For our gathering area, I can try even harder, he said with a hint of meaning in his words. Following behind the two, Huang Fong, the deputy captain, heard their flirtatious words and instantly turned pale. His hand was shattered from being beaten by Qin Ziyuan because of Lin Xiner, and his injury had not healed. He had to cut off his entire hand. Now his wound was still healing, and this woman had abandoned him to be with someone else. Traitor, traitor. Such a good actress, such a good actor. Who didn't know what the two did last night? They even pretended to be exhausted from work.
Bah.
He hated it deeply but dared not show it. Since the last incident, his uncle had been very disappointed in him. If he caused more trouble, his uncle might give up on him. He also dared not show his teeth at Li Zong. Li Zong was a B-level ability user, yes, but he became the captain because his uncle was an A-level ability user who could control ultrasonic waves, and he was the leader of this 30,000-person gathering zone. Even Huang Go was beneath him. He lacked the confidence to fight Li Zong, so he could only swallow his frustration and follow behind the two with envy. Li Zong glanced at Huang Fong and said, Huang Fong, I must thank you for saving Xiner. But someone as famous as her only deserves a strong man, understand? Huang Fong almost gritted his teeth, but forced a smile. Understood, understood. Seeing his obedient attitude, Li Zong felt even more proud. He looked at his broken hand and teased, You say your hand was injured by someone? You really are careless. All right, I have a task for you. Find the person who hurt you, and you two can be my deputy captains. That would be quite a story. Huang Fong clenched his fist tightly, wishing he could punch Li Zong's handsome face. But he was also curious. Lin Xiner clearly saw who hurt him, but didn't tell Li Zong. He looked at Lin Xiner with suspicion. The woman seemed to know nothing. He frowned. What was she up to? Captain Li, look over there. Someone pointed ahead. Another group of people appeared on the road. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He greeted Li Zong with a smile. Captain, going to gather supplies? Why don't we discuss it together to avoid wasting effort on pointless searches? Li Zong's expression changed, and he coldly said, No need. Let's go. Despite Li Zong's rudeness, the middle-aged man's face remained calm, still smiling. Only after they had walked away did Gao Gongqiang, standing behind the middle-aged man, ask curiously, Captain Zhou Tong, do you have a grudge against him? Zhou Tong shook his head. It's not exactly a grudge. We just have different ideas from his uncle. Vice Captain Gao, I keep my promises. This time, you can have 20% of the collected supplies. After saying this, the other mutants looked at him in surprise. Clearly, Zhou Tong was very generous to the newly joined A-level mutants. Gao Gongqiang secretly marveled, recalling Kong Banshuo's advice. As she said, Zhou Tong was willing to spend a lot to win over this great mutant. All right, it's settled then. He agreed without hesitation. Zhou Tong took out a map and said, I've been traveling between Haisher and Engshi for years, so I know this area well. Here is Engshi's Walmart. But I think many people want to target it, so I suggest we go for a secondary store, Carrefour. What do you think? Gao Gongqiang thought to himself that Kong Banshuo had predicted this, so there was no reason not to agree. Okay, let's go with that. All right, everyone, let's move out. Zhou Tong led his team in another direction. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu was riding a snowboat quickly across the snow. As she passed by clothing and shoe stores, she saw that the shops had been broken into, with clothes and shoes stolen completely. Clearly, items that nobody wanted in the heat had now become essential supplies and highly sought after. On the street, more people appeared. Many had just robbed clothes from shops and were walking while clutching their loot. Some even wore the stolen clothes. There were fights over thick coats, with people fighting over one item. But everyone was still somewhat restrained. Even if they lost a fight, they would quickly get up and grab another item. Most shops along the way showed signs of being looted. Warm clothes were the most popular, while spring and summer outfits were thrown on the ground. Of course, if someone couldn't get clothes, they would gather materials to start a fire and keep warm. That was also a way to survive. Mother and baby stores and daily necessities shops were secondary. After experiencing the extreme heat of the apocalypse, everyone was grabbing supplies. Useful or not, they took a chance. The places with the most people were malls and supermarkets. Groups of people usually enter, with clear goals focused on winter gear, skiing equipment, and similar items. Their first choice is sleds. If no sleds are available, they also fight over wooden boards or other materials that can be made into sleds. Next, they seek food. Although many foods in the supermarket have spoiled, some canned goods are still edible after boiling, so they are taken. Some people also value slightly moldy rice and flour. Naturally, when people compete for resources, disputes and fights occur. The mall is chaotic, with no powerful or special individuals, so most just turn away quickly. Zhou Chuchu isn't interested in fighting over clothes or food. Instead, she follows the map to search for medicinal herbs in pharmacies. She drives her snow vehicle swiftly and easily past the crowd, earning admiring glances. She quickly finds several pharmacies. Although these pharmacies show signs of being looted, most of the stolen items are Western medicines, while traditional Chinese herbs are untouched and less popular. Zhou Chuchu takes what she wants, including the counters and herbs like ginseng, astragalus, goji berries, polygonum, lingji mushrooms, yam, and tianshan snow lotus. Is there a traditional Chinese medicine shop here? Zhou Chuchu's eyes light up, and she quickly drives her snow vehicle toward it. Outside the traditional Chinese medicine shop, a team of people watches through binoculars from afar. Their expressions are strange, fear mixed with inexplicable terror, as if there are terrifying monsters inside. Boss, she went inside, they say. They seem very afraid of the shop, not daring to approach. The young man called the boss, about 20 years old, wears a thin down jacket, but doesn't seem affected by the cold. He furrows his brow, chewing on some dried grass. He spits out the grass stem. Not urgent. First, observe the situation. You all go gather supplies from nearby shops and bring them here. Everyone obeys him, quickly collecting supplies and bringing them to the young man. He takes each item, closes his eyes, counts to 5, and then the items disappear. He repeats this process with other objects, and everyone watches with excitement. Big Brother's special ability is really incredible to see again and again. A space of 10 square meters, enough supplies to last our team a year. We're so lucky to follow Big Brother. No hunger, no worries. The young man ignored these words. He had indeed awakened an A-grade space ability. Currently, he had a portable space of 10 square meters, which could store supplies inside. However, the storage conditions were strict. The items could not weigh more than 100 pounds, and their volume had to be within 1 cubic meter. He needed to lift them by hand, focus, and silently say store to put them inside. Living creatures could not be stored. Time inside the space flowed the same as outside, and it was affected by weather and humidity. The total weight of stored items could not exceed 2 tons. This meant that if food, meat, or vegetables were stored for a long time without processing, they could spoil over time. Even so, this ability was like a miracle to people now. Because of this skill, he had gathered a loyal team. But he also had another A-grade ability: scent perception. He could sense subtle changes in the surrounding smells. This ability helped him find hidden targets nearby or check if the environment was safe. In his perception, the traditional Chinese medicine hall seemed extremely dangerous, like a fierce, terrifying monster lurking inside. Going there was a risk of death. Strangely, he couldn't sense the scent of the woman who had just entered, something he had never experienced before. Everyone has a scent, no matter how weak they are. Some have strong scents, others weak. He wanted to observe more. He spent 5 minutes putting all the supplies into the space. The 10 square meter space was getting full. At that moment, a girl nearby said impatiently, "Fian, how much longer do we have to wait here? I'm freezing to death. Just go and bring out the snowmobile. That woman will definitely die if she goes in." Fian spoke softly but helplessly, with a gentle tone. Xian, don't worry. Let's wait a bit longer." The girl pouted in displeasure. "Then go find me some makeup and a few mink coats. Look at what I'm wearing now. It's so ugly." Everyone looked at each other helplessly. But they couldn't say much. Since this girl is Fian's girlfriend, and he has worked hard to win her over, he usually treats her with great care. At this moment, Zhou Chuchu doesn't know that people outside are talking about her and judging that she is doomed. But as she enters the traditional Chinese medicine hall, she clearly senses an unusual atmosphere. The hall covers a large area, similar to a big hospital, divided into different sections. It should normally be busy, with many people and patients. When the zombie outbreak occurs, this place would likely be hit first. However, there are no signs of chaos or zombies inside. Not even signs of looting. It looks as peaceful as a normal day when hospital staff go home after work. It seems ordinary, but in fact, it is the most unusual place. Zhou Chuchu releases several plant warriors. The honeysuckle warrior, the cabbage boxer, the green onion thrower, the mint trap expert, the electromagnetic flower warrior, and the trumpet flower warrior. As soon as these plant warriors land, they surround her and vigilantly protect her. Go to the medicine area. It's on the 3rd floor at the back. Zhou Chuchu wipes the dust off the hospital map and plans to head straight to the medicine section. As she steps through the security gate, it seems to trigger some mechanism, and loud roars echo around. The acupuncture room door opens, and a doctor in a white coat walks out stiffly. 10 long needles grow between his fingers, and on his face, there is a single eye. Below the eye, there is a mouth that is split open to the ears. Behind him, a group of stumbling, crooked patients crawl around. Zhou Chuchu's expression sharpens. Zombies. And these are not ordinary zombies, but 3rd-level zombies. Zombie Doctor, 3rd-level A-grade zombie, can shoot long, tough needles from both hands, with bones as hard as iron. Its single eye can see through enemies' weaknesses. How could there be 3rd-level zombies here? Zhou Chuchu is not afraid, just very confused. Previously, 3rd-level zombies were caused by a monster serving the evil god in the Black Iron Palace. Normally, such zombies wouldn't appear in such a short time. But now, not only have 3rd-level zombies appeared, but they are A-grade zombies with special powers. What's even stranger is that after these zombies appear, they don't attack her immediately. Instead, they roar in their throats, seemingly trying to scare her away. But Zhou Chuchu has already decided to come here to gather herbs, and she won't leave empty-handed. She moves forward. The zombies also receive the signal to attack and immediately unleash their bloodthirsty nature, rushing toward her. The little helpers go to meet them. The small vegetable warriors have upgraded several times and are now very fierce. Their fighting ability is much stronger than before. The cabbage boxer is the most impatient, rushing into battle first, with fists covering a 10-meter radius. The attack of the cabbage boxer is very fast. Under a flurry of fists, the zombie acupuncture doctor's patients are all broken and can no longer get up.
Roar.
The third-level zombie acupuncture doctor, with a cloudy single eye, aims at the cabbage boxer, trying to find its weakness. But before it can fully use its special powers, the cabbage's fist directly hits its face. The third-level zombie is quite strong, with bones as hard as iron. When the cabbage boxer hits it, it makes cracking sounds. The zombie acupuncture doctor opens its arms, and long bone needles shoot toward the cabbage boxer. Another wave of fists and the bone needles are all broken. The cabbage boxer knocks down the zombie doctor with a punch, responding with a series of old, powerful punches. Soon, the zombie acupuncture doctor falls to the ground and stops moving. Zhou Chu glances at this zombie doctor, who is probably a respected doctor in life. Even before dying, he might have been still working at his post. Unfortunately, he turned into a zombie. Zhou Chu has no psychological burden when killing zombies. After defeating these zombies, it seems they angered someone in the hospital. Next, the massage room, orthopedics, pediatrics, traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, surgery. Zombies, doctors, and patients from each department swarm out. The traditional Chinese medicine hall is usually very popular, and the number of people asking for consultations instantly shows how busy it is. There are hundreds of zombie patients. Some zombie massage doctors with extremely long arms that can bend and twist, some orthopedic zombie doctors with bones covered in spikes, running with bones cracking loudly, some small zombie doctors who can remove their heads and turn them into big-mouthed little zombie doctors. Without exception, all are grade A third-level zombies. Those patients also have their own abilities. If Zhou Chu weren't here, this Chinese medicine hall would definitely be a dangerous place, a death trap. But Zhou Chu, she is a powerhouse. She leads an army all by herself. The scallion thrower tosses sections of scallions, some spinning back, knocking zombies away forcefully. The mint trap experts' mint traps perfectly stick these zombies in place. Then, the electromagnetic flowers shoot arcs of electricity, and the trumpet flowers emit ultrasonic waves. With one wave, most of these zombies are severely injured. There are still some who can persist, so let the honeysuckle directly split into two parts. Zhou Chu doesn't need to make a move. These zombies are all taken care of one by one. Soon, the number of zombies visibly decreases. Zhou Chu rushes towards the pharmacy. Suddenly, a mental cry erupts in her mind. The plant warriors she released, except for the top-evolved honeysuckle warriors she designated, are all instantly suppressed. Don't come closer. I warn you not to come. A voice warns in her mind. Zhou Chu immediately knows that the alarm is being sounded by a plant. If it were something else, she might consider listening, but a plant, she is a master of plant control. Such a terrifying mental cry to others is nothing to her. It can't even cause minor harm. She gathers the other minor plants, leaving only the honeysuckle, and walks straight to the medicine area. I told you not to come. Another cry sounds. Rustling. As she moves, the roots covering the entire traditional Chinese medicine hall keep writhing and retracting. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fog appears in the air, pouring into the bodies of the zombies. The zombies immediately seem to be nourished with a powerful tonic, becoming vigorous and nearly tripling in strength. They roar and rush forward. But it's all useless. All the honeysuckle is crushed into pieces. The plants inside seem to be greatly stimulated. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of sounds and black little ponds appear along Zhou Chu's path. The ponds are sticky, and a strong medicinal aroma is released from within. 15 meters of the path are covered by these medicinal mud pools. The honeysuckle warriors tie up some zombies and toss them into the ponds. The zombies struggle a bit, and then are completely transformed inside. Zhou Chu secretly marvels. Is it that powerful? Honestly, Plants that can evolve to this level in the wild are really impressive. She really wants to know what exactly is going on. Her admiration clearly makes the plant very happy, and it emits special plant vibrations. Others can't feel these vibrations, but as a master of plant control, Zhou Chuchu feels them clearly. I am indeed powerful, but there are even stronger ones. Let's see how you get through my medicinal mud pool. Zhou Chuchu chuckles. It turns out she's a bit of a little proud. How to get through the medicinal mud pool? Simple. Zhou Chuchu connected with the honeysuckle. One branch of the honeysuckle wrapped around her, while another branch grabbed the wall at the end of the medicinal mud pool, allowing her to slide smoothly through the air. Easily, she landed on the opposite side of the mud pool. The mysterious plant clearly seemed speechless, as if it wanted to say she was cheating or something similar. Whoosh! Its roots retracted instantly, then suddenly swelled up, making loud popping sounds as air burst out. With this explosion, the two walls looked as if they had been hit by a bomb. Zhou Chuchu endured it directly. It was nothing at all. With her current strength, surviving such a blast was completely manageable. She was mainly strong. Her hair flew back, and her military coat was torn apart. No big deal. She could just change it. Inside, the plant was speechless again. Zhou Chuchu took a few more steps, about to open the pharmacy door. She didn't push immediately, but asked, "Do you have any other tricks?" Yes. She chose to directly confront the plant inside, which had evolved on its own, aiming to fully control it. The unevolved plant, after her supernatural powers triggered its evolution, became very obedient to her, worshipping her forever. But this wild, evolved plant was not easy to tame. It needed to be suppressed and subdued from all sides to truly surrender. Just wait and see. The plant inside was furious, seemingly brewing a big move, with sounds of leaves rustling and roots stretching. All right, you can come in now. But I warn you, if you get killed by me, don't blame me. I'm about to unleash my big move.
The plant inside said so.
Well, it was quite reasonable. Zhou Chuchu pushed the door open. A burst of brilliant light, like thousands of sharp arrows, pressed toward her. Zhou Chuchu was instantly engulfed by the arrow-like light. The plant obviously didn't expect her to have no protection at all. Its voice was a bit anxious. Are you crazy? Why didn't you prepare? No way, you're not dead, right? This light arrow is so powerful. You must be dead. Why didn't you prepare? Finally found someone who can talk to me, and now I've killed them. The noisy sounds were quite loud, echoing repeatedly. The usually silent honeysuckle warrior finally couldn't hold back. Shut up. With your little strength, you can't even break my defenses. How could you possibly kill the master? The noisy sounds immediately stopped. Then, it was as if a new world had been discovered.
Wow.
You can talk.
Wow.
Are you like me? They all can't talk. None of them can talk. It seemed so excited that the leaves curled and crawled over. Zhou Chuchu's plant shield spread out around her. Actually, she could withstand the attack, but she didn't want her clothes to be torn apart, so she used the plant shield. When the shield disappeared, she saw the leaves crawling toward her. The leaves were heart-shaped, shining and vibrant green due to evolution. Very beautiful. Heartsuit for all heartsuit. These leaves layered over each other, covering the entire pharmacy. In the middle of the leaves, there was a huge blue pot, 2 meters wide and 6 meters long, inside which lay a 4-meter-long, human-like plant, Polygonum multiflorum. Is this really Polygonum multiflorum? It's so big. Zhou Chuchu wrapped her coat tighter, feeling quite surprised. Such a large Polygonum multiflorum must be at least 1,000 years old. Hearing Zhou Chuchu's shock, the plant became even more proud. Yes, I am 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. I am the treasure of this herbal hall. Suddenly, its voice grew sad. Unfortunately, the person who raised me has already died. Polygonum multiflorum is a plant and doesn't have many feelings, but hearing its sadness in its voice surprised Zhou Chuchu. Clearly, it liked the person who cared for it, or it wouldn't have such strong feelings. Zhou Chu then saw an old man dressed in traditional Tang clothing, with white hair, sitting in the herbal hall. He had been dead for some time, covered in post-mortem spots, but not rotten. He sat in a chair, on the verge of turning into a corpse but not quite there. He probably hadn't turned into a corpse because of the Polygonum multiflorum. Is he your caretaker? Yes, he is.
He's already dead. Yes.
I know. He's about to turn into a corpse. Did I know? It knew everything. His caretaker died during the last days of the world from the extreme heat. Despite the hot weather, he still went out to treat patients, but his body couldn't handle it and he died at his post. It couldn't bear to lose its caretaker suddenly, so it used the medicine's power to keep his body alive, making him sit there as if he were still alive. It lied to itself this way. At least he was still with it. Zhou Chu looked at the old man sitting in the chair. His face was caught between peaceful and fierce expressions. The signs of decomposition were becoming more obvious. She walked over and sat beneath the polygonum, letting its branches and leaves hang down. Although this is really sad, you must understand that he is gone. Did he want to become like this? A zombie with no humanity, only craving to eat. The polygonum's leaves drooped. It didn't know that the old man who watered and cared for it had already left forever. It just felt unwilling. It remained silent and didn't speak. Zhou Chu sat beneath the roots, not urging it. Her natural affinity for plants was almost at its highest, and the plants liked her and wanted to stay with her. Would you like to hear about my story with a caretaker? After a while, the polygonum asked this. Yes, I would love to. So the polygonum started to tell Zhou Chu its story. My caretaker is a respected old traditional Chinese doctor. He has saved many people in his life, but he couldn't save himself. He often watered me while talking, and he would say he regrets that no one has inherited his medical skills. He said his ancestors planted me, and I've been passed down through generations for 300 years. I've experienced many generations. When it was his turn, he finally built a traditional medicine hall, but his children no longer wanted to learn Chinese medicine. He wanted to break the family tradition and pass his skills to outsiders. But nowadays, people are too focused on money, and I can't settle down to learn his skills. So he taught me his medical knowledge. But I am just a plant. I have no hands and no human thoughts. I can't learn it. The polygonum said this almost crying. It was truly very sad and upset, but it didn't even understand what this sadness really was. Zhou Chu thought for a moment and said, Then follow me. I will help you evolve. Maybe you can become a plant doctor that cures illnesses and saves lives. The polygonum trembled all over. It turned its leaves toward the old man, then toward Zhou Chu. The old doctor wished for someone to inherit his skills. That was his last wish. If it could evolve into a plant doctor that heals and saves, it would fulfill his regret and repay his many years of care. Okay, I'll go with you. It agreed. Zhou Chu released the farm, saying, Go inside first. Seeing the environment of the farm, which was perfect for it, the polygonum's leaves trembled with excitement. At the same time, it sensed the presence of countless plants, all of which could talk and chat with it, making them friendly companions. The plants warmly welcomed the arrival of this wild Polygonum multiflorum.
Wow.
Another new friend. It's amazing it can evolve on its own. I heard it can cure illnesses. That's great. If I get sick, I can go to it. Welcome, welcome. Instantly, Polygonum multiflorum fell in love with this place. However, just as it was about to pull out its roots, it looked reluctantly at the large pot where it had been living. This pot was bought for it by its owner when it was 8 years old. Zhou Chu noticed its reluctance and reached out to lift it, along with the pot. The heavy 5-ton pot was gently lifted and placed into the farm. After closing the farm, she looked at the old Chinese doctor, who was rapidly turning into a zombie without control of Polygonum multiflorum, and her expression darkened. She bowed to him. Thank you, sir. She held a piece of ice in her hand. I'm sorry, sir. Though she felt regretful, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't turn a zombie back into a living person. Just as she was about to freeze him with the ice, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Big sister, you can leave him to me. Zhou Chuchu turned around and saw the villain Roy from her past, bringing his zombie Spider-Man dad and zombie Storm mom into the room. She didn't sense any malice from Roy, so she relaxed her posture. I'm much older than you, so you shouldn't call me big sister. You should call me Auntie, she said. Seeing that he was dressed lightly, she took out 2 sets of thick winter clothes, down jackets, cotton-padded clothes, warm shirts, and sneakers from her storage space.
Come on, put these on.
Your face is already red from the cold. Roy touched his face. He didn't feel cold at all. Over time, he had grown a lot. His control over his zombie-raising abilities had improved, and he had become stronger. Cold weather couldn't hurt him. But he didn't refuse Zhou Chuchu's kindness. The zombie mom came over and reached out her hand. Zhou Chuchu placed the clothes in her hand. The zombie mom stepped back, and her cloudy, white eyes seemed to look at her with gratitude. But upon closer inspection, her face remained cold and distant, just like a typical zombie. Roy pointed at the old Chinese doctor, who was turning into a zombie. Big sister, you can leave him to me. I can help him keep his ability to heal and treat people, even as a zombie. Zhou Chuchu thought of his ability, and her eyes lit up. Using that ability on the old doctor would be very suitable. Okay, she agreed. A red energy surged around Roy. One of his eyes turned blood red, and that red energy formed thin red lines that wrapped around the old doctor. The old doctor's corpse transformation stopped. The bloodstains on his body faded, and he slowly stood up from his seat. Apart from his pale face, milky eyes, and stiff movements typical of a zombie, he looked almost like a living person at first glance. Of course, he was not alive and could not speak. After standing up, the old doctor silently moved behind Roy and stood still. Roy finished what he was doing, glanced at Zhou Chuchu, and slowly turned around, planning to leave.
Wait.
Zhou Chuchu called out to him. Roy immediately stopped, turned back, and suppressed his excitement, asking, "What is it, sister?" Zhou Chuchu looked at her watch and said, "It's noon. Eat something before you go." After saying that, she took out a coal stove, an iron pot, a bucket of mineral water, and washed vegetables like pea shoots, spinach, lotus root, bok choy, mushrooms, eggs, and more from her storage space, all from farms and ranches. She also brought out plates of sliced premium beef rolls, lamb rolls, as well as dried bean curd, beef tripe, duck blood, shrimp balls, beef meatballs, large shrimp, and instant noodles with vermicelli. Roy's eyes widened. Although he had seen Zhou Chuchu take supplies out of her storage space before, he was still surprised to see all these foods. Goo goo, goo goo. His stomach growled loudly. His pale face instantly flushed with an awkward red glow, and he looked down, unsure where to put his hands. He secretly glanced at Zhou Chuchu, who was busy and seemed not to notice. He let out a sigh of relief. "Do you like spicy food?" Zhou Chuchu suddenly asked. I can eat a little." "All right then." After saying that, Zhou Chuchu added a packet of spicy seasoning to the pot, Chongqing-style spicy seasoning. Then she opened the mineral water and poured it in. She lit the coal stove, and the flames roared, bringing warmth. Soon, the water boiled loudly, releasing a strong aroma of spicy and numbing flavors. Put whatever you want into the pot. The conditions are simple, so just make do. Zhou Chuchu handed Roy a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. She quickly blanched a slice of beef, took it out while hot, and ate it happily. Hot, spicy, and very satisfying. Spicy, spicy, so refreshing. Zhou Chuchu ate, without caring about her image. Through the smoky aroma of spicy food, she saw Roy staring blankly at her. She grinned and said, "Why are you looking? Hurry up and eat, or you'll miss out." She handed Roy a piece of beef, placing it in his bowl. "Don't just sit there, this needs to be hot to taste good." Roy looked at the steaming meat in his bowl, and his heart seemed to warm up too. He put the meat in his mouth. Not good at spicy food, he was instantly overwhelmed by the numbing and spicy flavors. But he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. It was this spicy and numbing taste that made him feel alive, warming his heart just like the cold weather outside. He ate quickly and silently, one bite after another. He didn't know if he was adding his own touch, but whatever Zhou Chuchu handed him, he finished it all very fast. Seeing his face and mouth turn red from the spice, Zhou Chuchu was surprised. Are you not afraid of the spice? Your mouth is swollen from the spice. Roy chewed the food and said after finishing, I'm afraid. Then why are you still eating? Because I want to. Ah, then eat more if you want. The hot pot bubbled and steamed, with a spicy aroma drifting out, into the snow, into the wind. Among the group waiting for news from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a person with a good sense of smell caught the scent and took a deep breath.
Wow.
The smell of spicy hot pot, Chongqing spicy hot pot. Who's eating hot pot? They were all freezing and struggling to hold on, but hearing hot pot, they all perked up.
Hot pot?
Who's eating hot pot? Are you kidding? Who can afford such a luxury right now? No way someone's eating hot pot. You must be mistaken. That person insisted, exactly. It's the smell of hot pot. Smell carefully. Some really sniffed hard. In the cold air, the faint smell of hot pot was very strong. No way. It really is hot pot. I'm drooling. I really want hot pot. In this cold weather, having hot pot is just perfect. That smell seems to be coming from the Chinese medicine clinic. They pointed at the clinic, but then quickly retracted their hands, faces full of strange expressions. Inside the clinic, there were only zombies. It seemed like a mysterious creature was hiding there, like a dragon that appeared and disappeared at will. Anyone who insisted on going in would either be torn apart by zombies or killed by that creature. It couldn't be that zombies and monsters were cooking hot pot, right? That's so unreasonable. Fian also looked surprised. Inside the traditional medicine hall, a strong smell of hot pot was indeed wafting out. After a few intense bursts of energy at the start, the atmosphere then calmed down. Soon, the terrifying aura that had filled the hall disappeared. He was thinking about what might be happening inside when a playful, teasing voice rang out. Fian, I want to eat hot pot. A girl next to Fian tugged at him, acting cute. I want hot pot, I want hot pot. Fian took out a bag of potato chips from his space and handed it to Yushuan. Yushuan, eating hot pot is too fancy. We don't have hot pot seasoning or fresh meats and vegetables. Yushuan's face changed instantly, and she reached out to knock the bag away. Who wants to eat junk food like this? Don't you have space? What's wrong with storing some meat and vegetables? Is it so hard to have hot pot? You said you'd protect me and take good care of me, right? Make hot pot for me. Go get me some hot pot ingredients. Others looked at Yushuan, who was acting spoiled, with displeasure. Everyone wanted hot pot, but it depended on the situation. Fian had awakened his space ability, but what he stored inside were essential supplies for survival: long-lasting rice, flour, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other non-perishable items. The meats and vegetables, not only were they hard to find, but even if they could be obtained, they weren't top-tier supplies. To take care of her, Fian had stored a lot of chips and instant noodles, things many people couldn't get, yet she still complained. It was truly unreasonable. Fian patiently explained, Yushuan, for now, we need to survive. My space must store essential survival supplies. Don't cause trouble now. Later, I'll catch some fish for you, okay? Yushuan was very unhappy. I don't want fish. I just want hot pot. I follow you, but we eat plain rice and hard buns every day with no flavor at all. We can't have hot pot, but others can. If you can't even meet this small request, you're so useless. Fian said nothing, his handsome face showing a mix of helplessness and shame. A girl with short hair, who was traveling with them, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Yushuan, are you done? Is this fun? Stop acting spoiled, okay? Yushuan raised her eyebrows and pointed at the girl, saying, Lu Qian, stop with your little schemes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You like Fian, but so what? The person he loves is me. The short-haired girl, exposed about her feelings, was both angry and anxious. She quickly glanced at Fian and saw that his eyes were fixed on Yuxian. Feeling disappointed, she stopped talking. Yuxian became proud. She openly told Fian, from now on, you're not allowed to talk to her, understand? Fian helplessly replied, Xian, you know how I feel. I have no interest in Lu Qian, but she is our teammate. I can't just ignore her. Yu Xian, like a proud little swan, said, Listen, Lu Qian, don't get the wrong idea. He only sees you as a teammate. Lu Qian's expression stiffened, and she clenched her teeth. The others looked unhappy. Yu Xian was being too mean. Just as the atmosphere turned tense, the door of the traditional Chinese medicine hall opened. Zhou Chuchu, wrapped in a thick military coat and still smelling of hot pot, came out. After eating hot pot, Roy left with his zombie parents and the old Chinese doctor. Their departure was quite unusual. It seemed the zombie father had gained a new ability and led them away by walking. Just like when they arrived, they came from underground and were not seen by Fian and others. After they left, Zhou Chuchu collected most of the herbs from the medicine hall, leaving some finished products uncollected. She thought someone might come to gather herbs later, so she left some behind. It wasn't about morality. She just didn't want to be too harsh. Previously, when gathering supplies, she took everything because the high heat and heat wave could cause the supplies to rot if left behind. Now that the city was covered in snow and supplies could last longer, she only took what she needed and left the rest for others. When she came out, she saw a group of young people ahead who looked like students from Anqing University, but they were all dressed warmly. She wasn't interested in figuring out who was who. Just as she was about to leave on her snow vehicle, Yu Xian, wearing a thick red down jacket, stopped her. Hey, you just ate hot pot inside, right? Zhou Chuchu was confused. Whether I ate or not is none of your business. Yu Xian pointed at her. How can you be so rude? Can't you speak properly? Zhou Chuchu found it amusing. Who are you calling a? Step aside. Don't block the way, good dog. Yu Xian was upset. Fian, this woman is bullying me and even called me a dog. Don't you care? Fian? Zhou Chuchu looked at the boy walking over. Although he looked young, he resembled the person in her memory. She scrutinized the girl in front of her. Are you Yu Xian? Although it was a question, the tone was certain. Yu Xian didn't expect her to recognize her at first glance. She held her head high and immediately gained the upper hand mentally. You're also from a university, right? Since you know me, it's easy to talk. Sell me your snowmobile. I'll give 50,000, no, 100,000 yuan for it. Zhou Chuchu sneered, truly representing both of them. These two are real oddballs. The woman is strange, and the man is even more so. Fian is a AA psychic, using space abilities and scent perception to gain followers. Later, Zhang Haohui extended an olive branch, bringing him and his team into the revival base. He became the leader of the action squad, mainly responsible for clearing zombies. During a mission, she and Su Jiao were also part of his team, assigned by him. But he happened to insist on bringing Yu Xian along, saying he was worried she'd be bored and wanted her to relax. During an ambush with 5th-level zombies, the woman suddenly ran out, alerting the zombies and exposing their trap. The zombies howled and called others, attacking most of the team. Several of her teammates died because of this. If she and Su Jiao hadn't fought their way out, they would have died too. As for the woman, she ran into the zombie horde, and the man went to rescue her. He was saved, but he was badly injured and taken to the base, where he painfully died after a few days. After he died, the woman was sad for only a few days before turning to the new team leader and forgetting him completely. Now, after rebirth, she encounters these two again. She ignored Yu Xian and looked at Fian. Your girlfriend suddenly appeared and challenged a stranger. Are you not going to stop her? Do you want her to be killed? Fian's face changed instantly. He hurried over, pulling Yu Xian behind him, looking at Zhou Chuchu with suspicion.
Ha!
Zhou Chuchu sneered. You're a AA psychic, yet your mind is so unclear. No wonder she was able to harm you. Yu Xian was furious. What did you say? What do you mean? Zhou Chuchu said, I mean you two better lock her up and not let her hurt anyone. After saying that, she rode her snowmobile and sped off. She couldn't be bothered with this pair. She had been out for so long and was missing her husband and children. When Zhou Chuchu returned, She saw many people blocking the entrance, pointing and whispering about the villa. When she was seen riding back on the snowmobile, someone immediately took photos with their phone and sent out messages. Soon, Li Zong, Lin Xiner, Xu Yao, and a large group of people arrived. Li Zong looked at Zhou Chuchu's snowmobile with greed in his eyes. Today, they went to gather supplies, but the Walmart they visited was already looted. Their group only managed to grab some small items, which made everyone very unhappy and doubtful about his decision-making. In contrast, squad leader Zhou Tong, with a capable team member, carried a big bag of supplies back, and everyone watched him with envy. He just wanted to make a good impression. If he could get this snowmobile, collecting supplies in the future would be much easier and faster. Thinking this way, he was determined to get the snowmobile. Zhou Chuchu, these are unusual times. All supplies need to be collected and shared efficiently. Please hand over the snowmobile. Earlier, Zhou Chuchu had encountered two odd characters, and now she was dealing with a fool. Her good mood was spoiled. She glanced at Li Zong. What do you think you are? Trying to act important and telling me to give you the snowmobile? You have a big face. Li Zong was publicly scolded by Zhou Chuchu and looked embarrassed. He exchanged a glance with Yu Zheng and others, but since they had been hurt and itchy from the vine attack yesterday, with swollen and purple wounds that troubled them all night, they dared not cause trouble for Zhou Chuchu now. Pretending not to notice Li Zong's look, they stepped back a few paces. Li Zong looked at Lin Xiner, who stepped forward. As a famous star, she was already eye-catching, especially wearing a bright purple mink coat. When she appeared, everyone looked at her, waiting for her to speak. Lin Xiner spoke softly, appearing considerate of everyone. Miss Zhou, Li Zong was a bit hurried in his words. The thing is, everyone needs the snowmobile. With it, our 8th gathering zone can collect more supplies. Hearing this, everyone started criticizing her. Don't be so selfish. Just give us the snowmobile. Why not let us use the snowmobile to gather supplies, since you live in such a nice house? In these times, we should work together and get through this tough period. Are you only thinking of yourself, ignoring our lives? It's just a snowmobile. Why are you so stingy? Seeing everyone targeting Zhou Chuchu, Li Zong and Lin Xiner looked very pleased. They knew well the power of gossip and were skilled at manipulating public opinion. These people, as long as they claim to act for their own good and are slightly provoked, will believe it wholeheartedly and rush forward without regard for anything. But they don't realize that Zhou Chuchu isn't fooled at all. She calmly steps down from the snow vehicle, criticizing everyone with a gentle smile, like a spring breeze. Not the slightest sign of panic, she remains composed, calmly responding to each accusation with clear words. You're acting as if you're not selfish. If you're not selfish, why don't you contribute your food? Sharing hardships depends on who it is. Not with you? Sorry, I'll dismantle the boat. I've eaten and drunk my fill. Why should I care about your lives? Who do you think you are? Just asking for a snow vehicle? If you're so capable, go get one yourself. Don't bother me for mine. After confronting everyone one by one, Zhou Chuchu points at Lin Xiner and exposes her scheme. Lin Xiner, don't use your disgusting tricks on me. You say it's for everyone, but today I give up the snow vehicle, and tomorrow you'll want my house. I warn all of you here, whether it's the snow vehicle, the house, or anything else, I won't give you a single cent unless I want to. Try to trouble me again, and be prepared to face the consequences. She is now full of confidence and power, with an impressive presence. Though slim and delicate, her words are firm and commanding, sweeping across the scene. Everyone falls silent, looking at her with complicated eyes. People are like that, fear the strong and bully the weak. If she were soft-hearted, giving things away and providing supplies, endless trouble would follow. It's better not to give it all. If they want it, they should come and fight for it here. Li Zongmu's plan failed, and he prepared to use his power to intimidate. Zhou Chuchu, my uncle is the captain of the Gathering Zones team. Do you dare oppose me? Think about the consequences. Zhou Chuchu glances at him coldly and says, Then you can ask him what price he will pay if he opposes me. Li Zong is furious and about to use his abilities when a strong voice interrupts. Li Zong, if you dare bark at my wife, I will beat you to death. Gao Gongqiang, leading a group, strides forward. He reaches out and lifts Li Zong as if lifting a chicken, casually tossing him aside. Then he respectfully bows to Zhou Chuchu. Madam. His attitude surprises everyone. Remember, he is an A-level ability user. The crowd's eyes change again, speculating about Zhou Chuchu's identity. Gao Gongqiang pulled out the supplies behind him and spread them out in front of Zhou Chuchu. Please handle these supplies. Zhou Tong promised Gao Gongqiang that he would get 20% of the team's supplies, but Gao was too strong. He carried back 1 ton of supplies alone, shocking Zhou Tong and the team. Zhou Tong then temporarily increased his share to 10%, so Gao Gongqiang received 30% of the supplies. Seeing so many supplies on the ground, everyone around was very jealous. What surprised them even more was that Gao Gongqiang was willing to give all these supplies to Zhou Chuchu to handle. Zhou Tong's eyes deepened as he noticed a problem. Gao Gongqiang was extremely loyal to this woman named Zhou Chuchu. This loyalty was so deep that it seemed to run to his bones, and was unshakable. Zhou Chuchu looked at the supplies and said to Gao Gongqiang, "Keep these and handle them as you see fit." At that moment, a person from Zhou Tong's team stepped forward and saw Zhou Chuchu, looking surprised. "Miss Zhou, it's really you. I'm the one who sold you 50,000 bowls of beef noodles." It turned out he was the boss who sold Zhou Chuchu those 50,000 bowls of beef noodles. Zhou Chuchu was beautiful and ordered such a large amount of noodles, leaving a deep impression on him. He recognized her at once. Everyone around was shocked when they heard this. What kind of move was this, ordering 50,000 bowls of beef noodles? How long would that take to eat? I just remembered. I'm a waiter at the Yun Hotel. A guest named Zhou Chuchu ordered 580,000 dishes from us. I work at Yonghui's supermarket. I saw her clear out our store several times. I used to work at Darunfa. I also saw her clear out our supermarket several times. She ordered 10,000 snacks from our snack shop. At once, several people recognized her. After all, before the apocalypse, she was such a big shopper that it was hard not to recognize her. These people appeared and were all stunned. Li Zong, Lin Shiner, and everyone around them. They were all dumbfounded. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. These simple words had such a strong impact. 50,000 bowls of beef noodles. 580,000 dishes from the Yun Hotel. Multiple times clearing out Yonghui supermarket and Darunfa. Ordering 10,000 snacks from a snack shop. Even in a prosperous age, these things would be shocking. And now, with the apocalypse, even a packet of instant noodles was incredibly precious. Beef noodles, something only dreamed of. The dishes prepared by the chef at the Daeyun Hotel are beyond imagination. Everyone looked at Zhou Chuchu with surprise, their expressions changing. Those who initially planned to manipulate her with moral pressure now admired her after hearing about her achievements.
She's really rich.
No wonder she can live in such a big villa. So she's a wealthy lady. Oh my, I did some quick calculations. Just buying all these things must have cost at least $1 billion. It's so luxurious and grand. Even if money isn't worth as much now, spending it like this must feel amazing. Zhou Chuchu had expected this situation. She wanted to use every penny wisely, storing as much food and supplies as possible before the end of the world. She knew she might be exposed, but she refused to be held back by fear. If she was going to do something, she would do it big. If she was going to spend money, she would spend it boldly. Moreover, even if she was exposed, it might not be all bad. She could use it to her advantage. The landowners had extra supplies, which could attract many people. In her past life, those large bases were built on the foundation of abundant food supplies. She needed to build a base herself and needed people. She smiled and asked, "Is that you? How have you been lately?" The owner of a noodle shop felt disappointed when she asked. "At first, I was doing pretty well. The money you gave me helped me buy a lot of flour. After it heated up, my family managed to survive on that. But then the zombie tide broke out. My parents Sigh, only my wife is left now. I have 2 kids who don't know anything. My wife also broke her leg. I don't know how we're going to get through this. Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly added, Miss Zhou, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I just saw you and couldn't help but say these things. Everyone felt a bit down after hearing his story. The apocalypse had taken many lives. Most families had lost some loved ones. But everyone who made it this far was lucky. They survived. Zhou Chuchu said, All right, go find Kong Bangshu and register with her. She'll arrange something suitable for you. Gao Gongqiang grinned widely, full of admiration for Zhou Chuchu. He had already transported several loads of supplies, showing foresight. He never expected she had quietly done so many great things. He immediately said, I'll show you the way. Come with me to find Kong Bangshu. Those who had seen Zhou Chuchu's impressive achievements, supermarket staff, hotel workers, snack shop employees, also asked eagerly, Take me too. I can do anything. I am strong and willing to work hard. Please include me as well. Miss Zhou, I also ask you for a job, just enough to support my family. Gao Gongqiang dared not make decisions alone, so he looked at Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu said, Take them to Kong Bangshu for registration. Whether they are used later can be decided then. Everyone happily followed Gao Gongqiang. The others were interested but hesitated because they cared about Li Zong and Zhou Tong and didn't speak immediately. Zhou Tong's face twitched as he looked deeply at Zhou Chuchu. He now knew that Gao Gongqiang and Kong Bangshu were her people. These 2 powerful ability users obey her completely. How strong is she herself? Her public orders to Gao Gongqiang also showed her attitude. Even if she did this, could he still drive away Kong Bangshu and Gao Gongqiang?
Impossible.
She now has influence. Once this news spreads, many will come to join her. He can't stop them. His plan is to stay friendly with her and use her influence, not oppose her. So, he spoke with some respect. Miss Zhou is truly a remarkable woman, so brave. I admire her greatly. If you need anything in the future, just tell me on WeChat. I will prioritize your opinion. Zhou Chuchu nodded. This Zhou Tong was a smart person. Dealing with smart people is the easiest. But among the crowd, there are also confused people. Lin Xiner looked at Zhou Chuchu, who was once again the center of attention, feeling uncomfortable. The admiration and awe in their eyes sigillata. Those eyes should belong to her. She is the star. But whether it was Gao Gongqiang, an A-level ability user, or Zhou Tong, the squad leader who scared Li Zong, they all showed her respect and listened to her. This made her very upset. She looked at Li Zong, who had strange, shifting eyes and kept glancing at Zhou Chuchu. Her heart sank, and she snorted coldly. She knew these kinds of looks too well. Li Zong, who once called her a goddess, now was scheming for other things in the blink of an eye. It seems she needs to reconsider her plans. She also looked at Xu Yao, who was full of righteous anger and seemed very unwilling. An idea formed in her mind. She tugged on Xu Yao's sleeve. Xu Yao, let's go. We can't compare to her. Xu Yao suddenly exploded. She loudly said, What does it matter if she has more money? Now it is the end of the world, and money has become worthless paper. She used to buy so much food and drinks, but what's the point now? In this hot weather, no matter how much she bought, it all just goes to waste or rots away. I find you people quite funny. Do you really think that following her will get you enough to eat? Now, even the authorities have no food, and they can't control us. Do you really rely on her? When everyone heard Xu Yao, they started to understand. Yeah, even if she bought a lot of things, it's useless. It all gets ruined. Even if it didn't get ruined, those things were probably destroyed in the explosion in Haishur. Her villa is quite big, but how much supplies can she really store? She used to be very rich, but this is the end of the world. If the things she bought were stored in other cities, maybe they'd still be there. I'd be willing to risk my life for her, but sadly. Seeing everyone's expressions turn to regret, Xu Yao no longer looked at Zhou Chuchu with high hopes. She immediately felt proud, like a small hen that just found a bug to eat. For someone like Xu Yao, Zhou Chuchu wouldn't bother being polite. Just as she was about to slap her with a big hand, Her two little treasures saw her and came out to greet her. "Mommy, you're back." "Mommy, I missed you so much." The two little ones hadn't seen her all day and missed her terribly. Little Tiger followed closely, very loyal. It was carrying a big, meat-filled bone, a reward from Grandma. Zhou Chuchu looked at her two pink little treasures, ignoring Xu Yao and the others, who didn't matter much. As for the others, she didn't care what they thought. Anyway, her unlimited storage space held countless supplies that no one could take away. Recently, not only did she not use much, but the farm and ranch had a big harvest. They even set aside a special place to store vegetables, grains, eggs, and ducks from the farm. She reached out and gently held her two treasures, kissing their little faces. They giggled happily. "Mommy, your mouth is so cold." "Here, Mommy, I'll kiss you to warm you up." Zhou Chuchu interacted happily with her little treasures, and in the eyes of Xu Yao and others, it seemed like she was implicitly agreeing with what they said. This made them reconsider their stance. But suddenly, someone pointed at Little Tiger in surprise. "Look at what that big dog is holding in its mouth." Lin Xiner, Li Zong, Xu Yao, and others looked over, their eyes wide with shock. Wow, what a huge piece of meat-filled bone. They were drooling with envy. This is a meat bone. They haven't eaten meat for a month. Don't even talk about eating meat. Even being full isn't allowed. Suddenly, seeing a dog carrying a big, meaty bone, everyone's feelings were obvious. What kind of life is this? Giving meat bones to a dog. Have you noticed? This dog looks very strong and healthy. Wow, we're all starving, looking pale and thin, almost like paper people. How can it live so well? If dogs can eat such bones, what about humans? Everyone looked at the dog with envy. Some who lacked self-control started drooling at the sight of the dog. Now, Xiaohu spat out the bone, and someone immediately tried to grab it. They didn't mind getting dirty. They would wash and eat it just the same. Seeing these people staring at its big bone, Xiaohu worried it would be snatched away, so it quickly lay on the ground and ate happily. The bones were chewed into pieces. The crowd couldn't help but watch as Xiaohu ate the bone, saliva dripping from their mouths. Nothing was more convincing than this. The proud and confident Xu Yao's face suddenly looked like she had been slapped hard. Her face turned pale. "It's cold outside. Let's go inside," Zhou Chuchu said, holding the two children's hands, walking into the house. She planned to grow some plants nearby and make a warm wind device so the children wouldn't worry about the cold when they went outside. "Miss Zhou, please wait a moment." Li Zong suddenly called her. "Today I was too bold, but in the future." Li Zong wanted to say more, but the heavy steel door suddenly shut, blocking him outside and cutting off everyone's view. His face changed instantly. Suddenly, the door opened again. "Miss Zhou, I promise I will." Li Zong was about to speak, but he saw that it was not Zhou Chuchu opening the door, but Xiaohu. His face immediately turned ugly, like he had spilled soy sauce on it. Xiaohu, now looking mighty and impressive, was becoming more like a fierce tiger, approaching the dragon dog. It pushed past Li Zong and ran over, grabbing a heavy snow sled with ease and pulling it back. Then it pawed the door shut. No one dared to compete with it for the bone, afraid it would bite. Li Zong's face was as dark as a pot. He looked inside briefly and then turned to leave. Lin Xiner quickly followed. The others also quickly dispersed. After all, it was minus 30 degrees outside, and no one could stay out long. Snow started falling again, softly covering the footprints, making travel even more difficult tomorrow. After Zhou Chuchu entered the yard, she heard the sound of lambs bleating. When she looked into the backyard, she was surprised to see 5 sheep, 3 adults and 2 young ones. Among the 3 large sheep, 2 are ewes, both strong and with thick wool, much bigger than usual sheep. They don't look like normal sheep but more like small oxen. 1 ram has 4 horns on its head. Clearly, these sheep show signs of evolution. Lu Jilin came out to greet her and saw her looking at the 5 sheep. She smiled and said, "Maner, after you went out, Xiaohu also followed. I don't know where he managed to bring back these 5 sheep. Can he keep them in the pasture?" No wonder Xiao Hu was holding such a big bone. So, he was building a herd. Of course. I think these two ewes produce plenty of milk, so we'll have fresh milk to drink. Zhou Chuchu praised Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu, you did a good job. Xiao Hu showed his white teeth in a big smile, wagging his tail and kicking up snow from the ground. Zhou Chuchu led the 5 sheep into the pasture's sheep pen. They happily ran around, bleating and munching on grass, completely satisfied with their environment. Back inside the house, it was warm like spring. She took off her military coat and changed into casual clothes. Holding her 2 little ones, she sat on the sofa and began counting her harvest. This time, she collected 378 types of herbs, totaling 25 tons. After watering them with her water-based abilities, most of the herbs revived. She transferred them to a special medicinal field on the farm, where they quickly grew lush and green. Using her abilities to water the herbs again, many of them evolved. These herbs didn't evolve like the vegetable warriors, flower warriors, or tree warriors, which focus on fighting. Instead, they mainly focus on support and healing. This made Zhou Chuchu very happy. Degree, but the main focus of evolution was the 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu. She was looking forward to what surprises this self-evolving plant might bring. First, she used her water ability to water the plant until it absorbed enough water energy. Then she used her plant evolution ability to enhance it. He Shou Wu absorbed Zhou Chuchu's abilities like a whale swallowing the sea, quickly taking in more than half of her energy. Instead of being angry, she was pleased. According to plant evolution principles, the more energy a plant absorbs initially, the greater its potential. This He Shou Wu could become the most powerful plant, surpassing the old peach tree, willow, and honeysuckle. As a result, her army of plants gained a powerful new member. After feeding He Shou Wu most of her special energy, it finally stopped absorbing. She secretly admired it and looked forward to its evolution. She knew that her current master ability to control plants had already moved beyond the awakening stage into the growth stage. With the added benefits of signing in and passive abilities that increased her energy pool and quality, her power level was no longer what it used to be. Under these conditions, He Shou Wu could still absorb most of her energy, showing its great potential. Its leaves shimmered with green light, and faint halos floated around them. The leaves looked like emeralds. Its body became much slimmer, and its roots turned into 4 soft arms, each with 5 fingers. It pulled out its roots from the flower disc and took a few steps on the ground. The green leaves emitted a pleasant chime sound. I have hands now, I have feet now. The knowledge my caretaker taught me. I can use it now. I can heal. He Shou was very excited. It jumped twice on the ground, moving its flexible and agile fingers. Suddenly, a cloud of strong medicinal energy gathered above its head, covering the entire area. Rain of medicinal essence fell from the cloud. As the rain touched the soil of the farm, the land changed noticeably, becoming more suitable for herbs to grow. Master, thank you. It expressed its gratitude to Zhou Chuchu. She helped it evolve further and fulfilled the wishes of its previous caretaker. A group of small herbal doctors and nurses rushed over, surrounding He Shou Wu and taking it as their leader, including a little ginseng expert. Strong medicinal energy radiated from these plant doctors and nurses. Just a sniff made people feel energized and healthy. They all thanked Zhou Chuchu. Master, thank you. Now I can treat illnesses. I'm a doctor now. I can perform surgery. I can cure mental problems. I can make limbs grow back. I'm amazing. I can fight poison with poison. Zhou Chuchu clearly sensed the joy of these plants. She activated her special sensing ability and looked at the shining titles above the plant doctors and nurses. SS level supernatural power. Early stage of the renowned expert in traditional Chinese medicine awakening, power strength. Effect. Instantly identifies all illnesses, combines traditional Chinese medicine theories and methods with the supernatural healing abilities of plant doctors to treat plants, animals, humans, and zombies, absorbing diseases to strengthen herself. The more diseases she cures, the stronger she becomes, and her medical skills improve. S-level supernatural power. Early stage of a young medical master, power strength. Effect: accurately identifies illnesses, treats diseases, strengthens the body, condenses herbs into liquid, enhances herbal properties, can even regenerate severed limbs. S-level supernatural power. Early stage of Lingji mushroom elixir, power strength. Effect: calms the mind, restores memories, stabilizes the soul. Lingji robe can transform into a tiny doctor to perform miniature surgeries. A level supernatural power. Early stage of hemostasis expert, power strength. Effect: the leaves of Angelica can mend broken bones and stop bleeding. The surface powder can boost chi and blood. A level supernatural power. Early stage of bone setting expert, power strength. Effect: mends broken bones, realigns shattered bones. A large number of S-level and A-level supernatural powers, at worst C-level. This is very powerful. Feedback from these herbal doctors and nurses made Zhou Chuchu feel her supernatural powers, quality, physique, spirit, vitality, and strength increase once again. She can also use the medical abilities of these plant doctors and nurses, but since she lacks a plant body herself, her effects are definitely not as good as theirs. But it's enough. In the future, the health of children and the elderly will also be protected. In the apocalypse, not only humans, zombies, and plants evolve, but microorganisms do too. People either stay healthy or fall seriously ill. Once sick, it's often incurable. In the past, there was a doctor abroad who mastered a terrifying supernatural power, controlling the evolution of viruses in the human body, turning people into plagues, killing countless, and causing great panic. He threatened to spread diseases in China, but for some unknown reason, he disappeared later. With these plant doctors and nurses, there's no need to worry about the threats of doctors or unknown viruses anymore. But I wonder how capable these plant doctors and nurses really are? As the idea first crossed her mind, the herbal doctors and nurses immediately sprang into action, treating the plant warriors on the farm. Some of these plant warriors had been injured during the recent battle at Lingjiang, but the plant doctors quickly healed them in no time. The plant warriors were very happy and kept expressing their thanks. Zhou Chuchu was pleased and thought about building a plant hospital for these plant doctors. With their skills, diseases and injuries would soon be gone. Suddenly, the forest in the distance started to shake, and many birds took flight. A powerful, strange energy spread out. Zhou Chuchu's eyebrows twitched as she looked toward the forest. It seems my parents were right. There really is something in the forest. But she was not worried. Now she was the owner of the farm and the absolute ruler of this space, with full control over it. The creatures in the forests, mountains, and seas were like guests living on her farm, and she could banish them anytime. Her confidence mainly came from her plant army, which made her fearless of the evolving creatures in the forest. She was curious to see what was really inside the forest. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sounded, as if thousands of heavy creatures were running through the woods. Roars of beasts echoed one after another. Then, a deep, oppressive roar rang out, causing all the animals to fall silent and bow down. That sound was followed by a series of calls and cries toward Zhou Chuchu, full of sadness and longing. Since Zhou Chuchu was a master of plant control, not beast taming, she didn't know what they were calling. With a thought, she brought her daughter into the farm. "Sweetheart, what are they saying?" Chin looked sad after listening for a while and tugged at her mother's clothes. "Mom, there's a little baby in the forest that's hurt and almost dying.
Can we help it?"
Zhou Chuchu thought to herself that whatever was in the forest was no little baby, but she couldn't bear to refuse her daughter. "Okay, let's go see." She also decided to bring along Hishou, a renowned expert in traditional medicine. The dense forest looked like a green dragon, lush and sprawling into the distance with no end in sight. The trees were tall and ancient, hiding many evolved plants inside, though Zhou Chuchu, with her current abilities, couldn't contract with them. At the edge of the forest, a huge black beast was waiting for her. Behind the giant beast, thousands of strange creatures followed. When Zhou Chuchu arrived, A terrifying beast resembling a giant tiger, with 2 black horns and 2 glowing rings on each horn, stepped forward. It held a small black creature in its mouth. The small creature looked injured, covered in blood, and was breathing heavily with little energy left. Ow! It let out a high-pitched cry, tears streaming from its eyes. The beast gently placed the small creature on the grass and nudged it with its nose. It wanted to leave the forest, but an invisible barrier kept it inside, preventing it from reaching the farm. "Do you want my mother to heal your child?" The giant beast nodded, tears flowing down its face. Little Chi-Chi, soft and chubby, looked like a tiny doll in front of the beast. But she was not afraid of this obvious king of beasts. The beast nodded again, tears in its eyes as it looked at its child. "Mom, it's asking you to save its child." Zhou Chu-Chu looked at the black creature. Its belly was torn open, exposing intestines, with purple-blue blood and toxins that seemed alive, constantly destroying its vitality. Clearly, if it wasn't treated quickly, it would die. Zhou Chu-Chu looked at the beast and said, "I can't save your child for free. Everything has a price." Yes, the small creature was pitiful, but she couldn't be overly kind without reason. The beast understood her words and didn't hesitate to spit out a 2-meter-tall, shiny, scaled egg that gleamed with gold. Zhou Chu-Chu looked at the large golden egg and then at the beast's mouth. How did it swallow such a big thing? The beast let out a howl again. Chi-Chi was responsible for translating. "Mom, it says this egg is a divine egg. Eating it can shape a divine body." Zhou Chu-Chu remained silent, still thinking about how the beast swallowed such a large egg. She hesitated because she didn't recognize what kind of egg it was. The beast thought her hesitation meant the price was too low. It then spat out 7 colorful beads. It howled again, voice urgent. "Mom, it says this egg doesn't belong to this world. It was fought over and won by the Beast King after a fierce battle, and it plans to give it to its baby. The 7 beads are the Beast King's core, containing a huge amount of energy. Mom, it says its baby is about to die. Please, let's save its child." Little Chi-Chi looked at the black creature on the ground. She didn't mind the dirt and reached out her small hand to touch it. As she gently touched it, a soft, milky glow flowed into the little creature's body. However, the little creature was badly injured. Even though Shao Qi gave it some energy for evolution, its life force continued to fade. Zhou Chu-Chu looked at her daughter's cute, pink face with worry and pushed aside her confusing thoughts. After storing the golden giant egg and the 7 Beast King crystals, she said to He-Shou, "Go heal it." He-Shou was eager to help. It immediately ran over, took a deep breath, and the blue-purple toxins on the black little beast's body started to crawl and seep inside, as if encountering a nemesis, and was absorbed effortlessly. He-Shou chewed twice and swallowed. 2 of its leaves turned blue-purple, then quickly turned green. Its eyes lit up, and it spat out a red pill from its mouth, feeding it to the black little beast. Next, 16 green needles appeared on its 4 hands. It quickly stabbed them into different parts of the black little beast, turning them constantly. Wow, wow. The previously still little beast suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood. "Dr. Sanchi, come here to stop the bleeding and sew up the wound." It moved aside, and Dr. Sanchi immediately came over, took a piece of thread, and carefully stitched the wound on the black little beast's belly. After this treatment, the little beast's condition clearly improved. It even opened its eyes. Meow! It wobbled to its feet and went to the giant beast, leaning against its leg. Shao-Chi was fond of its cuteness and reached out with chubby little hands to hold the little creature. "Baby, wait a moment. I'll treat you too." While stroking it, Shao-Chi transferred some special energy. The little beast visibly recovered, becoming more energetic, and its body changed. Bright, shiny stripes appeared all over its black body, making it very striking.
Done.
After finishing, Shao-Chi looked a bit tired, probably from using a lot of energy. Zhou Chu-Chu lovingly picked up her baby and kissed her small face. She said to the giant beast, "It's done. I've healed your child, and my daughter has given it extra care. We're even now. Turning around, she was about to leave the farm to get the 5th-generation powerful health potion as a reward for signing in to help Xiao-Qi recover. Xiao-Qi seemed very fond of the little alien beast, frequently looking back with reluctance. Roar. However, the giant beast once again called out to stop them. It paused to think for a moment, with a look of deep reluctance in its eyes. The next second, it bit its own child and threw it toward Zhou Chuchu. After tossing the child, it turned around without hesitation and ran back into the forest. Thousands of strange beasts followed, rushing back into the woods.
Boom, boom, boom.
They ran so fast that no one could catch them. Zhou Chuchu looked at the small strange beast by her feet, like a black cat, and felt numb.
Hey, what do you mean by this?
She asked. Are you asking me to leave your child behind? Are you relying on me now? She really didn't want to be a babysitter. She reached out and grabbed the back of the small beast's neck. The little creature showed its claws and waved them around wildly, but didn't catch anything. Mew mew. Mew tears welled up in its eyes, clearly upset that its mother had abandoned it. Zhou Chuchu sighed. This cute and clumsy little thing, could it really be from the Beast King? Mom, its mother doesn't want it anymore. Can I raise it? Chi-Chi reached out and held the small beast in her arms, refusing to let go. Zhou Chuchu said, Sweetheart, you can raise it, but you need to think carefully. It might grow very big, and our house can't fit it. Also, it might eat a lot, and we can't afford to feed it. Just as she finished speaking, a whistling sound came from the forest, and a large wild boar with big horns was thrown out. Zhou Chuchu was speechless. All right, so they even solved the food problem. She suspected they were trying to make her keep it, huh? Fine, I'll keep it, she decided. When Zhou Chuchu went to the farm and brought back only a black cat and a giant egg, her in-laws quickly accepted it as normal. Her mother-in-law cooked a pot of fresh fish for the little black cat. Zhou Chuchu wanted to mention that this was a strange beast, not a cat, and it didn't eat fish. But the strange beast, which had been meowing loudly, suddenly looked bright-eyed and started eating the fish eagerly. No rush, eat more, little one. Her mother-in-law stroked the small beast's fur and praised, It looks so lively. Now our family has both cats and dogs. Her father-in-law said, This is a farm cat. With that look, it must be good at catching mice. The small beast meowed happily. Soon, it finished a pot of fresh fish, and her mother-in-law was pleased. She cooked another pot of fish. Little Tiger watched the new member curiously, sniffing and nudging the small beast. Suddenly, the previously obedient small beast revealed a fierce side. With a swipe of its paw, it left 5 scratches on Little Tiger's face.
Yowl.
Little Tiger didn't dodge in time, got scratched, and cried out in pain, retreating quickly. In that moment, the small beast's status in the family was firmly established. Xiao-Qi walked over, hugged the little exotic creature, and gently shook it. Kitty, you can't be so fierce. The little exotic creature pretended to be cute, softly meowing at Xiao-Qi. Meow, but Xiao-Qi was very serious. The little baby insisted, Even if you're acting cute, you can't do that. Little Tiger is also part of our family, and you can't bully it.
Meow.
Good child. That's the right way. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones kept talking back and forth. On the other side, little Lin Lin was very interested in the golden giant egg, circling around it repeatedly and occasionally touching it. Zhou Chuchu saw his serious face and found it amusing, so she asked with a smile, Baby Lin Lin, what's inside this egg? Little Lin Lin looked serious and said carefully, Mom, it has a sheep's head with horns on top, wolf's hooves, and golden scales all over. It's a very mighty animal. The little one was only 4 years old and didn't know what was inside the egg, so he just described its appearance. Zhou Chuchu had only asked casually and didn't expect little Lin Lin to answer. Now hearing this, she thought the creature he described looked very much like a mythical qilin. It probably isn't a qilin. Qilins are multicolored, and its scales are gold. Anyway, whatever it was on her territory, so it was just a dish she could cook later.
Wait.
Baby, do you see what's inside the egg? Is it alive? This thing was swallowed by the Beast King and is still alive? Little Lin nodded seriously. Yes, Mom, it's alive. It's sleeping. It was badly injured and turned into an egg. Now it's resting inside to recover. How do you know? Can you talk to animals? Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but look at little Lin, but her little one's special power was still dormant. He shook his head. No, I can't talk to it. I just see it turn into an egg. As long as I touch it, I can see it. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. What kind of ability was that? When will it wake up? Little Xiaoqi shook her head decisively. I don't know. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu called out He Shou Wu and pointed at the golden giant egg. Take a look at what's wrong with it. He Shou Wu immediately examined the giant egg, using sight, smell, and touch. After some tinkering, he regretfully said, Master, my ability is limited now. I can't diagnose exactly what's wrong with it. It's behaving strangely. I haven't seen this in my records. After saying that, she felt a bit embarrassed and worried that Zhou Chuchu might look down on her, so she quickly added, But don't worry, Master. Once I absorb more cases and become stronger, I will definitely be able to diagnose its problem. Zhou Chuchu comforted her, saying, Don't worry, I don't doubt your medical skills. I just want to ask, is it alive? He Shou Wu gave her a definite answer. Yes, Master. It is still alive. So, does that mean the plan to stew it is now off? People say this thing can shape a divine body. While she was worried about that, Qin Ziyuan suddenly teleported back. His hair was a bit messy, and his clothes had a few tears. His eyes, which were slightly red, turned calm after seeing his wife and children.
Dad, kiss Dad.
Dad is back. The two little ones happily rushed toward him, and Qin Ziyuan hugged one of them, smiling. Husband, why are your clothes torn? Are you okay? Qin Ziyuan casually glanced at his torn clothes and gently comforted his worried wife.
I'm fine.
When I was getting the last gem, I fought a half-god from India, and they burned my clothes. Zhou Chuchu. Husband, what exactly did you do? Qin Ziyuan said, I went to get the gem for Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu thought of the energy gem floating in the farm, which was called a pillar, and said a little nervously, The gem you're talking about, isn't it the one you snatched from underground before? Qin Ziyuan nodded confidently. Yes. Zhou Chuchu. Seeing her numb expression, Qin Ziyuan was worried. She might be unhappy. This time, it's a different color and a bit bigger. Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan became a little nervous. You don't like it? After saying that, he took out 3 huge gems in yellow, blue, and purple. These gems were so large that the smallest one had a diameter of 15 meters and the largest one was 26 meters across. If it weren't for the foldable space in the villa that could hold a few rooms, they wouldn't be able to fit them. The 3 gems shimmered brightly, shining with energy. It was hard not to like them. Of course I like them. Zhou Chuchu gave Qin Ziyuan an approving answer, but I care more about your safety. I would rather not have these gems than see you get hurt. Compared to these big, shiny, magical energy gems, Zhou Chuchu cared more about Qin Ziyuan himself. He spoke casually, but these energy gems seemed connected to unknown dangers, and she didn't want him to take risks. Qin Ziyuan's pupils contracted slightly as he felt his wife's concern. Warmth filled his heart, feeling sweeter than honey. He immediately gained confidence and said proudly, These half-gods are no threat to me. As for their hidden plans behind the scenes, I'm not afraid. Qin Ziyuan declared passionately, if they dare show their faces one by one, they will all be defeated, with no return. Zhou Chuchu's chest trembled. She looked at this handsome man and felt a deep love in her heart. She responded to his love by standing on her tiptoes and kissing his lips. Qin Ziyuan's eyes deepened. Just as he was about to hold his beloved wife and deepen the kiss, he saw 2 furry little heads leaning in, curious and watching them. Zhou Chuchu looked at the 2 little treasures and then at her slightly dark-faced husband. Ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The 2 clever little ones also giggled together. Aner, silly boy. Kiki baby, Lin baby, dinner time. Grandma called out kindly, holding a steaming bowl of food. Outside the window, snow was falling heavily, piling up to a meter deep. The cold wind was biting, but inside, it was warm and cozy, filled with harmony. This egg is perfect for Linlin. It could help him in the future.
But
After Qin Ziyuan finished speaking, his tone suddenly turned dangerous. His black energy surged out, transforming into a line of black dragons circling around him, glaring at the egg. The egg, originally lazy and unmoving, trembled fiercely once caught by Qin Ziyuan's aura. Suddenly, it jumped 3 feet high and shot out with a flash of gold light. Zhou Chuchu froze. What's going on with that egg? Wasn't it supposed to be sleeping? Humph, trying to run? Qin Ziyuan snorted coldly. The black dragons flew out instantly, claws grabbing the golden egg, tossing it back.
bang!
It hit loudly. Husband, be gentle. If you break it, it'll be a waste, Zhou Chuchu said worriedly. Qin Ziyuan smiled kindly at his wife. Chuchu, don't worry. This egg isn't so easy to break. It's rebellious, so I need to put a collar on it. The golden egg rolled several times on the ground, then stood up, repeatedly leaning toward Qin Ziyuan, looking like it was begging for mercy. Zhou Chuchu. Is this what he means by rebellious? Qin Ziyuan ignored its pleas for mercy, reaching out to press on the golden egg. The black energy array transformed into dark symbols, embedding into the egg. After struggling for a while, the egg realized it couldn't resist and gave up completely. If it had a face, it would definitely look utterly hopeless now. However, besides being gentle to Zhou Chuchu and family, Qin Ziyuan was cold and ruthless to everything else. Black energy kept flowing into the egg, turning it from gold to dark black. The black and gold colors kept shifting until it settled into a black and gold two-tone egg. Compared to the golden egg, the black golden one looked more mysterious, majestic, and noble. The previously resigned egg noticed that its change wasn't a bad thing and suddenly jumped up again. But this time, it didn't run away. Instead, it obediently bounced after Qin Ziyuan like a loyal pet. A giant egg bouncing loyally. This scene was quite ridiculous. Qin Ziyuan found it annoying and looked at it coldly. The giant egg stopped bouncing and behaving obediently. It's too big. It shrank quickly to about a person's height, paused, then shrank again to half a person's height. Qin Ziyuan continued to look coldly. The egg trembled again and shrank to the size of an ostrich egg. It refused to get any smaller, even if it meant risking death. Although it was just an egg, it had dignity. From now on, my son will be your master. The black golden egg tapped the floor and then happily bounced off to find Xiao Linlin. Xiao Linlin liked it very much, hugging it in her arms and stroking it. The little boy smiled happily. Thank you, Dad. I really like this gift. He and his father looked almost identical, cool and aloof normally, only soft and adorable in front of their mother. In front of his father, he was like a little adult, very steady. Now, for the first time, he showed a smile to his father. Qin Ziyuan, as the father, felt happy inside but kept a poker face, maintaining his stern fatherly aura. Go play now. You only have half an hour. After that, go for training. Zhou Chuchu reached out and pinched his arm. How can you talk to the child like that? Can't you speak nicely? Look at that tone, so harsh. Qin Ziyuan said, strict father and gentle mother. If I'm not strict with this kid, how can I be a good father? Speaking of strictness, I have even stricter methods. After saying this, Qin Ziyuan took Zhou Chuchu's small hand and gently traced her palm. Zhou Chuchu's face reddened. She clearly understood what he meant. But he couldn't help but complain inside, so he sent away the egg just to be with her. Seeing that she was thinking about something, he whispered in a deep, soothing voice, Chu-Chu wants an egg as a friend. That's okay. When Zhou Chu-Chu thought of that scene, she felt very embarrassed and shook her head quickly. Qin Ziyuan picked up Zhou Chu-Chu and headed to the bedroom. Zhou Chu-Chu stopped him, saying, I haven't taken a shower yet. Qin Ziyuan smiled and said, let's shower together. 2 little bottoms, an egg, a cat, and a dog all watched the two of them quietly. Zhou Chu seemed to sense something. When she looked over, they just played happily, some holding the cat, some holding the egg. The bathroom door closed, and the two little ones looked at each other and smiled.
Mom and Dad are shy.
Mom and Dad are going to have a little brother or sister for us. I like little sisters. Then let's have two. Tonight felt especially long. Honestly for Zhou Chu, and even more so for others. Heavy snow fell like coarse flour, quickly reaching a meter deep, then gradually rising to a height of a person, covering the first floor of the building. The temperature dropped below -30 degrees Celsius. In such cold weather, with no electricity or heating, it was very hard to endure. Especially with children, it became even more difficult. The owner of the noodle shop, Zhang Yu, faced this tough situation. His home was on the first floor, and the snow had already covered the windows. Even half of the staircase was buried in snow. The house was as cold as an ice cave. Today, he worked hard collecting firewood and gathering supplies, but the firewood he had could only last for the first half of the night. What could he do for the second half? Food also needed to be heated before eating, or it was as hard as ice, hard to chew, and painful in the stomach. He was very anxious. Zhang Yu, take the kids upstairs to squeeze with others. There are more people, and it will be warmer. His wife lay on the bed, her face flushed. Although she was covered with a thick quilt, she still trembled from the cold. She had a high fever, but it wasn't normal, it was a pus infection. She watched her children's faces turn purple from the cold and could only keep warm by moving around. Weakly, she advised him, she had already given up hope of living much longer. No, I can't leave you behind. Zhang Yu firmly refused. His wife wanted to say more, but he lowered his voice and whispered to her, our family has come so far to get here. I can't give up on you. The children need their mother. We must stay together and keep going. His wife sighed heavily and said nothing more. But she knew her condition well. She was afraid she wouldn't live for many more days. Go bring the child's clothes, and I'll stuff some cotton inside. Zhang Yu stopped her. You should rest more. It's dark now, and working on clothes can hurt your eyes. He gently tucked the blanket around his wife, while sharing his day's news. Do you remember the young lady who ordered 50,000 bowls of beef noodles from us? I saw her today. His wife naturally remembered Zhou Chu well. She and her husband ran the noodle shop together, and she was there that day. That young lady is very beautiful and easy to talk to. Cough, cough. She suddenly coughed hard, her face turning red. Zhang Yu quickly patted her back to help her breathe, wanting to get her some water, but the water had already frozen into ice. He immediately heated some water over the fire. His wife caught her breath and held his hand. Talk to me for a bit. I'm not thirsty. Is that young lady doing okay? A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. She's quite capable. She even has a snowboat. In such a chaotic world, she dares to go out alone to gather supplies. His wife looked surprised. Is she not afraid the mutants will steal her snowboat? Zhang Yu became a bit excited. The leader of our gathering area, Li Zong, is interested in the snowboat. But our team's 2 A-level mutants listened to Miss Zhou. She must be a very powerful mutant too. Miss Zhou even sent some of us to register at Kangmushi. Kangmushi is really impressive. In front of her, I feel like I have no secrets. Kangmushi said that from now on, our group should follow Miss Zhou's arrangements first. His wife nodded. You're doing well. When Miss Zhou ordered our beef noodles, I could tell she was generous. Following her won't be too bad. Now I feel more at ease. Cough, cough. She suddenly started coughing uncontrollably, as if her lungs were about to come out. Mom, what's wrong? Mom, drink some water. The 2 children hurried over and handed her hot water, but she kept coughing and trembling all over. Zhang Yu tried to help her, touching her hand, and his heart sank. Why is she so hot? But outside, heavy snow blocked the door. To get medicine, we would have to walk through the snow, which is not easy. Zhang Yu, don't go. Cough, cough. They won't give us medicine. Cough, cough. His wife coughed, feeling like her lungs were about to come out. Even if they lend us some, cough, cough. How can we repay this favor later? With our lives? I'm almost dead. My broken life isn't worth it. It's not worth you going. Cough, cough. Not worth risking your life for a favor. Zhang Yu shook his head desperately. Favors are nothing compared to your life. If I owe, I owe. At worst, I'll give my life to pay it back. Stop it, I won't give up on you. I can't. Zhang Yu put on his clothes, opened the door, and rushed into the snowstorm. The snow was now as tall as a person, but still soft. He trudged through the snow toward Captain Li Zong's place. Fortunately, Li Zong's home was not far from his. He spent over half an hour, shivering all over, and knocked on Li Zong's door. Li Zong's house was quite large, about 200 square meters. Besides him and Lin Shiner, 8 trusted people also lived there. Right now, they had 3 coal stoves burning inside, with red-hot coals radiating warmth. One stove had a pot on top, boiling rice and dried vegetables, steaming hot. Compared to other places, life here was like paradise. Li Zong and Lin Shiner each had a bowl of rice porridge, but couldn't eat much. They both thought of the big bone with meat that Xiao Hu was gnawing on, and their mouths watered. They desperately wanted to eat meat. That Zhou Chuchu's family probably has a lot of supplies. Giving meat to dogs is too extravagant. Lin Shiner thought carefully and said, "It seems they tamed a big peach tree. When they fled from Haishir City, their whole family lived in the tree. That big peach tree somehow moved along. I guess their villa was also hidden inside that peach tree before." She had her eye on that peach tree, but unfortunately, it seemed to have become almost magical, blocking everyone from approaching. Li Zong suddenly stood up, staring intently at Lin Shiner, grabbing her shoulders with both hands. "Shiner, is what you said true?" Lin Shiner felt a little pain and pouted. "Be gentle." Li Zong quickly let go, apologizing. "Sorry, I got too excited." Lin Shiner kindly said, "It's okay. I understand. When I first saw that moving peach tree, I was also scared. If we could live inside that tree, it would be very comfortable, and storing supplies there would be much safer." A glint of greed flashed in Li Zong's eyes. "Shiner, are you sure everything you said is true?" Lin Shiner replied, "Absolutely. Not only I saw the peach tree, but Xu Yao and Huang Fong saw it too."
You can call them to ask.
Li Zong then said, "There's no need. I believe you, Shiner. I want to tell my elder uncle about this, so I need to confirm. It's not that I don't trust you." Lin Shiner felt disdain in her heart, but kept a calm face. I understand." This Li Zong, like his acting skills, was very poor. If it weren't for his elder uncle being the team leader and giving him enough coal for his own benefit, ensuring she stayed warm in winter, she would have already cut ties with him. Thinking of that strong, handsome, and authoritative man, looking at Li Zong made her feel sick, as if she had eaten something bad. She quickly looked elsewhere to distract herself. Glancing at the storage room, she softly said, "Those medicines need to be stored properly. This is a very important time. Those medicines can save lives." Li Zong proudly said, "Don't worry, I have it under control. I plan to use those medicines to win over level C and above abilities, to build good relationships and maximize their value." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking was urgent and fast. Captain Li, help." Li Zong was impatient and didn't want to open the door. The cold outside was too intense. But it seemed the knocking wouldn't stop unless he opened it. Lin Shiner said, "Open the door, or it won't be good if someone sees. You're at a crucial time to gather people's trust." Li Zong thought Lin Shiner's words made sense. He signaled to his close aide, who reluctantly went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the owner of the noodle shop, Zhang Yu, knelt down with a thud. "Captain Li, please, give me some fever medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. My wife is sick and needs these medicines to save her life. Please, I beg you, I beg you." He kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. The cold wind froze the ground hard and cold. His head bled from the repeated knocks, and he was bleeding. However, after seeing him, Li Zong immediately refused. "No, these medicines have already been handed in. I don't have any to give you." Zhang Yu's registration showed his ability was level D softening, clearly indicating he was not qualified for bribes. Zhang Yu was hopeless, but didn't want to give up. Captain Li, please help me get some medicine this time. If you help me now, I will work for you in the future, like a beast or a horse, to repay you. Li Zong impatiently said, I already told you those medicines have been handed in. This is a proper gathering area where many people need medicine. If you want medicine, you must register and follow the procedures. All right, stop kneeling here. Your wife is dying, so go back and stay with her. I can't help you. Lin Xiner saw Zhang Yu and knew he wasn't worth persuading, so she didn't speak. Li Zong's trusted aide closed the door to prevent the cold wind from entering the warm house. Zhang Yu knelt outside the door, faintly feeling the warmth from the coal stove inside, but his heart was as cold as an icy cellar. Thinking of his seriously ill wife and the possibility of not seeing her again, he stood up to leave. But before he took a step, his knees hurt as if they were split open, and he collapsed to the ground. In this short time, his knees had already frostbitten. Tears fell heavily from his eyes, but before they hit the ground, they froze on his face. He wiped his tears, stood up, and hurried home. Oh heavens and gods, I pray to you, save my wife, save her. I am willing to give my life and soul, just please save her. He prayed desperately in his heart. Knowing it was useless, he still hoped for a miracle. And then, a miracle really happened. Zhang Yu, where are you going? Do you know your wife is ill? Come quickly and hold this electromagnetic flower. Gao Gongqiang was holding a shining flower. This flower was the brightest and warmest light in the darkness. Zhang Yu stared blankly as he took the electromagnetic flower. The flower emitted light and heat, dispelling the cold from his body. Zhang Yu was stunned. He had never seen such a plant before. It was so amazing. What is this? Gao Gongqiang liked seeing his surprised and amazed expressions. He had seen this kind of shock many times on him. It made him proud, knowing this was a plant cultivated by the lady, truly a divine plant in their hearts. It could save lives, a miraculous plant. It's called the electromagnetic flower. The lady, Miss Zhou Chu Chu, who arranged this during the day, sent one to each person through Kong Ban Shu. Zhang Yu hadn't fully reacted and instinctively replied, Thank you, Miss Zhou. Then he remembered his seriously ill wife and became very anxious, praying to Gao Gongqiang. Please, save my wife. Gao Gongqiang said, That's why I came. No more talking, come with me. After speaking, he gently swept away the snow blocking the way with a thick wooden board, then carried Zhang Yu's unconscious wife into the house on his back. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, No, I should carry her. Gao Gongqiang waved his hand. It's enough. With your small build, you'll be too tired to help once you get her inside. Stop talking and focus on saving her. He carried Zhang Yu's wife and then told Zhang Yu's 2 children come over too. We all live together, so we can look after each other. You're lucky. Your wife is willing to help you, or you might have frozen to death. While speaking, Gao Gongqiang swung his hand to clear the snow, quickly making a path. Zhang Yu held the electromagnetic flower and followed behind, pulling the 2 younger children who were a bit slow. When they arrived, he saw the people he had registered earlier. Seeing him, they quickly opened a room. Inside, there was already a pot of electromagnetic flower, and the heat it emitted made the room warm. Come in quickly.
Come in.
Put her down gently. Everyone helped to lay out a bed and spread the blankets. Zhang Yu's heart, which was frozen like ice, instantly warmed up, feeling a rare warmth in this end-of-the-world scene. After placing the woman down, Gao Gongqiang loudly called out, Dr. Lian Xiao, she's here. Thank you so much. Hearing there was a doctor, Zhang Yu's tense heart relaxed a bit, and he looked eagerly in Gao Gongqiang's direction, full of gratitude, and blurted out, Doctor, thank you so much, but he didn't finish his sentence, choking on his words. Because what he saw was not a doctor in a white coat, but a herb. That herb, though it had arms and legs, was clearly not a person but a plant, and Lian Xiao. It even had a small yellow flower on top of its head. Zhang Yu stared blankly at this herb, this Lianxiao doctor that Gao Gongqiang mentioned. It seemed a little shy, feeling embarrassed under so many people's gaze. But seeing Zhang Yu's wife lying on the bed, it no longer cared about shyness. It quickly stepped forward in a few jumps and hopped onto the bed. The yellow flower on its head sparkled brightly. It rubbed its leaves, forming a green bead, and fed it into Zhang Yu's wife's mouth. Then, green branches stretched out and gently touched her body. After confirming her condition, it lifted the blanket, cut open her pants, and everyone saw her swollen, ulcerated legs. Zhang Yu shouted loudly, "Wife!" Just as he was about to rush forward, he never expected that his wife's injuries had become so serious. It turned out she had been holding back all along. Zhang Yu's 2 children immediately started crying and ran over, calling out for their mother with concern. Gao Gongqiang held him back. "Don't go. You don't know medicine, and it won't help. Stay back so Dr. Lianxiao can save her." 2 others pulled the children aside. Zhang Yu knew this was true, but seeing his wife like that made him feel pained and worried. He also didn't know how a plant could save a person. After Dr. Lianxiao confirmed the condition, 2 leaves turned into sharp surgical knives. They cleaned the poison from his wife's leg, then touched her broken bones. The knives turned into thin, flexible threads, pulling the bones back into place, snapping into position. Then they applied some green juice to the rotting leg. The dead tissue quickly grew new flesh and healed. His wife's face visibly improved, her high fever subsided, and she sank into a deep, peaceful sleep. Zhang Yu and the children saw this, and their worries eased. Their faces then lit up with excitement as they kept thanking Dr. Lianxiao. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much." Whether plant or person, it truly saved his wife. Dr. Lianxiao, after curing her, immediately opened the window and climbed out. A green shadow rushed over to Zhou Chuchu's house across the street. Gao Gongqiang and others looked on in amazement and admiration. After exchanging glances, they saw the determination in each other's eyes. In this unstable, terrifying end of the world, human life was very cheap. When someone got sick, they were just waiting for death. But the plant sent by Zhou Chuchu's family had such advanced medical skills. Who could they trust in the future? Who would they follow? There was no need to say more. Seeing the situation was stable, Gao Gongqiang clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He said seriously, "Everyone, the electromagnetic flower the lady lent us will be watered and cared for daily with our abilities. It will ensure you stay safe and protected from the cold. Don't slack off. If anyone gets hurt or sick, report to Miss Kong first. After she handles it, ask the lady for approval. The lady lent us the electromagnetic flower and sent the plants to treat illnesses. This must stay a secret. We owe her a lot. We must repay her kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, if we take back the electromagnetic flower, I will see you as enemies and come after you." Everyone nodded repeatedly in agreement. After Gao Gongqiang and others left, Zhang Yu tucked his sleeping wife into bed. As he looked at her beautiful face and felt the warmth from the electromagnetic flowers, he solemnly told his 2 children, "Madam saved Mom's life. She is our family's great benefactor." The children were confused but saw how serious their father was and nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu looked toward Zhou Chuchu's home and thought secretly, "Madam, from now on, you are the only goddess I believe in." The next morning, the sky was bright outside. The brightness was caused by reflected snow, which had covered the entire world. The earth was frozen solid. The snow was nearly 2 meters thick, and the low houses were covered in ice and snow. The temperature had dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. However, people could still go outside for now. With thick clothes, they could withstand the cold. After Zhou Chuchu got up, Qin Ziyuan was not in the house as usual. Kiki and Linlin were playing with the little black cat, the little tiger, and a jumping egg. "Mom. Good morning. Mom, you're awake." The 2 little ones ran over, each giving her a kiss on the face. "Mom, we took little black, little tiger, and Jingjing to the vegetable garden to play. Grandpa and Grandma are also in the garden." The children called out happily and went through the kitchen door to the farm. Zhou Chuchu wasn't worried about them encountering danger in the farm because her in-laws were watching over them. The little beast was guarded by the Beast King, and there were vast areas of evolved plants. She felt very at ease. Even if there was danger, she could detect it immediately and move the children away to avoid it. When she reached the dining table, a warm glass of goat milk was ready, along with her grandmother's preserved egg and lean meat porridge, spicy and sour small cucumbers, and a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings. While she was enjoying the hot meal, Peachtree had already sent her a picture of the dispatch of the forsythia to Zhang's wife for treatment. "You did well," Zhou Chuchu praised. It turned out that she had arranged for Peachtree to handle these small matters early in the morning. It proved that Peachtree was very talented at handling trivial tasks and did them very well. Continue to handle it in the future. Her communication with the plants was extremely convenient. Even complex information could be exchanged instantly. After giving her instructions, the plants would strictly follow her requests. After finishing her meal, Zhou Chuchu still felt uneasy about her husband. She gave him a call. Ding, ding, ding. The phone was answered immediately. A voice from Ji Fanqing came through the phone. "Big sister-in-law, she's calling." Zhou Chuchu thought about the cheesy love words Ji Fanqing had taught Qin Ziyuan, and her tone turned cold. "Where's my husband?" Ji Fanqing felt strangely guilty and stammered. The boss. He's doing something important." "Doing something important?" Zhou Chuchu was worried, but kept her tone calm. "What kind of important thing?" Ji Fanqing knew she had said too much and tried to change the subject.
That. Speak."
Ji Fanqing shivered. Even through the phone, she felt the tension rising between her and her sister-in-law. "I can't say." "Please, sister-in-law, let me go." Something big was happening, but she couldn't say what. Zhou Chuchu became more worried. She was about to ask sharply when the call suddenly became chaotic, as if something was thrown out. Then, Qin Ziyuan's reassuring voice came through. "Chuchu, don't listen to him. I do have some things to handle, but they're not serious." She heard a loud exclamation from the other side, followed by sounds of fighting and strange, eerie noises. She pushed down her worries and gently said to Qin Ziyuan, "Okay, I believe you. But when you come back, can you tell me everything?" There was a brief silence, then a confident reply, "Okay." Suddenly more strange, terrifying sounds came through, and the signal cut out. Zhou Chuchu clenched her phone tightly and let out a deep breath. She had said she believed him, so she would trust him. No more overthinking, she'd wait until he returned to talk. Meanwhile, her supplies collection couldn't stop. She entered the farm and saw 4 colorful energy gemstones floating in the sky, radiating strong, rich energy. The old man working in the fields and the grandmother collecting eggs in the chicken coop, the happy Qiuqiu and Linlin playing, all were nourished by this energy. "Little tiger," Zhou Chuchu called. Little tiger, who was following Qiuqiu, ran over like lightning.
"Come with me."
The snow was falling heavily, covering many buildings in white. She needed Little Tiger's keen nose to help find supplies. Little Tiger looked at Linlin and Qiuqiu. Zhou Chuchu smiled and said to Little Qiuqiu, "Sweetheart, Mom needs to go out to gather supplies. I need to borrow Little Tiger. Can you agree?" Little Qiuqiu nodded, "Okay, Mom." She then turned to Little Tiger and said, "Little Tiger, come with Mom. Listen to Mom and take good care of her, okay?" Little Tiger then followed Zhou Chuchu out. Zhou Chuchu wrapped herself in a military coat and quickly pulled the snowmobile out of the snowfield. The heavy snow outside couldn't stop a person and a dog. Zhou Chuchu drove the snowmobile while Little Tiger ran wildly. Soon, they reached the gathering area. Not long after they left, Li Zong led a middle-aged man with triangular eyes out of the snow trail. The middle-aged man looked about 50, with a stern face, but his triangular eyes sparkled with cold light. "Is it this house that has the snowmobile and a peach tree that can move?" the middle-aged man asked again. This man was Li Zong's great-uncle, Li Feng, an A-level psychic who could control ultrasonic waves. In his early years, he dug sand in the river, gathering a group of outlaws. They used threats to force others to take over riverbeds, causing several deaths. After making money from selling sand, he switched to construction, became rich, and then supported his nephew's career in entertainment with his wealth. He was usually active in charity work, acting like a good person. When the apocalypse came, he awakened his A-level psychic ability and became the leader of this gathering area. But no matter how his identity changed, his innate bloodthirstiness, greed, and cruelty remained. "Yes, great uncle," Li Zong respectfully replied. "That peach tree is said to be extraordinary, big enough to hold such a large villa. It probably stores a lot of supplies too." The middle-aged man squinted at the villa. "This villa is nice. Very nice." He had worked in construction before but couldn't tell what materials the house was made of. He only felt it must be very sturdy. "This villa and the peach tree are not suitable for them, but for me." Li Zong hurriedly agreed. "Exactly, great uncle, you're right. Go call people and ask them to move. We won't lose out. I can give them the place I'm living in now." Li Zong was overjoyed. With his great-uncle's words, this house and the magical peach tree would be theirs. He turned to call someone. Li Feng turned to leave. Threatening and coaxing are ultimately unseemly. He wouldn't do it himself. It was better to leave it to his nephew. Suddenly, a bunch of snow slid from the treetops, falling on the two of them, hitting their heads and faces. It turned out to be a lush pine tree. Nearby, there were also winter plum trees blooming with red flowers, standing tall against the wind. Bamboo swayed in the snow and wind. There were tea trees full of pink blossoms, as well as chrysanthemums, clematis, hyacinths, and peonies. He frowned and said, "Are there so many trees here?" Li Zong looked confused. "Are there really so many trees here?" Noticing his uncle's cold stare, he quickly replied, "Yes. There have always been so many plants here." A fast-moving figure ran wildly across the snow.
Woof, woof, woof.
Little Tiger ran to a pharmacy door, quickly digging through the snow with his paws until he made a hole big enough for a person to enter. Then he scraped the iron door open. Zhou Chuchu got out of the car directly, went inside, took some medicine, and came back out. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. It was even faster and more convenient than if she had gone herself. Of course, sometimes small accidents happened. For example, in this pharmacy, the staff inside had turned into zombies. After being trapped inside by the heavy snow, they wandered around aimlessly. There was no sign that anyone else had visited the store. Seeing the zombies inside, it was too late to hide. But having zombies inside wasn't a big problem. Little Tiger was very brave. He quickly dealt with the zombies in just a few moves. Zhou Chuchu patted Little Tiger's broad head and praised him. "You did really well." Then she took the medicine. On the way, they also encountered people who wanted to steal snowmobile parts, but they were afraid of Little Tiger's ferocity. In the end, they gave up and quietly collected other supplies. After collecting herbs from more than 10 pharmacies, Zhou Chuchu estimated they had enough and asked Little Tiger, "How did you find those 5 sheep yesterday? Can you find other livestock today?" She was very curious. Not only did she want to stock up the farm and improve their food, but she also wanted to know how Little Tiger managed to do this. After all, these livestock and poultry showing signs of evolution were very clever and wild, making them hard to catch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone 10 years without eating meat in her previous life. When Zhou Chuchu mentioned what Little Tiger was good at, its shiny black eyes immediately lit up.
Woof.
It barked loudly and ran wildly across the snow. After running for a while, it looked back to signal Zhou Chuchu to follow. Seeing that there was a chance, Zhou Chuchu didn't hesitate and drove her snowmobile to catch up. Soon, she and the dog arrived outside the outskirts of Angshi City. Little Tiger crouched down, walking carefully on the snow with its 4 paws. Zhou Chuchu saw how cautious it was, so she put away the snowmobile and followed behind, moving carefully. Soon, Zhou Chuchu noticed a large, dark brown animal resting in the snow ahead. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a group of cattle. There were at least 100 or so. This number likely came from a cattle farm. Among them, 20 were especially strong, twice as large as normal cattle, clearly evolved. The leader was even more powerful. It was completely white, with no mixed fur, and had long hair flowing. It looked like a yak. Its horns were already stained with blood, clearly indicating that someone or another animal's life was at stake. The leader and the 20 evolved cattle surrounded the other cows and calves in the center, alertly patrolling. They were ready to attack or retreat at any sign of danger. Zhou Chuchu was very happy. If these cattle were taken to a farm, they would ensure a steady supply of milk and meat. She was about to tie up these cattle and move them to the farm when suddenly, a commotion erupted. Cattle! 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 Hurry and catch them, then we'll have beef to eat. There are so many cows. A group of people slid down the snow on skis, shouting loudly. Among them, a girl in a red down jacket was yelling. Zhou Chuchu and Xiao Hu looked at each other with disdain. It was one thing to shout loudly, but wearing red was strange. Did cows react most strongly to red? Sure enough, the herd became agitated. The 20 evolved cattle aimed their horns at them. The white cow was already snorting steam from its nostrils, ready to attack. Zhou Chuchu didn't want to get involved with these fools, so she stood up and moved aside. But this made the girl angry. She loudly declared her ownership. These cows are ours. We found them first, so they belong to us. You'd better stay away. Anyone with a clear eye could see Zhou Chuchu had been here first. But she argued that she discovered the cows earlier and tried to drive others away. It was obvious she was trying to bully Zhou Chuchu because she was alone, using her power to dominate. When she approached, Zhou Chuchu also recognized that this fool was the same Yu Xian and her group from yesterday. They must have gotten skis and ski poles from somewhere. They skated very fast across the snow and quickly reached them. Yu Xian, please don't shout so loudly, okay? Don't scare the cows. There are so many cows here. We can't catch them all. Why are you driving others away? Another girl in the team lowered her voice, unhappy. Yu Xian's voice didn't get quieter. It became even louder. Just some clumsy, harmless, and stupid cows. What can they do when they hear us? Can they still run? Lu Qian, don't make a fuss. Yu Xian thought these cows were the same as before, unaware that they had evolved and were no longer harmless and stupid. While she was speaking, the cows had already realized they posed no threat and could be attacked. They were stamping their hooves. Zhou Chuchu moved further away. Yu Xian watched her retreat happily. That's right. If you lack strength, don't dream of taking what isn't yours. Zhou Chuchu scoffed. There's no need to say more about fools. Reality will teach her a lesson. Zhou Chuchu covered the lower half of her face with her military coat to block the wind. When she spoke, Yu Xian and the others finally realized she was a woman. Though surprised, no one said anything. Except for Lu Qian. Everyone else accepted it as normal. Lu Qian spoke again, but this time not to Yu Xian, rather to Fian. I saw those cows get restless. They've changed formation several times, and more than 20 particularly strong ones seemed to be aiming at us. They were about 300 meters from the herd. Normally, such noise wouldn't affect the cows, unless it was an ordinary herd. Fian frowned and carefully sensed the situation. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. Run quickly. He urged everyone, pulling his loved one close. Xian, run. These cows have evolved. Yu Xian still didn't fully understand what animal evolution meant and looked proud. Evolved or not, so what if they did?
Boom, boom, boom.
The white yak herd was rushing toward them with heavy hooves. Although huge, they had a natural control over the snow, allowing them to run swiftly on it. Other cows hadn't evolved to that extent, but the snow didn't slow them down either. They moved as easily in the snow as fish in water. The distance of 300 meters was almost covered in the blink of an eye. Their size, twice that of normal cows, made them very intimidating. Yu Xian shouted loudly and shakily pushed off her snowboard to run, but she was too scared and fell over. Seeing a cow about to charge at her, she screamed, Fian, save me. Fian, save me. Of course, Fian would save her. He waved his hand, and an invisible space blade flew out, cutting off the cow's front hoof. The huge cow immediately collapsed in front of her. Zhou Chuchu watched the scene from a nearby tree. TSK, indeed someone with an A-level space ability. Her S-level sensing ability is very strong against A-level abilities. She can clearly sense what powers others have. This person with dual A-level abilities is definitely not weak. His space power includes a 10-meter storage space, the ability to create a space blade, and, at great cost, to cause a space shock. He is powerful, but others may not be. He saved Yu Xian, cut off a cow's leg, but angered the white yak. Muet raised its head and mooed loudly, its fur flying, snow swirling into a snowstorm that swept toward the fleeing people, knocking them to the ground. Only Lu Qian managed to dodge this attack, thanks to her quick reflexes. Fei Yan, Yu Xian, run now, she shouted loudly. However, Yu Xian saw the thick cow leg on the ground and reached to pick it up. Just as she grabbed the cow leg, the white yak's attack was coming too. Lu Qian, save Xian. Fei Yan growled fiercely, demanding forcefully. Lu Qian was about to leave but, hearing his almost commanding tone, hesitated for a moment. She quickly ran over, grabbed Yu Xian and ran away. Zhou Chuchu watched the scene, which was almost identical to what she remembered from her past life. She almost wanted to applaud these people, enjoying the good show.
Ah!
A scream of pain. The person on the ground was pierced through by a cow's horn, hanging on it. With a heavy shake, the person was killed instantly. Blood stained the snow. Yu Xian was frightened by her companion's death. She ran without looking back. But the white yak, apparently attracted by her red clothes and also annoyed by her, chased after her relentlessly. Yu Xian's 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 legs, and she was quickly caught. The black, long horns looked like they would pierce her.
No! Xian!
Fei Yan shouted loudly, using all his abilities to activate a space shock toward the yak leader. The snow and stones within 10 meters were shattered. The yak, with its fur color, was knocked down, blood flowing from its nose and mouth, and it spat out chunks of internal organs. But using this move also had a big side effect. Without long-term development from her past life, his ability, though A-level, was still in the early stage of awakening. His space was filled with Yu Xian snacks, pretty clothes, and makeup. It was already overloaded. Now, to save her, he forcibly used the space shock. His ability was also damaged. With a loud bang, a large pile of supplies burst out of the ground. TSK, Zhou Chuchu saw the scene and smiled. Congratulations, true love endures. It must be said that Fian truly loves Yuxuan. And what about Yuxuan? She truly loves material possessions.
Ah!
My clothes. My cosmetics. Yuxuan rushes forward to grab her clothes and cosmetics. Meanwhile, Lu Qian cares about Fian, asking, "How are you?" Fian clearly knows his condition. His strength is rapidly fading, and he can no longer use his space blades or space powers. His abilities are completely broken. He looks at Lu Qian and says, "Help me delay them. Thank you." After saying that, he goes to pull Yuxuan, who refuses to leave. Lu Qian watches the two leave, her body trembling, whether from cold or anger. She looks at the team she once relied on, some dead, some injured, some fleeing. The herd of cattle is angry because one of the cows is injured, and they surround her. Even though she has awakened a level B ability called Speed Shadow, she can't escape now. Watching the two walk away, without looking back, Lu Qian's eyes are blurred with tears. "Fian, my love for you ends today." She wipes her tears, activates her ability, and tries to fight back. But suddenly, the cattle turn their heads and look in another direction. They become tense, as if a predator has arrived. In the direction the herd faces, a large dog walks over slowly. Behind the dog, a woman dressed in military uniform follows. Is it her? She hasn't left yet? Lu Qian is surprised. She thought she was safe now that the danger was gone. But now she has nowhere to go and decides not to leave. She sees the woman walk casually toward the nearly dead-colored yak, inspecting it briefly. Oh, It's almost dead. It seems the space shockwave is quite powerful. It's even shattered the internal organs and bones of this third-stage evolved yak. Such a cow dying is a pity.
The meat
Looks quite tasty. The white yak glares angrily at her, as if it can understand her words. Zhou Chuchu smiles. Hey, are you protesting?
Come on, stand up.
The white yak. Of course, the white yak can no longer attack Zhou Chuchu, but the other evolved cattle are different. One suddenly charges forward. Be careful, Lu Qian warns. But in the next second, she is stunned. The little tiger, which was like a small tiger cub, suddenly grows in size, almost matching the size of a cow. It lunges forward and knocks down the charging cow, breaking its neck. The little tiger stands on the carcass of the cow, looking around at the herd. The herd fiercely retreats. The white yak's eyes are dull. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, and Dr. Sanchi and Duzhong fell onto the snow. They operated skillfully on the white yak, carefully setting broken bones and treating its internal organs. The white yak was shocked but stood up, realizing it was truly healed. Meg gathered its energy to attack Zhou Chuchu but was knocked 3 meters away by Xiaohu's paw.
Ugh.
Xiaohu pressed on the yak's head and whispered a threat. Either submit or die. The white yak chose to submit. After surrendering, the white yak called the herd and obediently followed Xiaohu. Zhou Chuchu dragged the carcass, planning to find a quiet place to put the cows into the farm, then store the carcass in her space. Such a large cow should last a long time. But as she left, Lu Qian followed her. Are you looking for trouble? Her eyes sharp, she stopped Lu Qian. Lu Qian looked a bit panicked but forced herself to stay calm and said, You saved my life. I want to follow you. Zhou Chuchu smiled slightly. She felt sorry for Lu Qian's experience, but sympathy alone wasn't enough to keep her around. Give me a reason to be convinced. Why should I keep you? In her past life, Fian wasn't around her. It seemed she didn't leave because she wanted to. She was used as a shield, just like today. They talked about the future, but now she only saw her deep affection for Fian. Zhou Chuchu thought Lu Qian was a bit like her naive self in her previous life, which was why she decided to save her. But saving her didn't mean she would accept her. Lu Qian was very decisive. She knelt and raised her hands, saying, I, Lu Qian, swear to the heavens that if I ever betray you, I will accept being struck by lightning and burned by fire. Zhou Chuchu became a little interested. Do you understand what swearing now means for you? Lu Qian nodded firmly.
Yes.
Oh. I once saw a boy at school pursuing the school beauty. He knelt and swore an odd oath. If he broke his promise, he would be bitten to death by countless bugs. When the zombie tide broke out, the school beauty asked him for help. He pushed her into the zombies and broke his vow, right in the classroom. Lu Qian remembered that incident and still felt some psychological shadow. Swarm of bugs came out in the classroom. They didn't bite anyone else, only him. They bit him in front of us, turning him into a pile of bones. At that moment, I realized that once you swear, you must keep your oath. Zhou Chuchu was somewhat surprised. Finding this out showed that Lu Qian was observant and sharp. Knowing she would have to keep her promise, she still decisively swore an oath, showing she had already made a firm decision. This demonstrated a kind of brave spirit that some might admire. Get up. From today, you are mine. I will arrange work for you and give you a place to stay, Zhou Chuchu said. She came from Haisher City and was unfamiliar with Engshi. Having someone from Engshi nearby made things much easier. Lu Qian was very excited and kept agreeing happily. Hoo. A cold wind blew, and heavy snow started falling again after a brief pause. The snow grew thicker and thicker, quickly blocking the view. Let's find a place to hide from the snow first. We can leave when it gets smaller. I know this area well. Follow me. Lu Qian immediately led the way ahead. Zhou Chuchu said, You wait for me at the big tree up front. I'll be right there. Although confused, Lu Qian obediently waited under the tree, unable to see Zhou Chuchu's actions. Zhou Chuchu made sure she was out of sight, then drove the herd of cattle into the farm, collecting the cow carcasses. She also took all the supplies that Fian had brought out. Nothing was left behind. Next, she took out the snow vehicle and rode on it. At this moment, heavy snow was falling, and the sky was dark like night. Visibility was less than a meter. Zhou Chuchu had experienced this before in her past life during the Ice Age, so she knew how to handle it. Moreover, now she had various special abilities and control over all the plants, so even with her eyes closed, she could walk safely. Little Tiger ran wildly, its thick fur making it unafraid of the cold. The snow awakened its natural instincts, making it very excited. "Get on, let's go." Lu Qian was curious about what happened to the cattle. She looked behind her, but saw nothing, so she thought Zhou Chuchu had given up on the herd. As for where the snow vehicle came from, she wisely chose not to ask. She only shared what she knew and what she could do. The house ahead is an abandoned one, just used to block the wind and snow. Zhou Chuchu drove the snow vehicle over. After she got off, Little Tiger had already dug a big hole to store the snow vehicle. It carried it over and buried it in the snow, then kicked snow over it to cover it up. This explained where the snow vehicle had been hidden. Zhou Chuchu silently praised Little Tiger for being clever. She decided to go back and give it a chicken leg as a reward. Inside the house, without Zhou Chuchu needing to tell her, Lu Qian quickly found some wood stored behind the house and lit a fire. Crackling flames lit up the room, making it warm and bright. Zhou Chuchu nodded with satisfaction and unzipped her military coat to let the wind block off. Lu Qian then noticed that under the coat, there was a stunningly beautiful person. Stunning and dazzling, she shines brightly, so beautiful that even she, as a woman, is captivated and momentarily breathless. Yu Xian is also beautiful, otherwise, Fei Yan wouldn't be so devoted. But her beauty seems so careless and fragile compared to Zhou Chuchu's. Noticing Lu Qian's gaze, Zhou Chuchu smiles gently. She knows her own beauty well and understands how powerful her attractiveness can be. Beauty may be a rare resource in this world, but it is just a resource. Having experienced a dark life where her beauty was lost, her body damaged, and her features mutilated in her past life, her current beauty feels insignificant. Lu Qian feels a little flutter in her heart when Zhou Chuchu smiles, and she quickly starts to talk to fill the silence. "I know this area well. My home is in Engshi. If there's a place you'd like to visit, I can take you." Suddenly, she remembers the cold, snowy outside and wonders where they could go. She feels awkward again. Now she finally understands why Yu Xian has such a bad personality. Fei Yan spoils her to the core. If she were Zhou Chuchu, she would also be willing to be obedient and accommodating. Listening to the howling wind and snow outside, Zhou Chuchu's water element ability stirs faintly, warning her of potential danger. This makes her very cautious. Her water element power allows her to control water within a radius of hundreds of miles. Ice and snow are also water. Right now, the snow is sending her alarms, indicating that something is definitely not simple. With her current strength, she doesn't often feel threatened. But what might she be overlooking? She tries to think about Engshi. Suddenly, a flash of insight hits her. She recalls a major event that once happened in Engshi. How far is Chaohu from here? Lu Qian, desperately trying to make conversation, quickly responds, "Not far. Chaohu is less than 20 miles from here." She wants to say more, but Zhou Chuchu suddenly stands up sharply. She finally realizes where her unease is coming from. Chaohu. As one of China's 4 great freshwater lakes, after the apocalypse, it became a paradise for mutated beasts. Water-type mutants fight and evolve wildly in the lake. When they come ashore and attack human settlements, it leads to catastrophe. Although the apocalypse has only been ongoing for over a month, the butterfly effects caused by rebirth have made this life very different from the previous one. But she prefers to prepare for the worst. What if the mutated beasts in Chaohu have already evolved ahead of schedule? She must go and investigate. Just as she is about to leave, there's a sound from outside. "Look, there's someone inside this house. Let's go inside to avoid the snow and wind first, then report to the military headquarters." Among these voices, a familiar female voice was also heard. Fian, I'm hungry. I want to eat chocolate. Knock, knock. A polite knock came from outside. Hello, I am from the military in Chaohu. The snowstorm is too strong. Can we come in to take shelter for a while? The military? Zhou Chuchu signaled Lu Qian to open the door. Lu Qian got up and opened the door. Outside, a scream. Lu Qian, is that you? You're not dead? A red figure rushed in quickly. Wasn't that you, Qian? As soon as she entered, she headed straight for the fire, trying to take Lu Qian's spot. Her behavior immediately caused dissatisfaction among a group of soldiers. But since she was a girl, they didn't say much. They were originally returning to the city to report on Chaohu when they encountered this couple's plea for help. The other side claimed they had met a mutated beast. Seeing that the man was a rare A-level psychic and seemed to be overusing his powers, they decided to get in the vehicle. However, the snowstorm was too strong, and their compass was malfunctioning. They could only choose to rest temporarily. But using someone else's territory to rest, entering without permission, was simply rude. They looked at Fian. Fian looked helpless. Her gaze toward Lu Qian was faintly guilty. But she said aloud, Lu Qian, I'm really glad you're safe. Xian has been freezing for a long time and needs to warm up by the fire. Lu Qian had completely seen through Fian. She was just a brainless fool. She wondered why she had tolerated her before. Without hesitation, she turned around, pulled Yu Xian, and pushed her harshly toward Fian. Who does she think she is to warm herself by the fire? Has she gotten her owner's permission? Yu Xian was furious, pointing at Lu Qian and accusing Fian. Fian, look at her. She dares to push me. Fian suddenly stared at Lu Qian with disbelief. Master? The girl who had been thinking about him all along now looked cold and distant, no longer showing any affection. It was as if the girl she once was had completely died when he abandoned her, letting her block the mutated beast so they could escape. The girl who came back to life only had one thing in her eyes, Zhou Chuchu. Suddenly, Fian felt very uncomfortable, as if she had lost something very precious. Lu Qian, he said dryly, his voice softening like never before. He tried to explain, at that time, I didn't want to give up on you. You're too fast. Xian is just an ordinary girl. Lu Qian had completely given up hope for Fei Yan, but hearing this, she still felt hurt. Zhou Chuchu suddenly spoke, her clear voice bold and free. So she deserved to block the evolution beast for you? She deserved to die? How dare you have such a big face? Lu Qian, I really look down on you. With someone like you, why don't you go up and slap them? What are you waiting for? Lu Qian was suddenly shocked. Before she could react, her body moved. She grabbed Yushuan and swung her fists left and right, giving several slaps. She suddenly felt clear-headed and free all over. It turned out she had wanted to do this for a long time. Yushuan's cheeks were swollen from the hits, and she cried out loudly, Fei Yan, she's hitting me. She dares to hit me. Hurry up and teach her a lesson. Seeing her beloved's cheeks swollen with pain, Fei Yan was heartbroken and shouted at Lu Qian, Lu Qian, enough already. You're too narrow-minded. You just faced some danger and ended up hitting Xian like this. Without hesitation, Lu Qian slapped Fei Yan across the face. With a loud slap, Fei Yan was furious. He was about to fight back, but Xiao, who silently stood beside him, his terrifying presence instantly overwhelming him. He was scared and dared not move. Lu Qian continued to slap happily, hitting with gusto. After finishing, she looked at Fei Yan, whose shocked, angry, and fearful expression made her suddenly feel that he was just SOSO. All those years, I was really blind to like someone like you. After she finished, her pent-up anger dispersed. From now on, in her eyes, Fei Yan was just trash. A group of soldiers outside hesitated, unsure whether to come in or go out, feeling very awkward. They didn't expect these two groups to know each other and to have such a serious conflict, which led to this explosive scene. The leading soldier looked past Lu Qian and focused on Zhou Chuchu sitting by the campfire. The tiger-striped dog that had just walked past her was an evolved mutant beast. but it was surprisingly gentle toward her, which amazed him. "It's too cold outside. Come over and warm yourself by the fire," Zhou Chuchu invited. She still respected the soldiers. In this chaotic and hopeless end of the world, it was thanks to their efforts that humanity was still holding on. Captain Luo Li didn't expect Zhou Chuchu to be so easy to talk to, so he nodded to his teammates. Everyone came over, wrapped in their coat, to warm themselves by the fire. The warmth from the flames made them feel much better. Zhou Chuchu took the initiative to start a conversation. "Just now, I overheard you talking about the situation report. What is the situation?" The soldiers became alert. Luo Li also placed his hand on his weapon. But Zhou Chuchu looked relaxed, as if she hadn't noticed their caution. Her gaze was sincere, but her words were straightforward. "Has a mutated beast appeared in Chao Lake?" She was testing the waters, but the soldiers were very surprised when they heard her question. Luo Li suddenly stood up. "How do you know?" "It seems it's really happening." Zhou Chuchu was now certain that there was a problem at Chao Lake, but she wasn't sure how serious it was. She asked urgently, "Are there many mutated beasts? Have they started landing?" Her voice carried a commanding tone similar to Qin Ziyuan's, combined with the subtle pressure from her dual S-level abilities. Luo Li couldn't help but say yes. "Many. These mutated beasts have already started landing at Chao Lake and are spreading toward the city." His face changed after he spoke, but thinking that it wouldn't be a secret for long, he continued plainly, "Our radios can't connect to headquarters. Among those mutated beasts, some seem capable of cutting off radio signals. We plan to drive to the city to report, but the compass is malfunctioning, and the radar is pointing in the wrong direction, so we've been going in circles. If we don't notify headquarters to defend against the beast tide soon..." Luo Li didn't finish his sentence, but everyone could feel the weight of his words. He was trying multiple methods, but he didn't expect Zhou Chuchu to actually solve anything. "The gathering area is less than 50 miles from here. If it's really a beast tide, the first place to be affected will be the gathering area." Zhou Chuchu looked toward the direction of the gathering area. That's where her home and family are. She absolutely cannot let these mutated beasts step foot there. Suddenly, there was a loud banging outside, accompanied by the roars of mutated beasts. Luo Li and the soldiers' faces changed instantly, and they all drew their weapons. Two soldiers looked out the window. They saw two enormous mutated beasts, covered in scales like snakes, smashing the door. Their foul-smelling saliva dripped down, and their triangular, icy green eyes flickered with cold light. In the snowstorm, black shadows surged in groups, covering the entire suburb. "It's mutated beasts. They're moving so fast." Luo Li's heart sank to the bottom, and he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. He then reminded Zhou Chuchu, "Later, we will hold off the mutated beasts. You all must run outside and send the news about the beasts landing." After Luo Li finished speaking, he aimed his gun at the snake-shaped mutant outside and fired a burst.
Bang, bang, bang.
His supernatural ability was a B-level enhancement to firearms, greatly increasing accuracy, coverage, and power. When necessary, even blank rounds could cause some damage. Other soldiers also had some supernatural abilities, mostly C or D level, but not very strong. Despite that, this team was considered elite at the start of the apocalypse. They worked well together, with Luo Li leading and others supporting. They aimed and shot accurately, quickly causing the large snake-like creature to be covered in flying scales and severely injured, eventually collapsing with a loud crash. Without stopping, they turned their guns on the second mutant beast. After killing it, Luo Li quickly shouted to Zhou Chuchu and others, "Run." Yu Xian screamed in fright, pulled by Fei Yan, and ran outside. Lu Qian anxiously called out to Zhou Chuchu, "Master, let's go too." Zhou Chuchu looked at the heavy snow outside, her eyes glowing with a blue-green light. "We can't leave," she said. "The mutant beasts have already surrounded this place." Lu Qian was stunned, wanting to ask how she knew, but just then, Fei Yan and Yu Xian, who had just run out, screamed and ran back inside. "Monsters. So many monsters." Yu Xian was so scared she froze and crouched back inside the house, hoping that if she stayed there, the monsters wouldn't hurt her. She pinned her hopes on Luo Li and the others, hoping they could take her out. But after Luo Li and his team killed a few mutants, they realized the house was already surrounded. Countless mutant beasts encircled the area. These monsters came ashore from Tide Lake, many with traces of aquatic creatures. They had scales, fins, and some were covered in thick mucus. However, their evolution had made them far from their original forms, growing huge and terrifying. There were dozens of snake-evolved mutants, some slender and very agile, difficult to hit with bullets, moving as fast as lightning. Others were enormous, with thick armor, up to 100 meters long, capable of knocking down houses and walls, impossible to pierce with bullets. Some had bright, colorful bodies and could spit snake venom that could corrode stone. There were also many mutated creatures believed to be evolved from lobsters, some as tall as half a person, with armor like steel and strong, sharp claws that could easily break through a human body. Some of them have fused with other beast genes, like centipedes, with venomous stingers on their tails. Others resemble strange fish, with armor on their backs and pincers in front. Some are covered entirely with 2 layers of armor. There are crab-shaped, turtle-shaped, fish-shaped, and shellfish-shaped variants. Their forms are diverse and bizarre. Some have already evolved beyond aquatic forms toward higher levels of evolution. There are ape-like creatures with huge bodies that can instantly turn into flowing water or ice structures, like frozen snow. There are also translucent, shining ice bears and foxes, with great strength and speed, able to control wind and snow, manipulate ice and frost, and unleash deadly attacks instantly. These mutated beasts stare at Luo Li and others, drooling. They are predators of humans, especially fond of eating supernatural users. Just as supernatural users can enhance themselves with beast cores, mutated beasts can also evolve by devouring human evolvers. Their preferred prey level is higher than zombies and other evolved beasts. No wonder they have been relentlessly chasing Luo Li and his group since landing, following them all the way here. Soon, Luo Li and the others are forced into a house, turning a breakout into a defensive stand. Some members of the team are already injured. Luo Li's face looks very grim in the flickering firelight. He never expected this outcome. The horror of the beast tide far exceeds his imagination. Thinking about how the message cannot be sent out and how the beast tide silently attacks human settlements during the snowstorm, he feels heartbroken.
No.
Someone must go out. Execute the bait plan. He grits his teeth and speaks in a low voice. Everyone falls silent, deeply understanding what the bait plan involves. Once the plan is executed, they must sacrifice themselves to lure the beasts, opening a survival path with their lives. Squad leader, I'll go first, a wounded young soldier speaks after a brief silence. I have long legs and an evolved ability related to speed. I can lure them farther away. His words are denied by a companion. Another determined soldier says, No, your girlfriend is waiting for you to come back and get married. I'll go. I have strong bones and tough flesh, enough for these beasts to chew on for a while. But his words are also overturned by another teammate. Come on, Du Fei, you still have elderly parents to support at home. I'll go. I'll go. Someone has to die first. I volunteer. Everyone speaks up eagerly, volunteering. Luo Li quietly roars, Shut up. I will make the arrangements. Everyone fell silent again. They understood, clearly, what the squad leader was facing. Self-sacrifice and being arranged to die are different. The former doesn't carry much pressure, but the latter means risking the lives of teammates. However, all the soldiers remained silent, waiting for Luo Li's instructions. Everyone prepare. Focus all firepower on the 3 o'clock direction. Song Ji, get ready. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. Luo Li then said to Zhou Chuchu, Come with me and stay behind me. When necessary, you ride on your mutated beast. We'll open a path, and you can escape. He believed Zhou Chuchu was the only one among them who could survive. This was the best plan he could think of. But his plan was strongly opposed by Yu Xian. Why should she go first? I want to leave this hellish place. Aren't you soldiers? Protect me and help me get out of here. After saying this, Yu Xian tried to push Zhou Chuchu aside. She couldn't stand this place anymore. She deeply regretted following Fian out. If she hadn't come out, she wouldn't be in this terrible situation. She had completely forgotten that it was her greed for meat that led her to persuade Fian to bring people to the suburbs to catch poultry and livestock. But this time, no one was going to spoil her. A soldier next to Luo Li pointed his gun at her and shouted coldly, "Step back." At this moment, everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves to save Zhou Chuchu. How could they let someone like Yu Xian, who only caused trouble, take her place? Zhou Chuchu's life was now above all else. Yu Xian was so frightened by the gun that she froze, tears streaming down her face as she cried and accused, "How can you treat me like this? Aren't soldiers supposed to protect civilians? You're disrespecting life." After saying this, she even tried to lunge forward.
Bang!
The soldier fired directly, the bullet grazing her face. She dared not move again. But she was still unwilling. Her eyes darted around, and she began to blame Fian. "You useless thing. It's all your fault. You got me killed." Fian was so scolded, she couldn't lift her head. She looked at Lu Qian and begged, "Lu Qian, since we know each other, please help us. Help Xian Xian." Lu Qian was almost amused by her anger. She sneered, "Help her? Help you? Help you all die." She walked over to Zhou Chuchu and said, "I'm fast. When we break through, if I can draw away those mutated beasts." Her life was saved by Zhou Chuchu, but what does it matter if she gives it back? Breakthrough. Luo Li seized the opportunity, injecting his supernatural power into the gun, empowering each bullet to suppress a beast. Others cooperated, finally opening a path. "Follow me closely." He charged ahead first, with Songji leading everyone. Seeing the gap about to close, he sped up, using himself as bait to lure a group of beasts in another direction. "Seize the chance and run." He said this to Zhou Chuchu. He wanted to use his comrade's sacrifice to create a way out. But at that moment, Yu Xian and Fian ran past Zhou Chuchu and escaped. "What are you doing? Come back." Luo Li snarled fiercely. He didn't expect these two to steal the escape route they had fought for Zhou Chuchu. Only Zhou Chuchu riding that mutated beast could have a slim chance of survival. If they ran out, what was the difference from dying? They would also risk everyone else. These two. Lu Qian was also furious. Luo Li was still able to hold things together. He suppressed the beasts while anxiously telling Zhou Chuchu, "Hurry and ride your mutated beast to escape. I'll try my best to hold them off." Everyone listen up, close in on the mutated beasts. The soldiers stood solemnly. They already knew that their squad leader planned to sacrifice them to open a way for survival. Yes. They followed Luo Li's lead and charged out.
Bang, bang, bang.
Gunfire erupted repeatedly. "Master, run." Lu Qian also rushed out at the same time. Zhou Chuchu looked at the soldiers shooting at the beasts and then at Lu Qian. It was a lie to say she felt no emotion. Her past life was too tragic. During those tormenting days, her personality was twisted into madness, and she became absolutely cold to others. It wasn't wrong to call her selfish. She had been suppressing that dark part of herself because she knew how terrifying it would be if unleashed. Reborn, her in-laws, children, husband, parents, and brother kept healing her. But towards others, she looked down on them. Today, her heart was deeply shaken. Seeing those mutated beasts approaching, cutting their guns and knocking them to the ground, seeing the beasts about to devour them, Zhou Chuchu's hair flew wildly, and her supernatural power suddenly activated. She lifted her head, revealing a crazed smile, with both hands spread wide. Green and blue energies burst forth simultaneously. Her eyes darkened completely. The 5 years of brutal suffering in her past life were not without benefit. They allowed her to control herself and switch on a madness mode, continuously increasing her combat power. With this ability, she once used her B-level psychic power to kill 10 A-level psychics and nearly escaped from the laboratory. That was already an incredible achievement. Only S-level psychics from the Zhang family could barely suppress her. After capturing her, they became very cautious and conducted more experiments to extract her genetic material. But they would never succeed because her power did not come from her genes, but from her soul. Now, with her current strength, how would she perform if she activated this state again? Meanwhile, Songji was desperately distracting the mutant beasts. He was injured by a few claw monsters, looking like strange fish with 2 large claws, that were quickly gathering and crawling toward him. Their large claws were about to tear his flesh apart and split him into pieces. Desperate, Songji closed his eyes, hoping the painful process of being torn apart wouldn't last too long. Suddenly, he heard a sharp scream, and with a loud bang, cold, bloody liquid splattered on his face. He wasn't feeling pain from beast attacks on his body. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. All around him were broken limbs and flesh, and the snow was stained with bright red blood. Huff, huff. The wind and snow still raged fiercely, but the figures of mutated beasts hiding in the snow were being quickly dealt with and killed by something. Luo Li was even more shocked because he saw what was destroying the mutated beasts. Vines. Infinite vines. These vines burst out from beneath the snow, as hard as steel, with edges sharp as saw blades, rapidly tearing through the mutated beasts. Speed, hardness, sharpness. They were deadly weapons, merging together to plow through the mutated beasts, carving a bloody path. Each vine had a different shape and fighting style. The first 3 features were just their basic traits. These vines also carried toxins and poison fog, could transform and attach to ice, fire, electricity, and more. More vines began to mimic plant warriors, possessing all their attack methods. The mutated beasts that threatened their lives were instantly cut, killed, pierced, destroyed, and crushed. For a moment, Luo Li couldn't even tell which was more monstrous.
What?
What exactly is going on? He had already prepared to face death, but suddenly, a shocking reversal occurred. However, that was not the most shocking part for him. After the vines killed these mutated beasts, they released a bright green light, scattering the remains on the meat and snow. The energy from the remaining mutated beasts gathered together and formed small glowing spheres of various shapes. These tiny light balls were absorbed by the vines, causing their shapes to change again, similar to evolving creatures, beginning their own evolution. Devour, consume. Luo Li and others were so shocked that they felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying, solid energy explosion behind him. During the life and death moment just now, he was focused on escaping and didn't notice it. Now, he couldn't ignore this feeling. He turned his head. What he saw was an unforgettable scene. Zhou Chuchu's black hair flew backward, and a blue energy formed a magnificent blue armor around her body. In one hand, she held an icy snow scepter, and on the other, she wore 5 vine rings. She raised the snow-filled scepter, like a queen of ice and snow ruling over her domain. In an instant, the wind stopped and the snow ceased. But then, the ground trembled, and giant ice and snow creatures rose from the snow, an army of thousands. Master. Lu Qian was stunned, trembling as if she was looking up at a divine being. She never expected Zhou Chuchu to be so powerful. Her strength had far surpassed human limits, making her feel both awe and admiration. Zhou Chuchu glanced at her. That look was indifferent, as if a divine being casually glanced at the mortal world, with no extra emotion. Hee hee, she smiled and said, "Don't come over, or I might accidentally hurt you." Once Zhou Chuchu broke that string of the human sense of right and wrong, her moral boundaries no longer restrained her. She acted freely and without restraint. Now outside, the cold snow and ice were not a harsh prison but her paradise. Those fierce and terrifying monsters were not hunters preying on humans but her playthings. Lu Qian felt a shiver in her heart. Unable to resist Zhou Chuchu, she completely obeyed her words and stepped back far away.
Woof.
The little tiger barked, fear in its voice, but it couldn't retreat. It was the great master. "A little doggy, you're a bit weak," Zhou Chuchu smiled, pointing her icy snow scepter at the little tiger. The tiger felt a change happening in its blood. It boiled, and its body instantly broke through its limits. Roar! With a loud roar, a single horn grew on its head, and two black and colorful wings sprouted from its back. Its tail transformed into a dragon's tail, and its size increased fivefold. Its body was now covered with a blue armor-like shell. It evolved again.
How?
Little Tiger was completely shocked and couldn't believe it. Zhou Chuchu stepped out of the house. She was already outside, sitting on the icy throne where snow and ice gathered. She crossed her legs and kept laughing. Hee hee, so many evolved beasts, huh? Dare to show your teeth? You're dead. The giant snow and ice giant rushed forward, smashing the attacking monsters into pieces. Other monsters were terrified. Although they had mutated, they weren't stupid or fearless. They just felt that the woman sitting on the floating ice throne was too frightening. She was 100 times scarier than the Beast King who once commanded them to land in the lake.
Run.
They turned and fled. Where are you going? I didn't tell you to leave. I'm not done playing yet.
You're dead.
Endless vines struck again, blocking thousands of mutated beasts. The ice and snow warriors chased after them, launching a fierce attack. While fighting, they gathered energy to take the beast cores. During this process, Zhou Chuchu's vines and the ice and snow warriors kept leveling up. Little Tiger, unwilling to be a useless dog, also charged into the chaos, fighting among the mutated beasts. Its attack power was now extremely sharp. With a swipe of its claws, 4 deadly blades struck down 4 mutated beasts. As a future dragon dog, Little Tiger was not just famous for nothing. Moreover, it had a higher starting point than in its previous life. But no matter how strong it was, it couldn't compare to Zhou Chuchu in her current state. Little Tiger was a lone soldier, but Zhou Chuchu was like an army. One person could be a legion, one person could command thousands of troops. What was once an impossible crisis had now turned into a bloody feast of Zhou Chuchu slaughter. Groups of mutated beasts fell one after another. Blood, torn flesh, and limbs covered the ground for dozens of miles. Luo Li and others gathered together. They looked at Zhou Chuchu sitting on the ice and snow throne, holding the ice and snow scepter. Under her control, the snowstorm within 100 miles had stopped. They watched clearly as the vines strangled the mutated beasts. Songji regained his composure and asked Luo Li, leader, "Do we still need to report the mutated beasts landing?" It felt like there was no need anymore. The mutated beasts here were almost enough to be killed. Luo Li looked deeply at that figure. He took a deep breath. The cold air suited his lungs, calming him down. Only then did he confirm again that what they saw was real. There are truly powerful special abilities in this world. One person can stand against 1,000 soldiers. I am fortunate to have her in our city. Report, we need to inform General Sima about this matter. With such a strong ability user, our city's people will never fall prey to mutated beasts. Everyone feels excited and looks at Zhou Chuchu with admiration. Yes, Zhou Chuchu is too strong. Her strength gives people a great sense of safety in this chaotic and terrifying end-of-the-world situation. At this moment, Zhou Chuchu turns away from her icy throne. Her lips are red as snow, and her smile is beautiful. This place isn't fun. Take me to Chao Lake. Zhou Chuchu is no longer satisfied staying here. She wants to go to Chao Lake and cause chaos. All her previous worries are gone. Wherever there is danger, she wants to go. The more dangerous, the more excited she feels. Her water-based special ability tells her that at Chao Lake, there is something that can make her stronger. Luo Li wanted to refuse, saying it was too dangerous, but seeing Zhou Chuchu's determined look, he couldn't say anything negative. Yes, he replied. He was about to drive a vehicle, but Zhou Chuchu found it too slow. She waved her staff, and an icy snow battle vehicle instantly formed. The icy snow battle vehicle looks fierce and powerful, with a sharp, commanding design. Luo Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately got on. The others followed and sat down too. Lu Qian hesitated for half a second, but then sat at the back. Just as the icy snow battle vehicle was about to leave, Yu Xian suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding her phone to get attention. "I've already taken pictures of all of you. You monster, let me go." Or, before she finished, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. A blood-red ice spike pierced through her chest. Her blood was freezing, turning to ice all over her body. She turned into an ice sculpture.
Crash.
Her phone fell and was shattered by a giant ice and snow creature. "Xian Xian!" Fei Yan shouted loudly, angrily scolding Zhou Chuchu. "You murderer! How dare you kill her, you smash!" The ice and snow giant crushed him into pieces. Zhou Chuchu leaned on her hand, smiling softly. "What trash dares to jump around in front of me?" No one spoke on the icy snow vehicle. The end of the world is completely different from the peaceful, safe era. Everyone has accepted that ability users have some right to accidental harm. The stronger the ability user, the more power they hold. If one person can save millions or billions of lives, then what does it matter if they kill a few reckless challengers? Moreover, the reality before them is that Zhou Chuchu's strength far surpasses theirs. She can no longer be defined by normal logic. She hasn't killed recklessly. That alone is the greatest luck. The ice and snow battle vehicle speeds along smoothly on the ice, moving as fast as lightning. Little Tiger's paws stomp through the snow, swift as a gust of wind and lightning. Following behind, Zhou Chuchu's ice and snow throne, along with the ice and snow giant sneaking through the snow, while the vines trail behind, harvesting lone mutated beasts along the way. And so, Zhou Chuchu continues to fight her way to Chao Lake. Chao Lake, one of China's 5 major freshwater lakes, measures 54.5 kilometers east to west, with an average width of 15.1 kilometers north to south, and a shoreline over 181 kilometers long. Its largest water area is about 825 square kilometers. Once, it was vast and beautiful, with clear blue waves stretching for thousands of miles. But now, it is fierce and terrifying. The entire lake is filled with broken ice, with waves rising up to 100 meters, crashing against the shore. Various large and small aquatic monsters swim within, landing on the shore and rushing into nearby cities. In the misty fog, giant figures dozens of stories tall lurk, their dull, cold eyes fixed on the distant city shores. The mutated beasts Zhou Chuchu has eliminated are only a small part of those in the lake. Most are landing in groups. Clearly, if these evolved creatures land, the humans living along Chao Lake's shores will face disaster. How can there be so many mutated beasts? Luo Li jumps down from the ice and snow battle vehicle, gazing at Chao Lake from afar. In the fog, countless strange shadows flicker, but he cannot see clearly how many mutated beasts are in the lake. His face suddenly changes. The relief he felt after Zhou Chuchu slaughtered some mutated beasts has vanished completely. He quickly looks at Zhou Chuchu. Does she have a plan? Zhou Chuchu stands up from her throne. He waterform fierce bear, octagonal Keela, thunder yellow fish. They are all level 4 mutated beasts. Oh, this doesn't seem right, this doesn't seem right. Too many evolved mutated beasts. And the lake's area is not right. Interesting, very interesting. Her eyes light up as she gazes at Chao Lake, using her supernatural ability to measure the lake's area. How big is this lake exactly? She asks. Although she doesn't turn around, Luo Li clearly knows she is asking him. Suddenly feeling tense, even though she isn't looking at him, she straightens her back and stiffens her spine. 825 square kilometers. He finishes and finds it strange, unsure what Zhou Chuchu really means by asking him. No, that's not right, Zhou Chuchu said. The area is wrong. It's 3 times bigger, really 3 times larger, about 2,475 kilometers. Why did it become so big? Let's go see the lake center, she suggested.
Luli pausa.
2,475 kilometers? How big is that? He tried to look from afar, but even though he's a B-level evolver, he doesn't have such strong eyesight. He couldn't tell if the tide lake had really grown larger through the fog. Not now, and not even before, could a person see the entire tide lake clearly. While he was still puzzled, Zhou Chu had already stepped down into the lake. Hey! He couldn't help but rush over, wanting to hold his gun and protect her. The mutated beasts had already noticed her and attacked. These mutated creatures in the tide lake were much more fierce and dangerous than on land.
Bang!
Zhou Chu's ice and snow scepter struck the lake surface, sending ice spikes upward in waves, spreading out in all directions around her. Any mutated beast trying to attack her was pierced by the ice spikes. Under her feet, blocks of ice formed, supporting each step she took steadily. Then endless vines spread from the ice and water, growing continuously, killing the mutated beasts. Sure, these beasts were even more ferocious in water, but as someone who controls SS-level water powers, she had the ability to manipulate the ocean's water. Luo Li stopped at the lake's edge. The others, including Lu Qian and Xiao Hu, ran over. They watched her slowly walk toward the lake center. Though it looked slow, it was actually very fast. Her open mouth never closed. Is your master always this powerful? Luo Li couldn't help asking Lu Qian. This wasn't just powerful, it was outright arrogant. She directly attacked the mutated beast's den. Lu Qian was also confused. I don't know. I just swore to follow her today. She never expected she'd be so lucky. So happy. Everyone looked at her with envy, as if she had grabbed a huge, golden opportunity. Class monitor, what level of powers does she have? Could an A-level do this? Luo Li didn't know that Zhou Chu's current power was SS level, but in her state, her power level no longer determined her combat strength. She had already far surpassed what an SS level power was supposed to be capable of. Now, the closer she got to the lake center, the more excited she became. There is something in the middle of the lake that looks very delicious and is very beneficial to her. She must eat it. She must get it.
What could it be? Roar. Howl. Boom.
Her actions of entering the lake greatly angered the huge fourth-level monster inside. They swarmed around her, launching water bullets, ice storms, water shields, water cuts, deadly water lines, and toxic water fog. In an instant, waves surged, water rose 100 meters, ice storms stirred the lake, and several water bullets capable of destroying small mountains shot close to the surface. Deadly water lines sliced through everything, and poisonous fog filled the sky. Dozens of deadly attacks arrived all at once. The onlookers' hearts clenched with fear. But Zhou Chu only chuckled lightly, finding it very fun. In my domain, playing with water? You're dead, she raised both hands, causing all the lake water to move. Suddenly, countless water waves broke into millions of sharp fragments, flying toward the monsters at terrifying speed. Their attacks were completely blocked by concentric water waves. The ice shard shot out, causing the heads of the terrifying fourth-level monsters to fall off or be reduced to skeletons. Their rapid growth to this level shows they have strong potential for evolution. In the future, they could become terrifying evolved beasts ruling over an area. But for Zhou Chu now, they are not enough. Everyone must die. Vines in the lake wildly strangled and extracted energy for evolution, digging out monster cores. The ice giants also turned the lake water into ice, launching deadly strikes at these mutated water beasts. The once boiling lake quickly calmed down, leaving only vines rushing through the water. They absorbed the energy of evolution, greatly replenishing themselves. Their surfaces began to look magnificent, with beautiful, mysterious patterns appearing. These patterns seemed to flow with different energies, each with its own purpose. In her full power state, Zhou Chu was reckless, killing gods and slaughtering Buddhas. All the mutated beasts in the entire tidal lake were slaughtered by her alone. The lake water was stained red with blood. Oh, no more obstacles. Come on, let me see what's at the center of the lake. Zhou Chu happily walked toward the middle of the lake. In the middle of the tidal lake, there is a bottomless giant cave. Inside, not a drop of lake water can be seen, only faint purple mist constantly drifting upward. Endless lake water rises from the edge of the cave, causing the entire tidal lake to grow larger as the water flows upward. A terrifying pressure is released from below, as if something incredibly frightening is inside. Ordinary people would not be able to stay here. Their minds and bodies would be urging them to run away. However, Zhou Chuchu doesn't seem to feel anything. She crouches beside the cave, tilting her head to look down. Suddenly, a bright white light shoots out from the rising water. It's a mutated fish, sharp as a blade. Before it touches Zhou Chuchu, it is sliced into 2 pieces. Turns out these mutated beasts come from the reverse flow, Zhou Chuchu says. She reaches into the current and pulls out a newly surfaced mutated beast. It's about the size of a small hill, with sharp teeth, colorful patterns all over its body, iron-like scales, a tail full of spikes, and a venomous hook. It's definitely a level 4 mutated beast. But Zhou Chuchu's strength is much stronger now. Her connection with her husband has reached 230 times, meaning her overall power is boosted 230 times. Her farm has advanced 5 times, which also greatly enhances her overall strength. The main boost comes from the feedback of plants, fragments of low-level divine power shattered by Qin Ziyuan, and her constantly increasing mad state. She can easily crush a level 4 evolved beast with one hand. However, she doesn't kill this mutated beast. Instead, she drags it to the huge cave. The struggling beast stops fighting once she pulls it over, trembling with fear. Zhou Chuchu no longer feels fear herself. Seeing the beast's reaction, she smiles and says, "Interesting, what are you all so afraid of? Are you not coming from below?" She loosens her grip, and the beast screams as it falls. Before hitting the bottom of the cave, it is quickly dissolved by the mist that entangles it. Several more mutated beasts are pulled out, all meeting the same fate. She giggles, steps forward, and is about to step down. Choo-choo. Suddenly, a familiar and reassuring call comes from behind her. Instantly, the darkness in her eyes clears, and the vines strangling the mutated beasts retreat back into thin, elegant, green vines with cute little leaves, curling into her fingers. The ice and snow warrior, who is fighting fiercely in the lake, silently sinks into the water and disappears completely. She wraps her arms around herself, and her ice and snow scepter vanishes. When she turned around, her beautiful icy snow armor had turned into a thick, warm military coat. Her human emotions and desires instantly returned. She sensed a terrifying aura coming from deep below. Oh no! She jumped up and quickly ran toward Qin Ziyuan. "Husband, I was almost scared to death. This place is so dangerous." Qin Ziyuan looked at the blood covering the lake and the broken meat floating in the water, and believed what she said. "I was late. Choo-choo, I'm here to take you home."
Zhou Chuchu not that fit then.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back quickly. I don't want to stay here even for a moment. Mainly, it was just super awkward. She hoped her crazy moment hadn't been seen. Sigh. She lost control and let her true feelings show, such a sin. But she kept glancing at the deep cave, feeling nervous like a cat with claws. She finally came here, and now she wanted to leave so badly. What exactly is in that pit? Why does it cause ordinary fish and shrimp to mutate? And what is that fog it emits? Also, how does it make Lake Tide grow bigger? Seeing Zhou Chuchu's curious little expression, Qin Ziyuan knew what she was thinking. He didn't want her to know these things and planned to handle them secretly. But now, the whole world was changing in an irreversible way. If he had known earlier, he would have made better plans. She wasn't a delicate flower in a greenhouse, immune to danger. She was his partner, sharing the risks and supporting that world. Thinking of this, he said, "That's called cave ruins, a fragment from another world invading ours. Puyang Lake, Dongting Lake, and the depths of Lake Baikal all have fragments from another world, which I and the Azure Dragon team have dealt with." Zhou Chuchu froze. Another world fragment invasion? Is this the apocalypse she knows?
Yes.
Conservatively, Earth has already doubled in size compared to before, and it will continue to grow. The two worlds are merging, bringing countless disasters. His gaze stretched far into the distance. There are also fragments deep in the ocean, but they're called Return to Ruin, not Dongsu. That fragment is like a continent. When it fully merges with Earth, the planet's size will increase 100 times. At that time, the invasion of mutated beasts from the other world will truly begin.
Chu gapet in shock.
She was stunned, speechless. If Earth expanded 100 times, would it still be Earth? Monsters from another world have landed. How terrifying are they? Their family must find a way to survive in this apocalyptic world. Zhou Chuchu originally thought she could pass through the end times using her special ability, but she didn't realize she was still a beginner. She felt worried. Qin Ziyuan looked at his wife, gently smoothing her furrowed brow, smiling reassuringly with a voice full of strength. Chuchu, don't worry too much. We just need to go with the flow and turn each challenge into an opportunity. For example, this time, inside this cave ruin, there is a complete divine body. We can extract its divine power and divine essence to build our strength. Zhou Chuchu calmed down. Yes, what's the point of worrying? Since this has already happened, we should make ourselves stronger, no matter the cost. Even if it means using the divine as nourishment to become powerful, so what? If a divine tries to harm our family, then even a divine can be defeated. Qin Ziyuan looked at Zhou Chuchu's expression and smiled softly. His Chuchu truly did not disappoint him. Thinking of the visions of the future flashing through his mind, his face grew serious. He held Zhou Chuchu's hand and said, "I will take you down." Zhou Chuchu nodded.
Okay.
She also wanted to see what this so-called divine really was, and what was the story behind the broken fragment of the cave ruin. Qin Ziyuan's dark energy enveloped her, and in the next moment, they arrived beneath the cave ruin. There was a vast landmass about the size of 5 Chao Lake, where water couldn't reach. A purple energy separated the lake water from the land. On the land, there lay a huge golden corpse, several hundred meters long. A sword tens of meters long was stuck in its chest. Purple-red blood dripped from its body, turning into purple mist that merged into the Chalhu. A small fish swam and ate this purple mist, and within a minute, it continuously mutated into a giant creature. It turned out that the golden blood of the giant stone was causing the fish and shrimp in the lake to mutate. Zhou Chuchu was at a loss for words. First, there was the divine servant who had lived for 1,000 years in the Iron Palace, and now, a real divine body was right in front of her. This divine corpse looked humanoid, with a pair of broken golden wings on its back, but its head resembled a bird, with 3 eyes open, each of a different color. Now, they were all dull and murky. The golden corpse's surface looked like it was made of gold, with mysterious patterns swirling around it. If it were not for the fact that it is now lying here in this deathly form, suddenly appearing, people would surely worship it as a divine being. However, even in death, the consequences are extremely terrifying. Its blood directly causes the fish and shrimp in the lake to mutate and evolve. These mutated creatures invade human settlements, leading to a terrible beast disaster, and countless people will fall victim to the beasts. "Leaving this corpse here is bound to bring trouble," said Zhou Chuchu, as vines turned into sharp saws, cutting toward the golden giant corpse.
Bang!
The vine saw, which is usually unstoppable against mutated beasts, was easily knocked away when cutting the golden corpse. It couldn't even defend itself. Zhou Chuchu's expression changed. Even in death, it's so tough? She couldn't imagine how it was killed. She was about to try other methods when Qin Ziyuan suddenly pulled her into a black protective shield. Qin Ziyuan looked at the golden giant corpse with a cold smile. "You seem more thoughtful than the other corpses, trying to fake a transformation to turn death into life." His tone suddenly became very stern, "But I won't allow you to do that. Letting you live means millions will die." The golden corpse, which had been still, suddenly trembled and transformed instantly. Its golden body became covered with mold spots, blackening and rotting. Its parts rapidly mutated, skin tore open at the back, and red claws emerged one by one, supporting it as it stood up from the ground. Its head split into three, each forming a fierce face. Its tailbone protruded, turning into a sharp tail covered with bones and spikes. Its broken golden wings turned into decayed, toxin-dripping tentacles. It changed from a shining divine corpse into a terrifying, grotesque zombie. After rising, bones of human skulls fell in clumps, and faces emerged from its abdomen, screaming in pain and rage. Zhou Chuchu's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. It was using these mutated beasts to capture humans, using humans as fuel to bring itself back to life. The huge divine corpse stared at Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, snorting and pointing at Zhou Chuchu. A human head on its belly spoke. You actually have the aura of the life goddess. Added Yuan. The life goddess. The life goddess. Has the life goddess fallen? This skull's voice became unclear, emitting a series of murmuring sounds. The life force of the goddess of life. Actually in a human. Yuan %3. He is a powerful and noble high-ranking deity. Suddenly, it became very excited, and the three strange heads faced Zhou Chuchu, staring at her intensely. Devour you, and I can live. Zhou Chuchu felt a shiver down her spine. She sensed this zombie's endless greed for her. But how could she willingly submit to be killed? The old peach tree, honeysuckle, golden willow, and many plant warriors in the farm instantly released their energy. In an instant, layers of green spread across the bottom of the cave. SS-level water magic and SS-level plant master powers were unleashed, covering these plant warriors, and their strength rapidly increased. This was her recent understanding of how to use supernatural powers. The plant warriors immediately launched their attack, pouring countless strikes onto the golden zombie. Their roots deeply embedded in the cave, absorbing the energy of evolution inside. The golden zombie didn't expect Zhou Chuchu to just attack outright, and with a burst of energy, a large number of plant warriors poured firepower wildly. As a zombie transformed from a divine corpse, its plant attack was just a superficial injury, causing only minor harm. But being hurt by humans was a great shame for it. Plants? Plants. Plants cursed humans. It kept howling, a terrifying corrosive energy radiating from its body, releasing vast amounts of power. Or rather, it was no longer just supernatural power but could be called divine power, corrupted by death and corrosive in nature. This power was overwhelming. Even the plants couldn't withstand it. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but the level of this divine corpse was too high. It was like biting into iron eggs, impossible to chew. This energy instantly locked onto Zhou Chuchu, dark, rotting energy like countless tentacles, about to drag her into a deep abyss of decay. Become mine. Qin Ziyuan was furious. A black whip crackled with dark lightning appeared in his hand. With a lash, the golden giant corpse was spun like a top and flung away, crashing to the ground with a loud roar. He looked cold, surrounded by black energy, making him seem like a terrifying underworld king, his red eyes flickering with rage, showing how furious he was at this moment. As a top-tier romantic, he couldn't tolerate someone stealing his wife. A mere lower-level divine corpse dared to speak arrogantly, as if death had not been thorough enough. The enormous golden divine corpse was stunned. Its decayed mind still struggled to understand what was happening. It had just been struck by a human woman's plant attack, and now it was knocked away by a human man? The man's whip had actually caused it real harm? It found this impossible to accept.
Human D.
It roared, releasing its domain. Within its domain, its power increased thousands of times, and its corrosive divine energy spread like solidified tar. This was its divine territory. Even though it was dead and its body had turned into a zombie, it believed its domain still emitted power humans could resist. It had sensed the strength within Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu. It was shocked such power shouldn't be within humans. If it absorbed their strength, it might become even stronger than in life. It craved this power intensely. Therefore, it immediately activated its exclusive divine domain. Once the domain appeared, no matter how strong these humans were, they would surely die. This was absolute dominance of higher beings over lower ones, no reason needed. Seeing Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan about to be pulled into the decaying domain, Qin Ziyuan let out an untimely sneer. Such a broken domain, and you still dare to show it off and shame yourself. After speaking, a black domain spread out like a vast wave, completely overpowering the golden divine corpse's domain. The golden zombie froze in shock. It couldn't believe it. Its face twisted with rage as it roared skyward. Humans have mastered the domain? What kind of domain is this? You're not human. You are. It couldn't finish its words. Within Qin Ziyuan's domain, he was the absolute emperor, controlling everything. 10 black suns crushed each other, causing its domain to collapse completely. Zhou Chuchu stepped back, watching the black domain enveloping the golden zombie, then looked at Qin Ziyuan. Hubby, it said you're not human? Qin Ziyuan remained calm. It's blind and mistaken.
Oh.
Qin Ziyuan's ears turned slightly red, but the black energy rising around him hid it well. The golden giant corpse was suppressed. No matter how much ability or divine power it had, it couldn't use them now. Qin Ziyuan walked steadily toward it. It felt true death approaching, but it couldn't believe Qin Ziyuan could actually kill it.
Who are you exactly?
Its 3 heads suddenly spoke a divine language at a Yuan percent. Qin Ziyuan smiled coldly. When you were alive, you still had some pride. Now, as a zombie, you're just afraid of death. He waved his hand, and the giant sword stabbed into its chest trembled and was pulled out, flying toward Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan grasped it, and it instantly shrank to a suitable size. The 3 eyes of the golden zombie widened in shock. The sword of the mid-level god Haas actually recognizes you as its master? Qin Ziyuan swung his sword. You're talking too much. With a flash of sword light, the golden zombie's extremely tough skin was cut open, and its 3 heads fell from their necks, destroyed by the sword's wind and shattered. From its heads, 3 divine fragments flew out, which Zhou Chuchu had seen before, but this time, they were complete. Qin Ziyuan held the 3 divine fragments, snorted coldly. Quite ambitious. But your strength doesn't match your ambition. Without the support of the divine fragments, this golden divine corpse collapsed to the ground with a loud rumble, purple-red blood pouring out. This time it was truly dead. Qin Ziyuan turned around, looking at his wife's curious expression, and casually handed her the 3 divine fragments, reminding her, let your plants root into this divine body. The divine body is made of powerful divine energy and various high-quality divine flesh, which is very good for your plants. If these divine materials leak out, all the fish and shrimp in this lake will mutate into 7th rank or higher strange beasts. Don't worry too much, just treat it as recycling waste. He was afraid his wife wouldn't dare, so he carefully advised her. But he was clearly overthinking. Zhou Chuchu had no psychological pressure at all. She had already wanted to do this. With a thought, the plants eagerly rooted themselves and frantically absorbed the divine energy. But since this isn't ordinary supernatural power, it wouldn't be absorbed quickly. Zhou Chuchu let these plant warriors happily up the divine energy here. She pinched the 3 divine fragments in her hand, feeling different sensations from each, and stored them in a special compartment of her space. Holding her husband's hand, she said, "Husband, let's go home." Qin Ziyuan's face couldn't help but show a smile. He tightened his big hand around her small one. Zhou Chuchu smiled and chatted with him like an old married couple. Is this what you call a couple holding hands and returning home together?
Yes.
Zhou Chuchu nodded obediently, always eager to please. No, you can't just go along with me. You need to say a few words to challenge me. Qin Ziyuan looked deeply at the lively, bright person in front of him and said, I can argue, but not just with words. Zhou Chuchu's face instantly turned red, and she shot him a sharp look. Really, he's becoming more and more unprofessional. The 2 of them walked hand in hand across the lake, chatting casually along the way. So, you've been to hunt gods these days? Not exactly gods, just some divine corpses. Do other divine corpses also have divine powers? Some do. Some have completely lost their divine essence. I've already extracted their divine power. I'll give it to you when I get back. Hiss. Husband, you're a bit too scary. Choo-choo, are you afraid? A little. Huh? I'm not really afraid, just surprised you're so powerful. I'm not that powerful. In front of Choo-choo, I'm not strong. Qin Ziyuan. Da, what's wrong? Why are you calling my name all of a sudden? All these cheesy love words. Who did you learn them from?
Huh?
Zhou Choo-choo clenched her teeth, certain it was that kid Ji Fuxing teaching him again. Next time she sees him, she'll definitely have the plant warrior give him a good beating. Ji Fuxing, who was focused on drawing armor designs, suddenly shivered and sneezed several times.
Ashu, Ashu, Ashu. Who's talking about me?
Song Hui glanced at him. Cho Bupo picked up his large rifle. You're teaching the boss badly. Your sister-in-law probably found out.
Je Fuxing panicked.
I haven't taught the boss in a long time. That was all the boss's own doing. Wu Shichen said, teaching the boss. I can't believe it. You really need to loosen up. Ji Fuxing almost started crying. Wu Shichen shrugged. Song Hui said, don't scare him. Ji Fuxing's eyes lit up. I knew you liked me best. Song Hui replied, I'll loosen up.
Je Fuxing exclaimed. Vol, vol, vol.
Luo Li and the others waited by the shore. Once Zhou Choo-choo reached the middle of the lake, they couldn't see what was happening underwater anymore. They were worried about Zhou Choo-choo. She was very strong, but this was a whole lake full of mutated beasts. Plus, Zhou Choo-choo's mental state also made them anxious. They were afraid she might do something unbelievable by accident. Captain, look, the lake's surface is calm now. No mutated beasts are climbing up. A soldier with enhanced eyesight said happily. They looked into the distance and saw that the Chao Lake had indeed become quiet. The cold wind still carried a faint bloody smell, and the lake was blood-red. There was no longer any sign of the mutated beasts. The crisis of the beast attack on the city was thus resolved. A soldier nervously swallowed his saliva. She wouldn't have wiped out all the mutated beasts in the lake, right? Everyone looked at each other, thinking this idea was very unlikely, but strangely leaning toward that answer. However, upon further thought, they were all shocked and numb. This matter was simply too complicated to think about carefully. Luo Li still faced another awkward situation. How should he report this? Lu Qian frowned deeply, staring at the lake until the smoke over the water dispersed. She saw two people walking hand in hand across the water, seeming slow but actually very fast, about to reach the shore. She hurried to greet them. Seeing Qin Ziyuan holding hands with Zhou Choo-choo, she was momentarily stunned. But she quickly turned her head, focusing only on Zhou Choo-choo. Seeing she had no injuries, she felt relieved. Master. Luo Li and others rushed over as well. They had clearly seen Qin Ziyuan and immediately guessed his identity. These two looked very much like a married couple. Another powerful supernatural ability user. Luo Li was sure of this at first glance when he saw Qin Ziyuan. Compared to women, the strength difference between men could often be judged instantly. Zhou Choo-choo nodded. Lu Qian's performance had already gained her approval. She introduced Qin Ziyuan, this is my husband. Everyone had their guesses, but they weren't surprised. Zhou Choo-choo added, the beast disaster at Chao Lake has been resolved, and there won't be any more mutated beasts for a short time. Everyone had their suspicions, but hearing Zhou Choo-choo confirm this, they were still shocked and speechless. Miss Zhou. Luo Li hesitated. I need to report the beast disaster. But, regarding your part, how should I report it? Please give me some guidance. Luo Li didn't want to offend such a powerful supernatural user. Honestly, if she got angry and held a grudge, they could be killed easily, leaving no room for resistance. Zhou Choo-choo smiled and said no need to worry. Just report the facts honestly. She wanted to send a signal to the military, trusting they would make their own decisions. As human survival became more difficult in the future, building her base was inevitable. If the military decided to join, she would welcome them with both hands. Luo Li was stunned and saluted Zhou Choo-choo. 1. To thank her for saving their lives. 2. To thank her for saving the people of Angshi City. I will write this report carefully. Miss Zhou, we will take our leave now. The other soldiers also saluted Zhou Chuchu in unison. When they were about to leave, Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, and the ice and snow vehicle appeared again. After all, this place was still quite far from the city, and it was snowing heavily with temperatures below -40 degrees. They couldn't just run back, right? Luoli looked at Zhou Chuchu with gratitude and got into the ice and snow vehicle to leave. Master. As Luo Li and the others left, Lu Qian became anxious, worried that Zhou Chuchu might abandon her. Follow us back. First, go register with Kong Banshu. By the way, do you have a phone? Add to the group chat. Besides the large mandatory group for the gathering area, Zhou Chuchu also created a small group, with Kong Banshu as the admin. There are currently 15 people in the group. Oh, yes, I have one. Lu Qian quickly took out her phone, added Zhou Chuchu, and was then invited into the small group. Go get the snowmobile. After retrieving the snowmobile at the farmhouse, Zhou Chuchu rode on it and called out to Lu Qian, come up. Just as Lu Qian was about to hop on, she was stared at by a cold, emotionless gaze. Little Tiger, carry her. Qin Ziyuan ordered. Although Little Tiger didn't want to carry a person, it dared not disobey its owner's command. With a reluctant whimper, it knelt down. Lu Qian was terrified. She didn't dare sit on this mighty dog, but she also didn't want to disobey her husband's order. Riding on this big dog might only result in a couple of bites, but sitting behind Zhou Chuchu could be deadly. Big dog, I need to ride on you now.
Please don't mind.
Lu Qian carefully said to Little Tiger.
Woof.
Little Tiger let out a deep growl, finally feeling a bit better. Qin Ziyuan happily sat in the back of the snowmobile, holding his wife's slender waist. It felt really good. Look at you scaring the girl. You can't do that in the future. Qin Ziyuan. His wife was angry at him for someone else, and he felt wronged. He cast a cold look at Lu Qian. Startled, Lu Qian quickly said, No, I didn't scare her. Qin Ziyuan, see? Chuchu. She says she wasn't scared. I am still very gentle. Zhou Chuchu. All right, you're gentle. On the way back in the speedboat, they heard a commotion at the house entrance. Zhou Chuchu looked over and immediately felt anger rising. Gao Gongqiang, Zhang Yu, Kong Banshu, and 15 others held tools like anti-theft door panels, iron rods, and kitchen knives, confronting a group of superpowered individuals outside her home. Liang Donglai led a group of bodyguards to show off his strength. Her parents-in-law also came out, standing in front of everyone, one holding the other holding a rolling pin. The two young children stood at the door, worriedly watching their grandparents. Xiao Linlin held a shiny black golden egg, looking serious, with anger flashing in her big eyes. Xiao Qiqi hugged a black cat, which occasionally gave cold, sharp looks at the people, but was gentle when facing Xiao Qiqi, licking her small hand to comfort her. Neither side made a move to fight immediately. Grandpa Qin Zhuangming angrily glared at Li Zong and a group of superpowered individuals, most of whom obeyed Captain Li Feng. These people, along with Li Feng, were very powerful and influential in the gathering area. Now, they were trying to seize the house, determined to take the villa for themselves. This villa has already been requisitioned by us. If you know what's good for you, move out immediately. We might let you take some supplies. Qin Zhuangming was not afraid of them. The house is our family's. We won't leave. Not even the King of Heaven himself can make us. Li Zong sneered. Do you want to oppose us, oppose everyone in the 8th gathering area? Liang Donglai stepped forward, holding a shining gemstone that spun in his hands. According to the gathering area resettlement law, there's no law allowing you to forcibly take someone's house. If you try to seize this villa, I will tell General Qian. He didn't want to escalate things, worried that his family might send someone to take him back if this got out.
He wasn't done playing yet.
But if these people forced their way in, he would have to hurt someone. Hearing Li Zong mention General Qian Qingyu, Li Zong's expression changed, and the other superpowered individuals hesitated. Although General Qian had relaxed control, he still held authority to dismiss the team leader at any time. But his uncle was determined to keep this villa and the peach tree, unwilling to give up this chance. Li Zong secretly looked toward the fence. Because of the heavy snow over 2 meters high, the fence was buried and no longer very tall. On both sides of the fence, 2 groups of superpowered people were trying to climb over, trying to catch the 2 children. Without hesitation, she released the piled-up stones in the space.
Ah!
The stones fell, causing screams of pain. The commotion drew the attention of both sides. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Zhilin looked at the injured, bleeding superpowered individuals lying in the snow. What more needed to be said? Li Zong, you actually want to hurt the children? He rushed toward the 2 kids, each one holding and comforting them. Daddy, Mommy. The children saw their parents returning and shouted excitedly. Zhou Chuchu immediately ran over to the kids, making sure they were safe before relaxing. Mom and Dad, please take the children inside first. The parents exchanged glances. Hearing the deadly tone in Zhou Chuchu's voice, they quickly picked up the 2 children and went back inside. After the door closed, Zhou Chuchu's gaze turned icy cold. She approached Li Zong and the others. It seems you didn't listen to what I said. Li Zong suddenly felt a wave of fear, but thinking about the B-level and even 2 A-level ability users nearby, his courage grew. Only Huang, upon seeing Qin Ziyuan, was so frightened he trembled and quickly withdrew from the confrontation, silently blending into the crowd. Li Zong loudly declared, "This is the decision of the gathering zone. Since you live here and are protected by the zone, you should follow everyone's opinion." Zhou Chuchu's voice grew colder. She had not wanted to kill casually before. Even with her dark heart, she still saw herself as human. She didn't want to unleash the savage beast inside her. She had always been unwilling, not incapable. But now, these people kept provoking her, and when they even attacked 2 children, she had no choice but to be ruthless.
Oh!
The public has decided? Step forward. The ability users behind Li Zong immediately stepped out. They greedily looked at Zhou Chuchu's safe house, which had heating and electricity, things so attractive in this cold, post-apocalyptic world. How wonderful it would be to live inside, comfortable and warm. Most of these ability users were Li Feng's trusted followers, including one arrogant A-level ability user. He openly threatened, "I decide. We decide. You're just a woman. I still have patience to reason with you, but if you don't listen, don't blame us for being rough. You're delicate. Hurting you would be a shame." Zhou Chuchu coldly replied, "A useless A-level ability user dares bark here. Anyone else? Step forward." Zhou Chuchu's ability perception clearly showed that this ability user could whip up fierce winds with his hands, an impressive attack ability. But she would kill him in an instant. However, killing one person was not enough to intimidate the petty villains. If she was going to kill, she would make them tremble and fear. "Me too. Hand over your house. Since you're under our protection, you must obey us. Our team leader's orders. Disobey at your own risk. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Being tough won't do you any good." One after another, powerful individuals with special abilities stepped forward, including some at the A level and others at the B level. They focused on Gao Gongqiang and Liang Donglai, ready to prevent them from causing trouble. Meanwhile, others quickly surrounded Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan to protect them. Inside the houses, many eyes watched the scene. These are ordinary people living in the gathering area. They are not with the special ability users, just people trying to survive in the end times. Their thoughts vary, but all paid close attention to the fight. Some residents who lived farther away even braved the snow and wind to watch. Zhou Tong also saw everything, but he did not clearly side with Gao Gongqiang and Liang Donglai. Instead, he waited quietly to see how things would develop. "Captain, Deputy Captain Gao, and Kong Mao are over there. Should we go over?" someone asked, eager to help after being impressed by Gao Gongqiang. Zhou Tong stopped him. "Both sides are fighting, and the bystander benefits."
But
Deputy Captain Gao and Kong Mao are A-level ability users. They hesitated. The area they managed was successful because of these 2, who were efficient and quick in action. The supplies collected over the past 2 days were the most in the entire gathering zone. Everyone was focused on this. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. It's a pity, but, he thought, these two people are not fully with him. They are useful, but if it's necessary to give up, he must do so. He didn't want to clash with Zhou Chuchu, the two A-level ability users or team leader Li Feng right now. Zhou Chuchu was about to act, but Qin Ziyuan grabbed her hand. Chuchu, I'll go. He didn't want her to get into trouble. Zhou Chuchu clenched his hand back and looked deeply into his eyes. She said, in this end of the world, I've long prepared myself to kill if needed. She was not someone who depended on him like a vine. In her previous difficult life, she endured and fought her way through, even killing when life was at stake. Qin Ziyuan was slightly stunned, but then smiled. He let go of her hand. No matter what Zhou Chuchu did, even if she broke the sky, he could still support her from behind. Next to Li Zong, an A-level ability user overheard their conversation and sneered. A woman dares to talk big. She needs to be taught a lesson. He activated his ability and swung his palm toward Zhou Chuchu. As he did, a strong wind suddenly rose. He was proud of this ability, which he used skillfully. An ordinary person could be blown over several meters and die from the fall. Even among ability users, without countermeasures or means to fight back, he could easily knock them down with this attack. Even when facing Gao Gongqiang, another A-level ability user, he was confident he could hold his own. Not to mention, 2 level A mutants were already watching him, ready to strike at any sign of movement. But at that moment, he saw Gao Gongqiang's mocking expression. Liang Donglai was bored and started playing with the gemstone in his hand. Kong Banshu took the child from someone else and carefully comforted him. Besides Zhang Yu and others who didn't know Zhou Chuchu's strength and looked tense, ready to fight. Even Lu Qian and Xiao, who stood far away, watching the scene unfold. He suddenly felt something was wrong. These people seemed off. It was as if they relaxed completely when Zhou Chuchu and her man appeared. What was going on? In the next second, he was stunned to see the wind he had just created dissipate instantly when it touched Zhou Chuchu. This weather isn't cold enough, Zhou Chuchu said. The level A mutant suddenly felt as if a deathly hand was grabbing his heart. He shouted loudly, "She's suspicious, retreat." He ran, but as he moved, he heard a sharp cracking sound like breaking ice. His body uncontrollably fell into the snow. "What's happening?" he screamed. His eyes widened suddenly. He saw his feet frozen to the ground. He hurriedly looked at his legs. Below his knees, they were gone. Ice was rapidly spreading over his body, cold, bone-chilling cold. His blood froze, his heart started to freeze, slowing down, coldness creeping in. What kind of mutant is this? He didn't finish his sentence before turning into an ice sculpture. Li Zong and other mutants were stunned by what they saw. Did they just kill a level A mutant with a single strike? Are you an S-level mutant? They were shocked and terrified. Only S-level mutants could easily crush level A mutants. But according to the official mutant rankings, the highest was level A. S-level was just a guess.
Run.
They scattered in fear. But Zhou Chuchu had already started killing, so how could they escape easily? Frost spread out, freezing each of them, whether level A or B mutants, turning them into ice blocks in an instant. Then, they shattered immediately.
Snap.
Qin Ziyuan snapped his fingers, and the shards instantly turned to dust. He didn't have to fight, but clearing the battlefield after his wife's fight was just a matter of convenience. The couple took care of killing and burying, causing the onlookers on each floor and those paying attention to the situation, especially Zhou Tong, who was uninvolved, to suddenly gasp. Li Zong was so frightened he knelt on the ground. "Let me go, or my uncle won't forgive you. He's the team leader. As long as you release me, no one in this gathering zone will dare to bully you in the future. I, the team leader, can vouch for you." Zhou Chuchu didn't listen to his nonsense at all. Frost instantly covered him, freezing him into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into pieces and turned into black dust that dispersed into the air. Zhou Chuchu looked around at everyone. They all instinctively stepped back, afraid she might kill more and cut them down too. Among the crowd, Huang Fong trembled with fear, completely terrified. She's too strong, too strong. She's actually this powerful. Now he was extremely glad he had slipped out of the team. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground, shattered into pieces. He regretted being blinded by desire back then, fooling around in front of Lin Xiner. His behavior was just asking for death. If he hadn't acted that way and had followed Uncle Huang Ji's example, he might have successfully clung to a powerful ally. When they first punched my hand, it was relatively mild. I was foolish, I was stupid. I need to go back and admit my mistake to my uncle. Huang Fong was so frightened that he suddenly snapped out of his panic. With such a powerful and unshakable supernatural ability user, if he still went looking for trouble, he wouldn't just be stupid. He'd be risking his life. He simply didn't want to live anymore. Others who had some experience with Zhou Chuchu's villa and the snowfield boat saw this scene, and all shrank back. The other party was an ordinary person, a weakling. They could use all sorts of methods and excuses to invade her house and seize her resources. But she was so strong that they dared not even think about it. Some quickly changed their attitude. With such a powerful supernatural ability user in the gathering zone, wouldn't their safety be guaranteed? Some who were more opportunistic saw that Zhang Yu, who had looked exhausted and lifeless after following Zhou Chuchu, now had a pale face with some color returning. After eating and drinking well, he had regained strength. Seeing how he had previously been fighting to protect Zhou Chuchu's family with a desperate look, they guessed he must have received great benefits from Zhou Chuchu. Others felt the same and began to consider following Zhou Chuchu. Think about it carefully. She's so powerful, yet I've never seen her bully the weak. Exactly. If Li Zong and the others hadn't been so overbearing, trying to her home and harm her children, she wouldn't have had to kill anyone. They deserve it. They thought she was weak just because she didn't use her supernatural powers to intimidate others. They even came to cause trouble before, and she warned them. She is very strong and can control ice and snow. It would be great if she could become the leader of our 8th gathering area. Quiet. Be careful. Don't let the leader hear us. What if he hears? He only uses his power for personal gain and doesn't care about our lives. We went out together to find coal, rice, warm clothes, and other supplies, but he took most of it and didn't leave us any soup. Sigh, I've heard about it too. A young man collected 500 pounds of coal, and his father was frozen to death right in front of him. We just want to stay alive. Whoever helps us survive, we follow them. Listening to these words, Zhou Tong felt very uncomfortable. He pushed through the crowd and quickly walked over to Zhou Chuchu. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry I'm late. Zhou Chuchu shot him a cold look. Zhou Tong froze in place. Zhou Chuchu said, since we all have the surname Zhou, I called Gao Gongqiang and Kong Banshu to help you. Zhou Tong, you're smart, but you're too clever. Starting today, Gao Gongqiang and Kong Banshu will form the 9th gathering area. Kong Banshu will be the leader, Gao Gongqiang the deputy leader. Other team leaders will be chosen by Kong Banshu. Anyone joining the 9th gathering area must register with her. Everyone who joins will receive 30 pounds of coal and 2 pounds of grain. After Zhou Chuchu finished speaking, everyone was excited and signed up one after another. I want to join. Count me in. I also want to sign up. I'm in. I want to join too. After she finished, Zhou Chuchu took Qin Ziyuan's hand and went into the house. Little Tiger immediately followed. Liang Dong also wanted to go in but was warned by Qin Ziyuan's intimidating look and didn't dare to enter. Instead, he stayed to help Kong Banshu. Lu Qian happily ran over. Sister Kong, I'm Lu Qian. I want to sign up. Kong Banshu smiled and said, good. How about being a small team leader? She was clever and saw that Lu Qian rode Little Tiger back, so she knew Miss Zhou had approved her. Lu Qian was surprised and happy, feeling a bit shy. She worried she couldn't handle it. Me? I'm too young. I don't think I can do it. Kong Banshu's smile faded. If you think you can't do it, how can you have the face to follow Miss Zhou? She doesn't need useless people around her. Lu Qian suddenly understood. She realized that humility wasn't what was needed. What mattered was ability and strength. She quickly changed her tone. I will definitely be able to do this job. If I make mistakes, Sister Kong, please teach me. Kong Banshu smiled and said, no problem. Gao Gongqiang was stunned by the sudden appointment of the deputy team leader. He scratched his head and accepted it. Anyway, his wife told him to do whatever, so he just did his best. Zhang Yu and others were also very happy and immediately came over to organize the team and maintain order. Everyone follow me to the building to register. Don't block Miss Zhou's door. Kong Banshu held the child close to her chest. The child was sleeping peacefully, and she felt at ease. The coat she was wearing was one of the supplies Zhou Chuchu gave her, along with an electromagnetic flower, which helped her get through the cold winter peacefully. She looked at Zhou Chuchu's house and thought of ways to create absolute trust in her. Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan went to the back of the house. Their two little children rushed over quickly. Mommy, hug. Chi-Chi was very brave today. Mommy, I'm not afraid of those bad people. Zhou Chuchu took off her coat, shedding her coldness, and her heart became soft and peaceful. Holding her two children, she felt completely satisfied. Manor, did those people trouble you? Lu Jilin asked worriedly. Although she knew Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu had powerful abilities, she was still worried. It wasn't about their strength. Zhou Chuchu felt her mother-in-law's deep care. The long fear, madness, and struggle of walking alone in darkness quietly settled down. It's okay, Mom. They won't come to trouble us anymore. That's good, that's good. Qin Zhuangming nodded, feeling relieved. Then he looked at his son standing aside. What's wrong with you? Doesn't your wife protect you? Qin Ziyuan was convinced by the scolding. I won't let this happen again, he said. He was the one who paid attention to the natural disaster but ignored the man-made disaster right in front of him. Zhou Chuchu hurriedly said it's not his fault. He has his own things to do. I didn't provide enough insurance for the family. Inside the house, even the nuclear bomb in the safe house couldn't be detonated, but they couldn't keep the children locked inside forever. They had to go out and grow up. Chi-Chi had a kitten, Lin had a black gold egg, but they were still young. She needed to keep some backup plans. Thinking that the events in this life hadn't developed as they did in her previous life, and that another world's power had intruded, she worried about her parents and younger brother far away. She planned to find ways to bring them over no matter what. She took out her special phone, about to call her parents. When it rang first, her younger brother Zhou Xingyang was calling. The video call connected, showing her brother's big face, grinning widely. He was wearing a simple shirt with a jacket over it. Seeing Zhou Chuchu, he looked very nice, and his worried expression eased as he started smiling and greeting everyone. Uncle, auntie, brother-in-law, sister, baby Lin, baby Chi-Chi. The two little ones were so excited to hear their uncle's voice. Grandpa, grandma, uncle. Zhou Chuchu aimed her phone at her parents-in-law. They liked Zhou Xingyang's personality, warm and bright like a little sun. Yang, are you and your parents doing well? Just as Zhou Xingyang was about to reply, his father, Zhou Xiaoyuan, took the phone and aimed it at himself and his wife. They looked healthy and energetic, and Zhou Chuchu's worried heart finally relaxed. Seeing their anxious expressions, her parents-in-law saw that Zhou Chuchu's husband, their grandson, and their daughter-in-law were all doing well. Their faces softened, and they smiled as they responded to the grandparents. We're doing well. Xingyang and Chuchu's mom have awakened S-level abilities. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu felt both surprised and happy. Did her efforts with the fruit she brought back help Zhou Xingyang awaken his ability? She wanted to ask more, but since the elders were chatting, she didn't want to interrupt. Her parents-in-law exchanged a glance. Mother-in-law Lu Jilin said, we're also doing well here.
Mama is amazing.
Thanks to her, we've also awakened S-level abilities. Life is good, so don't worry, dear. Father-in-law Qin Zhuangming added, our two families don't need to be separated. In this end of the world, strength matters. Together, we're stronger than apart. They knew each other's personalities well. Both are strong-willed and don't like to be dependent on others. Before the end of the world, they wouldn't have minded, but now it's different. Zhou's father and mother nodded repeatedly. Father Zhou said, "That's right, that's right. Times have changed. We're old and worried about burdening our daughter. But now we've awakened S-level abilities too, so we won't hold her back." Tears welled up in Zhou Chuchu's eyes. "Mom, Dad, I've never thought about it like that." Hearing her voice, her parents felt relieved. Their misunderstandings were cleared, and their daughter and son-in-law were happy and harmonious. Their small family was safe and happy. That was the best thing for parents to see, and the happiest thing for them. "Mom," Lil Yunwan scolded her husband playfully, "what are you saying in front of your daughter and son-in-law? About holding her back or not? If you can't speak properly, just say less, I tell you." Then she turned to her parents-in-law and said, "Thank you both for taking care of my daughter. She's a bit spoiled by us, so if I've done anything wrong, please forgive us." Mother-in-law quickly replied, No, Manner is wonderful. She's much better than that brat. The innocent little troublemaker Qin Ziyuan. Anyway, he's always the one at fault." Father solemnly said, "Come here. Our two families are becoming one." Dad agreed, "We should be together, but right now there's something more important." Zhuozhua was happy to get her dad's positive reply from her heart. She didn't want to force it. When necessary, she would even tie her parents to bring them over. But if they changed their minds, that would be the best outcome. "Zhuozhua," Dad Zhou Xiaoyuan called out. Mother timely took her husband aside. "Manna, you and Dad and Mom should have a good talk." Zhua nodded, holding her phone up to herself. "When will you come to the mountains? Old Ginkgo wants to see you. We're living freely in the mountains, thanks to Old Ginkgo." Zhuozhua was stunned. Old Ginkgo? Of course, she thought of the 3 ancient ginkgo trees, lush and cloud-like, with trunks like dragons. When passing through the deep mountains before, she had dropped a potion of evolution on those trees to prevent accidents and let them protect her family and brother. She didn't expect to control old ginkgo trees. After all, they had evolved to this level on their own. Her mind was full of questions. Zhou Xingyang snatched the phone away. "Mom and Dad, let me talk to my sister." Zhou Xingyang couldn't hold back anymore. He's a chatterbox, usually like a machine gun, rattling non-stop. He pointed the phone outside. The background where Zhou Xingyang was outdoors. Behind him, trees layered thickly, lush and green. Zhuozhua's face showed a strange expression. It's not surprising that the mountain trees grew like this. After all, they were evolved trees, not afraid of cold. But in the context of a global temperature drop, it was strange that it was still like this outdoors. Zhou Xingyang was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing, like spring. His parents were also dressed lightly. It makes sense that mutants aren't afraid of cold. Those with fire abilities can lie in the snow for 3 days and nights without issue. In fact, Zhuozhua herself wasn't afraid of cold. She would wear a skirt outside in sub-zero temperatures for fun. She wore a military coat just to not look too different. But the reality was, Zhou Xingyang's situation was not just about not being afraid of cold. There wasn't a single snowflake there. Everything looked like spring. Big sister, big sister, big sister. Zhou Xingyang's excited shouts interrupted her thoughts 3 times in a row. He was so excited. Then he aimed the phone at the front, revealing a place shining with golden light. "Big sister, look. Quickly, look. Do you see what that is?" His voice is very excited. If his inner feelings were to be heard, it would probably be, "Wow, that's amazing. So cool. So powerful. Sister, you definitely can't guess what that is." Zhou Chuchu squints her eyes and looks toward the bright area. There, leaves spread out like clouds, shining like gold. They glow and melt the falling snow into nourishing rain for the forest, flowing down the tree trunks to the ground and spreading across the mountains. They are now 1,000 times larger than when she first saw them, maybe even bigger. Zhou Xingyang only showed her part of it on his phone, trying to impress her. That's probably the old ginkgo tree. Zhou Chuchu naturally won't let him have his way.
Wow.
Sister, how do you know that? Zhou Xingyang is stunned. Usually people wouldn't think of 3 ginkgo trees becoming tree spirits. Then, Zhou Xingyang mysteriously says, "Sister, You'll never guess how awesome these 3 old ginkgo trees are, right? Zhou Chuchu responds again. They resist the cold, kill zombies, control the mountains, and block the mountain passes. Zhou Xingyang is stunned. Wow, sister, do you have some kind of psychic ability? He becomes more confident and says, then you definitely don't know why the 3 tree spirits want to see you, right? She doesn't know, but seeing Zhou Xingyang so proud, she gets curious. Humph. Little brat, stop teasing me. Are you itchy again? Zhou Xingyang wants to tease his sister more but gets a playful slap from their mother, an affectionate smack. Stupid kid. How do you talk to your sister? Next time, I'll teach you a lesson first. After scolding her son, their mother leans weakly into her husband's arms and complains about her son. His head is too hard. It hurt my hand. Her father immediately blows on her hand and blames their son for knocking her hand because his head is too hard. So, their parents truly love each other, and their son is just an accident? He doesn't dare tease anymore, fearing a double whammy from his parents, so he honestly shares everything about the mountain situation with Zhou Chuchu. After the apocalypse started, the old ginkgo trees began to grow bigger, changing every day, until their branches covered the mountains. Zhou Xingyang shows the 3 giant trees behind him. Now, even tens of thousands of people can't wrap their arms around them. Fortunately, the 3 sacred trees protected us, so our family didn't experience extreme heat or cold. The weather here has always been around 24 or 25 degrees Celsius. Now, our family and nearby villagers have moved under the trees and started a small village. Dad is now the village chief. Zhou Xingyang spoke while pointing his phone at the village. The village is small but well-organized. Stone houses are built among trees, giving a simple yet modern look. The people live happily and peacefully. Occasionally, someone comes over to greet Zhou's parents and Zhou Xingyang. Zhou Xingyang looked proud. Don't think they are just villagers. They are quite capable. Everyone can shoot arrows and hunt. At least, they are all B-level mutants. He then pointed his phone at some vehicles used by the villagers, mutated animals like deer, sheep, and horses. These creatures are gentle, clever, and full of life, very different from fierce mutants. The villagers ride these mutated animals through the forest, hunting and gathering food. They live self-sufficiently, like a paradise. Seeing this, Zhou Chuchu finally felt at ease. Her parents are proud, care about their reputation, and never give up. Even in the mountains, they have found their own worth. We've transported supplies here. They are stored in the warehouse, and no one touches them. The mountain people worship the silver ginkgo tree spirit. They dare not do bad things under its shade, so our situation is good. Zhou Chuchu nodded. If she saw those 3 sacred trees, she would also be deeply amazed and respectful, daring not to deceive or harm the trees. Her parents and brother live in the deep mountains, creating a different post-apocalyptic scene, which is exactly what she desires. She even plans to move her base into the mountains. Seeing her silent, Zhou Xingyang continued. Big sister, the 5 pots of plants you gave me are now living on the old ginkgo tree. They contacted the tree spirit first, and that's how we got to stay here. The tree spirit takes us inside the trunk every 10 days. Zhou Chuchu listened carefully, realizing the importance. What do they do inside? Zhou Xingyang put aside his playful attitude and said seriously, the tree spirit's trunk contains a golden lake. Every 10 days, my parents and I can take a sip of the golden water. It's not to be drunk in large amounts because the body can't absorb it all. Only our family has this privilege. Others don't. There's a big golden door inside the tree trunk. The tree spirit asked us to tell you that only you can go through that door. Inside the ginkgo tree trunk, there is a lake and a golden door. Only I can enter the golden door. Zhou Chuchu knows well that this is the old ginkgo tree sending her a kind message. However, years of living through the end times have made her realize that nothing in this world is truly for no reason. The old ginkgo tree is so special to her because it must have a request. Thinking about her past life, the old ginkgo tree was very low-key and did not show such miracles. Otherwise, it would have been famous long ago. But in this life, Many things that never happened before are now happening. What secrets are hidden behind all this? She feels it's necessary to visit. She asks about the things she cares most about. What special abilities do your parents have? Zhou Xingyang, hearing her question, can't hide his pride. Dad's ability is related to building. Look at these stone houses on the mountain. They were all built by Dad. They are very strong, warm in winter and cool in summer, and can withstand earthquakes and explosions. Dad says he can enhance the foundation of buildings, adding buffs. Pretty impressive, right? One day, when we all gather, Dad can give your house a bunch of buffs. Mom's ability is related to weaving. See the clothes I'm wearing? Mom made them. Well, she didn't exactly make them from scratch, but she put the materials together and then she made a bunch of clothes. These clothes are very comfortable. They're like the armor in martial arts novels, impenetrable and protective, like a magic robe. They keep you warm in cold weather and cool in heat. Wearing this, you're not afraid of high temperatures or cold. As for me, Zhou Xingyang, usually very shameless, surprisingly blushed. Our family grows oranges, so my ability is related to oranges.
Huh.
Zhou Chuchu was curious. Plant-based ability? She hadn't seen other plant abilities before, so she didn't know how hers compared. No, not a plant ability. Zhou Xingyang said, I can't explain it clearly. Just watch me demonstrate. He then stomped to an open space, pointed his finger at the ground, and suddenly, oranges appeared on the ground.
Boom.
He said, and the oranges exploded one by one. This is called directional explosion. I can control when and how far the oranges explode. Even if I'm not nearby, I can set a timer for the explosion to go off at the right moment. Zhou Chuchu raised her eyebrows. This ability was really interesting. Then Zhou Xingyang threw another orange. This time, the oranges changed color, turning red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, like a rainbow-colored orange lantern. These differently colored oranges, when they explode, produce various effects. The red one creates flames, the orange one releases high-temperature heat over a wide area, the yellow one emits blinding light, the green one causes 3-stage chain explosions that deal damage, the cyan one increases the explosion's power, the blue one causes splash damage and tearing effects, and the purple one produces toxins. He demonstrated, holding these oranges in his hand like works of art. Zhou Chuchu watched proudly.
Tajda.
Zhou Xingyang exclaimed happily, finally, the super-large explosive orange, which concentrates 1,000 times the power of a normal explosion, my secret weapon. In front of Zhou Xingyang, a giant orange appeared, releasing mist, looking very powerful. This orange can't be used for a demonstration, or the tree spirit will definitely scold me. He reached out and touched the giant orange, which then shrank back into his hand and disappeared. These oranges are stored in my special ability pool. Whenever I want, I can summon them. I often play with oranges in my free time, so I have quite a stock now.